Wasteland, Civilization Fortress, has successfully loaded. Survivor qualifications activated. Survivor Yuan. The initial area selection is complete. The result is Riot District. Unexpectedly entering the Wasteland world, Yuan is compelled to embark on a path of hardcore survival. Under the threats of urban thugs, extreme natural disasters, player raids, and civilizational invasions, he has but one choice: to exert every ounce of strength to construct and fortify his hideout. Fortunately, Yuan has obtained a fate card, commencing his journey of ascendance. Slaughter card, Lust card, Decadence card, Conquest card present numerous challenges, while others are still apprehensive and weary of the dangers that may arise. He has already developed a series of rare hideout facilities: Secret Library, Starlit Observatory, Hot Air Balloon, Launch Pad, Life Altar, enabling him to preemptively detect and eliminate sources of danger, while others are still tightening their belts due to extreme natural disasters. He has already established a complete cycle ecological planning system: vertical composite farm aquaponics system, insect breeding box, seaweed cultivation dish for his indulgence, while others tremble in fear of player wars and the incursions from other Wasteland worlds. He has consolidated all armed forces within the urban district, establishing a comprehensive reconnaissance and strike system, completing the hidden title route Unlock Urban Shadow. He crushes every rat that covets him. As a new civilization rises from the ruins of the old world, Yuan gazes upon his civilization fortress, reflecting, "This is my civilization." Chapter 1. Wasteland, Civilization Fortress. Wasteland, Civilization Fortress has successfully loaded. Game qualifications activated. Congratulations, you have obtained the identity of Survivor player. Survivor Yuan. The initial area selection is complete. The result is Riot District. Please remember the following warm reminders. In the Wasteland world, survival is your only objective, so exert every effort to build and conceal your hideout. This is your sole reliance for survival. 2. Life is singular. In-game death will erase your existence entirely. Refer to the first reminder for ways to break the deadlock. Special disaster events may trigger periodically, which could be natural calamities or extreme incidents. Please exercise caution. They might pose the greatest threat to your survival in the Wasteland. Refer to the first reminder for ways to break the deadlock. Yuan gazes at the virtual screen before him, his brow furrowed. After a few moments of silence, he mutters softly, "Damn Nikita, can there be virus links even in games?" Just moments ago, he was engaged in a hardcore extraction game, outsmarting Sango and Lao Deng. Yet upon turning, he discovered a blood-stained letter in a footbath, and, as a seasoned player, he was well acquainted with in-game items. However, he had no recollection of this letter. Driven by curiosity, he clicked to open it, revealing a mysterious invitation to a Wasteland game, with options limited to yes and no. Without further thought, Yuan selected confirm. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in this unfamiliar place, followed by the content he just witnessed. Complaints aside, observing the strange surroundings, Yuan understood that overthinking was futile. As an enthusiast of post-apocalyptic survival, he realized he had been chosen by some entity to enter the Wasteland world. The most pressing matter now was to ascertain his condition. He appeared to be in a dental clinic, evidently ransacked, with chaotic footprints and shattered glass strewn across the floor. Only a dentist, covered in grime, lay motionless in the corner, wearing a headlamp. This must be the area he had drawn, Riot District. After listening for a few seconds without detecting any unusual sounds, it seemed temporarily safe. His gaze shifted to the virtual light screen, reminiscent of a game interface. The panel displayed 5 options: battle, survival, social, leaderboard, and special. At this moment, both the survival and social pages flashed with red dots. Upon clicking to investigate, the survival page revealed a prompt. Please promptly determine your hiding location and activate the hiding place management function. The social page opened to a chat channel, where messages were rapidly scrolling, mostly requests for help and trade information. He also noticed that speaking in the chat channel was not unrestricted. Each message, limited to 50 words, cost 10 survival points. Currently, Yuan possessed 0 survival points. Is this an attempt to increase the communication costs among players? He pondered. After examining the other pages, his gaze lingered on the leaderboard page. Hiding place leaderboard. Rows of names were displayed, arranged in order. The names varied widely, with only one standard for ranking: civilization points, which comprehensively accounted for facilities, resource reserves, regional influence, potential risks, developmental prospects, and achievements, among other factors. Since Yuan had yet to construct a hiding place, he did not have a ranking. However, Seeing the display of 9,999th place, he speculated he must be ranked 10,000th. Observing the various functional options on the virtual light screen and the distinctive names of the hiding places on the leaderboard, Yun narrowed his eyes slightly. As a seasoned survival enthusiast, a flicker of long-lost anxiety crossed his mind, and he noticed someone in the chat channel seemingly mentioning him. Beehive hiding place. The new recruits should have entered the game by now. Why haven't they built their hiding places? I wonder what area they were born in. Newcomers have been dying quite quickly lately. Tower of Babel hiding place. I hope we don't end up in a city block or polar death map. Just to be clear, no one is allowed to compete with me for this batch of newcomers. I aim to challenge for an S-rank evaluation and civilization fragments. Stag hiding place. Don't mention it. A few days ago, I almost got taken out by street thugs. Modifying an armored vehicle is just absurd. Beehive hiding place. Me too. I encountered a thug knight the other day. It nearly scared me to death. Whoever captures the newcomer can invade. Unfortunately, there's still a month left for the newbie protection period. Star-Lord hiding place. It's doubtful whether newcomers can survive today. You're all overthinking it. There's no safe place in the Wasteland world. Thugs, death maps, civilization fragments, newbie protection period, stealing newcomers. A sense of foreboding flickered through Yuan's mind. Could it be? The sound of rapid gunfire erupted outside the dental clinic, suggesting a chaotic battle in the neighboring block. He could also hear the resonating roar of car engines drawing closer. With no time to think further, Yuan concealed himself behind the wall, hiding his figure and cautiously peering out through the window. Just as he settled in, several modified off-road battle vehicles raced past the street, exchanging fire. Boom! A grenade exploded on the street, sending shrapnel and debris flying, which struck the clinic's walls and glass with a crackling sound. As Yuan peered out, a small cut appeared on his face from flying stone, prompting him to quickly withdraw his head. Once the sound of car engines faded, Yuan realized he could wait no longer. He had to find a hiding place immediately. To balance defensiveness and concealment, the most suitable locations would undoubtedly be underground structures. Subway stations, underground parking lots, and civil defense air raid shelters were all prime choices, but he quickly dismissed these options. He reasoned that others would likely think of the same locations, which might have already become stronghold for thugs. Given the current circumstances, the concealment of the hiding place was more crucial than its defensiveness. Half an hour later, as Yuan climbed down a drainage exit and found himself in a 3-meter diameter sewer tunnel, he realized he had found the right place. The center was a sewage channel, with walkways on either side. Perhaps due to the desolation of the Wasteland city, the air in the sewer, though still slightly foul, was more breathable than expected. Wearing a dental headlamp, Yuan navigated through the city's sewer network in search of the most suitable location to establish his hiding place. To his surprise, he discovered an underground space hidden between the sewer and the ground, connected by a ladder. Climbing up, it resembled an early air raid shelter, now long abandoned, filled with cobwebs and featuring an ancient brick arch structure with a complex branching layout, sturdy and at least several decades old. The air raid refuge layer, brick structure. Perhaps when the city was initially constructed, the need for wartime refuge was considered, leading to this design of dry and wet separation. However, it had long been forgotten with the passage of time. Now it became the perfect construction site for Yuan's hiding place, providing both the concealment and convenience of the sewer while mitigating the risk of sewage exposure. After careful selection, he found a concealed, open area behind a half-height archway that resembled a refuge point. This will do. He opened the virtual light screen and clicked on the option to build a hiding place. Would you like to set this location as your hiding place? Kind reminder, the choice of hiding place is crucial. Please decide carefully. Without hesitation, Yuan confirmed his choice. The hiding place is under construction 0.1.25.68.99. The archway and the open space behind it were enveloped in green data, the green light intensifying, and a green data constructed wall appeared before Yuan. As the green light faded, a wooden door embedded in the wall manifested before him. Congratulations! The hiding place has been completed. Facility management log activated. Resource management log activated. Hiding place event memorandum activated. Please quickly determine the name of your hiding place to activate the hiding place leaderboard. For this, he directly chose the game nickname he had always used, Yuan. Chapter 2. The Gifts of Fate, Green 4 City Daily. Congratulations, Yuan. Your hideout has entered the rankings, currently positioned at 10,000th place, and you have received a reward of 100 survival points. Yuan was preparing to delve deeper into the details of the hideout when a mechanical notification sounded in his ear. Detection. Hideout construction complete. Player Yuan has caught the attention of Fate and received a Fate card. What is this? A fate card? On the virtual screen, the survival page, which previously displayed only the option for hideout management, now revealed a new option, fate card. He clicked to open it. The virtual screen was illuminated by a mysterious deep purple light, and a simple wooden long box materialized in the center. Beneath the wooden box, a line of text slowly appeared. Proverb: all gifts from fate have long been marked with a price in the shadows. This line of text began to dissolve after 3 seconds, transforming into 3 options. Choose one of the 3 gifts of fate as your reward. An old dining table. Function: receive a complimentary breakfast daily, including a glass of milk and a slice of bread, with a chance of additional food items available for purchase with survival points. An old newspaper rack. Function: receive a complimentary newspaper daily, which may contain some intelligence, with a chance of additional items available for purchase with survival points. An old wooden table. Function: receive a complimentary item daily, medical supplies, energy, construction materials, electronics, tools, with a chance of additional items available for purchase with survival points. Kind reminder: upon selecting a gift, you will draw a fate card as a cost. Please choose wisely. Yu Yuan's heart raced as he gazed at the 3 options displayed on the screen. Each option captivated his attention, and he yearned for them all. Yet, such a desire was evidently unattainable. The most prudent choice would naturally be food. Selecting food was always a safe bet. However, the other 2 options, intelligence and items, were equally enticing. Intelligence could provide valuable information, while items would likely aid in the construction of the hideout. After pondering for a few moments, his gaze fixated on the old newspaper rack. He made his final decision. Though food and items offered a measure of security, the potential of intelligence was boundless. The old newspaper rack has been placed in the hideout. Please check it yourself. The wooden long box began to sway as Yu Yuan made his choice. 3 seconds later, the swaying ceased, and a long, earth-toned card adorned with mysterious patterns appeared before him. This fate card is for slaughter. Stone level slaughter card. Slaughter card, quality, stone level. The player must kill a human within 2 days or face death. As Yu Yuan's pupils dilated, he swiftly comprehended the implications of the so-called gifts of fate and the price marked upon them. To embrace the gift of fate necessitated fulfilling the demands inscribed upon the fate card. Taking a deep breath, his previously anxious heart suddenly found a measure of relaxation. He pushed open the wooden door that concealed his refuge, revealing a space of approximately 60 square meters, stark and empty, save for an antiquated newsstand divided into 3 tiers. Activating the virtual interface, he accessed the management page of his sanctuary. Yu Yuan's refuge. Rank 10,000. Owner: Yu Yuan. Area: 60. Security level: 0. Comfort level: 0. Energy level: 0. Defense level: 0. Sanitation level: 0. The facility management log displayed numerous options for facility construction, security, rest area, water collector, ventilation, among more than 20 construction projects. However, all were marked as unbuildable, prompting Yu Yuan to examine each in turn. Rest area level 1 floor. Construction materials: 1 lighter, 1 yoga mat, 3 old cloths. Security level 1 dilapidated door. Construction materials: 10 units of wood, 1 screwdriver, 15 screws, 2 hinges. Restroom level 1. Reviewing the details only intensified the urgency within him. Resources, and more resources. To establish a refuge, a vast quantity of supplies was imperative, alongside provisions of food and water, which must be procured today. Otherwise, as his physical condition deteriorated by tomorrow, the search for resources would become increasingly arduous. From the information gleaned in the chat channel and the fierce intensity of skirmishes with marauders, Yu Yuan understood that his only hope of acquiring supplies lay in the cover of night. Daylight was out of the question. A stray sniper or marauder could easily end his life. This underscored the advantage of his refuge being situated within the sewer system, an intricate network threading through the city, free from the threat of snipers. The virtual panel displayed the time. It was now 4:32 p.m., with only 2 or 3 hours until dusk. Time was of the essence. He had to act swiftly. His gaze fell upon the sole item in the room, the worn newsstand, which bore a neatly stacked newspaper. All hope rested upon this. Unfolding the newspaper, he found much of the text blurred, as if tainted by ink, yet 2 passages remained distinctly legible. A surge of joy filled Yu Yuan as he began to read. Green Forest City Daily. Date: Day 1 of the Wasteland calendar. Weather: clear turning to overcast, with a forecast for light acid rain at 11:50 p.m., expected to last half an hour. Temperature: 19. 26. Publisher: Wasteland Fate Press. Neighborhood News section. Quality, rock solid. Danger level, low. At 2:45 p.m. today, a gunfight erupted at 48 Wood Street in District 13 of E-City, leading to a chase throughout the urban area, resulting in the tragic deaths of 8 individuals and injuries to 7 others. Investigations revealed that the Wood apartment served as a surveillance outpost for the rebel prison established in District 13, which was raided and dismantled by the Black Shield Police Department, seizing all supplies and setting tripwire traps at the entrances of rooms 401 and 402. However, a small quantity of supplies remained unaccounted for in rooms 408, 503, and 506. The apartment has been marked by nearby vagrants, who plan to explore it after nightfall. Upon reading the news, Yu Yuan took a deep breath to suppress his excitement. The rebel prison and the Black Shield Police Department were likely the 2 factions involved in the gunfight and chase that occurred 2 hours prior, with the timeline aligning perfectly. This was the event of the day. His gaze shifted downward, and his heartbeat quickened. A small amount of supplies remained in rooms 408, 503, and 506, marked by the city's vagrants. The precise information regarding these supplies, along with the potential dangers, made Yu Yuan genuinely grateful for his decision to take refuge in the dilapidated newsstand. The danger level was assessed as low. Vagrants? His eyes fell upon the ochre fate card displayed on the screen, his expression sharpening with intensity. Chapter 3. Looting the Dead. The Spoils of War. A dogleg knife. At 7:35 p.m., as dusk began to settle, Yu Yuan cautiously lifted a manhole cover near the dentist's office to observe the situation outside, recalling the direction from which the gunfire had originated. He remembered that the shots came from the 2 o'clock position relative to the dentist's office, indicating that he should search in that direction, not too far away. After patiently waiting for over 10 minutes, the sun had completely set, enveloping the city in darkness. Yu Yuan deftly climbed out of the manhole, carefully replacing the cover ajar. Taking advantage of the dim twilight, he moved toward the direction where the gunfire had been heard. As he checked street signs and confirmed his bearings, he proceeded with a steady pace, stopping occasionally. More than half an hour later, he found himself crouched in the greenery by the roadside, using the half-height bushes to conceal his presence as he gazed at the wreckage of a modified combat vehicle a few meters away. Realizing that he had arrived at the Wood apartment, the ground was littered with remnants of explosions and combat, and the acrid scent of gunpowder lingered close to the earth. Dark clouds swirled in the sky, revealing a slender crescent moon that cast a faint light upon the street. Yu Yuan did not rush to emerge. Instead, he pressed himself lower, remaining completely still. He was uncertain of when the vagrants would arrive, how many there might be, or if anyone was already observing him from the shadows. He dare not take risks, opting instead to prepare for the worst-case scenario by swiftly surveying and memorizing his surroundings while there was still light. Minutes later, the crescent moon was once again obscured by clouds, plunging the street back into darkness and significantly reducing visibility. Now was the moment. As darkness descended, Yuan silently rose to his feet, crouching low and stealthily making his way towards the Wudong apartment. It was only after he slipped through the entrance and pressed himself against the wall that he became acutely aware of his heart racing. As if on the verge of explosion, taking rapid, deep breaths, he endeavored to suppress his anxiety through constant self-affirmation. As an enthusiast of survival scenarios, Yuan had envisioned such moments countless times, yet the chasm between imagination and reality was insurmountable. The theories were clear, but his body and mind required time to adapt. As his emotions gradually settled, Yuan dared not linger. Each second before the arrival of the scavengers was invaluable. Navigating in the dark, he located the staircase leading to the upper floors, distancing himself from the apartment's periphery. However, as he reached the corner of the staircase from the first to the second floor, something snagged at his foot, nearly sending him sprawling to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, he flicked on his headlamp to assess the situation. Upon seeing the scene below, he gasped, instinctively retreating. To his horror, 2 lifeless bodies lay sprawled on the ground, riddled with bullet holes and surrounded by a pool of blood. On the very first day of the game, he was thrust into such a thrilling scenario, but in the next instant, his gaze froze, pupils dilating as he focused on the connection between the bodies and the ground. What lay beneath them? He hurried forward, pushing the corpses aside to reveal a concealed dagger. Despite the bloodstains, he felt no aversion, simply wiping it clean on the bodies before seizing it. Was this a dogleg knife? A look of delight crossed his face. With a few swift motions, he found it remarkably comfortable to wield. The additional weight on the back of the blade promised greater cutting power. At last, He possessed a weapon for self-defense. Did this count as scavenging from the deceased? Human nature is peculiar. Often, a shift in mindset occurs in an instant. Although Yuan was indeed filled with dread at the sight of the dead, the prospect of scavenging was far too familiar. The fear that had once lingered in his gaze now transformed into a palpable hunger for resources. Without further hesitation, he confirmed that the headlamp's brightness would not attract attention from outside the apartment. He disregarded the blood and began to search the bodies for supplies. 2 minutes later, he looked down at his findings and smiled. 1 lighter, 1 crushed instant noodle pack, 7 Marlboro cigarettes, and 1 Snickers bar. He had not found any firearms or ammunition, likely taken by the Black Shield Police Department. Nevertheless, these acquisitions brought him considerable satisfaction. At least he had procured food. After restoring the bodies to their previous positions and cleaning the blood from his shoes, he ascended the stairs. According to the newspaper, 8 individuals had perished in this conflict. And with no bodies visible at the apartment entrance, it was highly probable that the remaining corpses were hidden within the building. In this regard, Yuan harbored no particular obsession. His sole destination was the 3 supply rooms, while the corpses were merely left to fate. He needed to hasten his pace, for safely retrieving the supplies took precedence over all else. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he produced a blood-stained white cloth torn from a corpse, wrapping it around his headlamp. The once bright and focused beam dimmed to a scattered glow, illuminating only within a meter's reach, significantly reducing the likelihood of detection. Ascending to the 4th floor, it was evident that this place had witnessed a fierce battle, with walls riddled with bullet holes and marks of explosions. Makeshift defensive walls constructed from sandbags were still visible. The stairway was enveloped in darkness, and after listening intently for 2 minutes without hearing any sounds, Yuan cautiously stepped onto the 4th floor. Scattered across the corridor were 3 corpses of the assailants, their bodies unrecognizable, rendering looting impossible. 2 long guns lay discarded on the ground, appearing to be AK-74U models, though the gun bodies were deformed and the magazines completely emptied. After a brief examination, Yuan discovered a solitary spring with some recovery value, which he pocketed. His gaze swept over the surroundings, taking in the bloodstains, bullet holes, shattered glass shards, and debris, all revealing the intensity of the prior conflict. He pushed the cans and glass shards near the stairwell, creating a rudimentary alarm trap. Should anyone tread upon the glass or kick a can, the noise would serve as a warning. He then proceeded to search for room 408, paying close attention to the location of the tripwire as he passed by rooms 401 and 402. At the door, he indeed spotted 2 gleaming threads, connecting to a grenade placed behind the door. A misstep could spell disaster, leaving no chance for escape from the impending explosion. Though he contemplated disarming the grenades, he ultimately decided against it. Too perilous. Better to prioritize safety and head to the supply room first. Soon, he located room 408, though a slight frown creased his brow. The room was in disarray, the security door peppered with bullet holes and marked by a bloodied footprint, clearly having endured a brutal confrontation. It was hard to believe this was a supply room. The intelligence must not be faulty. The supplies were likely concealed somewhere within this room. With this thought in mind, Yuan began to search swiftly. Not in the wardrobe, nor beneath the bed, and not in the bathroom either. The room was not large, and after thoroughly checking every potential hiding spot, his mood grew increasingly agitated. How could there be nothing? Yet he remained undeterred, scanning the room once more, until his gaze inadvertently landed on a particular spot. He paused, momentarily taken aback, before his eyes gleamed with realization. Chapter 4, Shadows of the City, Tidal Path, Rare Achievement. Indeed, it was here, in room 408 of Wudong apartment. Yuan pried open the aluminum ceiling panel of the bathroom, and a backpack tumbled down. As he opened it for inspection, he felt his heart racing. A folding crossbow crafted from alloy, accompanied by a specialized storage bag for crossbow bolts containing 10 pristine alloy bolts, 5 cans of beef, 3 bottles of mineral water, 2 packs of Golden Fleece cigarettes, 4 pieces of chocolate, and a multifunctional tool pliers. Now, he possessed a ranged weapon, although he was eager to load the crossbow bolts. Yuan had never wielded a crossbow before, and ultimately decided to return the others to his backpack. He understood the importance of refraining from using unfamiliar weapons when options were available. With supplies secured, the value of the previous area was now diminished. He stuffed the provisions discovered earlier into his backpack and replenished his food and hydration, revealing a look of satisfaction. Since entering the Wasteland game, he had not consumed a drop of water and was thoroughly famished. He had merely endured the hunger due to a lack of resources until now. With his hunger satiated, he felt prepared to face any unforeseen circumstances that might arise. Gazing at the time, he noted it was already 9:10 p.m. The longer he lingered, the greater the chance of encountering scavengers. Without further delay, he slung his backpack over his shoulders, gripped his dogleg knife in one hand, and held a headlamp to illuminate the ground as he exited the room. With newfound treasures in his possession, Yu Yuan became increasingly cautious and vigilant, treading lightly as he ascended to the 5th floor. Aside from a corpse at the stairwell, there were few signs of conflict here. Initially, he held little hope for the body, but the outcome astonished him. In the pockets on either side of the thighs, he unexpectedly found a screwdriver and a resealable bag. The bag contained over 20 assorted nails, including screws and long nails, which filled Yu Yuan with joy. The construction of his hideout required both a screwdriver and screws, and he was now well equipped. He stowed the items in his backpack, eagerly anticipating the next 2 supply rooms. As on the 4th floor, he carefully placed items that could produce noise, such as shards of glass and empty cans, at the stairwell of the 5th floor. Following the room numbers, he arrived at room 503. To his surprise, the door was locked, and attempts to turn the handle were futile. Was he to force the door open? This thought briefly crossed his mind before he dismissed it. What a folly. The apartments were equipped with security doors, and it would be futile to attempt to break through. Moreover, with scavengers expected to arrive soon, the noise from forcing a door would be akin to inviting disaster. Reluctantly abandoning room 503, he approached room 506, which was unlocked. However, much like room 408, the interior was disheveled, and the supplies had long been pillaged. Yet, in the corner of the bathroom, Yu Yuan spotted a bottle of toilet cleaner, a necessary material for constructing the restroom of his hideout, and naturally, he placed it in his backpack. Drawing from his experience in room 408, Yu Yuan adeptly located the hidden supplies this time. Within the toilet tank, he discovered a package tightly wrapped in black tape, roughly the size of a cup, obscuring its contents from view. Yu Yuan swiftly stowed the items into his backpack, intending to inspect them upon returning to his hideout. However, he soon realized that his double-shoulder backpack had reached its full capacity. Compounding the situation, he discovered 4 packs of Camel cigarettes, a dozen instant noodle bags, 5 or 6 cans, 3 bottles of water, 2 large bags of chocolate, net weight 147 kilograms, and a tactical axe hidden within the dusty ceiling, indicating that these supplies had been concealed for some time. The pressing issue was that he could not possibly carry all of these items. His backpack and pockets were already filled to the brim, and there was not a single sheet available in the surrounding rooms to aid him in transporting these goods. Determined not to abandon such valuable resources, Yu Yuan resolved to retreat and return later to collect the remaining supplies after clearing his backpack. Ultimately, he secured the tactical axe to the exterior of his backpack, tucked 2 packs of cigarettes into his pants, and held a large bag of chocolate in his hand. After swiftly reattaching the aluminum ceiling panels and meticulously erasing any fingerprints to obscure signs of his rummaging, he retraced his steps. Throughout his return journey, he remained vigilant. Yet he encountered no anomalies until he neared the dental clinic. He nimbly slipped into the sewer, turning his headlamp to its maximum brightness. Navigating with ease, he returned to his hideout in under 20 minutes. Rather than rushing inside, Yu Yuan carefully observed the area surrounding his hideout, inspecting the traps he had set before departing. After thoroughly checking each trap, the tension that had gripped him since he left finally eased, giving way to a smile. He had returned. Although this mission was supported by detailed intelligence, Yu Yuan had felt a sense of uncertainty before setting out. He was unsure whether he could accurately locate the Wudong apartment, evade potential dangers along the way, gather supplies before the refugees arrived, and safely return with the goods. The risk of venturing out not only included the possibility of encountering danger, but also the chance of returning empty-handed, which compounded his anxiety to unprecedented levels. Yet, Yu Yuan understood that he must locate the Wudong apartment tonight, even if it meant exhausting every ounce of effort to bring back the supplies. Failing to secure resources today would drastically diminish his chances of survival in this desolate world. He had no choice. Fortunately, despite some setbacks, the outcome was satisfactory. He had returned, laden with a full backpack of provisions. This was merely the beginning. A further cache of supplies awaited him at the Wudong apartment, destined for his hideout that very night. However, just as he joyfully pushed open the wooden door of his hideout and stepped inside with his backpack, a mechanical notification rang in his ears, startling him to his core. Hidden conditions triggered, entering the Wasteland on the first day with supplies valued at 10,000 survival points. 2 weapons, injuries light, hideout located in an underground structure, meeting conditions. Unlocking the shadow of the city title path. Reward, 1,000 survival points. Acquired title, block rat, exemplary. Achievement unlocked, the path of ascendance. Achievement points earned, 100. The leaderboard information for the hideout has been updated. Initiating a comprehensive evaluation based on initial resources, hideout facilities, regional influence, risk resistance coefficient, developmental potential, achievement bonuses, and title rarity. The current hideout ranking has been updated to 9859. A hidden condition has been triggered. Yu Yuan's eyes lit up in front of the abyss as he activated the virtual interface, witnessing his ranking soar like a rocket, ascending from the very bottom to the current position of 9,859. He felt an electric surge coursing through his body, sending shivers down his spine, as he rose a remarkable 141 places. Chapter 5, Player Reactions, Title, Urban Rodent. Yu Yuan suddenly realized that his previous understanding of the Wasteland game was rather superficial. Perhaps the hideout leaderboard was not as straightforward as he had imagined. The title path, did it imply multiple routes? He had merely just embarked on his title journey, and with 100 achievement points, his rank had already improved by 141. What kind of titles had those who ranked higher acquired? Such information remained elusive to Yu Yuan, for he could not access the data of other players. He had attempted to do so upon entering the Wasteland, only to discover the competitive, even adversarial, nature of player interactions. Once the novice protection period concluded, it was likely that those with nefarious intentions among the survivor players would be the first to seek his demise. This was not merely a wasteland. It felt akin to nurturing a venomous creature. While Yu Yuan pondered the implications of his newly unlocked title path, the chat channel experienced a ripple of excitement. The players at the bottom of the hideout leaderboard, comprising the weakest faction, faced the highest rates of elimination and mortality, as they were perceived as the most delectable prey by seasoned players. Each newcomer emerging from the protection period would attract the attention of multiple, if not dozens or hundreds, of veteran players eager to claim their targets. Thus, shortly after Yu Yuan's ranking shifted, the veteran players who constantly scoured the bottom of the leaderboard for potential victims suddenly noticed that the newcomer, who had just entered the game that day, had vanished from the last place. Those who had already marked him as a target were left bewildered. What? Where's he? Not in the bottom 50. Not in the bottom 100. Until they glimpsed that familiar name at the 9859 position. The veteran players were left dumbfounded. Burning Chariot Hideout. Wait, did I misread? Yu Yuan, the newcomer who entered the Wasteland just a few hours ago? How could he suddenly leap 141 ranks? C-Cube Hideout. Are we sure this is a newcomer? Could it possibly be a veteran? Just a few hours in, and he's already at 9,859? I'm still at 9,914. The hidden sanctuary of the hive. Quite intriguing. The concealed refuge of the fish abyss. Have you discovered any rare pathways? Do share with us. The Moss Cottage Hideaway. Indeed. Fish abyss. Esteemed player, please impart your wisdom. Should you stumble upon rare blueprints, equipment, or items, I earnestly seek to purchase them. The Lava's Sanctuary. Fish abyss. I too am in need. This dreadful place is becoming unbearable. Should you possess weapons or suitable tools for excavation, I sincerely wish to acquire them. The Gray Bear Refuge. Fish abyss. I beseech for sustenance and water. I am on the brink of demise. Please save me. The Wrathful Whale. Fish abyss. Do not trust the Moss Cottage. He is a deceiver, preying upon novices. The Moss Cottage. Wrathful Whale, you vile creature. Within the chat channel. Even though sending each message consumes 10 survival points, the relentless curiosity and pursuit of seasoned players regarding the surging ranking of the Fish Abyss Sanctuary remain unabated. They are akin to sharks that scent blood. These survival points hold no value to them. Their sole concern is whether they can extract valuable information from this newcomer. Particularly those players lagging in rank understand the arduousness of improving their standings. The significant leap in the Fish Abyss ranking could indicate either an abundance of survival resources capable of altering their dire circumstances or the triggering of special conditions leading to the discovery of rare pathways, greatly enhancing the sanctuary's potential for development. Mastery of unique resources, forging alliances with key factions, and acquiring special abilities are all plausible outcomes. They fervently yearn to ascertain whether they too can replicate this success. Despite the faint glimmer of hope, players remain expectant. What if? What if this newcomer is a fool and cannot withstand the pressure to divulge valuable insights? Yu Yuan was jolted back to reality by the continuous barrage of message notifications. Observing the frenzy and urgency of the players in the chat channel, as well as the calculations and avarice lurking beneath the surface of their words. His expression remained composed, occasionally revealing a pensive demeanor. Minutes later, the light screen dimmed. The intense emotional fluctuations caused by the rise in rank had completely subsided. Although the substantial improvement in rank indicated that Yu Yuan had embarked upon a distinct and swift path, the lurking dangers had also arisen. Those veteran players, who planned to target him as prey in a month's time, would undoubtedly develop an even greater interest and desire due to this upheaval. Understanding why the fish abyss had surged in rank was their primary objective. Subsequently, they would seek to plunder all opportunities and resources from the fish abyss, followed by his demise. This was an inevitable outcome. Yu Yuan cast a glance at the dagger strapped to his thigh, a glint of ruthless determination flashing in his eyes. At 10:53 p.m., dark clouds enveloped the sky completely. The humidity in the air was palpable. Rain was imminent. The entire city lay enveloped in darkness, punctuated only by the sporadic sound of gunfire echoing from afar. An overwhelming silence prevailed. If daylight belonged to the realm of the marauders, then the night was the domain of the mice. Those who had huddled throughout the day, vagrants, scavengers, survivors, silently emerged from their shelters, weaving through the urban landscape in search of sustenance and resources essential for survival. In this desolate environment, every morsel was invaluable, and the night was rife with skirmishes and contention in every shadowy corner. Yu Yuan glided silently through the night, his senses sharpened, his gaze as keen as a blade, scanning for potential dangers lurking in the gloom. The streets, as dark as ink, rendered visibility nearly impossible, yet within Yu Yuan's eyes, vague outlines of objects still emerged. While his night vision could not be deemed perfect, it surpassed the natural capabilities of humankind. His hearing, too, had been enhanced. Once imperceptible whispers now resonated with clarity in his ears. This remarkable acuity was a direct result of the title he had acquired, Block Rat. Title, Block Rat. Quality, excellent. Pathway affiliation, Urban Shadows. Effect, Hearing 15, Smell 10, grants dim vision in darkness. Allows slight perception of air currents within a 3-meter radius through skin hairs. Yu Yuan had not anticipated that the effects of this title would manifest so tangibly before him. Empowered by this newfound ability, he moved with increasing steadiness, deftly avoiding obstacles just before colliding with them. In the pitch-black surroundings, he felt no fear of being seen from afar, and soon found himself near the Wudong apartment complex. This time, he carried only a backpack, a dogleg knife, an alloy folding crossbow, and a dentist headlamp. Notably, after an afternoon and an entire night of use, the headlamp's battery was waning, its once bright beam now dimming. He silently lamented the need for an alternative source of light. Perhaps even a mere battery would suffice. As he prepared to approach the entrance of the Wutong apartment, a faint yawn echoed, causing Yu Yuan's heart to skip a beat. A thought flashed through his mind. Someone is inside. Chapter 6. Successful elimination of rock-solid killing card. Someone is hiding just within the apartment door. Yu Yuan recalled whether he had made any noise while approaching. He had treaded carefully, his steps light, and the steady breath of the concealed individual indicated that he had not been detected. He exhaled softly, yet his brow furrowed slightly. It had been less than an hour since he departed. When had this person arrived, and were there any companions? These questions lingered unanswered. However, the individual concealed near the apartment door was not scavenging for supplies. They were either awaiting companions or preparing to ambush an enemy. Yu Yuan positioned himself in the darkest corner of the doorway, opting to observe the unfolding situation with patience. Moments later, he distinctly heard 2 barely perceptible footsteps approaching from a distance. The footsteps quickened, and a deliberately subdued voice echoed, "Brother Biao, I'm here." A breathy reply came in the same hushed tone. Yu Yuan narrowed his eyes, relieved that he had refrained from acting impulsively, and concealed himself even deeper, allowing his breaths to slow. "How is it? Is there nothing happening over there?" One voice complained. "Not even a ghost in sight. It's pitch black. Why did it take you so long to arrive?" Frustration was palpable in Brother Biao's voice. "I had that monkey keeping watch here, and he ended up dozing off. Almost lost him." Another voice muttered in response. "Brother Biao, in this darkness, how could one see anything? Besides, with so many people dead during the day, who else would dare come here? I'm not interested in your excuses." Tell me, did you see anyone enter? The monkey hesitated for a moment before asserting. It's true it's hard to see after dark, but I was watching closely before nightfall. Not a single soul, not even a cat, has come through. Upon hearing this, Brother Biao's tone softened slightly. All right then, let us stay sharp for a while. The skirmish this afternoon was intense. There must be supplies left behind by those police officers. If we can find any abandoned guns or ammunition, we'll strike it rich. As usual, you search for the locked rooms, while the monkey and I check other areas. We'll search from the bottom up, and let us be quick about it. If anyone else shows up, don't hesitate. Act decisively. Once we're back, you can have your fun with the woman we just captured. That woman is quite the temptress. Especially with that beauty mark at the corner of her eye. It's irresistible. When we manage to capture that woman we saw the other day, it will be splendid. She has an exquisite figure. Yes, let us find where she is hiding. They chuckled lewdly as the three entered the apartment building, their footsteps fading away. Yu Yuan finally let out a long sigh of relief, feeling immensely fortunate. It was indeed wise to be cautious. There were eyes watching here. Encountering the refugees was something he had mentally prepared for, and he would not retreat because of them. This was also an opportunity. They were unaware of the supplies' locations and could only search the building. He needed to act swiftly and retrieve the supplies from room 506 before they did. After listening for several more seconds and confirming that the three had begun their search, he entered the Wudong apartment. With enhanced hearing, although the refugees were being cautious, their movements were clear to Yu Yuan. Seizing the moment, he slipped into the stairwell, heading towards the 5th floor. He arrived at room 506, re-entered the bathroom, and stuffed the previously left supplies into his backpack, preparing to leave. However, just as he reached the stairwell, footsteps from below echoed, moving up to the 3rd floor. So soon? Yu Yuan was taken aback. Weren't they supposed to start searching from the 1st floor? How could they reach the 3rd floor so quickly? He soon realized that the individual named Qi was tasked with locating locked rooms. He was a locksmith. Wait, locked rooms? A locksmith? As Yu Yuan turned to glance at room 503, a myriad of thoughts coursed through his mind, leading him to a resolute decision. Perhaps an opportunity awaited. He promptly pivoted and retraced his steps to room 504, concealing his backpack before gripping a dog-legged knife and crouching silently behind the door, eyes closed in quiet anticipation. The room was enveloped in darkness, the impending storm creating an oppressive atmosphere that made breathing feel laborious. Before long, footsteps echoed on the 5th floor, causing Yu Yuan's eyes to snap open. They had arrived. The footsteps were erratic, occasionally interrupted by the sound of a flashlight switch, indicating that the intruder was searching for locked rooms. Soon, a dim beam of light swept across the open doorway of room 504, ultimately resting upon the locked security door of room 503. The sound of keys jingled in the corridor. There's another one here. The intruder, with a flashlight clenched between his teeth, produced lock-picking tools and crouched before the door of room 503, manipulating the lock. The lockpick danced within the keyhole as he closed his eyes, focusing entirely on the sensation of the spring inside the lock. However, unbeknownst to him, Yu Yuan had silently approached from behind, motionless as a statue. A few seconds later, with a click, the door ceiling room 503 swung open automatically, and a glimmer of triumph appeared in the intruder's eyes. Yet, at that moment, Yu Yuan sprang into action. His hand reached out from behind, covering the intruder's mouth. The flashlight was shoved into his mouth, leaving him no chance to resist. The cold blade sliced through the throat, and a torrent of blood gushed forth, bubbling ominously. The intruder struggled, but Yu Yuan maintained a firm grip, his gaze piercing. Before long, the intruder ceased to struggle. He was dead, at the instant of his last breath. A dusty yellow fate card materialized before Yu Yuan, accompanied by an exotic bijum resonating in his mind, steeped in mystery. The fate card trembled violently, its vibrations escalating from subtle to intense. The rhythm of the background music quickened, rising to a fever pitch, synchronizing with Yu Yuan's heartbeat, which thudded like a drum. Finally, as the music reached its crescendo, a voice resonated within his mind like an explosion. Crack! The violently shaking fate card fractured, crimson droplets seeping from a break. The scent of blood wafting to his nostrils. The rock-level slaughter card has been eliminated. The music ceased. The fate card vanished. Yet the metallic tang of blood lingered in the air. A mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Fate card rock-level slaughter card elimination successful. Fate point 1. Detected that the target possesses valuable options. Do you wish to plunder? Requires 1 fate point. Plunder? Yu Yuan gazed down at the lifeless body. 3 blood-red options materializing before him. 1 skill, theft, excellent. 2 skill, climbing, average. 3 skill, lockpicking, average. Upon seeing the final option, Yu Yuan decisively selected to plunder option 3. Destiny Point 1, skill acquired. Lockpicking, basic. On the virtual screen, the previously empty combat page now prominently displays a new skill, basic lockpicking. The kill card possesses such an effect. An unexpected delight caused a slight upturn at the corners of Yu Yuan's mouth. However, upon noticing the corpses at his feet and the ajar door, he swiftly suppressed this joy, reverting to a state of caution. It was not yet time to celebrate. Returning to room 504 to retrieve his backpack, he dragged the corpse into room 503. After scanning the corridor alertly from side to side, he shut the door firmly. Chapter 7. Room 503 Key. Discovering high-value supplies. Room 503 of the Wudong apartment is quite similar to other rooms, a 30-square-meter studio with an independent bathroom and balcony. Yu Yuan closed the door and, disregarding the nausea, extracted a flashlight from the key's mouth. After a brief wipe to remove the blood, he surveyed every corner of the room, including beneath the bed, inside the wardrobe, and behind the door. Simultaneously, he drew all the curtains to obscure any light source, confirming the absence of danger. He approached the corpse and began the traditional art of looting. The key only possessed a fabric crossbody bag containing an assortment of miscellaneous items, a length of wire, a ballpoint pen, 2 batteries, a dagger, 2 small blocks of compressed biscuits, and a small cloth pouch. Within the pouch lay several different lockpicking tools, which filled Yu Yuan with joy. Along with the lockpick held tightly in the key's grasp, he stowed everything into the pockets of his clothing. The crossbody bag, though slightly stained with blood, was folded and stored away. Yu Yuan was unconcerned. In the Wasteland, such containers as backpacks are undoubtedly scarce and precious, and he could not afford to discard any. Even if he had no immediate need, they might serve as valuable trade items later. Having completed his looting, his attention shifted back to the room. Compared to others, it was relatively clean and tidy, yet signs of a hasty escape were evident. The room's occupant appeared to be a single male. The bathroom's toiletries were few: shampoo, body wash, facial cleanser, men's facial masks, toothpaste, and a toothbrush lay scattered on the sink. Yu Yuan collected all these items into his backpack, as they were scarce resources, including the shower curtain and neatly folded towels. His double-shoulder backpack was once again filled to capacity, primarily due to the large shower curtain occupying half the space. Fortunately, Yu Yuan had anticipated such a scenario beforehand, but he needed to make an attempt. He opened the virtual screen's special page, locking onto the Wasteland trading hall page, a feature he had discovered while studying the virtual screen earlier that afternoon, akin to a flea market where players could trade. Would you like to spend 1,000 survival points to join the Wasteland trading hall? Yu Yuan frowned slightly. This was precisely the reason he had hesitated to join earlier. Had it not been for the accidental activation of the City Shadow title route, he would lack even the qualification to trade with others. Even now, he barely had 1,100 survival points in total. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was financially drained. Though reluctant, Yuan ultimately chose to confirm his decision. Sooner or later, one must take action. The earlier, the more one can relish the experience. Congratulations, Yuan has joined the Wasteland Trading Hub, where he can now engage in transactions with other players. He proceeded to list the shower curtain, uncertain of its exact value, and with no time to research. He simply set the price at 2,000 survival points. To him, this was an exorbitant sum, but if someone were willing to pay it, he would gladly accept the deal. Even if no one traded, it mattered little. Freeing up space in his backpack was his primary concern. The notification read, "Successfully listed. The maximum listing duration is 12 hours. Please be mindful of the transaction time. For every hour exceeded, a storage fee of 5 of the transaction price will be charged. If the excess is less than an hour, it will be rounded up to 1 hour." Upon reading this message, Yuan squinted slightly. Remarkably, it had worked. Although the criteria for joining the trading hub were absurdly high, it was still worth it. He glanced back at his backpack and noticed that the remaining items were either too small to warrant listing or consisted of essential goods such as cigarettes and chocolate, hard currency in this wasteland, which he was reluctant to part with, even at inflated prices. Ultimately, he listed a few larger toiletries at a price of 500 survival points each. As he always said, selling was not a loss. If unsold, he would simply use them himself. After inspecting the bathroom ceiling and water tank without discovering any hidden supplies, he decided to move on. Room 503 featured a rather simple layout, a bed, a nightstand, a wardrobe, and a writing desk. The only notable item was a metal cabinet in the corner with 3 locked drawers. Yun first packed the bedding and mattress to list them at the trading hub, but was met with a notification that the operation could not be completed. The plan to empty the room had failed. With a slight pout, he abandoned the idea. The wardrobe contained only a short-sleeved shirt and a long coat, which he accepted without hesitation, as he was in desperate need of clean clothing. His current outfit was marred with stains and blood after a day of wear. He stuffed the clothes into his backpack and approached the writing desk, which had 3 drawers and a single-door cabinet. Upon opening the cabinet, he was pleasantly surprised to find a half bag of powdered soy milk containing over 20 small packets. For him, this was a generous gift. Soy milk was not only high in calories, but also rich in protein and fat, making it an excellent nutritional source in this harsh world. The taste of powdered soy milk was a delightful luxury amidst the wasteland. Such a treasure. He would never consider listing. Instead, he stuffed it all into his backpack. In the desk drawers, he found a few books and notes, which he briefly perused before deciding to list them as well, hoping they might contain useful information. However, after listing the desk lamp, the trading hub suddenly sent a notification. Current listing capacity is full. What? Yun immediately checked and realized that he currently possessed only level 1 access, which permitted him to list a mere 15 items simultaneously. To augment this limit, he would need to upgrade his permissions, requiring a total of 2,000 survival points to attain level 2 access. Damn! Was the next step to upgrade to SVIP membership as well? Yun felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Fortunately, the primary large items in this room had already been listed. The only item left unexamined was a locked metal cabinet. He retrieved his unlocking tools, inserting the lockpick into the keyhole. As if by instinct, he could sense the intricate structure of the lock mechanism, intuitively understanding how to open such a device. In less than a minute, he had successfully opened all 3 locked drawers. The treasures within the first 2 drawers were a delightful surprise for Yun. The first drawer contained 1 hand-cranked flashlight radio, 2 windproof candles, 2 batteries, and 1 adjustable wrench. The second drawer held 1 car emergency kit. The hand-cranked flashlight radio was specifically designed for disaster preparedness. Roughly the size of a brick, combining hand-crank power generation, solar charging, LED lighting, and radio functionalities. The car emergency kit included various supplies, such as a tourniquet, trauma bandages, elastic bandages, antiseptic wipes, and a rescue blanket, enough to manage bleeding, dressing, immobilization, disinfection, and prevent hypothermia in common emergency situations. As a survival enthusiast, Yun was intimately familiar with these items, even possessing more than 1 set of emergency gear at home. With these 2 essentials, his chances of survival in the wasteland would significantly increase, particularly with the addition of the car emergency kit, which bestowed upon him a certain level of risk management capability. Both items were relatively bulky, necessitating that he carry his messenger bag in front of him, stowing the soy milk powder, windproof candles, batteries, and other small items inside. The hand-cranked flashlight radio, car emergency kit, and adjustable wrench were crammed into his backpack, leaving both bags brimming with supplies. He quickly opened the third drawer, acutely aware that the other 2 refugees could arrive at any moment. Time was of the essence. However, just as Yun touched the contents of the drawer, an unexpected notification jolted him to attention. Ding! High-value materials detected. Chapter 8. New optimized path for hiding place, traps. Ding! High-value materials detected. A new optimized path for the hiding place has been discovered. Would you like to add this optimized path to the ventilation system construction list? What? Yun removed the items from the drawer, his expression one of astonishment. What could possibly warrant such a special notification from the system? A new optimized path. Upon examining the object in his hand, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Was this a blueprint? There was no time to linger. He hastily shoved the item into his backpack. With this, Yun had collected all the supplies in room 503, checking once more for any omissions before directing his gaze towards the curtains. Such a substantial piece of fabric serves as an excellent material for both concealment and alteration. Just as he was preparing to take action, the sound of rolling cans echoed through the corridor, causing a flicker of alertness in Yun's eyes. Someone had arrived, and they were quick. Cautiously approaching the door, he pressed his ear against it to listen. Kiki, are you there? A deliberately lowered voice resonated from the stairwell. It was the voice of the monkey. Kiki. Before the monkey could continue, Brother Biao interrupted him. All right, they're probably upstairs. Let us go take a look. Good. The 2 voices faded away, and Yun squinted, his gaze flickering as he focused intently on the door, as if trying to see through it. Thoughts raced through his mind. The two had ascended the stairs. Was this not the perfect opportunity to leave? Otherwise, once they realized the key was missing, they would certainly return to search, and the bloodstains at the door would reveal the situation at a glance. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yu Yuan made a swift decision. He secured his backpack on his back, ensuring it was firmly in place, and adjusted his messenger bag in front of him, shortening the straps to facilitate movement. He drew a folding crossbow and bolts from his waist, loading the bow, and secured a dagger on the outer side of his thigh, easily accessible for immediate use. With everything prepared, he carefully opened the door, the crossbow leading the way as he moved steadily and swiftly towards the staircase. Now was the time to leave, unscathed and fully equipped. This was the optimal outcome, as long as he could escape the Wudong apartment. The darkness and wind outside would offer him cover. In such a vast city, it would be nearly impossible for them to find him, no matter how he contemplated it. Departing now was the best choice. Hesitation would only lead to defeat. By the time the two regained their composure, a confrontation would be inevitable. Brother Biao and his companion possessed only a few supplies. Why would he risk his life against them, when the risk does not correspond to the reward? Retreat is the wisest course. This operation was a 60-40 split in his favor. Arriving at the stairwell, he found it cloaked in darkness. The faint illumination from his title provided just enough visibility for Yu Yuan to discern the outline of the stairs in the pitch-black environment. After listening for several seconds, the eerie silence of the stairwell became oppressive, causing Yu Yuan to furrow his brow. This was unusual. With two people searching upstairs, there should be some commotion. A troubling thought crossed his mind. Leaving swiftly was paramount. No longer hesitating, he minimized his footsteps as he moved towards the stairs, keeping his crossbow aimed at the sixth-floor staircase in case the two suddenly appeared. Although he had only practiced a few times in hiding, firing the crossbow was straightforward. Yu Yuan was confident he could hit any target within 5 meters. As he approached the stairs, he had barely taken a couple of steps when a beam of flashlight illuminated the space between the 4th and 5th floors, instantly transforming the stairwell into a scene of daylight. The monkey, spotting Yu Yuan, flashed a cruel smile, saying, "Brother Biao, this dog has indeed come out. Let us deal with him." The moment the flashlight in Yu Yuan's hand flickered to life, he suddenly realized he had forgotten the potential threats lurking downstairs. Fortunately, he had already devised an escape strategy for the worst-case scenario in his mind. Thus, as the monkey emitted a startled cry, the crossbow, initially aimed at the upper floor, was swiftly redirected downward. Upon seeing the crossbow, the malevolent and fierce glint in the monkey's eyes transformed into sheer clarity. The fear that had yet to coalesce within him was interrupted as he could only utter a single exclamation, "Damn." With a resounding thud, the crossbow bolt pierced through the monkey's throat, blood gushing forth. The monkey clutched at his neck, disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Yu Yuan, collapsing to the ground. In the instant the bolt was released, Yu Yuan switched the crossbow to his left hand while his right hand gripped a dogleg knife, casting his gaze toward the 6th floor. However, when he discerned the weapon in Brother Biao's grasp, his pupils constricted sharply, and a chill ran down his spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and leaped down the stairs, propelled by sheer instinct. As he descended, a tremendous force slammed into his back, causing him to stumble midair and nearly lose his footing. Yet, he dared not linger. He scrambled downwards with a frantic urgency. The sound of gunfire echoed through the corridor. Bang. Bang bang. What the hell? Yu Yuan's thoughts raced. A firearm? This was utterly against the rules of engagement. He felt death brush past him, adrenaline surging through his system, leaving his body tingling with an electric sensation. Fortunately, Yu Yuan's quick reflexes and decisive action against the monkey had afforded him a fleeting chance at survival. Though he felt as if he had been shot in the back, he sensed no pain. Perhaps he was unscathed. His mind churned rapidly. Brother Biao wielded a gun, an unforeseen complication. The furious roars and the sounds of pursuit echoed behind him, the distance narrowing to a mere 10 meters. His previous plan had crumbled. To turn his back on Brother Biao at this range was akin to presenting himself as a target. No, he could not expose his back to Brother Biao. The risk was too great. What to do? What to do? Though only a second had elapsed, it felt like an eternity, under the looming threat of death. His mind grew increasingly calm and rational. With a thud, he landed on the 4th floor. At that moment, his breath caught. An audacious idea sparked within him. Hearing Brother Biao leap behind him, He wasted no time, pivoting and dashing into the fourth-floor corridor. Bang, bang. 2 bullets grazed his body, striking the wall nearby, and he could feel the debris splintering around him. Damn it, where do you think you're going? Brother Biao's frantic shout trailed behind him. The loss of the key and the monkey had driven him to the brink of madness. Losing 2 accomplices in this desolate world was nothing short of a nightmare. Yet, what gnawed at Brother Biao the most was the sight of the bulging backpack slung over that man's shoulder during their brief encounter, clearly brimming with supplies. Regardless of the type of supplies, in Biao's eyes, there was but a singular thought: seize them. As for people, they were merely to be eliminated. Chapter 9. Pursuit, Counterattack, Ambush. Beyond 7 paces, his firearm was swift. Within 7 paces, it was both rapid and precise. A counterattack? Unthinkable. To Biao, that individual was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. The outcome was devoid of any surprises. This was a confidence born from the lies he had extinguished under his gun. It was this very confidence that compelled Biao to relentlessly pursue Yuan, especially upon witnessing his panicked flight into the 4th floor, further solidifying Biao's conviction. Escape? I shall see where you flee. The thought of that backpack filled with supplies ignited a sense of urgency within him. He pursued without hesitation, only to find the individual had taken refuge in a room. Without a moment's pause, he dashed inside, only to see the man leaping towards the balcony, squeezing behind the wall, curling up with his hands over his ears. Just as he sensed something amiss, a barely perceptible sound reached his ears. A faint thud. It was the sound of a spring being released. As he followed the direction of the sound, his pupils dilated in horror upon recognizing the fist-sized object in the corner of the wall. Before he could react, boom, a towering inferno erupted within the room. The shockwave from the explosion shattering everything inside. Biao's charred body collapsed to the ground, his legs obliterated, lifeless beyond resurrection. Thick smoke and flames enveloped the entire room, dazzling in the darkness of the surrounding streets. The attention of scavengers, survivors, and the destitute searching for supplies was drawn to this sudden explosion. As they gazed upon the roaring flames and billowing smoke, some observed, some retreated, some pondered, some felt both greed and fear, while others melted into the shadows. Coughing, Yuan shook off the dust from his clothing and shook his head. His ears were ringing. Fortunately, the balcony of the room was open air, thus the situation was manageable. Observing the chaos within, he felt a pang of fear. Had it not been for the low wall separating the apartment from the balcony, he too would have met his demise. Noting the flames within the room, Yuan recognized the necessity of an immediate departure. The commotion had been too loud. Gunfire and the explosion would surely attract a multitude of onlookers. He picked up his crossbow from the ground, loaded the bolt, and gripped his dagger firmly. As he navigated past the burning wooden curtains, he caught sight of Biao's charred corpse. The handgun lay beside him. Without pausing for a thorough inspection, he tucked it into his waistband and quickly rifled through Biao's belongings, disregarding their nature. He stuffed everything he could find into his pockets. As the smoke thickened around him, ultimately, he discovered Biao's backpack, which was only half full and clinked with uncertain contents. Nonetheless, Yuan was not one to be choosy. Without further delay, he pulled out the bolt, secured his acquisitions, and raced down the stairs. The tactical knife was not to be returned to the outer thigh. With his left hand gripping a backpack and his right hand wielding a cocked crossbow, he descended to the 1st floor of the apartment. Just as he was about to exit the stairwell, a sudden prickling sensation coursed through him as the air in front surged ominously. Without a moment to ponder, he propelled himself backward, halting abruptly, tilting his head back and tucking his chin slightly. At that instant, a glimmer of cold steel sliced through the air, narrowly grazing his scalp and severing a few strands of hair. However, his assailant reacted with equal swiftness, sensing the first strike had missed. They were determined not to forfeit the opportunity. With a deft twist of the wrist, the blade arced back towards his neck, the attack as swift as lightning. If it landed, it would surely result in grave injury or death. Yet, Yu Yuan had already anticipated this. He swung his backpack forcefully towards the attacker's face, successfully thwarting the assault. His right hand, firmly grasping the crossbow, was poised to unleash a bolt. Yet, the adversary remained exceedingly cautious, having missed their initial strike. They retreated without hesitation, dissolving back into the shadows, denying Yu Yuan any chance for counterattack. This is troublesome. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Yu Yuan's forehead as he found himself trapped in the 1st floor corridor. Such a meticulous foe posed a greater challenge than even the most reckless of adversaries. They would not easily find themselves in perilous situations. And with only the crossbow at his disposal, delivering a fatal blow would prove difficult. The most pressing concern was the possibility of more individuals converging on this location, eager to claim share of the spoils. This was a wasteland, after all, where many risked their lives for resources. If he remained cornered here, the situation would inevitably worsen with the passage of time. Fortunately, it seemed he was dealing with a solitary opponent. Otherwise, they would not be so cautious. What he needed now was not to engage in combat, but to escape swiftly. Yu Yuan understood this imperative. Suddenly, the corridor was illuminated, casting light upon half of a face hidden behind the wall. Taking a deep breath, Yu Yuan noted the adversary's vigilance. The backpack he had previously discarded was now in their possession, shielding their lower face. Their body was entirely concealed behind the wall. How meticulous! And what a gaze that was! Though only one eye was visible, it evoked the image of a wolf pack, calm, feral, wary, exuding absolute confidence and aggression. The opponent's gaze fixated on the crossbow, then roamed over Yu Yuan, particularly lingering on his waist and outer thigh. What were they searching for? Surely not a handgun? No wonder they were so cautious. This thought flashed through Yu Yuan's mind, and realization dawned upon him. However, now was not the time for contemplation. He spoke in a low, steady voice. Friend, our stalemate here serves no one's interests. I cannot take these supplies. You may take the contents of that backpack as a token of our meeting. What do you say? Of course. Yu Yuan did not harbor illusions that a mere proposition would compel the other to depart. After all, this was negotiation. One must not only offer benefits to the other party, but also display one's own might. Is that not so? The adage that truth resides within the range of cannons holds true in the present circumstances. He adjusted the crossbow in his grasp. Of course, if you wish to engage in battle, I shall oblige. At this distance, while it is highly improbable that the crossbow bolt could kill you, the tip has been deliberately contaminated with feces. Should you be struck, even if you manage to procure antibiotics, the experience would be far from pleasant, and without them, you may well await your demise. Indeed, upon hearing these words, the opponent's gaze narrowed abruptly, though it quickly returned to normal. Yet, Yu Yuan could not be mistaken. Despite his growing urgency, he maintained a calm demeanor as he regarded the other, exuding a resolve akin to that of a man prepared to face death. This was a battle of wits. So what do you believe? Will you take the supplies and depart? Or will you risk infection and engage me in combat, ultimately benefiting others? As the words settled, the corridor fell into silence. Yu Yuan shifted his weight downward, bracing himself for a desperate struggle. Although it was likely that the other would choose to leave with the supplies, one must always prepare for the worst. Fortunately, the situation did not unfold in the most dire direction. Very well, the man's voice rang out. Chapter 10, Firearms, Colt M1911A1. Very well, the man's voice echoed. Yet, this did not bring Yu Yuan joy. A hand extended, pointing at his feet. But I need that. What? Yu Yuan paused, taking a step back, his gaze dropping to the floor. It was then he noticed a small tear in the fabric of the crossbody bag at his chest, from which 2 packets of soy mill powder had fallen. They had been sliced open moments ago. Realization dawned on Yu Yuan. However, the other's demand bewildered him. While the soy mill powder was indeed nutritious, why would he specifically request this item? His gaze landed on the pink hair tie around the opponent's wrist, and suddenly, understanding washed over him. All right, I can give you a maximum of 10 packets of soy mill powder, for I need it as well. After a 2-second silence, the man nodded slightly. Deal. The 10 packets of soy mill powder were carefully placed on the ground by Yu Yuan. You may clear the path, one side apart. These items are yours. The opponent nodded slightly, retreating while maintaining a concealed posture. Yu Yuan lowered his crossbow, retaining the capability to counterattack without instilling a sense of threat in the other. The two moved in tandem, and moments later, Yu Yuan had exited the stairwell, the apartment entrance not far ahead, while the other remained hidden behind a wall. Regrettably, excessive caution had deprived him of the opportunity to eliminate his foe. He sighed inwardly. Noticing the opponent's vigilant gaze, Yu Yuan nodded slightly, switching off his flashlight, and the building was once again engulfed in darkness. As darkness descended, Yu Yuan transformed into a bolt loose from a bowstring, darting from the Wutong apartment and merging into the shadows of the street. Although burdened with 2 backpacks and surrounded by darkness as thick as ink, Yu Yuan moved with an instinctual grace, as if guided by an internal navigation system, skillfully avoiding obstacles just before collision. However, after sprinting a few dozen meters, he suddenly halted, crouching behind a trash bin, remaining perfectly still. His ears functioned like radar, capturing every sound, while his crossbow remained poised for immediate action. Behind him, muffled cries echoed, a cacophony that persisted for over a minute before finally subsiding. Not daring to linger, he cautiously made his way towards the dental clinic, occasionally hearing the distant crack of gunfire, fleeting and elusive. The return journey proved relatively smooth. Just as he lifted the manhole cover, a clap of thunder resonated in the sky, and a drop of rain fell on his arm, causing him to furrow his brow. Yet, with no time for concern, he swiftly descended into the sewer and secured the cover. Hiding in the shadows 5 meters away, he waited for 5 minutes to ensure he was not followed before stowing his crossbow and approaching his refuge, where the rain had touched his skin. A slight sting was felt, and upon inspecting with his flashlight, he noted a faint redness. Acid rain. Indeed, the environment was truly harsh. He frowned slightly. Fortunately, he had returned in good time, having only been lightly doused, which posed minimal risk, though disinfection was imperative. He meticulously checked the perimeter defenses he had set around his hideout, finding no issues. Pushing open the wooden door of his refuge, he unloaded his backpacks and lit a windproof candle, illuminating the space. As he collapsed onto the ground, he became acutely aware of the soreness in his muscles. The previous skirmishes and the heightened vigilance during his resource extraction had constituted a strenuous workout for a modern individual newly acquainted with the Wasteland, leaving him mentally exhausted. Yet, gazing at the supplies and the 2 fully laden backpacks, Yu Yuan felt that every effort was worthwhile. He activated the virtual interface. At the moment he successfully escaped from the Wudong apartment, a prompt had sounded in his ear, but he had been too pressed for time to check it. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what the notification might be. Could his ranking have improved? As he scrutinized the information displayed, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Detected that the player has completed a negotiation through interaction, resolving a crisis and ensuring a safe withdrawal. Gained the exceptional skill Persuasion. Rewarded with 200 survival points. So it can be done. Yu Yuan found it somewhat astonishing. Indeed, on the combat page under skills alongside the ordinary lockpicking skill, a new entry appeared. Persuasion, exceptional. Skill effect, passive during negotiations and communication, it becomes easier to perceive the psychological shifts and verbal inconsistencies of the counterpart, increasing the likelihood of acceptance of one's viewpoint by 30. Yu Yuan straightened up suddenly. So that is how it works. In the realm of the Wasteland game, the dynamics of combat transcend mere physical confrontation. They encompass psychological warfare, linguistic deception, information asymmetry, and intelligence manipulation. Anything conceivable can be employed in this environment. The operational scope is vast, yet the corresponding difficulty of survival escalates dramatically. Ultimately, the most unpredictable element remains the human heart. Each subsequent step forward necessitates heightened caution. Having acquired a new skill, albeit a passive one, he was rewarded with an additional 200 survival points, lifting Yu Yuan's spirits considerably. He promptly removed all supplies from the shelves of the Tao Tao cave. The mattress was placed directly on the floor, and bedding was discarded, providing at least a semblance of a resting spot. However, he was already covered in blood and grime from the materials he had collected, and having only entered the Wasteland game that afternoon, he now bore the appearance of a vagabond. Summoning his resolve, he began to organize the spoils of the day. Yu Yuan noticed the bullet hole that had appeared on his backpack, and the wrench within bore a dent from a bullet, along with a fragmented round. A wave of trepidation washed over him. It was indeed perilous. The wrench had undoubtedly saved his life. Although he also possessed a hand-crank flashlight radio and a vehicle first aid kit, these items would scarcely provide any protection against gunfire, merely serving as a buffer at best. Among the most valuable supplies were the hand-crank flashlight radio, the vehicle first aid kit, cigarettes, and the pistol belonging to Biaoge. Yet, without a doubt, the object of his keenest interest was that very pistol. A holographic display materialized, revealing the weapon's details. Colt M1911A1. Type, handgun. Firing mode, single shot. Effective range, 50 meters. Ammunition caliber, 45 ACP. Magazine capacity, 7 rounds. The Colt M1911A1 is a classic firearm, prominently featured in numerous films and games. And as a seasoned player of the genre, Yu Yuan was well acquainted with it. Upon inspecting the magazine and chamber, he discovered only one bullet remaining, which was already chambered. After ejecting the round, he retrieved a small pouch of 45 ACP ammunition, which he had pilfered from Biaoge, containing a mere 5 rounds. He loaded these 5 bullets into the magazine, alongside the one he had just ejected. Gazing at the weapon in his hand, Yu Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight. Firearms embody a certain romance for men, especially in such a desolate world. Possessing a gun brings a sense of security. However, as he caught the acrid scent of gunpowder emanating from the firearm and noticed the stains in its crevices, Yu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. He resolved to seek out specialized gun oil and cleaning lubricants to maintain and care for the weapon. Otherwise, encountering a jam at a critical moment during combat would indeed be quite the farce. Setting the pistol aside, he turned his attention to the remaining supplies. Chapter 11. Optimizing the Hideout facility blueprints and inventorying supplies. First among them was the high-value material he had discovered in the metal cabinet. Upon extracting the blueprint from the backpack, a virtual light curtain unexpectedly revealed pertinent information regarding this item. On the application of passive geothermal ventilation ducts in underground structures and energy-efficient buildings. Quality, rare. Description, capable of optimizing the structure of concealed ventilation ducts. Automatically regulating indoor temperature with an energy consumption close to zero. When auxiliary equipment is added, it can provide dust prevention, odor elimination, backflow prevention, humidity control, and effective responses to extreme weather conditions. Function. The temperature in the underground hideout remains constant at approximately 25 degrees Celsius, with the addition of auxiliary equipment. Indoor temperature adjustments can be made. This blueprint exhibits remarkable potential. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Yu Yuan's eyes. The ability to automatically regulate indoor temperature with near-zero energy consumption is akin to a natural air conditioning system, is it not? Coupled with the aforementioned benefits, it represents the quintessential ventilation system for an underground hideout. Examining the detailed diagrams, the lines meticulously illustrate the geothermal ventilation ducts. Several pipes, deeply embedded underground, connect the subterranean structure to the surface, with various professional terminologies and symbols annotated at different locations, providing comprehensive explanations. In simple terms, geothermal ventilation ducts utilize the constant temperature characteristics of underground soil to regulate air temperature through natural ventilation techniques. At a depth of 153 meters, the temperature remains consistently stable at around 15 degrees Celsius throughout the year. Thus, as external air traverses the buried pipes, it is either heated or cooled by the surrounding soil, achieving temperature regulation. This system operates on the principle of natural air pressure differentials, requiring no electrical devices, thereby eliminating any notion of energy consumption. The blueprint also enumerates the advantages and disadvantages of different pipe materials, as well as the strengths and weaknesses of various layouts, primarily concerning pipe length, burial depth, and the distinction between serpentine or linear arrangements. Moreover, it includes detailed annotations regarding the intake and exhaust ports, as well as the slope of the ducts. Notably, a mere incline of 12 degrees is sufficient to facilitate the drainage of condensation water produced during cooling into a sump, thereby preventing backflow. The details are remarkably comprehensive. Upon completing the aforementioned optimizations, the goal of achieving zero energy consumption and naturally regulating the temperature of the underground structure can be realized. However, the inclusion of appropriate auxiliary equipment would yield even more extensive functionalities. For instance, a low-speed fan can regulate the ventilation airflow, while the addition of air filters or humidity control devices can provide dust prevention, odor elimination, and dehumidification effects. It may even enhance temperature regulation capabilities. The virtual light curtain reappeared, prompting whether to add the blueprint to the optimization path. Optimization is essential. Yu Yuan could not bear to wait another moment, and promptly chose to add the optimization path. The blueprint in hand flickered slightly before vanishing from sight. The optimization path for the ventilation ducts has been added. Please check accordingly. He opened Survival, Hideout Facility Management Log, Ventilation Duct Construction List. Indeed, geothermal ventilation duct had appeared in the construction list, yet Yu Yuan felt somewhat embarrassed to discover that in order to build the geothermal ventilation duct, he must first complete Level 3 ventilation construction to proceed with further optimization and upgrades. However, he had yet to construct even the most rudimentary single-pipe ventilation system. Goodness! The technology acquired was exceedingly advanced, rendering it temporarily unusable. Who could he possibly turn to for an explanation? Yu Yuan found himself in a rather absurd predicament. Nevertheless, this predicament ignited a sense of determination within him, and he decided to regard the geothermal ventilation pipe as a short-term goal. After meticulously sorting and categorizing everything, he was left with 3 items that left him in a quandary: a wallet, a hotel key card, and a 10-centimeter long key. All 3 items had been retrieved from Biaoge. As he examined the key card, its surface was so worn that the name was barely legible. He could only make out the faint inscription of XX Grand Hotel alongside a symbol resembling a bauhinia flower. The reverse side, however, clearly displayed the room number 0813. The key was evidently not a conventional door key. After some contemplation, Yu Yuan carefully stowed away these 2 items and picked up the wallet. This was a woman's wallet, containing a family portrait. Yet the man depicted was not the unattractive Biaoge, but rather a strikingly handsome individual in his 30s. This wallet must have been pilfered from some unfortunate soul. With raised brows, he curiously rummaged through the wallet, which was surprisingly pristine. Inside, he discovered a neatly folded water bill and several unfamiliar banknotes, along with a few condoms. Yu Yuan blinked in astonishment. What an unexpected turn of events. Having examined all the spoils, the hotel key card, and key piqued Yu Yuan's interest in valuable resources. Anything that Biaoge chose to carry would undoubtedly hold significant worth. He would need to investigate which hotel it belonged to. Next on his agenda was upgrading the facilities of his hideout. The system's prompts remained fresh in his mind, and vigorously enhancing his sanctuary was his long-term objective. To upgrade the entrance of his hideout, he required 3 units of wood and 2 hinges. He already had sufficient screwdrivers and screws. For the resting area, he still needed a yoga mat, although he had gathered a lighter and some old cloth. As for the restroom, he was merely missing a bucket, while towels had already been procured. After compiling the necessary construction materials, he opened the Tao Tao cave page to search for them, only to be met with frustration. Damn it! A bucket was priced at 200 survival points, and a yoga mat at 500 survival points. Was this madness? He currently possessed a mere 300 survival points, barely enough to purchase a bucket. Who in their right mind would pay such exorbitant prices? Yet, he soon discerned a pattern among these materials. The prices of industrial or household goods were generally steep, whereas natural resources like wood, stone, and stream water were priced more reasonably. 1 unit of wood or stone cost 5 survival points, while a liter of clear stream water was 20 survival points. Lake and river water were a mere 10 survival points per liter. However, a 500 milliliters bottle of drinking water skyrocketed to 80 survival points. Yu Yuan finally grasped the underlying rationale. The prices were determined by the difficulty of acquiring these resources. Industrial and daily necessities can primarily be procured from human settlements, such as cities, villages, and factories. However, these locales are often rife with marauders, vagrants, and scavengers, significantly heightening the associated dangers, albeit their numbers are few. Yu Yuan has encountered the vagrants firsthand and is acutely aware of the peril they pose, let alone the thugs wielding heavy weaponry. Discovery could lead to a fatal outcome. The difficulty in acquiring resources naturally inflates their value. Upon grasping this notion, a spark of inspiration illuminated Yu Yuan's mind. Gazing at the substantial bounty amassed that evening, a smile graced his lips. Scarcity is indeed a boon. The trading method within the Tao Tao cave extends beyond mere survival points. Bartering is also an option. He promptly began to engage in trading activities. Before long, the player chat channel within the social page erupted with fervent activity. Chapter 12, Trading Cigarettes, Turmoil, Constructing the Entrance to the Hideout. High Cube Hideout. Who is the big shot that has listed so many cigarettes? Is it you, the cigar connoisseur? Why is it a resource trade? Can I exchange survival points instead? Burning Chariot Hideout. Cigar Master. Did you release cigarettes ahead of schedule? Aren't there still 2 days left? I've been craving them. I must take a look. Angry Whale Hideout. I checked it out, and the cigarettes listed this time are all premium quality. Not the hand-rolled ones from the Cigar Master. Wasn't there a barrel for sale in Tao Tao Cave just now? Why has it been taken down? I'm willing to pay a high price for it. Grizzly Bear Hideout. Premium cigarettes are typically only found in cities, right? Could it be that a big shot from the urban area has struck? How terrifying. I happen to have an abandoned service station. I'll go dismantle the hinges. In an instant, the entire chat channel was invigorated by the sudden listing of cigarettes. In the Wasteland, cigarettes serve as the optimal means to alleviate anxiety and unrest, significantly enhancing emotional stability. However, due to their extreme scarcity, aside from the Cigar Hideout that periodically offers poorly made hand-rolled cigarettes, most individuals who manage to find cigarettes tend to hoard them for personal use, resulting in minimal circulation. In a mountainous region within the Cigar Hideout, A cigarette the thickness of a pinky finger was ignited and placed between a man's lips. As he exhaled slowly, the smoke gradually enveloped his face. He quietly observed the flurry of messages in the chat channel, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Premium cigarettes? Huh. I wager it's some fortunate soul who unearthed a few cigarettes from the debris and is eager to trade them for resources. His gaze drifted outside the hideout, revealing a sneer. As long as this wild tobacco remains unscathed, it is my exclusive resource. The city? If survival in the city were so facile, so many top-ranking individuals would not have vanished one by one, swollen with misplaced confidence. They are all fools, no matter how abundant the resources in the city. One must still have the means to spend them. In the end, survival in the Wasteland boils down to resource management, particularly monopolizable renewable resources. As long as one possesses these, a continuous supply of materials will be readily available for selection. As a former executive of a tobacco company, Yin-Wan had scarcely entered the Wasteland when he stumbled upon a patch of wild tobacco, prompting him to establish a hideout there. His choice proved astutely fortuitous. He simply dried, shredded, and rolled the wild tobacco. Utilizing the anonymity afforded by Tao Tao Cave, he successfully garnered his initial capital under the watchful eyes of high-ranking players, thereby initiating a snowballing development. Even when suspicions arose regarding his identity as a tobacco dealer, he weathered waves of player confrontations and plunders, eventually elevating his hideout's ranking to 1978. Thus, he remained indifferent towards the players selling cigarettes. After all, there had been others peddling premium smokes, limited to a mere 10 or 20 sticks, which were inconsequential in the grand scheme. Nevertheless, he approached the matter with a modicum of caution and opened the Tao Tao Cave page to search for cigarettes. Upon the emergence of the search results, his pupils constricted sharply, causing the cigarette dangling from his lips to fall to the ground, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The screen was inundated with cigarette trading options. Some offered 3 cigarettes in exchange for PVC pipes, while others traded a single cigarette for metal hinges, presenting a staggering array of 15 trading options. Some transactions completed almost instantaneously, with new offers cropping up in their wake. In the brief span of time, around 50 or 60 cigarettes had already exchanged hands, and the trading continued, far exceeding his previous expectations. Yin-Wan typically traded only about 200 hand-rolled cigarettes every 2 weeks, which was already his limit. Although this wild tobacco grew at an astonishing rate, harvesting too many at once would still hinder its growth. On the trading page, cigarette transactions proceeded rapidly, and it wasn't too long before the number of completed trades exceeded half. 70 or 80 cigarettes lay amidst a sea of thousands. A veritable feast for the wolves. Ultimately, only 5 or 6 trades remained uncompleted. Yin-Wan, observing the trading interface, let out a cold snort and closed it. Yet his thoughts whirled rapidly. While he remained unaware of the identity of the tobacco trader, the sheer volume of cigarettes available for trade, along with the industrial and living supplies being exchanged, indicated that this individual must be a player hailing from the urban area. Only players from a city would require such a plethora of industrial and living goods to construct a hideout. He reopened the chat channel, still pondering the identity of this individual. A particular message captured his attention, causing a flicker of contemplation and coldness to cross his eyes. Moss House Hideout. Do you think it could be that newcomer from the afternoon? After all, he climbed a ranking so rapidly, he must have scavenged a wealth of resources. Is it you, Fishabyss Hideout? Yu Yuan also caught sight of this chat message, his eyes glinting with cunning. This fellow had a keen sense, connecting the dots so swiftly, especially given that someone had recently warned him about the Moss House Hideout, known for deceiving newcomers. Coupled with the clearly incendiary nature of the message, it was evident that he was being targeted. After contemplating for a few seconds, he opened the Hideout incident log to begin documenting his thoughts. Day 1 in the Wasteland, the mossy cabin, a potential hiding place, exhibits signs of hostility, with indications of opinion manipulation, surveillance, and instigation. Continued observation is warranted. Preceding this memorandum, 2 records have already been completed. Record 1. On day 1 in the Wasteland, while evacuating from the Wudong building, I was ambushed. Although negotiation allowed for a successful escape, I was compelled to relinquish a portion of supplies. The assailant displayed an extreme level of composure, caution, and decisiveness, their gaze imbued with aggression yet devoid of blind confidence. Much like myself, this individual is exceedingly dangerous. Unless absolutely necessary, confrontation must be avoided. If an opportunity arises, it is imperative to strike decisively. It is speculated that they may have a woman or child as companions. Record 2. On day 1 in the Wasteland, it was confirmed that the hiding place of cigars belongs to a high-ranking player with control over tobacco resources. After documenting the location, I perused the chat channel but found no useful information, prompting me to close it. Guided by the mossy cabin, numerous individuals inquired whether I was selling cigarettes. However, how could I possibly respond, akin to sending a message without incurring any cost? I retrieved all completed transaction supplies from the Tao Tao hole. I accessed the facility management log of my hideout and commenced the construction of its facilities. Security level 1 dilapidated door. Construction materials required: 10 units of wood, 1 screwdriver, 15 screws, and 2 hinges. Construction prerequisites: hideout. Construction duration: 10 minutes. Are the construction conditions satisfied? Yes. Upon confirming the choice, the materials, wood, screwdriver, screws, and hinges, vanished from the supply pile. The hideout door was enveloped in a green luminescence. The space warped, and time seemed to accelerate exponentially. 10 minutes later, as the luminescence faded, I documented Chapter 13, Hideout Resource Management Log. Security Level 1 dilapidated door. Function: Security Level 1. Evaluation: at last, a somewhat respectable door. But are you certain a lock is unnecessary? I opened the virtual interface to examine the so-called security level and noticed numerous data indicators within the hideout information, one of which was the security level. Others included defense rating, comfort rating, energy rating, hygiene rating, and so forth. The security level comprises various factors, primarily influenced by the functionality of the hideout's infrastructure, such as security, walls, ventilation, and water collection systems. To construct kitchen facilities, it is essential to complete Level 1 ventilation and Level 1 water collection, with a security level reaching Level 5 to unlock the kitchen. A Level 1 kitchen is merely a fire pit, posing risks of fire and carbon monoxide poisoning, which the ventilation and water collection systems aim to mitigate. Notably, the maximum security level is a staggering Level 60, and comparing the current Level 1 security level to none at all reveals little difference. Indeed, a door lacking even a lock can hardly be deemed secure. Fortunately, upgrading the hideout door to Level 2 could elevate the security level to Level 3. However, the materials required to upgrade to the Level 2 simple security door include 1 anti-theft door lock, 10 steel materials, 20 rivets, and 1 nail gun. The difficulty has indeed escalated significantly. While there are individuals selling these items in the marketplace, the prices are universally exorbitant. No amount of resources could withstand such consumption. Having already experimented with the marketplace's trading methods, Yu Yuan decided to conduct a personal search first. Subsequently, he completed the construction of the Level 1 rest area floor and Level 1 bathroom washing area. The floor provides a comfort level of 1, restoring an additional 5 stamina per hour and a bodily function recovery speed of 5. Its appearance is quite simple, merely a yoga mat laid on the ground. However, upon trying it out, Yu Yuan discovered that lying on the mat alleviated some muscle soreness, and even the bruises from previous battles felt a tingle of relief. This was a sensation he could not experience while resting on a mattress. Thus, the floor became his optimal choice for rest. The Level 1 bathroom washing area was even more rudimentary. The materials used for constructing the washing area included a floor drain, PVC pipes, and cement. Consequently, after completion, it amounted to merely a 1 square meter cement surface, with a slight depression in the center where the floor drain is located. In one corner of the washing area sat a red bucket acquired through trade, which made Yu Yuan's eyes twitch in irritation. This was purely a washing area. There was no faucet. One had to fetch water themselves, though at least a drainage system was provided to prevent flooding the hiding place while washing up. However, using the toilet was out of the question. For the time being, he would have to find a solution outside. Yu Yuan silently resolved to upgrade the bathroom's level promptly, as the drainage system would be crucial for his long-term survival, and he wished to avoid setting traps everywhere. Nevertheless, the Level 1 bathroom washing area boasted quite commendable functional effects. Hygiene Level 1, Comfort Level 1, a 10 reduction in the probability of illness, a 5 reduction in the risk of wound infection, and a 5 reduction in the risk of mental breakdown. This might be a buff for maintaining hygiene, as cleanliness indeed contributes to mental stability. As the security, rest area, and bathroom all reached Level 1, ventilation, water collector, and lighting were subsequently unlocked. The Level 1 single-pipe ventilation requires PVC pipes, sealing glue, and a vehicle air conditioning exhaust fan. The Level 1 water collector faucet necessitates stainless steel pipes, a faucet, and pipe sealing tape. In contrast to the previous two facility projects, the Level 1 lighting was rather simplistic, eliciting a chuckle from Yu Yuan. The Level 1 candle lighting requires just one candle. Conveniently, he currently possessed a windproof candle. He promptly chose to construct the Level 1 candle lighting. This time, it only took 5 seconds for completion, displaying the facility's functional information. Comfort Level 1, candle consumption rate of 40, illumination range of 20, and brightness of 10. As for the construction of the ventilation and catchment systems, that can only be addressed once the materials have been gathered. Nevertheless, on the very first day in the Wasteland, completing the construction of 4 facilities has left Yu Yin quite satisfied. A glance at the clock reveals it to be 1:30 in the morning. The acid rain began at 11:50 p.m. and lasted for half an hour, and the precipitation has long ceased. Initially, he intended to gather additional supplies under the cover of night, but upon reaching the exit of the air raid shelter and the sewer ladder, a subtle frown creased his brow. He detected a faint scent of rust and rotten eggs. Though the odor was delicate, there could be no mistake. This scent is a byproduct of the acid rain. The smell of rotten eggs likely arises from the evaporation of the rain, while the rust aroma is generated from the corrosion of metal by the acid rain. Clearly, while the acid rain has stopped and the rainfall was minimal, its impact on the city persists unabated. Venturing out tonight is ill-advised. Exiting now, especially from the sewer, could easily result in contamination from standing water, leading to corrosion injuries that would be counterproductive. He must wait until tomorrow to reassess the situation, hoping for a more favorable outcome. Returning to his hiding place, he expended 10 survival points at the Taodao cave to purchase a liter of lake water. After a brief wash, he prepared to rest. He took a moment to check the dilapidated newsstand, finding no new newspapers, indicating it was not yet time for a refresh. As for the fate cards, Yu Yin decided to wait until he awoke tomorrow to draw one. After all, if the fate cards possess a time constraint akin to the slaughter card, the hours spent resting would be squandered. He placed the noisier supplies, such as canned goods, behind the security door. Any attempt to enter his refuge would trigger a sound. Lying on the yoga mat, with his handgun loaded and resting on his chest, and the dogleg knife within easy reach, he extinguished the candle and gazed into the dark abyss. Thus passed the first day in the Wasteland, an experience so rich it left him astounded. He had already formed a general direction for tomorrow's exploration, though the specifics would only be confirmed once the newspapers were released. The hotel room card belonging to Biao Ge. What hotel did it originate from? And whose wallet was it? Why was there a condom? These chaotic questions flitted through his mind as Yu Yin, weary from a day of exertion, gradually succumbed to slumber. Resource management log of Yu Yan's hideout. Date, Day 2 in the Wasteland. Location, District 13, East City, Green Forest. Food, 8 cans of beef, 12 packs of instant noodles, 5 bottles of mineral water, 500 milliliters. 34 pieces of chocolate, 33 packs of Camel cigarettes, 7 Marlboro cigarettes, 1 Snickers bar. Supplies, 3 condoms, 9 long nails, 1 mattress. Weapons, 1 dogleg knife, 1 tactical axe, 1 alloy folding crossbow with 10 bolts, 1 Colt 1911 A1 handgun with 6 45 ACP FMJ bullets. Tools, 1 multifunctional pliers, 1 adjustable wrench. Container, 1 backpack, 1 damaged canvas crossbody bag, 1 wallet. Chapter 14. Map of the Eastern District of Green Forest City. Don't seek death. Yu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, raised his handgun, and sat up. Yet, all he could see was an abyss of darkness. As he regained his composure, he realized he had been ensnared in a nightmare, where a monkey had lunged at him with a malevolent grin, an arrow lodged in its neck. Exhaling a long breath, he felt his emotions stabilize. What a predicament. Just yesterday morning, he had been at home, basking in air conditioning, sipping cola, and engrossed in gaming. How had he ended up in this desolate world? Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, he activated the virtual screen, noting the time. 6:20 a.m. He had barely rested for 4 hours. Yet his physical state had remarkably improved. The muscle soreness had significantly diminished. Although traces of lactic acid still lingered, they would not impede his movements. He rose to light a windproof candle, illuminating his hiding place. With the flickering flame, he ignited a Marlboro cigarette, inhaling deeply 3 times, holding the last puff for 3 seconds before exhaling slowly. The nicotine-esque rush sent a tingling sensation across his scalp, followed by an overwhelming sense of relief. The remnants of sleepiness were completely dispelled. With a cigarette perched at the corner of his mouth, he directed his gaze toward the security door, noting no anomalies. However, when his eyes swept over the dilapidated newsstand in the corner, they brightened instantly, and his heartbeat quickened. He hurried over in a few swift strides. The newspapers had been updated, but that was not the sole reason for his excitement. He noticed something else on the stand. Picking it up, he discovered it was a map, and elation surged within him. The map was undoubtedly one of the most essential items he needed at present, yet upon closer inspection, he realized it was so obscured that no information was discernible. At that moment, a message appeared on the virtual screen. Do you wish to spend 200 survival points to purchase this information item? Yu Yuan recalled that aside from the newspapers, the random supplies available at the decrepit newsstand required survival points for purchase. He promptly chose to buy it. It was only then that he noticed his survival points. After deducting 200 points, he still had 230 points remaining. This was strange. He had only accrued a total of 1,300 survival points the previous day, expending 1,000 in the Chiao Chiao cave, using 10 points to purchase lake water, and subtracting the 200 points just spent, he should only have 90 points left. How could he have an excess of 140 survival points? But soon, he understood the reason. At 6 o'clock, he had received several system notifications. Congratulations. You have successfully survived to a new day. Your hiding place survival assessment has earned you 140 survival points. Click for details. Hiding place ranking bonus assessment yields 0. Today's settlement totals 140 survival points. Keep up the good work. Upon clicking for further details, Yu Yuan discovered that his hideout granted a daily reward of 100 basic survival points. In addition, for each level 1 facility constructed, an extra 10 survival points would be awarded. As he possessed 4 level 1 facilities, he accrued a total of 140 survival points. With a raised brow and a smile gracing his lips, he found this arrangement quite satisfactory. At the very least, it provided a stable means of acquiring survival points. Though the quantity was modest, it was indeed a humane system. The number of points earned was directly correlated to the strength of the hideout, ensuring fairness. Turning his attention to the map in his hand, all pertinent information had been revealed. Map of the Eastern District of Green Forest City. Quality rock. Description. This map meticulously details the buildings and streets of 15 blocks in the Eastern District of Green Forest City, having been surveyed 5 years prior with an accuracy of 88. Gazing at the map, Yu Yuan felt no disdain. A 5-year-old map was more than sufficient. Even if there had been changes over the years, they would likely be minute, having no significant impact on the street layout or notable landmarks. After retrieving the freshly published newspaper, he returned to the resting area. Under the glow of a windproof candle, Yu Yuan examined the map back and forth. The Eastern District comprised 15 blocks, and the apartment he visited yesterday was located in Block 13. Following the map, he quickly identified Seaweed Avenue in Block 13, along with the locations of the apartment and the dental clinic. With these 2 locations as reference points, he had a clearer understanding of the approximate position of his hideout, undoubtedly facilitating his upcoming search for supplies. Carefully folding the map, he turned his gaze to the newspaper, where only 2 locations were distinctly noted. District News Section. Quality, rock grade. Danger level, moderate. The outlaw prison, having received information from an insider within Block 13, learned that their stronghold had been dismantled by the Black Shield Police Department. In response to this provocation, they resolved to retaliate, determined to demonstrate the might of the outlaw prison. According to our undercover reporter, the outlaw prison's raid team plans to ambush the patrol returning from the Black Shield Police Department at 19:30 tomorrow evening, at the intersection of Golden Orchid Avenue and Waterfront Street in Block 14. This operation is expected to involve 5 homemade landmines, 20 Molotov cocktails, 20 grenades, 2 snipers, 2 machine gunners, 20 members of the raid team, 5 members of the suicide squad, 2 doomsday pickup trucks, and 1 scavenger vehicle. District Entertainment Section. Quality, rock grade. Danger level, low. Due to last night's acid rain erosion, a screw in a fence at the John Keats Zoo in Block 11 has corroded, allowing a portion of animals, claimed as private property by the Aurora Animal Assistance Society, to escape under the cover of darkness. Currently, a small number of animals have fled to Block 12, where 3 wolves and 2 hyenas are hiding near the north side of Newsom Avenue. In the ecological zone on the western side of Hongan Park, 8 Kelly Mountain sheep roamed freely, while 2 boa constrictors had ventured into the Northern Forest Experience Center, visibly terrified and unlikely to depart anytime soon. Currently, the personnel on duty from the Aurora Animal Assistance Society had reported the situation and were organizing armed search parties, although they seemed to have veered off course. Yu Yuan glanced at the intelligence information in the newspaper, his lips forming a slight line. After last night's experience, he had already encountered the so-called low danger level, fraught with peril. Now, with landmines, Molotov cocktails, grenades, and suicide squads, along with armored vehicles and pickups, it was only rated as medium danger. This was indeed absurd. He could hardly imagine what high-danger scenarios would entail. Perhaps bombardments? Yet, a flicker of excitement stirred within him. He emphasized if, he could wade through the chaos at the edge of the battlefield and scavenge a few scraps. His mind raced with various possibilities as he unfolded the map, seeking the location of the land hotel in Zone 14. Upon locating it, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in his eyes. On the map, Zone 13 lay between Zone 12 and Zone 14, with Zone 12 to the north and Zone 14 to the south. The land hotel on Jingxianglan Avenue could be reached smoothly by heading south along Seaweed Avenue, where the Wudong apartments were situated, and then proceeding east on Jingxianglan Avenue. Yu Yuan's gaze flickered with anticipation, as if a chance had presented itself. Chapter 15, Area Isolation, Fate Card of Indulgence. After pondering for a moment, Yu Yuan set the newspaper aside. The violent clashes between factions of bandits required careful consideration. Everyone understood that opportunistically scavenging could yield significant rewards if successful, even if it meant merely encountering a corpse. Weapons, gear, ammunition, and supplies, each was desperately needed by Yu Yuan. However, the risks were considerable. A medium danger level was not a matter to be taken lightly. Yet, he recalled the impending player invasions once the novice protection period concluded, recognizing this as a rare opportunity to enhance his strength. With 2 days left to prepare, he felt confident. He opened a can of beef, and due to the lack of heating, a layer of pale yellow beef fat had solidified on the surface. Yu Yuan frowned slightly, yet he understood that in this wasteland, fats and proteins were exceedingly scarce nutrients. Braving the greasiness, he took a piece of beef coated in fat, chewing slowly, relying on the warmth of his mouth to melt the fat, the aroma gradually spreading within. Only then did his brow relax as he savored the food, simultaneously opening the chat channel to check for any occurrences from the previous night. In the next moment, he paused slightly, displaying a hint of astonishment before quickly regaining his composure. After consuming another piece of beef, he resumed browsing. 2 pinned messages appeared in the chat channel. Elimination notice. The Windmill Hideout, rank 9978, has been vanquished by the forces of the Marauders. Time, 3:46. New players will enter after 12 hours. Elimination notice. The Green Vine Hideout, rank 9983, has been defeated by the Buck Hideout, rank 6743. Time, 4:28. New players will enter after 12 hours. 2 lives were lost in a single night, yet the chat channel seemed utterly desensitized to the grim news. Some individuals, familiar with the Buck Hideout, even inquired if any valuable resources had been scavenged. Buck Hideout. This is a miser. Can you believe they constructed their hideout atop a mountain? Truly astonishing. I squandered so many survival points on the invasion. What a loss. Though such words were uttered, no one believed his tall tales, nor did anyone delve deeper. Instead, they shifted their focus to the Marauders. Hive Hideout. The Marauders have become exceedingly aggressive lately. This marks the 3rd player they have eliminated in just half a month. What are their intentions? What do the Marauders in your area have to say? Raging Whale Hideout. The day before yesterday, I witnessed a conflict between 2 Marauders from a distance. Goodness, I was a kilometer away on a mountain and didn't dare to show my face. I was terrified. Rockets flying. Babel Tower Hideout. Don't even get me started. In my area, I hadn't encountered a Marauder in the past 10 to 15 days. But now vehicles pass by every few days, and each time I'm filled with dread. Iron Tower Hideout. Do you think something significant is about to happen? After all, our regions are not interconnected. How could the Marauders all be exhibiting such changes? Yu Yuan's gaze sharpened upon reading the last message. A tumultuous wave stirring within him. What does it mean that the regions are not interconnected? His intuition urged him to uncover the truth. Yet being in the novice phase, he was unable to add friends or unlock private messaging. Setting aside his concern for survival points, he began to type. Fish Yuan Hideout. Iron Tower Hideout. May I inquire what you mean by regions not being interconnected? With fewer participants in the chat during the morning, his question quickly received a reply. Iron Tower Hideout. Fish Yuan Hideout. Aren't you that new player from yesterday? A modest fee of 50 survival points for the Tao Dao, cave search code 21563, which contains comprehensive answers. Goodness, Upon entering the Tao cave and conducting a search, he discovered that there were indeed numerous answers to novice queries available, with prices generally ranging between 40 to 60 survival points. Quite consistent. He opted to purchase code 21563, only to find it was merely a note. Seemingly having changed hands several times, the writing now faded. After reading the information, Yu Yuan fell into contemplation. It turned out that while Wasteland players shared the same chat channel, they were effectively isolated from one another. Each player's initial area could be regarded as their own independent world. The worlds, while sharing a similar backdrop, each possessed their own unique distinctions, including variations in world progress, civilizational differences, and disparities in resources. It can be asserted that exploring one's independent world is an essential endeavor for every player, as the future trajectory of the world is intricately tied to the influence players exert over their regions. For instance, the legendary item known as the Civilization Fragment allows players' worlds to merge with the fragment, unlocking rare evolutionary paths, although the specific rewards remain shrouded in mystery. The sole method to acquire a Civilization Fragment is by instigating player plunder wars, which entails invading another player's world. Only by achieving a sufficiently high evaluation score and obtaining war rewards can one hope to encounter a Civilization Fragment, albeit with an exceedingly low probability. This explains why top-ranking players often target novice players for invasion, as player plunder wars currently represent the only means of entering other players' territories. With this revelation, Yu Yuan experienced a moment of clarity, validating some of his earlier speculations. Yet, an increasing sense of urgency gripped him. The threat posed by player invasions a month hence was far graver than he had anticipated. Unbeknownst to him, he had finished the can of beef and set aside the metal container before activating the virtual screen. Eager to enhance his strength, he placed his hopes on the gifts of fate. His last gift had provided him with a perfect start on the first day in the Wasteland. Now, it was time to obtain a second gift of destiny. As the fate card interface materialized, the familiar inscription appeared. Proverb: all gifts of fate have long been marked with a price in the shadows. The text gradually faded, revealing the three options for this round of fate gifts. 1. Ancient milk barrel. Function: when filled with animal milk, it yields 5 times the amount after 3 hours. 2. Eternal flashlight. Function: a flashlight that never extinguishes. 3. Locator watch. Function: it can pinpoint the wearer's location and guide them to their hiding place. Yu Yuan's gaze fixated on the locator watch. The other 2 options were indeed appealing, yet less practical for him at this moment. He still had sufficient food, and while the eternal flashlight was tempting, his current lighting was adequate, especially since he possessed a hand crank lamp, and further upgrades to lighting would eventually unlock electric lights. The locator watch, however, held a certain intrigue. Upon confirming his choice, a matte black watch materialized in his hand. The fate card box began to tremble, and 3 seconds later, a dusty yellow card was drawn. This fate card, Indulgence. Rock grade Indulgence card. Indulgence card, rock grade quality. The player must indulge in primal desires at least once within 2 days, or they will perish. Yu Yuan's expression shifted dramatically upon reading the details of the fate card, his mouth twitching in disbelief as he rubbed his eyes, unwilling to accept the reality before him. A second glance yielded the same information, nearly causing him to choke on his own blood. What travesty! In this wasteland world, where on earth could I find someone to indulge my desires? Chapter 16. The blueprint of bronze quality within the confines of the sewer passage. A figure moved swiftly. The beam of a flashlight pierced through the darkness, intermittently revealing a few damp, furry rodents scurrying about. Pausing momentarily to observe the uninvited guest with their bodies erect and front paws in motion, Yu Yin gradually came to a halt, raising his left wrist to reveal a virtual map visible only to him, projected from his watch into the air. A green dot on the map flickered incessantly. After careful comparison, Yu Yin nodded slightly. It must be here. Gazing at the positioning watch on his wrist, he could not suppress a smile. He had not anticipated that this device would possess scanning and virtual projection capabilities, which filled him with delight. He immediately scanned the map of East City, Green Forest District, into the watch, resulting in the real-time positioning effect he had just encountered. However, the accuracy of this positioning still needed verification, and his current objective was to ascertain the precision of the positioning watch in relation to the virtual map. This was of utmost importance for his subsequent actions. Ascending the ladder within the sewer, he finally beamed with satisfaction upon noticing a rusted wire hanging down through the manhole cover above. At the very bottom, it was entwined with a small stone. This was a placement he had made the previous night on Seaweed Avenue, intended to pinpoint this manhole cover. His concept was simple. Using this manhole cover and the dental clinic as anchor points, he aimed to locate other streets corresponding to the sewer system. By charting a detailed route, this often derided urban sewer network would serve as the most convenient and rapid passage to other districts of the city, devoid of any peril. Originally, this was to be a long-term endeavor, but the positioning watch and the district map had expedited the entire process. Yu Yan's mind began to churn with new ideas. Having confirmed the accuracy of the map's positioning, he set his sights on the East City Water Management Center as his next destination. Located on Solon Avenue in District 7, it was not a short distance from District 13. Even at full speed through the sewer, Yu Yan took over an hour to reach Solon Avenue. After considerable effort, he discovered a manhole cover leading to the surface at the back street of the East City Water Management Center. Crouching over the opening, he listened intently to the sounds outside before cautiously securing the internal rotating bolts of the cover, twisting with all his strength. As the lock retracted, he slowly pried open a gap in the manhole cover. It was just past 9 in the morning, and sunlight streamed through the opening, illuminating Yu Yan's face as he carefully surveyed the surroundings. The street lay in disarray, litter strewn about, overturned vehicles, collapsed telephone poles, and bicycles corroded by acid rain, creating a scene of utter desolation. Confirming it was safe, Yu Yan swiftly pushed the manhole cover aside and emerged from the sewer, leaving it ajar. With a wire wedged into the gap, in just a few strides, he reached the back entrance of the Water Management Center. The main door stood ajar, and peering inside, he noted that the place had long been ransacked. The remnants of destruction were evident everywhere. Shattered glass littered the ground as Yu Yan swiftly made his way inside. Gripping a knife in one hand and an M1911A1 pistol secured at his waist, he was prepared for combat at a moment's notice. He quickly traversed the inconsequential areas of the first-floor hall, heading directly to the second floor, with his sights set on the archives or the office of the Water Bureau chief. These two locations alone held the potential to yield the city's sewer system blueprints. Finding the archives was not a challenge, and naturally, no one seemed to have any interest in them. Thus, as he pushed open the door to the archive room, despite the scattered files at the entrance, the interior remained relatively intact. Although some shelves had collapsed, the documents were mostly unscathed. Yu Yan easily located what he needed, discovering not just one, but multiple comprehensive sewer schematics. The blueprints were updated roughly every 5 years, and he diligently scanned all of them into his smartwatch. It was in the far corner of the archive, within a somewhat faded file, that he stumbled upon a document that caused his heart to race. The title read, Completion Blueprint of the Green Forest City Air Defense and Shelter Sewer System, Eastern District. Quality, bronze. Description, this blueprint, created 89 years ago, was part of Green Forest City's strategic underground construction designed to accommodate air defense, sheltering, and sewer diversion in anticipation of a potential nuclear war. Yet as time passed, its existence faded into obscurity, forgotten until the arrival of the Wasteland. The realization that he had acquired a blueprint of bronze quality thrilled him. It was his first encounter with an item of such caliber. As he unfurled the document, he marveled at the remarkably precise and intricate lines, understanding that he had struck a significant fortune. The previous sewer schematics paled in comparison to this one, which felt like a mere shadow of the original. With the blueprint spread out and sunlight streaming through the window, a red line emanated from his smartwatch, starting its meticulous scan from right to left. The scanning process felt unusually prolonged, requiring a painstakingly slow and thorough approach. Just as fatigue began to set in his arm, the scan finally concluded, and he stowed all the blueprints into his backpack. Eagerly, he activated the virtual map on his smartwatch. Before him materialized a flawless map, integrating the layout of the Eastern District with numerous updated sewer maps alongside the bronze-quality master blueprint. This was the new designation of the map, Eastern District Sewer and Shelter System Master Plan. Yu Yan gazed in awe, continuously zooming in and out to examine the details. He soon realized that, thanks to those several updated sewer maps, the current schematic of the sewer system was unprecedentedly clear. He could see exactly how many manhole covers each block possessed, which cover connected to which underground parking facility, and more. Furthermore, the locations of stormwater discharge outlets in the parks and the nearby river were clearly marked. Detailed annotations indicated which sewers had steeper gradients and which exhibited greater curvature, providing invaluable insights. There exists a layer of air defense shelters presenting a similar scenario. What once appeared to Yu Yuan as a labyrinthine passage for air defense now unfurled before him like an all-seeing lens, revealing the direction he ought to take with a mere glance, even amidst the inky darkness of the sewer. As long as he adhered to the guidance of the map's cursor, he would not falter. Yu Yuan understood that from this moment forth, the sewer would become his dominion. Once he ventured into its depths, no one would be able to locate or apprehend him. Through the sewer, he could traverse to any point within the East District. Moreover, in times of peril, he could swiftly pinpoint the nearest sewer entrance, thereby extricating himself from danger. Within the confines of the sewer, he was akin to a fish in the ocean or a bird in the sky. This was his territory. Just as this realization dawned upon him, a crisp, resonant, yet chilling mechanical notification echoed in his ears. Significant progress detected in the tidal path of Fish Yuan's hiding place. Player title Block Rat has been enhanced. Achievement unlocked. Chapter 17. Achievement unlocked. The flip side of the block. Rare. Significant progress detected in the tidal path of Fish Yuan's hiding place. Player title Block Rat has been enhanced. Achievement unlocked. The flip side of the block. Rare. Achievement points earned. 200 points. Hiding place ranking assessment in progress. Development potential enhanced. Risk resistance coefficient improved. Regional influence increased. Achievement bonus augmented. Current hiding place ranking updated. 9,499th, 360th. The mechanical notification resonated in his ears, and the previously euphoric Yu Yuan found himself enveloped in calm, staring blankly at the ranking information displayed on the virtual screen. He exhaled a deep breath, his lips curling into a slight smile. It seemed he had indeed made the right move. What had once been a vague notion in his mind crystallized with the recent epiphany and the system's confirmation. Indeed, the urban area was a treasure trove, a truth universally acknowledged, yet players shied away from it. The sole reason was the presence of thugs, various factions of ruffians who infested the city blocks, rendering it a perilous maze where one could scarcely tread. However, everything possesses its duality, and cities are no exceptions. Just as every object casts a shadow. What then is the shadow of the city? It is neither the subway tunnels nor basements or parking lots, but rather the sewer, the aspect most easily overlooked and despised by the populace. A city can be devoid of subways, basements, and parking lots, but it absolutely cannot exist without sewers. Everyone is aware of the foul stench, the filth, and the darkness associated with sewers. Yet this is the city's underbelly, an undeniable reality. Now, with the aid of the positioning watch and the comprehensive map of the East District's sewer refuge system, the dynamics have shifted. If the urban surface is a realm ruled by marauders, then the hidden depths of the city have now been granted access to Yu Yuan. His mind is clearer than ever before. The next course of action is to thoroughly explore the uncharted territory of the sewer system. All blueprints have been removed, rendering the archives devoid of purpose. However, the Water Services Center still holds potential for discovery. Exiting the archives, he journeys past the pipe maintenance department, the sewage monitoring room, and the water quality testing lab. Each space is a scene of disarray, littered with refuse and dried bloodstains. Yet, he remains undeterred, searching each room for valuable resources. He dismantles 2 sets of security locks intended for upgrading the main entrance and stashes them in his backpack. He collects 10 energy-saving light bulbs, storing them in his Tao Tao cave, all materials destined for future enhancements. Notebooks, thermometers, water cups, measuring tapes, blankets, and various other items are taken without hesitation. What appears worthless to the marauders is, in Yu Yuan's eyes, a treasure trove ripe for trade. In the absence of high-value goods, even the role of a scavenger has its merits. Aren't the seasoned players always yearning for urban supplies? Perfectly, they have survival points, and Yu Yuan possesses resources, a mutually beneficial arrangement. He also retrieves a somewhat worn fabric crossbody bag, though it primarily contains miscellaneous items. Upon arriving at the director's office, he observes the floor marred with footprints and signs of destruction, yet the metal door remains locked, eliciting a mix of surprise and elation. Producing a lock-picking tool, he deftly unlocks the door in mere seconds, and with his trusty dogleg knife in hand, he cautiously enters the room, securing the door behind him. The office retains the semblance of life before the apocalypse. A thick layer of dust blankets the surfaces, and unfinished tasks linger on the desk, documents seemingly awaiting approval. Yu Yuan speculates whether the former occupant encountered the cataclysm right after clocking out the previous day. However, his interest lies not in uncovering the truth, but in amassing resources. Passing by the break room's storage cabinet, he is taken aback by its contents. Inside, a delightful assortment of coffee beverages and snacks awaits. There are vacuum-sealed coffee beans, canned instant coffee, black coffee powder, and various coffee accompaniments such as sugar cubes, condensed milk, cocoa powder, and powdered milk. While the quantities may be modest, and some items pass their expiration date, Yu Yuan cares little. Expired goods will surely be welcomed by other players. He promptly empties his backpack, prioritizing the packing of these drinks. Coffee holds a strategic value in the Wasteland akin to that of cigarettes. Not only does it provide ample energy, but the caffeine also invigorates the spirit, dispelling fatigue and contributing to mental stability. Bringing all back is undoubtedly a wise investment. The water heater and grinder are likewise earmarked for the Tao Tao cave. As long as he constructs the generator, these items are pivotal to enhancing his quality of life. Moreover, if he were to disassemble them, the materials within possess considerable value. Yu Yuan meticulously sifted through the room, continuously cycling through the supplies in his backpack in the Tao Tao cave, ensuring only the most valuable items were stowed away. Beneath the desk, he discovered 2 packs of Marlboro cigarettes and several bottles of premium liquor. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to list 3 packs of Marlboro cigarettes, each priced at 1,000 survival points. This price was not inflated. Rather, it was a reasonable estimation derived from transactions made the previous night. He then opened 1 pack for individual sale, pricing 2 cigarettes at 100 survival points each. Indeed, within a minute, all the cigarettes sold out, netting him 4,000 survival points. He promptly spent 2,000 points to elevate the Tao Tao cave's access level to level 2, increasing the number of items he could list from 15 to 25, thus placing all the cumbersome items for sale. He closed the virtual interface. In the end, only a safe remained unopened. The safe, embedded within the desk, presented a lock of such complexity that it exceeded his unlocking capabilities. After several minutes of futile attempts, he abandoned the idea of listing the safe in the Tao Tao cave for a later unlocking. With no other options, he forced himself to consume some recently found biscuits and continued his endeavor to unlock the safe. Drawing from his previous experience with the iron cabinet in room 506 of the Wudong apartment, he approached these locked cabinets with great care. He had a hunch that something valuable might be concealed within. The greater the difficulty of unlocking, the more bountiful the reward could be. Thus, he persistently reinforced this notion in his mind. 2 hours later, with his eyes slightly lowered and ears attuned, he used the unlocking tool to gauge the spring tension of the safe's lock while carefully listening for the subtle variations in the spring's sounds. Click! Suddenly, Yu Yuan's eyes flew open, joy radiating from within. It was opened. The safe door sprang open, revealing its contents. Ding! Successfully unlocked an excellent grade lock. Gaining substantial proficiency in unlocking skills, and the skill level has been upgraded to excellent. Chapter 18, Acquiring Blueprints Again, Under Attack. Gazing at the open safe, accompanied by the system notification in his ears, an overwhelming sensation of exhilaration flooded Yu Yuan's mind. It turns out that locks are also categorized by levels. Thus, a typical anti-theft door falls under the ordinary grade, while this safe belongs to the excellent grade. There should be rare and even higher level locks to encounter in the future. It seems the potential of unlocking skills is far greater than I had anticipated. As his thoughts swirled, his gaze fell upon the safe. The first thing that caught his eye was a gold bar. The safe was divided into 2 layers. The lower layer contained 3 gold bars, 2 bundles of cash, a Glock 17 with a holster, and a box of 20 rounds of 9mm FMJ ammunition. On the upper layer lay 2 blueprints and a folder. Yu Yuan, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly grasped the Glock 17, his eyes shimmering with undeniable affection. As one of the most iconic models from Glock, he was naturally well acquainted with it. The magazine contained the standard 17 rounds, fully loaded. The condition of the firearm was remarkably well maintained, a stark contrast to the heavily worn M1911A1 in his possession. After chambering a round, he slid it into his holster and secured it at his waist. His gaze now fixed upon the blueprints and documents, brimming with anticipation. Indeed, as his fingers brushed against the papers, a system notification chimed in his ear. Ding! High-value resources detected. New optimized pathways for shelter facilities identified. Would you like to add these optimized pathways to the water collector construction list? Ding! High-value resources detected. New optimized pathways for shelter facilities identified. Would you like to add these optimized pathways to the restroom, security, and wall construction lists? 2 rare blueprints. For optimized pathways, Yu Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment as he hastily brought the blueprints closer for scrutiny. Proposal for the renovation of urban residential sewage prevention and infiltration. Quality, excellent. Description, can optimize sewage treatment pathways for the shelter, adding waterproof, anti-infiltration, and sewage recycling pathways for restrooms, security, and walls. Function, the shelter will possess superior waterproof and reverse osmosis effects, with a water consumption rate of 20. Proposal on the feasibility of seawater desalination for household water optimization. Quality, excellent. Description, can optimize the water collector pathways for the shelter, adding a seawater desalination route. Function, the desalination rate can reach 45, yielding special resources of sea salt and pure sea salt. Although these were merely 2 blueprints of excellent quality, Yu Yuan was immensely satisfied with the optimization effects. Particularly with the second blueprint, the ability to obtain sea salt through desalination was remarkable. While salt was not scarce for him, many individuals in Tao Tao Cave already sold various types of salt, including well salt, lake salt, rock salt, and even sea salt. This represented a new avenue for resource acquisition, one that could never be deemed excessive. As the 2 blueprints vanished, the optimization pathways were successfully added. Yu Yuan then turned his attention to the final document. Upon reading its contents, his heart sank slightly. The joyful anticipation he had just felt giving way to a more somber mood. Investigation report on abnormal creatures in the sewers. Quality, bronze. In recent days, maintenance personnel in Sector 10 have repeatedly reported the discovery of abnormal giant creatures. Investigations confirmed signs of large biological activity, and hair samples collected from the scene suggested the creature was likely rodent-like, though no individual had been captured. Subsequently, our sewage testing personnel examined the wastewater in the vicinity of the creature's activity, discovering trace amounts of hormonal catalytic agents, which were suspected to be related to the creature's abnormalities. Following a joint investigation conducted by our company and the East City District Police Department, it has been confirmed that the hormone catalyzing agent is composed of an unknown substance, which was illicitly introduced into the sewage system, resulting in the mutation of sewer rats. Efforts to capture these giant rodents are currently underway, and the East City District Police Department has traced the source of the sewage dumping to a specific location, executing a forced entry under the pretext of safeguarding public safety. The site, long abandoned, revealed evidence of a certain religious ritual, with the bathtub showing high concentrations of the hormone catalyzing agent, consistent with the substances found in the sewage, thus confirming this room as the initial source of the agent. Deputy Chief Hogg of the police department stated his commitment to overseeing this case, vowing to eliminate any threats to public safety. The combination of the words sewer, rats, and mutation sparked an unsettling sense of familiarity. Suddenly, Yu Yuan slapped his forehead, grinning widely. Could it be that there are 4 turtles involved? He quickly revisited the investigation report, sighing in relief. However, his brow soon furrowed again. While he was indifferent to the other details, the crucial question lingered. Had that rat been captured? Before the arrival of the Wasteland, anything deemed a giant rat would surely measure no less than a meter in length. The mere thought of such a creature appearing before him was chilling, especially when he envisioned its long whiskers, the yellow enamel of its 4 prominent incisors, and its bare, long tail swaying ominously. He felt a shiver run down his spine, his body instinctively reacting with dread. He would rather confront the destitute than face such an abhorrent creature. At the bottom of the document were the coordinates of the sewer where the mutated rats were discovered, along with the location of the room where the religious ceremony had taken place. The tracking device immediately began scanning. On the virtual map, 5 red dots appeared. One red dot was located within a residential building in Block 9, while the other 4 were situated within the sewer system of Block 10. Yu Yuan sighed in relief. His direction toward Block 7 was precisely opposite to that of Block 10. He hoped not to encounter that creature. Gazing at the time, he realized it was nearly 12:30. He had spent too much time unlocking the safe. Now he must swiftly return to his hideout. He packed essential supplies into his backpack, while the less critical items filled the safe, which he locked once more. The metal door to the director's office was secured again, marking the conclusion of his exploration of the waterworks center. He needed to return to his hiding place promptly, as he still required additional materials for its construction. As thoughts of his next course of action swirled in his mind, he had already left the waterworks center and approached a sewer manhole cover when his steps momentarily faltered, and he instinctively sidestepped. He realized that the line he had previously placed in the gap of the manhole cover was missing. As he evaded, An arrow narrowly grazed his head. Almost immediately, two figures armed with makeshift hammers and spears emerged from a nearby corner, charging towards Yu Yuan. During this commotion, another arrow was loosed, but Yu Yuan had already taken refuge behind a trash bin, narrowly escaping the shot. With the two assailants now less than 5 meters behind him, a fierce glint flickered in Yu Yuan's eyes. He drew his M1911A1 handgun and aimed it backward. The look of fear was palpable in the eyes of the assailants as they realized the imminent danger, but before they could utter a word, gunfire erupted. Accompanied by the sound of gunshots, blood erupted from the two attackers, who fell heavily to the ground. Yu Yuan paid them no further mind and swiftly discarded his backpack, charging towards the archer with the agility of a cheetah. However, the archer had already turned to flee as the gunfire rang out. In a bid to ambush Yu Yuan, the archer had been lying in wait among the dense underbrush, concealed from view, with no cover in sight and a mere 10 meters separating them. Yu Yuan fired the last bullet from his M1911A1, which missed its mark but struck the archer in the leg. The archer collapsed, his face contorting in terror as he beheld Yu Yuan's menacing approach. "Don't mistake me," he attempted to plead, but Yu Yuan denied him the chance to speak, swiftly striking with his knife. The sound ceased abruptly. A brief search yielded no valuable supplies, save for a recurved bow and a quiver containing 3 arrows, all of which he took. After removing the archer's fingerless gloves, he returned to the trash bin. One of the assailants lay motionless on the ground, while the other, bloodied and gasping, struggled to crawl away, leaving a trail of crimson behind. As the second assailant begged for mercy, Yu Yuan's expression hardened. He raised his knife high and swiftly severed the man's neck, rendering him lifeless. Approaching the third figure, regardless of whether he was alive or dead, Yu Yuan delivered another fatal blow to the neck. There was no time to search the bodies for valuables, as the sound of approaching engines filled the air, drawing near with haste. Regrettably, he could not linger. He discarded his backpack along with the bow into the sewer, hastily clearing the scene before descending the ladder. He secured the manhole cover and sprinted towards Block 13. Moments later, 2 rugged vehicles, exuding a post-apocalyptic vibe, halted before the East District Waterworks. Though remnants of police cars were discernible, the welded metal armor, spiked protrusions, mounted machine guns, and numerous bullet holes adorned by rust lent them an aura of raw power and intimidation. In bold black spray paint, the words Black Shield Police Department were emblazoned on the vehicles. An enforcer clad in a law enforcement uniform disembarked, discarding the remains of a half-smoked cigarette onto the ground, where he crushed it beneath his boot. He spat a thick gob onto the earth and barked, "Someone go check what's happening." A reckless ruffian, clad in body armor and a tactical vest, leapt from a vehicle and dashed into the street, only to return swiftly to the car. "Boss, 3 vagrants are dead inside, each bearing gunshot wounds and a decisive cut across their throats. The method is ruthless, unlike the usual practices of the vagrants." The enforcer raised an eyebrow at this revelation, casting a sidelong glance at his companion as he extracted a cigarette and placed it between his lips. "What do you mean?" The ruffian, grinning sheepishly, produced a match to light the cigarette. "The vagrants are akin to a pack of hyenas. They seize every scrap of resources, refusing to relinquish even what they cannot use." Yet, not only were 2 weapons left at the scene, but the vagrants had also failed to take their supplies. Coupled with the clean and decisive nature of the combat, it deviated from the vagrants' typical behavior. Could it be individuals from the ruffian prison or other factions? The ruffian hesitated but ultimately shrugged, shaking his head slightly. "It doesn't seem likely, though the wounds do resemble those made by cookery from the ruffian prison." The enforcer chuckled lightly, offering the half-smoked cigarette to the ruffian, who accepted it with a look of surprise before the enforcer strode towards the street. The ruffian eagerly took a deep drag, grinning triumphantly under the envious gazes of his peers, before pivoting to follow the enforcer. "Boss, I'll lead the way." The enforcer merely cast a glance at the 3 corpses before disregarding them entirely. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze settling on the thicket where the archer had previously lain in ambush. Crouching down, he scrutinized the traces left behind, ultimately directing his attention to the back door of the East City Waterworks Center. "Go," summoned 2 more men. Upon their arrival, the enforcer approached the waterworks facility, and the 3 ruffians immediately formed a triangular formation, shielding him in the center, weapons ready, adopting a combat posture. "Turn left." At once, the ruffians complied, executing the enforcer's commands without hesitation. The 4 ultimately halted at the second-floor archives. The ruffians stood vigilant while the enforcer's eyes were drawn to a footprint on the ground, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Observing the clear signs of recent rummaging within the archives, he expressed a flicker of surprise. The archives? What could be worth searching for in the Waterworks Center? Subsequently, the enforcer retraced the path taken by Yu Yan, following the footprints until he arrived at the heavily locked metal door of the director's office. A glimmer of interest finally crossed his features. Break the door open. The lock shattered under a gunshot. Stepping into the room and surveying it, the enforcer's gaze fixated on the safe. Boss, this safe can only be opened by cutting it. Shall we take it back? The ruffian inquired obsequiously. Of course we will. We will take this safe along with all other supplies in the room. Leave nothing behind. Haha, understood. Come help me. Soon, the ruffians carried the safe away from the Waterworks Center, elatedly heading towards their vehicle. The enforcer followed closely behind, pausing briefly as he passed a manhole cover, squatting down to scrutinize it. A flicker of intrigue crossed his eyes when he spotted a subtle crimson fingerprint. Clever little mouse. It was an hour later when Yu Yuan returned to his hideout. Guided by the virtual map, even burdened with supplies, his return was notably expedited. He discarded the supplies, swiftly cleaning the blood and grime from his body. Extracting the director of the Water Bureau's office chair from the hiding place, he collapsed into it, gulping down half a bottle of water, reflecting on the day's endeavors. The exploration during daylight was fraught with peril, the likelihood of detection exceedingly high. Furthermore, those who brazenly traversed the streets in broad daylight were undoubtedly part of a violent faction. Regardless of their affiliation, they were not foes he could confront at this moment. Fortunate was he to have fled in time. Yet, recalling the three assailants, Yu Yuan furrowed his brow. Surely, those three could fulfill the conditions for the Indulgence card. However, as this thought emerged, he gently shook his head, banishing it from his mind. Such a notion was too terrifying. He was no master of the underworld. This line of thinking was untenable. He must devise another plan. Yu Yuan was acutely aware that the trio bore wounds that had festered and emitted a foul stench, potentially harboring diseases. Nevertheless, to eliminate the Indulgence card, a target for Indulgence was essential. In this desolate world, where could he possibly find a woman? He raked his fingers through his hair in despair. With less than 2 days remaining, if all else failed, he might have to seize a random vagabond. Contracting a disease might not mean death, but failing to complete the Fate card's task would undoubtedly lead to his demise. In that moment, Yu Yuan deeply felt the malice and mockery of fate. On one side loomed the threat of death, while on the other stood his moral and psychological boundaries. Fate awaited, anticipating what choice Yu Yuan would make under the specter of death. Would he abandon his principles and fully immerse himself in the Wasteland? Or would he steadfastly uphold his values and be obliterated? This was the price one must pay to receive the gifts of fate. Chapter 20. The means of eliminating the Indulgence card. The threat of the Indulgence card left Yu Yuan on edge. Yet reason dictated that waiting until nightfall to venture out was the safest option. He opened the chat channel, hoping to see if the bait he had cast had attracted any ill-intentioned individuals. To his surprise, the channel was buzzing with discussions about newcomers. It turned out that 12 hours had elapsed, and 2 new players had entered the Wasteland. Even the hideout had been constructed. Players were fervently discussing these newcomers, frequently mentioning the name of Yu Yuan's hideout. After all, within just 1 day of entering the Wasteland game, the hideout had surged 501 ranks, a leap that left all players in awe. The fervor of the discussion was naturally quite high. Yu Yan had long anticipated this moment. As he swiftly scanned through the content, a chill swept over his gaze, and a cold smile graced his lips. Indeed, the mossy cottage was once again diverting the attention of others, coinciding perfectly with the recent introduction of cigarettes. Have you all noticed that since yesterday, every time the ranking of Yu Yan's hideout rises, cigarettes are released? Could this merely be a coincidence? Hey, if the big shot of Yu Yan's hideout has discovered rare resources, why not trade? Have you found a resource warehouse? How else could the ranking leap by 501 places in just 1 day? What was this fellow truly after? Yu Yan had already confirmed that the mossy cottage harbored malicious intent towards him, yet he could not fathom the source of such animosity. Was it an attempt to plunder him post-beginner phase? If so, there was no need to steer others' attention towards him. Sending messages cost nothing. This perplexing situation, coupled with the feeling of being targeted, gnawed at Yu Yan's heart like a persistent parasite. He opened the hideout's memo and marked the mossy cottage as a hostile entity before glancing at the other chat contents. Under the deliberate guidance of the mossy cottage, The frequency with which Yu Yan's hideout was mentioned in the chat channel was indeed quite high. Almost simultaneously, whenever these individuals brought up Yu Yan's hideout, the cigar hideout would inadvertently be mentioned as well. In an instant, Yu Yan seemed to grasp the underlying scheme. These individuals were likely colluding with the mossy cottage to create enemies for him, although no one knew who had released such a plethora of cigarettes. With the mossy cottage's guiding analysis and the presence of those sycophants enhancing the atmosphere, it seemed as if they had already concluded that the one covertly selling cigarettes was Yu Yan's hideout, and that he was competing with the cigar hideout for the tobacco trade. Even the trolls had been unleashed upon him. Yu Yan meticulously noted down the IDs of those hideouts before shutting down the chat channel. The mossy cottage posed a significant issue, yet during the beginner protection period, it could not impact Yu Yan directly. As long as he remained unaffected by their actions, the development of his own hideout was his foremost priority. At present, the most pressing matter remained the issue of the Indulgence card, a situation that demanded immediate attention. He casually picked up the book he had retrieved from room 506 the previous night and began to flip through its pages. However, upon encountering a particular title, he suddenly paused and quickly returned to the previous page. How medieval pirates addressed their physiological needs while sailing the vast seas. The methods employed by medieval pirates to fulfill their physiological needs during prolonged voyages were constrained by the limitations of maritime technology and reflected the societal culture and environment of the time. The solutions to these physiological desires typically included 1. Same-sex relationships, a behavior tacitly accepted by certain pirate communities. During acts of pillage, violence often accompanies pirate attacks on merchant vessels or coastal towns, resulting in plunder. When pirates dock temporarily, they frequently visit brothels. This is a wasteland in a peaceful society. Would such a statement even be necessary? I'm more familiar with it than you are. Domestication of animals, such as sheep or goats, not only provides sustenance, but once served as substitutes, leading to the notion that sheep could beguile humans, ultimately giving rise to the malevolent imagery of the black goat. Is this not reminiscent of Sangu? Upon encountering the fourth solution, Yu Yuan paused momentarily, lost in contemplation. The glimmer of hope in his eyes gradually faded, leaving only struggle and choice. The news he had seen that morning flickered in his mind. 8 Kelishan sheep were spotted roaming the ecological zone west of Hong and Park in Block 12. His psyche resisted. Yet reason urged Yu Yuan to consider that this might be his final opportunity to eliminate the Indulgence card. Once more, he opened the fate card, gazing at the inscription, and a decision crystallized within him. To survive, as long as he could endure, this woman, the newly ignited resolve to face death head-on, crumbled in an instant. With astonishment, he picked up the discarded pink wallet, fixating on the tear mole at the corner of the woman's eye in the family portrait. Memories surged back, recalling the conversation among Biao Gu and the others before the entrance of Wudong apartment last night. The monkey remarked, "That woman is too provocative, especially that tear mole. She simply can't stop." The tear mole implied that the woman spoken of by Biao Gu was indeed the one in the photograph. Yu Yuan's eyes widened gradually. Could it be that this was the woman? Suddenly recollecting something, he swiftly retrieved the water bill from the wallet's compartment. Upon examining the residential address inscribed on it, a relieved smile broke across Yu Yuan's face. With an address in hand, he should be able to locate this woman's home. Only a day had passed, and she should still be alive. Although he was uncertain if she had been captured by Biao Gu and his associates, having hope was better than despair. He promptly accessed the virtual map, using the address from the water bill to commence his search. Within 2 minutes, he pinpointed the residence on the map, 68 Canchino Street. This location lay on the western side of Block 11, contiguous with Block 12. As Yu Yuan emerged from the sewer and stealthily positioned himself behind a streetlight in the cover of night, the clock struck 9. After a brief rest in the afternoon, his energy had been replenished, and he had familiarized himself with the Glock 17 pistol, ensuring he could fire instantly should danger arise. His arsenal now included a dog-leg knife, an alloy folding crossbow, a backpack, and a messenger bag, standard gear for the night. Canchino Street was a quintessential residential area, lined with independent homes, each with its own lawn, garage, and basement. Yet now, the street was littered with toppled signposts, broken trees, overturned trash bins, and plastic bags strewn about. The lawn had undeniably embraced a mode of wild growth, with grass reaching half a meter in height, much to Yu Yuan's satisfaction. Following the virtual map, he swiftly located the address at 68 Cancino Street. Chapter 21. To be human is to seek clarity of thought. Due to the city's power system being inoperative, Cancino Street was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. Upon arriving at the entrance of Residence 68, he found the door firmly shut, with not a sound emanating from within. However, in the desolate world, a locked door itself posed a problem. After listening intently and confirming the absence of any noise inside, he retrieved his lock-picking tools. In merely 3 seconds, the door, which was not particularly sturdy, yielded effortlessly. His exceptional lock-picking skills were beginning to reveal their efficacy. Cautiously securing the door behind him, he wielded a dagger and commenced his search for any potential stragglers within the room. With the title of Street Rat, enhanced through recent training, his low-light vision now allowed him to discern the outlines of objects in complete darkness. Albeit still somewhat unclear, it was a significant improvement over his previous blurriness. However, after a thorough search, he found no sign of any lingering inhabitants, not even the woman marked by a tear mole. Could it be that I was mistaken? Perhaps she was not captured here? Yu Yuan furrowed his brow. If that were the case, it could spell trouble. Yet, observing the disarray of furniture and household items scattered throughout the room, he instinctively sensed something amiss. A faint sound caught his attention, a subtle noise that would have gone unnoticed had his hearing not been enhanced. He cautiously moved towards the source. The sound grew increasingly distinct. Upon unlocking another door, he was astonished to find himself in a garage, with the noise emanating from a basement on the other side. They haven't returned yet. They must have encountered some tough opposition. Now all the supplies are mine, a man's voice echoed, brimming with greed. That woman has been tempting me for quite some time. Now all these resources belong to me alone. Pushing open the basement door, light spilled through the crack, revealing a man with his back turned, bare-chested, wielding a whip as he indulged in his desires. I was not mistaken. Indeed, she was here. A surge of joy filled Yu Yuan as he raised his folding crossbow, aiming at the man's back. The bolt struck, embedding itself halfway into him. The man turned in disbelief, only to be met with the glint of Yu Yuan's dagger. After swiftly scanning the basement for any other threats and confirming the area was clear, Yu Yuan intended to shift his gaze towards the woman, but his movement abruptly halted. Despite having experienced the malevolence and distortion of humanity in the Wasteland, he felt a chill run down his spine. He raised his dagger and brought it down upon the man once more, compelled by what he had seen, the family portrait from the pink wallet, depicting 3 individuals, all present in the basement. The only difference was, the handsome male protagonist was found suspended by a noose around his neck, lifeless, with his body marred by numerous ghastly cuts and gashes. The child had been forced into a paint bucket, submerged in the liquid, his body now swollen and adrift. The woman with the tear mole emerged as the sole survivor of the family. Yet, she too was bound by ropes, hanging in midair, her skin riddled with countless scratches, bites, and welts, her form nearly unrecognizable from the torment she had endured, were it not for the faint rise and fall of her chest. One might assume she had succumbed to her suffering. Nonetheless, Yu Yuan speculated that she was teetering on the brink of death. With a swift motion, he severed the ropes, allowing the woman to collapse onto the ground, where she lay unconscious. Observing the myriad of wounds upon her, some already festering, he proceeded to lower the man as well. For that was all he could do in that moment. On the floor lay a gentleman's wallet, revealing the identity of the man as Fettermont. The woman's identification was also discovered, bearing the name Mona. The good news was that he had located the woman. The bad news was that Yu Yuan harbored no inclination to fulfill the Indulgence card task. If forced to choose, he would rather pursue sheep. Taking a deep breath, Yu Yuan began to move about the room. The threat had been neutralized, rendering the residence temporarily safe for him. In this space, he discovered a plethora of scarce supplies that needed to be collected promptly. First, he found a complete toolbox on the basement shelves, containing an assortment of screwdrivers, wrenches, Allen keys, needle nose pliers, channel locks, and even an electric drill set. He packed it all up. Subsequently, he located the stainless steel pipes and faucets required for constructing a water collector, as well as PVC pipes, 2 of them sufficient for establishing level 1 ventilation. He continued to gather essential household items such as electrical wires, copper wire, butane canisters, portable stoves, metal polishers, cleaning agents, electrician's pliers, pipe sealing tape, and sealants, supplies that were difficult to find outside. To Yu Yuan, these items were treasures. Smaller or lighter objects were stowed into his backpack, while larger, heavier ones were neatly arranged on the shelves. In no time, the inventory of 25 items in the storage was complete, and his backpack brimmed with various tools and components. He He prepared for another round, having only retrieved the urgent supplies from a basement. The garage and the resources within the residence remained unsearched. When Yu Yuan returned to the location an hour later, he found the garage secured by a rolling shutter, alleviating concerns about being discovered by any light. By simply using a few towels to seal the gaps between the shutter and the ground, he could safely illuminate the area with his flashlight. Inside the garage, vehicles had been dismantled, leaving various tools scattered across the floor. The vehicle-mounted air conditioning exhaust fan required for construction has been successfully acquired, and the remaining supplies, including the onboard battery, speakers, air conditioning compressor, spark plugs, onboard computer, engine, and turbocharger, have all been stocked. Although space is limited in the hideout, there are ample places in the air defense corridor. What brings Yu Yuan the most satisfaction is the discovery of 2 sturdy truck tarpaulins in the garage. These tarpaulins are remarkably durable and boast waterproof capabilities. While they are not immediately needed in his hideout, they would undoubtedly be in high demand among players surviving in the wilderness. All items have been stocked. The supplies within this residence are far too numerous to transport in one trip. Even if he makes several journeys, he cannot carry all the building materials and tools. Particularly, it seems the previous owner had intended to undertake some construction, as several bags of quick-drying cement and similar materials are stacked in the basement. Yu Yuan can only take away the urgent and essential supplies, leaving the rest for retrieval at a later time when needed. Upon returning to the basement, he noticed the woman with the tear mole had awoken, though her state was akin to that of the deceased. Her gaze was vacant, devoid of spirit and thought, merely staring blankly at the nearby male corpse. Nothing but a shell remained. Yu Yuan sighed deeply at the sight. He placed a pink wallet in front of her. The family photo within displayed the bright smiles of 3 individuals, painfully vivid. At that moment, the woman's eyes shifted slightly. Her gaze, somewhat dazed, fell upon the photograph, and tears of blood began to flow slowly down her cheeks. She then looked at Yu Yuan, her lips barely moving, whispering, "Kill me." Her voice was hoarse and filled with despair. Yu Yuan met her gaze and exhaled heavily. He set down the dagger and 2 packages of food he had taken from the refugee before her. "I have slain the refugees for you, including the 3 who ventured out. This is all I can do. Consider it a payment for their demise. I do not advise you to die. Only by living can you send those you deem deserving of death to hell." Without waiting for her response, Yu Yuan turned to leave. Though he urged the tear mole woman to live, the struggle for survival would be no easy feat without antibiotics and medical assistance, given the extent of her injuries. She was unlikely to survive the night. She was nearing death. What Yu Yuan did not know was that, as he turned away, the tear mole woman etched his silhouette deeply into her memory. Leaving the residential area and returning to his hideout, it was already 2 a.m. After 5 hours of back and forth, Yu Yuan felt somewhat exhausted, yet his tasks for the night were far from complete. He followed the call of his inner thoughts, yet found himself cornered in a desperate situation. He harbored no regrets about his choices, for to be human is to seek clarity of thought. However, the Indulgence card still needed to be discarded. He did not wish to perish in such an ambiguous manner. Thus, decisive action was imperative. Chapter 22, Urgent Typhoon Warning. High Danger Level. In the East City, within the 12th block, lies the ecological zone west of Haunted Park. Yu Yuan gazed at the sheep resting nearby, curled up in a circle, afraid to make even the slightest noise. In truth, the sheep were not difficult to find. Upon his arrival at the ecological zone, he had already heard their bleating. However, this place was unusually remote, and due to the lack of living resources in the park, few ventured here. As a result, the flock could linger for an entire day without anyone noticing. The real conundrum for Yu Yuan was how to capture the sheep. The ecological zone had long fallen into disrepair, overgrown with withered vegetation due to neglect. Yet, despite this, the sheep still regarded these plants as a delectable feast. Otherwise, they would not have chosen to stay here. At least the plants within the ecological zone, sheltered beneath a glass roof, although yellowed, remained unscathed by acid rain. Observing the desiccated flora, inspiration soon struck Yu Yuan. In the trading hub, several new transaction requests swiftly appeared. 1 cigarette was being offered for 10 transactions of 3 kilograms of fresh grass. Those players still awake, scouring for supplies, or just rising to answer nature's call, all received notifications of the new items listed. What has been listed? Firearms, cigarettes, or tools? Who is still posting items at this hour? Or could it be the supplies I specifically set alerts for? Who is burning the midnight oil, perhaps having found some liver-protecting pills? However, when players laid eyes upon the trading information, some were instantly jolted awake. 3 kilograms of grass? Grass. A player on the prairie rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Confirming he had not misread, he joyfully seized his sickle and dashed outside, fearing he might be too late. The prairie might lack many things, but it was abundant in grass. Trading 1 cigarette for 3 kilograms of grass was akin to receiving it for free. In a mere minute, transactions began to unfold. Players, clutching their newly acquired cigarettes, exhibited expressions of delight. Some eagerly lit their cigarettes, basking in the pleasure, while others cautiously savored the aroma of tobacco wafting from their smokes, relishing every moment. Of course, there were those who did not fancy smoking, promptly listing their cigarettes for sale at 80 survival points each. As soon as they were posted, they vanished in an instant, leaving the seller regretting their decision. Damn, I should have asked for more. Yu Yuan, however, paid no heed to the commotion. He successfully gathered 30 kilograms of grass, tossing 6 or 7 kilograms towards the direction of the sheep. The flock, startled awake, initially prepared to flee, but soon caught a whiff of the fresh grass in the air, halting in their tracks. The dew-kissed grass of the early morning exuded a fragrant sweetness. For the sheep, who had nearly forgotten the scent of grass, it was an irresistible temptation. One by one, 2 by 2, under Yu Yuan's watchful gaze, 8 Kyrgyz sheep could no longer resist the allure and eagerly approached the grass, munching voraciously. The more they ate, the tastier it became, their consumption quickening. The crisp sound of their chewing resonated clearly in the tranquil expanse of Hong'an Park. The 6 or 7 kilograms of grass could scarcely withstand the voracious appetites of 8 sheep, who quickly consumed it all. Yet, the fragrant aroma of the grass lingered in the air, drawing the flock's attention towards the verdant patches at Yu Yuan's feet. One by one, they approached, eagerly resuming their feast, unperturbed by his presence, as if it were the most natural occurrence. Yu Yuan, momentarily taken aback, recalled that these sheep had originally escaped from a zoo. How could they harbor any fear of humans? Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly illuminated his flashlight and began selecting his target. Without affording the sheep a moment to react, he produced a rope, subdued the chosen caracal sheep, and bound its hooves. He hoisted it onto his shoulder and made haste towards the sewer. Little ones, wait for me to craft a refrigerator, and I shall return for you. Don't wander too far. For 10 minutes, Yu Yuan maintained eye contact with the caracal sheep, which bore a striking resemblance to a giant panda. Ultimately, he faltered, resignedly tossing the freshly acquired grass at the sheep's feet. He collapsed heavily into his office chair, murmuring in resignation, I can't do this. I truly cannot. His mind swirled with thoughts of skewered lamb, roasted chops, and mutton noodles, a longing to indulge overwhelming him. Desire, why must it be lust instead of hunger? As the clock approached 6 in the morning, fatigue weighed heavily upon him. Yet the looming threat of indulgence kept him wide awake. Lighting a cigarette to alleviate his weariness, his anxious thoughts gradually settled. There was still a day remaining, a chance to strive for more. Perhaps he could encounter other women today? He recalled the mention of a woman by the monkey. Perhaps he should seek her out. As 6 o'clock arrived, he received a reward of 140 survival points, and the dilapidated newsstand refreshed with today's newspapers. Regrettably, no additional informative items had emerged. Extinguishing his cigarette, he endeavored to clear his cluttered thoughts. Let us first examine today's news. Upon opening the newspaper, his drowsy mind was instantly invigorated by a striking bronze-hued headline that captured his attention. To his astonishment, it was indeed a piece of bronze-quality news. However, as he read the title, his initial joy and excitement swiftly transformed into a state of shock. The smile that had begun to form faded, replaced by a chilling dread that crept up his spine. Emergency typhoon warning quality, bronze danger level. High. The meteorological department has issued an orange alert. Typhoon Qiuxing is approaching, prompting the city of Green Forest to activate its weather warning system. Latest update. According to the Green Forest Fate Meteorological Station, this year's first typhoon, Qiuxing, formed at 4:18 a.m. today in the Shattered Wave Sea, boasting maximum winds of level 11, 285, 326 ms. Typhoon size, small, 300 kilometers in diameter. Movement speed, rapid. Expected to make landfall in Green Forest City at 3:48 a.m. tomorrow, with a projected duration of 23 days. The forecast predicts that wind speeds may reach a formidable force of 13, with Green Forest City expecting torrential rain around midnight, accompanied by localized thunderstorms and strong winds. Residents should be aware of the risks posed by storm surges and seawater inundation. Those living in low-lying areas are advised to seek refuge in higher buildings. Outdoor activities should be minimized. Quality rock. Danger level, moderate. Macer, a craftsman residing at 7 Canchino Street, East City Block 11, has recently been troubled. Her research has reached a critical juncture, yet the resources available to her can sustain her for less than a week. She is in urgent need of supplies to maintain both her research and her survival. Currently confined to her laboratory, she is engrossed in the final stages of her investigations, planning to venture out for supplies in 2 days. Oh, what a blessing it would be if a benevolent soul could support my research. Alas, this world has become a desolate wasteland. Why has Fedmon not delivered the supplies yet? The danger level is high. Yu swallowed hard, struggling to remain calm. An orange typhoon warning has been issued, with winds expected to reach a maximum of level 13 by 3:48 a.m. tomorrow. Yu has experienced a typhoon before, during his childhood visits to his grandmother's house. It was then that he first witnessed the terror of such storms. Can one imagine the aftermath of a typhoon, where a home is reduced to mere foundations and scattered debris? Yu has seen it. That typhoon left an indelible mark on him. Now, with this impending storm approaching Green Forest City, the countdown stands at 21 hours, 44 minutes, and 35 seconds. Chapter 23. Yu, a man of exceptional execution. He exhaled deeply, discarding the newspaper and vigorously massaging his somewhat numb cheeks. Calm down. The threat posed by the orange typhoon is not to be taken lightly. The accompanying heavy rainfall spells disaster for Yu, who resides in the sewers. This was a concern he had carefully considered when choosing his refuge. Although a serendipitous discovery of decades-old air raid shelter layers has temporarily alleviated his worries about safety before the sewers are inundated, he must contemplate the waterproofing measures necessary should the sewers overflow. As for the suggestion in the warning to seek shelter in high-rise buildings, Yu pondered it briefly before dismissing the idea. His refuge is his stronghold. He is uncertain whether abandoning it for the heights might yield dire consequences. Even if there is a minuscule chance of trouble, he cannot afford to take the risk. Should anything happen to his sanctuary, he would find himself utterly helpless in this wasteland. Opening the virtual map, Yu examined the architectural structure of the air raid shelter layers. Within his sector, there are 2 exits connecting to the sewers. One is the ladder exit he frequently uses, while the other is a mere 70 to 80 meters from his hideout. To obstruct the influx of rainwater from the sewer into the air raid shelter, it is imperative to seal off these 2 entrances, as the other shelters are not interconnected and can be disregarded for the time being. To be prudent, Yuan took up a flashlight and left his hiding place, conducting a thorough inspection of the air raid shelter. It must be said that although the design of the shelter, constructed decades ago, is antiquated and built with brickwork, its quality is undeniably commendable. Aside from the 2 exits, all walls remain intact. By sealing those 2 exits, rainwater from the sewer can be effectively prevented from flooding the shelter. Both exits have a diameter of approximately 12 meters to achieve a complete seal. A sufficiently large cover is required to block the openings, followed by waterproof materials for sealing. Additionally, a weight must be placed on the cover to counteract the buoyant force of the rainwater from the sewer. Yuan quickly jotted down these details in his memorandum. He then returned to his hiding place to assess his available supplies. 2 truck tarps would indeed be useful, as they possess waterproof capabilities. The cover for sealing the exits could be made from bedboards, and Yuan suddenly remembered that within the floors of the Wudong apartment, there were sandbag walls intended for use as defensive fortifications in considerable quantity. Moreover, bedboards were plentiful there. With all these thoughts converging, Yuan could no longer remain idle. He immediately demonstrated remarkable decisiveness. After a brief replenishment of food and drink, he cleared all the items from the Tao Tao cave and subsequently stocked 25 packs of cigarettes, each priced at 1,000 survival points. Armed, he raced towards the Wudong apartment, racing against time. Upon arriving at the Wudong apartment, it was nearly 7:30 in the morning, and all 25 packs of cigarettes had sold out, netting him 25,000 survival points. This directly elevated the permissions of the Tao Tao cave from level 2 to level 4, a 2-level ascent, allowing him to stock 50 items simultaneously. He opened the sewer manhole cover, verified safety, swiftly climbed out, set up warning traps, and quickly darted into the Wudong apartment. As he entered the apartment, he was met with the sight of 2 corpses in the lobby, accompanied by a nauseating stench. Suppressing his disgust, he hurried to the 4th floor. Indeed, he found 2 rows of sandbag walls serving as defensive structures. However, instead of immediately transporting them, He meticulously inspected each room on the fourth floor to ensure there were no hidden foes before finally approaching the sandbag walls, ready to stock them. He loaded 50 sandbags at a time, with each round trip taking 25 minutes. Yuan spent 2 hours emptying the sandbag from both the fourth and fifth floors and unexpectedly discovered a complete set of outdoor gear on a balcony in a sixth-floor room, which included a tent, thermal blanket, and a large rain tarp, bringing him immense joy. By 10:30 in the morning, the previously spacious passage of the air raid shelter had become cluttered with numerous items, particularly at the 2 exit points, which are now filled with blast-resistant sandbags, alongside bedboards and truck tarps. Outside the security gate of the hideout, several bags of sand were placed, forming the final line of defense. Yuan discarded the cigarette, but at his feet, finally regaining a semblance of spirit, I recalled the basement of the Tier Mole woman's residence, which seemed to contain a considerable amount of quick-drying cement. Furthermore, if the air raid shelter was to be sealed, proper ventilation for the hideout must be constructed immediately. Had the security measures not optimized paths for waterproofing and anti-permeation? Yuan promptly accessed the management panel of the hideout for inspection. Indeed, within the Level 2 upgrade interface of security, an optimized path labeled Waterproof Door appeared, unlocked following the acquisition of optimization blueprint from the East City Water Authority. By constructing the Level 2 simple anti-theft door and gathering materials such as silicone waterproof strips, automatic drainage strips, and waterproof adhesive, he could upgrade it to a Level 2 stainless steel waterproof door. All these materials could be found at the Tier Mole woman's home, as her door was already equipped with such items, easily dismantled. However, before departing, Yuan needed to upgrade the ventilation, water collector, and security. He had already gathered the construction materials at the Tier Mole woman's residence, but delays due to the sheep capture and typhoon had set him back. The requirements were as follows. Level 1 single duct ventilation, needed 2 PVC pipes, 1 sealing adhesive, and 1 vehicle-mounted air conditioning exhaust fan. Level 1 water collector, required 3 stainless steel pipes, 1 faucet, and 1 pipeline sealing adhesive. Level 2 simple anti-theft door, necessitated 1 anti-theft door lock, 10 steel pieces, 20 rivets, and 1 nail gun. As the construction materials vanished, a green luminescence enveloped the hideout once more, and 1 minute later, the ventilation and water collector were completed. A ventilation hole had emerged in the ceiling of the hideout, with the vehicle-mounted exhaust fan embedded in the wall, slowly rotating without a breeze. On the right-hand wall, a faucet had appeared, indistinguishable from a typical household washing machine inlet. The facility's effects were straightforward. Level 1 single duct ventilation, safety level 1, with an indoor-outdoor air circulation rate of 15, reducing air toxicity risk by 20. Level 1 water collector, safety level 1, capable of obtaining up to 24 liters of urban domestic water per day. Given that these were merely Level 1 facilities, Yuan did not harbor excessive expectations. At the very least, they alleviated his concerns regarding air and water sources. As for the Level 2 security, the upgrade would require 30 minutes. A wait Yuan was unwilling to endure. Upon returning to 68 Conchi upon arriving at the basement entrance, he disassembled the waterproof strips and hinges. Yet the quantity proved insufficient. Ultimately, disregarding the inherent dangers, he ventured into the long-abandoned neighboring residence to gather the necessary components for upgrading the waterproof door. Without delay, he returned to his hideout to commence a new phase of construction. Chapter 24. Completion of construction and journey to the land hotel. As the quick-drying cement sealed the final gap at the exit, a look of relief washed over him. At last, he had effectively blocked this exit. According to the instructions for the quick-drying cement, it would fully harden within an hour. Once that time had elapsed, he would merely need to place the blast-proof sandbags atop the cement and employ a tarpaulin from the truck beneath the exit cover for waterproofing, ensuring no complications would arise. Equipped with his tools, he retraced his steps. The sole passage outside his hideout had been barricaded with a 12-meter-high wall of blast-proof sandbags. The waterproof cloth source from the Wutong apartment enveloped the outer perimeter of the sandbags, providing a waterproof barrier. The corners and gaps between the walls on either side of the structure were filled with quick-drying cement, reinforcing the sandbag wall and thoroughly eliminating any possibility of rainwater penetration. Unlike the previous exit, the cement here had already set. He kicked it twice, it was solid, and a smile crept across his lips. After meticulously inspecting the seams between the sandbag wall and the walls with a flashlight, and finding no issues, he climbed over the towering sandbag barricade and re-entered his hideout. The clock read 2 p.m. The relentless, high-intensity exertion since yesterday afternoon had left him utterly fatigued, yet every effort was worthwhile. One of the two exits of the air raid shelter had been completely sealed. He merely needed to wait for the quick-drying cement to harden and place the blast-proof sandbags on top. For the frequently accessed ladder exit, all blocking materials were in place, and if necessary, he could complete the sealing within half an hour. This was merely the first line of waterproof defense against the impending typhoon. The second line of waterproofing was the towering wall of blast-proof sandbags erected in front of the passage, even if rainwater penetrated the two exits. This wall would impede the spread of water. The third line of defense, of course, was the optimally completed stainless steel waterproof door before him. Security Level 2 stainless steel waterproof door. Quality, excellent. Functionality, Safety Level 4, equipped with anti-backflow waterproofing, corrosion resistance, permeability prevention, sound insulation, impact resistance, and locking capabilities. This waterproof door not only featured a frame with silicone waterproof strips, but also included an automatic water blocking strip at the bottom. The hinges and locks had been entirely transformed into stainless steel, concealing any trace of its former state. A waterproof ramp had been constructed at the entrance, and the seams between the door frame and wall had been treated with waterproof adhesive. As long as the door remained tightly shut, all silicone seams would automatically seal and adhere, ensuring no leakage and rendering waterproofing concerns moot. He nodded slightly. The excellent quality of the security door marked the first optimized facility he had constructed. He had exerted himself to the utmost in the construction of the 3 waterproofing projects. If there remained any inadequacies, it would only be the walls of the hiding place that lacked waterproof treatment. However, this was of little consequence. Returning to the hideout, he lay down on a makeshift bed, feeling a pervasive soreness throughout his body. Even the slightest movement of his legs elicited the creaking of his joints. The facilities within the hideout could be completed in one fell swoop, requiring merely the provision of materials. Yet, the sealing of the air raid shelter's exit and the construction of the second waterproof wall were tasks he undertook personally, laying each brick and tile by hand. The transportation of hundreds of sandbags and the application of quick-drying cement had long since drained the last vestiges of his strength. He had scarcely paused to eat, and as fatigue enveloped him, he managed to set the alarm on his positioning watch for 6 o'clock in the afternoon before succumbing to a deep slumber. The shrill ringing of the alarm pierced through the depths of his dreams, and he felt as if he were ensnared in an endless darkness, yearning to surrender to it. So weary, truly so weary. Sleep. I must sleep. Yet, amidst the chaos of obscurity, the ringing became increasingly distinct, gradually rousing his consciousness from the shadows. With great difficulty, he pried his eyes open, and, as he beheld the gentle candlelight within the hideout, his mind remained somewhat foggy until clarity returned after a few moments. This was the alarm I set. He silenced the alarm and sensed that his strength had partially returned. Although his body still felt hollow, he was markedly improved. Struggling to rise, he patted his cheeks to invigorate himself further. Lighting a cigarette, the sharp sting in his lungs finally revitalized his spirit. The clock read 6:05. Quickly replenishing his body with food and water, he retrieved a hand-crank flashlight. After generating some power, he exited the hideout to inspect the condition of the previously sealed exit. The sound of the knife's spine striking the concrete resonated sharply. A smile flickered in his eyes as he noted that after nearly 4 hours, the cement had fully hardened. He then placed the prepared sandbags evenly atop the cement board, completing the sealing of this exit. Upon returning to the hideout, he meticulously checked his gear, the knife, the Glock 17 pistol with 20 rounds, the alloy folding crossbow, and his backpack, ensuring he was ready for departure. There remained approximately an hour until the ambush at the Black Shield police station near the rebel prison. His objective in this endeavor was to navigate the tumult and seize an opportunity for gain, traveling light and simplifying his approach. To this end, he had specifically emptied the supplies from the Tao Tao cave and prepared a handful of grass to feed the caracal sheep. Gently stroking the sheep's head, he murmured to himself, "This is the final opportunity. May fortune favor me in capturing a woman during this mission. Then you'll be free." Just before leaving the hideout, he paused, opened the Tao Tao cave, and executed 2 transactions. He spent 75 survival points to purchase 10 stones, 5 pieces of wood, along with 5 long nails and 1 steel from the supplies within the hideout. Commencing construction without delay. 30 seconds later, a fire pit measuring 1 square meter appeared on the floor of the hideout, encircled by stones, with wood placed in the center, and a stainless steel tripod standing above it. Once the wood is ignited, the tripod can be used to boil water, prepare soup, or grill food. This newly unlocked facility, the Level 1 kitchen fire pit, becomes available after completing the construction of the ventilation and water collector. Its features include Energy Level 1, Comfort Level 1, and Hygiene Level 1. While burning, the temperature within the hideout increases by 5 degrees and by 15 degrees within a 2-meter radius. It also unlocks food preparation. A glimmer of delight appeared in Yu Yuan's eyes. 3 Level 1 attributes. Quite a feat. At last, he could enjoy a warm meal. With this thought, he extinguished the candle and departed from the hideout. Jinxianglan Avenue in Zone 14 is renowned as a bustling commercial district in the eastern part of the city, once frequented by numerous luxury vehicles before the Wasteland era. Particularly, the Land Hotel at the intersection of Jinxianglan Avenue and Shuayan Street was once one of the most opulent hotels in Green Forest City. Countless wealthy individuals, politicians, tycoons, movie stars, socialites, royalty, and mob bosses traversed its halls. It symbolized status and identity, serving as a threshold of class. It was once the most splendid sight in Green Forest City. Regrettably, the Land Hotel now stands as merely a symbolic edifice amid the desolate urban landscape. At this moment, Yu Yuan crouched atop a ladder within a sewer at a corner of Jinxianglan Avenue, straining to hear the sounds outside. He glanced at the time, 7:15 p.m. There were merely 15 minutes remaining until the anticipated conflict erupted. Chapter 25. The battle commences. The Slave Self-Destruction Squad. Yu Yuan observed the location of the Land Hotel on his virtual map. The sewer in which he currently resided had been meticulously chosen. It was positioned just west of the intersection of Jinxianglan Avenue and Shuayan Street, directly opposite the Land Hotel, with Shuayan Street lying straight ahead. He had already unlocked the manhole cover, ready to open it at a moment's notice. Perhaps due to the impending typhoon, the sky was shrouded in darkness even before 7:30 p.m., evoking a sense of foreboding. Night has fallen, how delightful! Yu Yuan murmured to himself as he peered through the manhole cover. Soon, the sounds of car engines and tires grinding against the pavement reached his ears. He swiftly deduced, here they come, from the direction of Shuayan Street. Resisting the urge to open the manhole cover and observe the unfolding scene, he awaited the sound of battle. As the thunderous roar of vehicles grew ever closer, perhaps due to their approach to the intersection, their speed began to diminish. Yu Yuan had already retreated from the manhole, returning to the sewer to cover his ears. Indeed, as soon as his feet touched the ground, a series of explosions erupted overhead, followed by a relentless barrage of gunfire and screams. The cacophony of machine gun fire, accompanied by the blasts, transformed the night into a terrifying harvest of chaos. Yu Yuan could discern the sounds of explosions and rolling vehicles. The rapid fire of a machine gun erupted nearby, suggesting that the counterattack from the Black Shield Police Department had commenced. However, just as the gunfire began, it abruptly ceased after a deafening shot, likely the work of a sniper. Sensing that a landmine had likely detonated, Yuan climbed the ladder once more and quietly pushed open the manhole cover. His eyes were immediately met with a dazzling display of gunfire and blazing flames. In the center of the street, several modified wrecked vehicles lay overturned, engulfed in fierce flames. From the windows of the 3rd and 4th floors of the Land Hotel, 2 machine guns unleashed torrents of fire, suppressing the personnel of the Black Shield Police Department below. Occasionally, incendiary bottles were hurled, shattering upon impact and igniting a 3 to 4 meter radius in flames. Some rioters, unfortunate enough to be splashed by the liquid from these bottles, became instant torches, their agonizing screams echoing through the street. Yet, before they could shed their burning armor, bullets from an unknown source pierced their bodies. The acrid scent of gunpowder mingled with the smell of fuel, pervading the air as bullets whizzed by. The continuous explosions of grenades rendered Yuan's eardrums nearly unbearable, sending sharp pains through his head. A few stray bullets struck the wall near the manhole cover, prompting Yuan to quickly close it. However, mere seconds later, he cautiously reopened it, squinting to observe the chaos. The danger level was alarmingly high. This was clearly a miniature battlefield. It was evident that the ambush by the prison rioters was remarkably effective. The members of the Black Shield Police Department were now entrenched behind the reinforced armor vehicles, biding their time to retaliate. Just a few meters in front of Yuan, 7 or 8 fully armored officers from the Black Shield Police Department were engaged in an assault on the Land Hotel, but they dared not expose themselves due to the barrage of machine gun fire. As Yuan scanned the battlefield, searching for a moment to strike, he suddenly heard the rioters ahead shout, "Grenade!" In the next instant, the 7 or 8 officers abandoned their cover and lunged forward. A grenade detonated precisely where they had just been hiding. The explosion hurled them through the air, and the raiders from the prison began to methodically eliminate them. One unfortunate officer landed near the manhole cover where Yun was positioned, and before he even touched the ground, a dozen bullets pierced his body, leaving him motionless after a brief roll. Yun felt a sharp sting on his forehead. A fragment of shrapnel had grazed him. Nevertheless, he paid it no mind. His gaze sharp as an eagle, rapidly analyzing the situation. In that moment, he resembled a poised hunter, awaiting the perfect opportunity to strike. Remarkably, less than a minute had passed since the onset of the battle. The counterattack by the Black Shield Police Department has commenced. Yuan felt a flash of fire as the machine gun, nest within the land hotel, was unexpectedly taken out, igniting a fierce blaze. With the suppression of machine gun fire eliminated, the personnel of the Black Shield Police Department immediately launched their counteroffensive, shifting their focus toward Riverside Street. Simultaneously, a signal flare, glowing with a crimson hue, soared into the sky, a desperate call for assistance from the Black Shield Police Department. A sudden explosion erupted from the upper floors of the land hotel. A sniper had just eliminated the Black Shield Police Department's insurgent who had released the signal flare. Yuan furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, "Fool, the signal flare has already been fired. Killing him is futile and only reveals our position." He began to doubt the professionalism of the sniper from the insurgent prison. Indeed, the very next moment, the sound he had previously heard echoed again. This time, Yuan observed with clarity as a rocket, spewing incandescent flames, surged toward the land hotel, crashing into the very room occupied by the sniper and causing a violent explosion that blew a gaping hole in the hotel's exterior. Simultaneously, two mangled bodies were hurled out, landing on the ground like discarded rags, yet none paid them any heed. The presence of RPGs indicated that the firepower of the Black Shield Police Department was more formidable than he had anticipated. Yuan's eyes twitched. The combat capabilities of both the insurgent prison and the Black Shield Police Department far surpassed his expectations. The ambush orchestrated by the insurgent prison was undeniably ruthless. Yet the counterattack from the Black Shield Police Department was equally decisive. What was most striking was the evident superiority of the Black Shield Police Department's equipment over that of the insurgent prison. Could it be that a mere gang within a neighborhood possesses such military might? Nevertheless, Yuan felt a lingering sense of unease. As long-standing adversaries, the insurgent prison could not possibly be unaware of the strength of the Black Shield Police Department. If the insurgent prison had chosen to ambush, how could they be so easily overwhelmed? Soon, Yuan's confusion was elucidated. From above Riverside Street, several figures appeared above the insurgent leaders wielding RPG launchers, leaping down. Some fell to the ground dead on impact, while others landed amidst the vehicles of the Black Shield Police Department. Just as Yuan was grappling with the absurdity of the situation, he witnessed a scene that would forever remain etched in his memory. The bodies detonated with a resounding explosion, propelling the vehicles of the Black Shield Police Department into the air and creating deep craters in the ground. Flames engulfed the street, and the Black Shield Police Department, which had only just begun to organize a counterattack, found itself ensnared in yet another crisis as the insurgent prison intensified its assault. Yuan inhaled sharply, suddenly recalling a name mentioned in the intelligence regarding the insurgent prison, the Human Bomb Suicide Squad. Chapter 26. Wealth and Danger in Pursuit of Fortune. Unexpected events. Goodness, human bombs. The insurgent prison was nothing short of a band of lunatics. Yuan quickly analyzed the armed characteristics and strength comparisons of the two factions of insurgents, preparing for the potential battles that lay ahead. But soon he realized something, and his heart began to race. The residual combat power of the Black Shield Police Station has all been redirected to Waterside Street, and the attention of the riot prisoners is entirely focused on that location. Even the formidable machine gunners and snipers, whom he most feared, have all perished. It seems that no one is paying attention to the vicinity of Jinxie Anglin Avenue. His gaze swiftly shifted to the corpse lying merely 2 meters away, his heart beginning to race with intensity. Could this not be the opportunity one had been eagerly awaiting? The sky had now turned pitch black, with only the flickering light from nearby burning vehicles providing a semblance of illumination. Without hesitation, Yuan pushed aside the manhole cover and swiftly emerged, taking a few strides toward the body, dragging it toward the sewer. Boom! The battle on Waterside Street intensified, and vehicle from the riot prisoners surged forward, blocking the retreat of the Black Shield Police Station, launching a final assault. They must conclude the conflict and retreat before the reinforcements from the Black Shield police station arrive. As Yu Yuan observed the unfolding chaos, he bent down and crawled to several other corpses of the rioters, ignoring everything else as he dragged the bodies into the sewer. Following that, he collected the scattered firearms and ammunition strewn across the ground, discarding each one into the depths of the sewer. Just as he prepared to return, his attention was caught by an object, a backpack. A large backpack with an estimated capacity of at least 60 liters, significantly surpassing the 30 liters of the backpack he currently possessed. Nearby lay a destroyed vehicle and several fallen bodies. This backpack must be acquired. After 2 days of survival in the Wasteland, Yu Yuan deeply understood the importance of a spacious backpack. Securing this backpack became his singular focus. However, it was positioned at least 20 meters away and perilously close to the intersection, with the conflict zone between the riot prisoners and the Black Shield police station merely 30 to 40 meters ahead. At that moment, no one would be aware of his actions, as long as he could return to the sewer before being detected by the enemy. Even if the riot prisoners noticed him, they would disregard him, for the Black Shield police station was their true adversary. Yu Yuan quickly analyzed the situation in his mind and deemed it worth attempting. With resolve, he no longer hesitated, briefly gathering his strength before sprinting towards the backpack, keeping close to the shadows along the wall. As he approached within 5 meters of the backpack, the most dangerous moment arrived. The flames from the burning vehicles illuminated his figure. Yet he paid it no heed, dashing to the backpack. Just as his left hand reached for the straps, he pivoted swiftly. In the instant he grasped the backpack, he exerted force with his feet. Like a panther, Yu Yuan vanished into the darkness within 2 seconds. Moments later, with the manhole cover securely closed and the internal locking bolts engaged, he returned to the sewer. He felt his limbs had long since gone numb, and his heart raced violently in his chest, as if it might leap out at any moment. Subconsciously swallowing, gasping for breath, and feeling goosebumps all over, this was a manifestation of adrenaline surging through my veins. The thrill, it was exhilarating beyond compare. This daring excitement was unprecedented. Lowering my gaze to inspect my backpack, I was pleasantly surprised to discover that it was of excellent quality. This outdoor Oxford cloth mountaineering backpack was indeed remarkable. Quality, exceptional. Description, a durable and highly functional outdoor backpack, suitable for various scenarios and particularly ideal for long-distance carrying. Capacity, 60L. Features, waterproof, wear-resistant, lightweight. Impact on mobility, 4. Impact on turning speed, 2. The contents within the backpack were equally astonishing. Several packs of military rations were neatly arranged, followed by canned goods and a medical pouch. All of these constituted vital resources for survival in a desolate land, particularly the medical pouch, which contained a vehicle-mounted first aid kit for treating wounds, albeit lacking in medications. With the addition of these supplies, my resilience against risks would significantly increase. A resounding explosion echoed once more, the sound of a vehicle detonating. No longer preoccupied with my backpack, I began to rummage through the bodies, having discarded 6 corpses. Without concern for the items retrieved, I hastily stuffed smaller belongings in my backpack and slung larger ones over my shoulders. With remarkable speed, I sorted through bulletproof vests, tactical gloves, combat knives, and masks. Yet, perhaps due to my haste, my hands trembled uncontrollably, reminiscent of Parkinson's, nearly blurring into a haze. With a sharp clap of my left hand against my right, I cursed. Damn it! Steady hands! Don't betray me now! A voice, filled with suppressed fury, erupted from my throat, akin to a dragon's roar. The effect was immediate. As I expelled my pent-up frustration and anxiety, my composure swiftly returned. Within 3 minutes, I had thoroughly scavenged the corpses, filling my backpack halfway and completely stuffing the Oxford bag. The gunfire from the direction of Water's South Edge Street, which had ceased following the explosion, now only echoed sporadically, indicating that the Black Shield police had likely been annihilated by the rioters. Indeed, the sound of engines roared back to life before quickly retreating, signaling the departure of the rioters. With the Oxford bag secured on my back and the backpack clutched to my chest, I prepared to return to my hiding place. The bounty I had gathered was already ample. Greed could lead to peril. Remaining here risked an encounter with reinforcements from the Black Shield police, where danger outweighed reward. However, to my astonishment, just 2 meters out, a beam of light suddenly flickered from the sewer in the direction of Water South Edge Street. My gaze sharpened with a steely glint. Quickly shedding my backpack, I approached the corner of the sewer. The flashlight drew nearer, and I distinctly heard footsteps, only one individual. He swiftly made a judgment, pressing his body against the wall, the dagger gripped firmly in his hand. Damn it! A furious roar echoed through the sewer. Carmen, you wretched bastard. I shall make you pay for this. You want me to die, is that it? Very well. He recalled the prison of thugs. And this vendetta was firmly etched in his mind. The sound grew increasingly closer, soon reaching the corner of the sewer. The flashlight beam illuminated Yu Yuan's face, startling the man, who instinctively raised his handgun. Yet, Yu Yuan, with a deliberate intent, would not grant him a chance. The moment the gun was lifted, the dagger had already struck his wrist. A scream echoed, only to be abruptly silenced, for the dagger now rested against his throat, accompanied by Yu Yuan's cold voice. Scream again, and you shall meet your end. Chapter 27. Enforcer Carmen. The flashlight fell to the ground, illuminating the sewer brilliantly. Blood flowed across the floor, and the air was thick with the stench of urine. Yu Yuan furrowed his brow, his gaze menacing. The dagger was poised at the throat of an approaching bald man clad in enforcer attire, his scalp sparsely dotted with hair. Sweat dripped from his brow, his face pale as a ghost due to the severed right arm. Yet, facing the threat of death, he still struggled to muster a feeble smile. As he prepared to speak, Yu Yuan delivered a swift kick to his face, blood mingling with shattered teeth and saliva flowing from his mouth, his eyes momentarily flashing with intense malice. However, that fury was quickly concealed as he spat out the blood. The bald man understood that as long as his adversary did not kill him immediately, there remained a glimmer of hope for survival. Yu Yuan stepped on the stump of the man's severed arm, the dagger slicing through the skin of his neck, and asked in a low voice, "I ask, you answer. Do you understand?" Before the man could respond, Yu Yuan posed his first question. Where is the stronghold of the Black Shield Police Department? The bald man, sweating profusely, forced a slight smile. If I answer, will you let me go? Certainly not. But I can make your death a swifter affair, Yu Yuan replied candidly. And with that, the dagger swung again towards the bald man's left hand. My hand. The bald man's eyes bulged, bloodshot and filled with terror. His demeanor transformed from calm to frantic. Yu Yuan, with a penetrating gaze, fixed his eyes on the man's and reiterated, Now, tell me, where is the stronghold of the Black Shield Police Department? The dagger was raised once more. Speak. I will tell you, it's at my foot, my foot. The bald man's cries filled the air. This time, the dagger struck at his left ankle, leaving only a thin strip of flesh connecting his foot to his leg, blood splattering onto Yu Yuan's face, creating a ghastly scene. You are a devil, a true devil. The corner of Yu Yuan's mouth curled into a smirk. Delaying time is also a form of refusal, you know? This is your final chance. Where is the stronghold of the Black Shield Police Department? The dagger now aimed at the bald man's right ankle. Witnessing the ruthlessness of Yu Yuan, the bald man could entertain no other thoughts, not even a fleeting notion of resentment, for he had become aware of the presence of a demon. The East City Police Headquarters of District 1 is our base, he hastily articulated. Where's the stronghold of the rebel prison? Yu Yuan continued to inquire, his voice unwavering. It lies outside the eastern outskirts at Solon Prison. Which factions in Green Forest City pose the greatest threats? Before the bald man could finish his response, another question was posed, and he, weakened by excessive blood loss, was on the verge of fainting. Yes, but the bald man's words were abruptly cut off as Yu Yuan suddenly looked up, adopting a posture of attentive listening. The sound of vehicles approached. The Black Shield Police were arriving. Yu Yuan understood it was time to depart. With a swift motion of his knife, the bald man's body convulsed once and then lay still. He quickly stowed the bald man's belongings into a backpack, stripped off his gear, and dashed towards his hiding place. Shortly thereafter, 5 or 6 Wasteland war vehicles illuminated the battleground of Water's Edge Street as if it were day. Members of the Black Shield Police had already begun to clear the scene. Clad in the uniform of an enforcer, Carmen stepped out of the vehicle, a cigarette dangling from his lips, surveying the smoke-filled battlefield. Feeling the moisture in the air and the increasingly fierce wind, Carmen furrowed his brow. Is a heavy rain approaching? A rebel, seeing him disembark, rushed over. Boss, the danger hasn't been completely eliminated. What if the scoundrels from the rebel prison have an ambush? Before he could finish, Carmen waved him off. Enough with the chatter. Report the situation. Yes, we have secured the high ground. The Friss enforcement team was ambushed. Nearly all were annihilated. But we have yet to locate Friss or his body. Carmen's expression hardened. Friss? After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. Friss is exceedingly cautious. If he encounters peril, He will surely escape or conceal himself without taking unnecessary risks. Boss, Friss is the brother of Commander Loris. If an accident has indeed befallen him. The rebel's expression darkened, but his words were interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Carmen also noticed the newcomers and gestured dismissively. Enough. These matters are not for you to concern yourself with. Have everyone search. The living must be found, and the dead must be accounted for. Understood. The rebel promptly departed. Two men, also clad in enforcer uniforms, approached Carmen. Enforcer Goro surveyed the battlefield, his brow furrowed. Carmen, is it Friss? Carmen nodded slightly. Yes. We have yet to find any trace of him. I hope nothing has gone awry. Enforcer Soda, beside him, immediately expressed his discontent. What are we waiting for? Friss is Commander Loris' brother. Everyone must search, quickly. The rebels who had accompanied Soda and Goro immediately joined the search efforts. Satisfied with the scene, Soda nodded at Carmen. Aren't you supposed to have the keenest nose? Hurry and find him. Carmen, however, remained indifferent, prompting Sodar to express his displeasure. Carmen, don't be so ungrateful. Among the three of us, you're the closest to this place. If we cannot locate Freeze, I wonder how you will explain this to Commander Loris. With a smirk of schadenfreude, he spat fiercely onto the ground. Goro immediately interjected with a smile. All right, enough of this. If we can't find Freeze, we shall all be in trouble. Let us hasten to search. Otherwise, it will be quite difficult to account for our failure. Soon, news arrived that Freeze's lifeless body had been discovered, and the three hastened to the scene. However, upon reaching the sewer and witnessing the grim sight of Freeze, they fell into a profound silence. Carmen examined the wounds on Freeze's body, particularly the fatal injury to his neck, his gaze sharpening with focus. Gro's voice echoed from behind. This is problematic. Carmen, your investigative skills are unmatched. Perhaps you should take the lead in this inquiry? Very well. Carmen summoned the individual who had discovered Freeze's body for questioning, identifying him as a member of Gro's enforcement team. How did you come across this place? Carmen inquired. As an enforcer, I noticed that a manhole cover had been blown off by a self-detonating slave, exposing the sewer beneath. I speculated that Freeze might have fallen in and subsequently found his body here. The enforcer replied. Did you make any other discoveries? Approximately 20 meters from here, I found 6 more bodies, all members of Freeze's enforcement team. Their equipment and supplies were entirely missing, but the causes of death were gunshot wounds and explosions. Not knife wounds. Carmen then examined the condition of the 6 bodies before climbing out of the sewer via a ladder, arriving at Golden Fragrance Lane to inspect the traces on the ground. Observing the bloodstains left by drag bodies, the basic outline of the incident began to crystallize in his mind. The first thought that crossed his mind was the mysterious figure who had killed 3 vagrants at the East City Waterworks the previous day. A flicker of surprise and curiosity passed through Carmen's eyes. What audacity! Chapter 28, Blocking the Exit of the Air Raid Shelter. The underground mines are an exceedingly mysterious and perilous realm. Before the Wasteland erupted, this area was subject to frantic excavation, reaching depths of several thousand meters, with its interior being a labyrinth of twisting paths and numerous forks. Those who venture within have a high probability of becoming lost. This place harbors not only the safety hazards left by previous explorers, but also, following the Wasteland's emergence, has seen the rise of many botanical traps and adeptly camouflaged subterranean predators, as well as geothermal springs and lava flows that render navigation treacherous. A moment's inattention could lead to one's demise. The Moss Cottage is nestled within this treacherous landscape. Inside the refuge, bioluminescent moss and phosphorescent mushrooms have been meticulously arranged to provide illumination. A figure kneels on the floor, intently fixated on a coarse beast hide, a slight smile curling at the corners of their mouth. At the center of the hide rests a box of golden fleece cigarettes, with the bodies of 4 unknown creatures placed at each corner: a blind fish, an oversized eared rat, a long-legged spider, and a crimson-skinned bat. Every creature possesses a stream of blood that converges towards the core of its being, yet something seems to obstruct this flow, causing the blood to twist and turn, ultimately forming 2 indistinct characters, Fish Abyss. At that very moment, the figure kneeling on the floor's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, reaching deep into his gaze. Indeed, it is the Fish Abyss. I knew this individual was extraordinary. Xiao Wu licked his lips, revealing the grin of a hunter who has spotted his prey. This marks the 3rd, or perhaps the 4th instance, within a mere 3 days. The total amount of cigarettes traded has soared to over 40 boxes, indicating that the resources he possesses are certainly substantial. A glimmer of greed flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes, but it was swiftly eclipsed by rationality, replaced by a pensive expression. No, this fellow is somewhat uncanny, having entered the Wasteland for just a day. His hiding place has ascended in rank by 501 positions. He has likely embarked on a unique path, necessitating caution. For safety's sake, it would be wise to let others scout the way. Regrettably, that cigar fellow has been exceedingly cautious, remaining silent thus far. The eyeless fish was casually seized by Xiao Wu, who brought it to his lips and began to tear into it. The flesh, comparable in quality to that of a tuna, caused Xiao Wu's eyes to narrow in delight. Fortunately, there were several individuals probing the situation, once the novice protection period concludes. The true nature of the fish abyss's hiding place will likely be revealed. With this thought, Xiao Wu's brow furrowed anew. And then there is that angered whale, who has repeatedly thwarted my plans. This slippery character is impossible to pin down. I must devise a strategy. At 8:34 p.m., Yu Yuan deliberately took a long detour before finally returning to his hideout. He discarded his backpack and hurried to the ladder exit of the air raid shelter, commencing the sealing of the exit. First, he draped a tarpaulin over the opening, and then affixed pre-cut bed boards to the position, ensuring a snug fit. Thus, the exit was effectively blocked. He then returned to the hideout to collect a bucket of water, quickly mixing fast-drying cement in proportion, and proceeded to seal and fill the gaps of the exit. The fast-drying cement solidifies rapidly, leaving Yu Yuan with merely 15 to 20 minutes to complete his task. Fortunately, having practiced this process previously, he approached it with methodical precision this time. After applying the final layer of cement and meticulously inspecting all the gaps, he finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. There was little more he could do. The rest was a matter of weathering the storm. The explosion-proof sandbags he had brought back from the Wudong apartment, aside from the 20 or so set aside to weigh down the exit bedboards, were all positioned before the security door. Now, it was past 9 p.m., with 6 hours remaining until the typhoon struck. Hopefully they could endure, despite the thorough preparations. Yu Yuan felt a lingering sense of unease. Having witnessed the perilous nature of the battlefield inhabited by the marauding brigands, he dared not underestimate the impending typhoon, which carried a danger level classified as high. No, the facilities of the hideout required further fortification. As Yu Yuan stepped back inside, a merino sheep approached, bleating incessantly at him. Observing the pristine grass and the small, round grains at the hiding place, Yuan found himself in a quandary. His own situation was chaotic, yet he was obliged to attend to this ancestral figure. However, neglecting this duty was not an option, as this individual was his sole hope for survival with all exits now obstructed. Initially, he had contemplated capturing an injured female captive at the terrestrial hotel to alleviate his carnal desires, but instead of encountering women, he had only met one living soul, a bald man. He cast a resigned glance at the fire pit he had meticulously constructed, lamenting the circumstances. Ultimately, it was only by opening the Tao Tao cave that he discovered, perhaps due to his continuous transactions of grass for cigarettes, that there were indeed individuals trading grass. The rate was still 3 kilograms for one cigarette, yet some had set up exchanges for survival points, offering 3 kilograms of grass for varying amounts, 20, 10, or 5 survival points. They had even taken the initiative to roll their own, given that the cost of grass was virtually non-existent. As a large bundle could be harvested in merely 2 minutes, any sale would yield profit. Yuan chuckled at the situation, recognizing its absurdity. Naturally, he opted for the least expensive transaction, spending 100 survival points to acquire 45 kilograms before halting. This quantity would sufficiently sustain the Clisson sheep for some time. After tidying up the hiding place, he approached the fire pit, igniting the wood and using the stainless steel pot he had previously gathered to fetch a pot full of water from the collection device, placing it on the tripod to heat. He pondered the forthcoming plans, with the utmost priority being to upgrade the facilities of the hiding place before the impending typhoon. He knew that every little enhancement counted. Activating the virtual light screen, he accessed the facility management log of his hiding place to review the construction requirements. Currently, he had completed 7 facilities: Level 2 stainless steel waterproof door, Level 1 rest area with flooring, Level 1 wash area in the bathroom, Level 1 single pipe ventilation, Level 1 faucet in the water collector, Level 1 candle lighting, and Level 1 fire pit in the kitchen. The information regarding the hiding place had significantly expanded since its inception. Yuan's hiding place, ranking 9499. Owner, Yuan. Area 60. Security level 6. Comfort level 4. Energy level 1. Defense level 0. Sanitary level 2. Facilities available for construction included warehouse and recreation area, both of which had been unlocked. However, these amenities would not provide substantial assistance in the face of the approaching typhoon, despite his keen interest in the warehouse and his pressing need for a storage space. He realized that it was not the optimal time for its construction, with the fire pit and faucet in place. The issues of food heating and water source had been resolved. 3 waterproof measures had been implemented, which should suffice to withstand the typhoon's impact on the city's drainage system. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Yuan felt an unsettling turmoil within himself. No, wait. He suddenly froze. The sewer? Chapter 29. Remedying the flaw with enticement. The sewer. Yuan hurried to the bathroom, directing his flashlight towards the drain. Upon seeing the dark vertical pipe, he finally comprehended what he had overlooked. Despite his meticulous precautions against potential flooding from outside, he had neglected the fact that there was a drain inside his refuge as well. Once the torrential rain filled the city's sewer system, the water could very well backflow through this drain into his hideout. A chill of dread washed over him, his back damp with cold sweat, yet simultaneously, he felt an immense sense of relief. Fortunately, he had discovered this in time. Otherwise, it would have been too late when the typhoon struck, unleashing its deluge. However, his expression soon darkened. He realized it might already be too late. The exit from the air raid shelter to the sewer had been sealed off, leaving him unable to gather construction materials. After replacing a candle in his refuge, Yuan lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Before entering this desolate world, he had never been fond of smoking, even feeling averse to it. Yet it must be said, during tumultuous moments, it served as the quickest means to clear his mind and stabilize his emotions. Thank goodness, the situation had not escalated to its worst potential. Yuan contemplated 2 potential solutions. The first was straightforward yet drastic, to fill the bathroom's drainage pipe with quick-drying cement, effectively sealing it. However, the repercussions could be severe, and he was uncertain what changes would occur in the bathroom facilities after such an action. Direct abandonment was unlikely. The most probable outcome would be the need for reconstruction or removal of the cement. In any case, this option was reserved as a last resort. The typhoon was predicted to hit at 3:48 a.m. If he had not resolved the drainage issue by then, he would have no choice but to take this route. The second option was to upgrade the bathroom facilities. Previously, at the East City Water Authority, he had unlocked optimization routes that included the bathroom. Upon reaching level 2, the bathroom could undergo facility upgrades, much like the stainless steel waterproof door. The materials required for the level 2 bathroom vanity included 1 ceramic wash basin, 2 corrugated hoses, 1 latex paint, 2 stainless steel pipes, and 1 faucet. The upgraded level 2 bathroom facilities would transform into an excellent quality shower room. After constructing the level 2 bathroom vanity, he would only need to add 1 shower head, 1 PVC pipe, 2 check valves, 2 anti-overflow drains, and 1 waterproof coating to complete the optimization. Previously, at the residence of the woman with the tear mole on Canchino Street number 68, he had acquired numerous household materials. At that time, he had considered upgrading the bathroom, so he already possessed latex paint, stainless steel pipes, PVC pipes, waterproof coating, and faucets. The remaining materials would have to be procured through trading in the Tao Tao Cave. After a thorough search, he was fortunate enough to find 2 corrugated hoses and a shower head. However, there were no ceramic sinks, check valves, or overflow drains available for purchase. He could only make requests. Unlike in the past, he refrained from trading with cigarettes. Having spent 3 days in this desolate world, he had already released nearly 40 boxes of cigarettes. Although the demand for cigarettes among players remained high, it was no longer as fervent as before. Previously, in order to upgrade the Tao Tao Cave, he had listed more than 20 boxes, which many players subsequently purchased and resold by dividing the cigarettes to profit from the price difference. Presently, he had only 2 boxes left, which he needed to keep for personal use. This time, he listed items acquired from the bandits, primarily close combat weapons. He put up 4 Damascus daggers, 2 6H5 bayonets, a tactical axe, and military boots that were too large for him, in addition to the materials needed for upgrading the bathroom. He also included construction materials for other facilities in his hideout, such as bicycle for building a level 1 generator, wires, rectifiers, copper wires for upgrading to level 2 lighting, switches, and more. These were all components he intended to complete within the 3 days. To construct the level 1 generator, he He would also require an alternating current generator and batteries, as well as energy-saving bulbs for the lighting upgrade. He already possessed these items, so he only needed to gather the remaining materials to begin construction. The listing information he posted was quickly noticed by other players, as once the Taotao Cave was upgraded to level 3 or higher, although remaining anonymous. Every item listed would be pinned and refreshed at the top. When he previously listed the supplies found on the bandits, it caused quite a stir. After all, items such as grenades, body armor, shotguns, rifles, military boots, these were undeniably characteristic of bandits, making it hard not to draw attention. Thus, when his request for acquisition was released, those with an agenda immediately took notice. Presuming it was yet another typical operation to transfer supplies through listings, as this had become a common practice among players. However, it soon became evident that something was amiss. Despite the newly listed items being melee weapons, the trading demand was alarmingly low. Previously, a melee weapon could fetch anywhere from 3,000 to 8,000 survival points, depending on its category. For instance, daggers, intended primarily for piercing, were generally around 3,000 survival points. In contrast, versatile weapons like tactical axes, capable of both combat and chopping, often exceeded 6,000 survival points. Yet now, these weapons could be exchanged for mere materials, prompting the keen-eyed to take immediate action. After all, urban areas and towns were fraught with danger, but there remained resource points located in the remote wilderness that players could discover. Abandoned cars in the wild, deserted campsites, roadside service stations, countryside villas, farms, and dilapidated houses. While scarce, these locations typically posed little threat. Some individuals were already exploring near these houses and immediately altered their course. Others, who had initially prepared to rest upon seeing the purchase information, recalled that among their collected supplies were items meeting the exchange criteria, prompting them to rise and search. There were even those who dashed out from their hiding spots, beginning to dismantle the stranded RV by the roadside. Their singular motivation was to secure weapons first, even if they had no personal use for the arms. Reselling them could yield a profit ranging from several hundred to over 1,000 survival points. Such an opportunity was one no one would dismiss. This was precisely the strategy of Yu Yuan, who, pressed for time and eager to obtain materials for upgrading the restroom, sought to entice others with the prospect of profit. The quantities were limited. Those quick to act would reap rewards, while those slow would find themselves empty-handed. It was that simple. Upon observing through the chat channel that all players were aware of the weapon trading situation and engaged in fervent discussion, Yu Yuan decided to disengage from the matter. As long as there was discourse, some would inevitably gather supplies for the sake of survival points. He merely needed to wait. Suppressing his impatience, Yu Yuan cast a keen gaze toward the spoils amassed in the corner. Seizing this moment, he began to organize his recent acquisitions. Chapter 30, Level 1 Pedal Generator. MP5 Submachine Gun X2, Remington 870 Shotgun X1, FN-FEL Assault Rifle X2, Glock 17 Pistol X1, Glock 19 Pistol X2, Tactical Gloves X5, Tactical Boots X2, Composite Bulletproof Helmets X3, M67 Grenades X7, Stun Grenades X2, Chest Rigs X6, Level 3 Police Bulletproof Vests X6, numerous rounds of 9mm, 7, 62 by 51mm, and 12 by 70 buckshot, each in the tens or hundreds. As Yu Yuan surveyed the neatly arranged spoils, a smile lingered in his eyes. With this arsenal, he would be prepared to confront the encroaching veteran players once the novice phase concluded. This was the very reason Yu Yuan was determined to take such risks. For him, the impending invasion by veteran players in 27 days represented the gravest threat. Armed solely with his folding crossbow and pistol, facing off against seasoned players would be nothing short of folly. However, with these newfound weapons, the scenario had shifted dramatically. Yet, his most significant treasure was not merely the items listed above. Yu Yuan glanced down at the entirely black enforcer gear at his feet, a smile creeping across his face. He silently expressed gratitude to Baldy for providing him with a set of excellent quality equipment upon his departure. Enforcer Bulletproof Vest Level 4, Enforcer Tactical Gloves, Enforcer Tactical Boots, Enforcer Goggles. All 4 pieces of equipment were of exceptional quality. Not only did they offer outstanding protection, each possessed unique effects. The tactical gloves enhanced gripping ability and provided stab resistance, while the tactical boots not only fortified foot protection but also alleviated fatigue. The goggles possessed the remarkable capabilities of flash resistance, glare reduction, ultraviolet protection, and enhancement of color contrast. Yu Yuan speculated that the law enforcer's outfit likely included a tactical helmet, though its whereabouts, discarded by the bald man, remained unknown. It must be said, the bald man appeared to be quite affluent, as he was equipped with a tactical sword for close combat. However, Yu Yuan found himself more inclined towards the dogleg knife, appreciating its superior handling. Undoubtedly, the most significant prize was the rather imposing handgun that the bald man possessed. The SW Model 500 revolver, rated as excellent in quality, was specifically designed for hunting large dangerous animals such as bears and bison, as well as for extreme shooting enthusiasts. With a caliber of 500 SW Magnum, 12, 741 millimeters, and a capacity of 5 rounds, it boasted an effective range of 100 to 200 meters. Upon first sight of this handgun, Yu Yuan found it difficult to avert his gaze. He handled it with great intrigue, though its substantial weight of at least 2 kilograms posed a considerable challenge. The recoil was nothing short of exaggerated, and with only 15 rounds of ammunition found, it was clear that this weapon would be reserved for specific occasions, at least in Yu Yuan's understanding. It was ill-suited for mere combat. The remaining items were trivial, consisting of various trinkets scavenged from the bodies of thugs. Of particular interest to Yu Yuan was a keychain discovered on the bald man, adorned with 3 keys. Given the bald man's notable status within the ranks of the thugs, Yu Yuan found it hard to believe that there were no personal belongings to be found. Alas, he was unaware of the locations corresponding to these keys. Otherwise, he might have devised a plan to pilfer one. Once the spoils were organized, a notification chimed from the Tao Tao cave, indicating the completion of a transaction. Under the allure of the survival point, the potential of the players was indeed immense. All listed items were being traded one after another. Extracting the resources from the Tao Tao cave, Yu Yuan smiled, impressed by the determination of these individuals. The ceramic sink appeared to be freshly dismantled, with visible signs of removal still evident. Remnants of violent disassembly clung to the wires, check valves, and anti-overflow drains. With the bathroom upgraded to level 2 and all optimized materials at hand, Yu Yuan promptly activated the virtual interface to select both upgrades and construction. As the bathroom was enveloped in a green luminescence, completion was anticipated in 30 minutes. The most pressing issue concerning the drainage system was resolved. Yu Yuan also listed the resources that were temporarily surplus, exchanging them for materials necessary to construct other facilities. Transactions for gloves, chest rigs, and similar equipment were successfully completed, yet he chose to retain the firearms and armor. He had no desire for players, post-beginner phase, to wield the very weapons he had sold. Half an hour later, upon the completion of materials collection for level 2 ventilation and level 1 generator, they joined the ranks of upgrade construction. The bathroom, however, underwent a remarkable transformation as the green light curtain faded away. What was once a modest wash area measuring merely 1 square meter expanded into a 2 square meter shower room, now bustling with fixtures. The sink and shower head were installed on either side of the bathroom. Importantly, Yu Yuan's primary concern, the backflow prevention feature of the drainage system, did not disappoint him. Both floor drains in the bathroom were equipped with floating ball barrier designs, and a check valve was securely affixed at the connection point between the sink and the drain. Level 2 bathroom shower room. Quality, excellent. Functionality, hygiene level 2. Comfort level 2, reduces the probability of illness by 15, minimizes the risk of wound infection by 10, and lowers the chance of mental breakdown by 15. It possesses features to prevent dampness, sewage backflow, odors, and pests, while providing 24 liters of domestic water daily. At last, Yu Yuan felt a sense of relief. Although uncertain whether the level 2 bathroom could withstand the onslaught of torrential rain, he could only place his trust in his hiding place. Seizing the moment before the typhoon's arrival, Yu Yuan promptly shed his clothes and stepped into the shower room, washing away the grime accumulated since his arrival in the Wasteland. The water was icy and invigorating, yet he was taken aback by the dark water pooling around him, though he yearned for a thorough cleanse. The 24-liter water limit made him cautious. Thus, he hastily applied some shampoo and body wash, quickly scrubbing himself before emerging. Even so, he experienced a sense of rejuvenation, feeling utterly refreshed. In that moment, he grasped the essence of the adage that rewards come only through effort. Upon exiting the shower room, the level 2 ventilation and level 1 generator had also been completed. Level 2 dual pipeline ventilation. Functionality, safety level 2 with an indoor-outdoor air circulation speed of 25, lowering the risk of air poisoning and providing slight dust protection. Level 1 Pedal Generator. Functionality. Energy 3, generating 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity with 60 minutes of pedaling. With a maximum storage capacity of 108 kilowatt-hours. Yu Yuan approached the pedal generator. It was a rather straightforward contraption, a modified bicycle combined with a battery and an onboard generator. Cleverly enhanced by the system's advanced technology. Yu Yuan sat on the bicycle seat and pedaled vigorously, feeling a distinct resistance, yet it was manageable. A red light illuminated on the modified control panel at the handlebars. Generating electricity in standard mode, 60 minutes and 48 seconds remaining until fully charged. Chapter 31. Commander of Laboris, the Burning Fortress. A spark of curiosity flickered in Yu Yuan's eyes. He then discovered that the generator's power settings were adjustable, divided into 3 modes: power, standard, and leisure. He immediately twisted the regulator. Click! The generator was set to power mode. As Yu Yuan leaned against the edge, his eyes widened, and the veins in his arm bulged as he gripped the handle. He stood abruptly, his seat abandoned, and began pedaling with fervor. The resistance felt akin to cycling up a steep 35-degree incline. Sitting down to pedal was simply out of the question. However, the efficiency of power generation surged dramatically, with the charging time reduced to a mere 30 minutes, having the previous duration. Yet, after less than a minute of exertion, Yu Yuan conceded defeat. In the absence of gear shifts, generating power at a high intensity was impractical, perhaps only to be employed in emergencies. The leisure mode, on the other hand, was remarkably effortless, albeit with a corresponding doubling of charging time. Overall, Yu Yuan was quite satisfied with the pedal generator. With the completion of the first-level generator, other power-dependent facilities began to unlock in succession. However, only the upgrade materials for the Level 2 energy-saving light were fully gathered. He promptly chose to upgrade, and as the wires, switches, and energy-saving lamps vanished, the ceiling of his hideout was enveloped in a green luminescence. While generating power, Yu Yuan checked the trading information for Tao Tao Cave. All the melee weapons he had previously listed had been exchanged, leaving just a single pair of tactical gloves, while 2 pairs of military boots remained. He suspected it was merely a matter of size, yet Yu Yuan was unconcerned. Among 10,000 players, there were only a handful of boot sizes, and someone would inevitably have a need for them. In East City District 1, at the East City Police Station, quickly, move the obstacles. The enforcement team is returning. A burly thug, observing the approaching armored vehicles, immediately commanded his subordinates to clear the path. A dozen armurad vehículos, having just returned from Riverside Street, came to a halt before the police station. 3 enforcers disembarked first, gazing at the figure standing at the police station's entrance. Behind him was a body bag carried by 2 men. Commander Loris, Carmen, Glow, and Soda saluted as Loris approached. Loris appeared to be in his 40s, not particularly tall, and somewhat slender. Yet upon seeing him, the 3 men tensed, their breaths seemingly slowing. Loris disregarded them and approached the body bag. With a swift motion, the bag was unzipped, revealing a bloodied face within. Loris's gaze was chillingly devoid of warmth, akin to a bottomless abyss. His attention then shifted to the 3 men, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Soda felt a tightening in his throat, swallowing hard as if he were prey caught in the gaze of a venomous snake. Carmen and Glow dared not breathe, standing at attention, their eyes fixed straight ahead. Finally, Loris's gaze settled on Soda. Are you feeling anxious? And no. Soda immediately forced a somewhat stiff smile. Then tell me, how did Freeze die? His voice slithered forth like a lurking serpent, cold and slick. Saad Ali immediately nodded, his body slightly bending forward. Commander Laulis, based on the analysis of the situation at hand, when Freeze launched the attack on the riot prison, he fell into the sewers and was subsequently ambushed by enemies hiding within, resulting in the severing of his right hand, left hand, and ankle, with the fatal injury being his carotid artery. Before he could finish his words, he caught sight of Commander Lawless's calm gaze. Do you think I am oblivious to these details? My inquiry pertains to how Freeze met his demise. Saad Ali swallowed hard, feeling as if the very air had thickened around him. Just as he was on the brink of suffocation, Lawless's gaze shifted to Carmen. You speak. Carmen stood at attention, chest out and head held high. Report, Commander Laulis. The enforcer Freeze was killed by an ambush from enemies who had previously concealed themselves in the sewers. The scene revealed several corpses of enforcement team members, leading us to speculate that the assailants who attacked Enforcer Freeze may have been individuals lying in wait at the riot prison. What do you deduce? Laulis inquired, his brow furrowed. Based on the examination of Enforcer Freeze wounds, it is presumed that the weapon employed by the assailant was a cookery knife, particularly adept for slashing. The injuries to Freeze's wrist and ankle were inflicted by this weapon. As I understand it, the kookery is a makeshift weapon crafted within the riot prison, currently only wielded by marauders. Furthermore, I suspect that the Burning Bastion was also involved in this assault. The Burning Bastion? On what grounds? Lowley's pressed. Report. No concrete evidence exists, but it is rumored that Black Lung Victor is in dire need of a healthy pair of lungs. And the riot prison controls the largest supply of slaves in Green Forest City. Additionally, numerous traces of incendiary bottle explosions were discovered at the scene, and the resources controlled by the Burning Bastion align with the availability of fuel. Carmen's statement trailed off, yet all present grasped his implication. Lowley's exhibited a contemplative expression, patting Carmen on the shoulder before turning to leave. I have heard that you have captured an individual from the riot prison. Have them brought to me. Yes, sir. Only when Commander Lawless's figure had completely vanished did Carmen and his companions release a long sigh of relief. Particularly Saad Ali, who felt as though he had just been pulled from the depths of water, shot a fierce glare at Carmen before pushing past him and exiting. Grollo could only smile helplessly before departing as well. A rioter approached, producing a lighter to ignite the cigarette dangling from Carmen's lips. Boss, the prisoner has already been sent to the commander, but the riot prison is filled with lunatics. How can we expect to pry information from them? Carmen shot a glance at his subordinate. Just do your job. Dare you question Commander Lawless? You must be tired of living. I wouldn't dare, boss, the rioter replied, casting a furtive glance around. Boss, were those who attacked Enforcer Freeze truly from the riot prison? It was yesterday at the Waterworks Center. Before he could continue, Carmen silenced him with a fierce glare. Be quiet. Not a word about yesterday. If you wish to live, refrain from meddling. If you seek death, I shall not hinder you. I understand, boss. The rioter hastily responded. All right, old ghost, you keep watch here. I'll go take a look. Carmen, speaking as he handed the remaining half of his cigarette to the other person, proceeded towards the police station. However, just as he reached the halfway point, a drop of rain fell upon his face, accompanied by a chilling gust of wind. Looking up, he noticed the rain intensifying, the patter of droplets becoming increasingly dense, and the wind's force growing noticeably stronger. This storm was not to be trifled with. Listening to the raucous sounds of the thugs behind him, Carmen quickened his pace, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he mused. I never anticipated that fellow would eliminate Freeze. What a delightful surprise. Perhaps I could exploit this in the future, particularly with that fool soda. Yet, he pondered, was he truly one of the inmates from the thugs' prison? The weapon indeed was a cookery dagger. Chapter 32, Rare Treasure Baba. With a click, the lighting was activated. Within the hideout, 3 energy-saving bulbs began to emit a cold white light, illuminating the room brilliantly. Yu Yuan extinguished the candle, and in that moment, it felt as though he had returned to the civilized world, momentarily casting aside the looming threat of the impending typhoon. Each of the 3 energy-saving bulbs was 10W, capable of providing illumination for approximately 33 hours with just 1 hour of cycling. Quite satisfactory. However, Yu Yuan was aware that once additional electrical facilities were constructed, this meager power reserve would be insufficient for daily needs. Yet for now, he was thoroughly content. As the lighting level rose to 2, the clock struck 1 in the morning. Baba, glancing at the Krishan sheep tethered in the corner, occasionally casting furtive glances in his direction, Yu Yuan let out a heavy sigh. Since returning to the hideout, he had busied himself with various tasks to evade the inevitable, to procrastinate. Yet now, the construction of the facilities had reached a standstill. Less than 5 hours remained until 6 o'clock. He understood that what was meant to happen would ultimately come to pass. With a sense of fatalistic determination, he retrieved the small square package he had previously set aside from his pocket and moved towards the corner of the hideout. As the exotic and mysterious background music once again filled his ears, the ochre card materialized before him, trembling incessantly, its vibrations synchronizing with the increasingly rapid and urgent beats of the music, approaching a critical point of eruption. With a crack, the Indulgence card shattered, leaving Yu Yuan's mind in a blank void, as if he could hear the eerie laughter of a bewitching woman. It was only several moments later that he gradually regained his composure. The Fate card had vanished, replaced by a chilling mechanical notification sound. Fate card rock-level Indulgence card successfully eliminated. Fate point 1. Detected that the Indulgence target possesses transformative value. Would you like to transform? This requires 1 fate point. At this, Yu Yuan's eyes brightened. Transform. Fate point 1 acquired rare treasure. Ba. What exactly is this rare treasure? As Yu Yuan contemplated, darkness suddenly enveloped his vision, and his pupils dilated in shock as he beheld something utterly unbelievable. He instinctively took 2 steps back to steady himself. Bah! Before Yu Yuan stood not the former Kelly Mountain sheep, but rather a colossal and unfamiliar giant sheep. Its height reached approximately 1.7 meters, adorned with extraordinarily exaggerated, spiral-shaped horns reminiscent of a ram. Its body was cloaked in dense, thick, and finely soft wool that shimmered under the illumination, akin to the legendary Golden Fleece. This was indeed the true Golden Fleece, not merely a cigarette, Yu Yuan vowed. Upon immediately inspecting the so-called rare treasure information, Yu Yuan's jaw dropped further in astonishment. Ba. Quality, rare treasure. Owner, Yu Yuan. Load capacity, 500 kilograms. Speed, 60 kilometers h. Equipment effects. Increases load capacity by 100 kilograms, stamina by 80, and running speed by 40. Combat method, horn charge. Rare treasure structure, Ba's feeding trough. Function, produces 20 kilograms of high-quality wool, excellent, every 7 days. Daily yield of high-energy sheep milk, rare, 300 milliliters. A rare treasure indeed. This singular treasure possessed 3 distinct states: equipped, conventional, and rare treasure structure. The conventional state manifested as a sheep, capable of being ridden, engaged in combat, and producing resources. The equipped state, however, took the form of a tattoo adorning Yu Yuan's body, bestowing upon him the attributes of the Ba rare treasure. The transitions between the equipped and riding states were seamless. The rare treasure structure was a specialized facility built exclusively for Ba. Once constructed, Ba could not leave the rare treasure structure, thus precluding any possibility of equipping or riding. However, this would concurrently unlock the functions of the rare treasure structure. Ba's feeding trough. Every 7 days, one could obtain a precious food item for Ba from the trough. 3 states, 3 effects. This was beyond Yu Yuan's expectations. He had not anticipated such a significant twist and delightful surprise arising from his desperate choice. Although he was puzzled as to why the ewe bore horns, it did not diminish his affection for it. Yu Yuan placed his right hand upon its forehead and silently intoned a quip. In an instant, Ba vanished. Yet his body underwent considerable transformation. His height, originally at 1.78 meters, had notably increased. He sensed that the distance between himself and the ceiling had diminished. Hastily, he retrieved the measuring tape he had collected earlier and pressed it against the wall, measuring 1.88 meters. He had gained a full 10 centimeters. His physique had undergone significant alteration, with muscular contours becoming pronounced and robust. However, it was not the bulky musculature of a bodybuilder, but rather a more balanced and elongated form. Yu Yuan surmised that this might be due to the attributes enhancing his stamina, speed, and load capacity. He could distinctly feel an increase in his strength and boundless vitality, as though he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. He removed his upper garment. His chest was dominated by a tattoo of a ram's head, dark as ink, with 2 prominent points resembling scarlet eyes. Enormous spiral horns extended from his shoulders to his arms, accentuating the well-defined contours of his muscular physique. A complete embodiment of violent aesthetics. As Yu Yuan gazed upon his nearly perfect form, if he were to select a singular adjective to encapsulate his current state, it would be powerful. Only such strength deserved to inhabit this physique. Upon disengaging from the Mumu equipment state, Yu Yuan felt the familiar frailty return to his body. Strangely, a sense of reluctance crept into his mind. He forcibly suppressed this thought with rationality. The sensation of wielding the Mumu was undeniably potent. Yet Yu Yuan was acutely aware that the benefits derived from rare artifacts were merely ephemeral enhancements. Should he allow this equipment state to become his norm, the day would inevitably arrive when he would need to rely solely on his own capabilities, marking his demise. Ultimately, it is one's own body that serves as the foundation of true strength. After feeding Mumu some grass, he retrieved the goat milk for the day. High-energy goat milk. Quality rare. Description. Exhibits certain healing properties, especially excellent for recovery from specific injuries, provides a calming effect, and offers an abundance of energy to the body. With long-term consumption capable of fortifying one's constitution. Functions. Accelerates healing, particularly effective for fractures. Provides a stabilizing effect on the mind, reducing the likelihood of mental instability. And restores an additional 5 stamina and bodily functions during rest. After consumption, it rapidly replenishes energy and stamina, with prolonged intake gradually enhancing bone and muscular strength. Continuous consumption over 7 days grants the buff full vitality, yielding 15 stamina and a slight resistance to cold. Chapter 33, Inside the Information Card. A colossal spiral cloud descended upon Green Forest City from the shattered wave strait, akin to a millstone pressing down from the heavens. Accompanied by the relentless howl of the sea wind and torrential rain akin to a floodgate released, long-abandoned billboards swayed and fractured in the tempest, while trees splintered and vehicles tumbled. It seemed as though the sea might engulf this place at any moment. Indeed, the southern coastline of Green Forest City had already been swallowed by a tsunami towering 7 to 8 meters high, and with the arrival of Typhoon Autumn's Landing, an even denser storm surge was bearing down upon the city. Within the urban sewage system of Green Forest City, as the torrential rain and storm surge approached, vast quantities of rainwater surged into the drains, causing the water level to rise rapidly. In the East City District, in a shadowy corner of the sewer on 10th Street, as rainwater began to backflow, a slender figure swiftly emerged from a drainage pipe approximately a meter in diameter. Shaking off the damp black fur, its fist-sized eyes glowed with an eerie green luminescence in the darkness. After a few sniffs, it darted in a particular direction. Before long, it arrived at a narrow passage, where faint sounds and the dim light of a flashlight could be heard ahead. "Uncle, we must leave this place. The rain is intensifying, and remaining here would surely lead to our demise. In this situation, neither the rioters nor the refugees will venture out. We must escape to the upper floors without delay. Alas, our supplies are gone. Uncle, we can procure more supplies later. If we do not depart now, we shall truly be out of time." "What does that sound?" "No." A shadow lunged at the man, sinking its teeth into his neck, blood gushing forth. "No, a rat. A colossal rat. Help! Help!" the boy cried. But the blood had already awakened the beast's ferocity. Its eerie green eyes rapidly transformed into a vivid crimson as it turned and pounced towards the boy's location. The incessant beeping of the locating watch's alarm roused Yu Yuan, who opened his eyes to find it was 6:30 in the morning, just hours earlier. After eliminating the threat posed by the lust card and reveling in the joy of obtaining the rare item, he could no longer suppress the overwhelming drowsiness. Having set the alarm to ring every 2 hours, he succumbed to a deep slumber. He understood that only by ensuring adequate energy and stamina could he contend with the unforeseen events that might arise. Thus, appropriate rest was more crucial than staying awake to keep watch. This marked his second awakening. He had previously stirred at 4:30, at which point he inspected every corner of the air raid shelter, leaving him somewhat reassured, although he could distinctly hear the furious rush of water in the sewers. The dreaded seepage had not occurred. Once again, he took up his flashlight and ventured into the air raid shelter to assess the situation. However, as soon as he opened the waterproof door, his brow furrowed. The scent and humidity of the air were amiss. His hazy mind sharpened in an instant. He dashed a few steps towards the sandbag barricade, pressed his left hand against it, and leapt, using his left hand for support, clearing the wall and racing towards the 2 exit points. First, he headed to the earliest sealed exit. It was dry, with no signs of water seeping from the cracks. After verifying that all was well, Yu Yuan immediately proceeded towards the exit he frequently used. The moment he stepped into the passage, he heard the splashing sound beneath his feet, causing his heart to skip a beat. Upon looking down, he saw a thin layer of water spreading slowly across the ground. He hurried to the exit and noticed water gushing from a corner of the sandbag barricade. Without hesitation, he moved aside 2 sandbags, revealing an opening before him. This gap, roughly the size of a brick, was located at the corner of the exit wall. Shining his flashlight onto it, he could see rainwater rushing through below, completely inundating the sewer. The rainwater relentlessly battered the gap, as the outer stone brick of the air raid shelter had been washed away, causing the interior bricks to be dislodged, thus exposing the opening. While quick-drying cement could seal the internal gaps, it could not reach the outer bricks of the exit. Yu Yuan's expression darkened considerably. He understood that this was his own oversight. It must have been his continuous comings and goings over the past few days that loosened the surrounding bricks. However, he had been so preoccupied with inspecting the conditions within the refuge layer that he had failed to consider the potential issues with the outer bricks. This oversight had led to the current predicament. Regret was now futile. He needed to find a way to halt the situation. He immediately carried the dozen or so bomb-proof sandbags from his hiding place to the exit, using a torn outdoor tent as waterproof material to block the breach. With the water flowing rapidly, he was unable to make repairs. He could only temporarily prevent the spread of the water in this manner. Fortunately, the makeshift barrier proved effective. The rainwater from the drainage system impacted the sandbags instead of flowing into the air raid shelter, momentarily averting the crisis. Thankfully, he had discovered the issue in time, managing to suppress it during its nascent stage. Now, he could only hope that the breach would not expand further. Returning to his refuge, he inspected the remaining half-bag of quick-drying cement, which represented his future hope. If only the torrential rain would cease for a while. Granting him the opportunity to mend the breach, there would still be a chance. There was no point in rushing now. He could only wait. With no inclination for sleep, he lit the fire pit, boiled water, and checked the virtual display, which already contained several notification messages. Congratulations, you have successfully survived to a new day. Your refuge survival evaluation has earned you 220 survival points. Click for details. Refuge ranking bonus evaluation concluded. 0. Daily settlement. A total of 220 survival points. Keep up the good work. 220 points? Not too shabby. Once the water had boiled, he opened a can of beef and poured it in, followed by a package of instant noodles, quickly filling the refuge with a rich aroma. The creature, affectionately dubbed Mimi, sniffed the air and looked over. Noticing this, he waved his hand. Mimi promptly approached, clearly displaying an intelligence that was not lacking. Stroking its soft fur, he mused, "Shall I call you Mimi then? Is that acceptable?" Mimi tilted its head in contemplation before nodding. At that moment, the noodles were ready, the steaming vapor being drawn away by the ventilation system, bringing with it a refreshing breeze. After breakfast, he approached the dilapidated newsstand to check the newspapers that had been refreshed today. A card that appeared beside the papers caught his eye, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face, quickly followed by a look of confusion. An additional intelligence resource had been generated, and this card was a rock-quality insider card. Intelligence card, Insider. Quality rock. Function. Using this card will grant you insider information related to a specified event, rock quality. Chapter 34. The Book of Destiny, Repairing the Breach. Yu Yuan gazed at the earthy yellow card in his hand, inscribed with the word Insider, resembling the fateful cards. His eyes narrowed slightly. The emergence of the Insider card brought him a measure of delight, as it was an informative artifact pertaining to a specific event, holding immense significance for him. There were numerous matters he yearned to clarify. The delineation of the criminal factions, the disparities in their strengths, their antagonistic relations. The locations of the rooms corresponding to the 3 keys possessed by the bald man, and the whereabouts of the hotel room car belonging to Brother Biao, among others. However, Yu Yuan understood that he possessed only a single insider card, which he must reserve for a critical moment to maximize its potential impact. At that juncture, the virtual light screen displaying the fateful card page revealed that the books, initially perceived as mere decorative elements beneath the wooden box of the fateful cards, had unfolded. One of the pages contained 4 slots, and an insider card vanished from Yu Yuan's grasp, snugly fitting into the first slot of that page. Subsequently, the book closed, returning to its prior state. Yet Yu Yuan sensed he could access the book at any moment to retrieve the insider card, which offered him some solace. The book, previously devoid of any title, gradually unveiled the inscription, The Book of Fate. Clearly, the insider card, as a derivative of Fate's bestowal, bore an intrinsic connection with the fateful cards. Yu Yuan chose not to dwell on these thoughts any longer. They were futile. His immediate priority was to navigate the current challenges. Acquiring the insider card came at a steep price of 500 survival points. Due to being trapped in his hideout, Yu Yuan refrained from examining the new fateful bestowals, intending to make a selection after the typhoon had passed. After all, opting for a fateful bestowal necessitated the completion of a fateful card task, which in the present circumstances was akin to courting death. He picked up the freshly printed newspaper, which still featured 2 stable pieces of rock-quality news. Green Forest City Daily. Date, Day 4 of the Wasteland calendar. Weather, Typhoon Baikyu is imminent, with the eyewall storm currently making landfall and maximum wind speeds expected to reach level 13. The eye of the typhoon is projected to arrive around 11:40 a.m., lasting for 4 hours. Temperature, 22 to 28 C. Publisher, Wasteland Fate Press. Neighborhood, Life, Section. Quality, Rock Level. Danger Level, Low. All enforcers of the Black Shield Police Department were gripped by fear of Commander Loris, terrified of his interrogation methods and his brutality towards enemies and traitors alike. In the shadow of such fear, Enforcer Soda secretly expressed his allegiance to Commander Loris while inciting tensions between Loris and Carmen in light of Frieza's demise. Yet, he was oblivious to Loris's prior suspicions that Enforcer Carmen had deliberately withheld immediate support for Water's Edge Street, resulting in his brother's death at the hands of the enemy. Loris intended to ensure that both Carmen and those in the criminal prison paid for his brother's demise, and the one responsible for Frieza's death must also perish. Yu Yuan was slightly taken aback. He had only killed one person in the sewer, that being the bald man. He had not anticipated that there was a commander behind him. No wonder he had been so arrogant. This individual, named Loris, was also a threat. If he were to discover Yu Yuan's presence in the sewer, he would undoubtedly scour the entire network, creating yet another complication. This information was promptly noted in his memorandum. Additionally, the first typhoon alert commanded Yu Yuan's utmost attention. By noon, Green Forest City would enter the eye of the typhoon, a phenomenon that would last for 4 hours. This piece of news was exceptionally critical for Yu Yuan. He understood that regardless of how fierce the storm had been prior, once they entered the eye, tranquility would prevail, and even the sun might shine through. Within the hour, the rainwater in the sewer would recede, presenting him with an opportunity to mend the breach. However, the reality was far more dire than Yu Yuan had anticipated. 5 hours later, he observed the water level, which had risen to his knees, and he felt a pang of helplessness. The second waterproof wall had completely succumbed. Just an hour ago, he had scrounged some bricks from elsewhere to temporarily seal the breach, only for it to expand again. Even with sandbags in place, they could not fully impede the influx of water. In merely an hour, the water surged alarmingly, reaching knee height, a sight that filled Yu Yuan with trepidation. He glanced at the clock, reading 11:50. They should have already entered the eye of the typhoon. There was still time. Half an hour later, witnessing the water level drop to his calves, Yu Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, it was subsiding. Yet, he knew that this was merely the beginning of the real labor ahead. Arriving at the exit, he bent down to move the sandbags that had been blocking the breach. As the gap widened, rainwater from the air raid shelter poured in rapidly. Yu Yuan noted that the previous breach had now expanded to more than 4 times its original size, which explained why even the sandbags could not adequately halt the flow. The water level in the sewer had also receded to halfway, allowing him to utilize the remaining rainwater to his advantage as he hastily retrieved the bricks he had found earlier from the tunnel and set them aside. Returning to his hiding spot, he filled a bucket with quick-drying cement and made his way back to the exit. During these hours, he had not been idle. He had retrieved the tactical sword from the bald man and exchanged it for 2 bags of quick-drying cement along with some construction materials. Once the rainwater in the air raid shelter was completely drained, there would be less than 3 hours left for the eye of the typhoon to linger over Green Forest City. Yu Yuan dared not dawdle. He quickly mixed the cement in the proper proportions. This time, Yu Yuan exercised prudence. Instead of sealing the exit directly, he lay down, extending his arm through the breach. After applying a layer of cement to the outer wall of the air raid shelter, the top of the sewer, he then positioned the bricks to seal the gap. Once the quick-drying cement hardened, it would serve as a protective layer, although it would not withstand the rain for long. Even if it held for just 1 or 2 hours, Yu Yuan would be immensely satisfied. In just half an hour, the breach was thoroughly sealed, and Yu Yuan momentarily breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that there would be no further issues now. Location: Resource Management Log Date. Day 6 of the Wasteland Place. District 13, East City, Green Forest Food. 8 cans of beef, 3 cans of fruit. 6 packs of military rations, 3 bottles of mineral water, 500 milliliters, 28 bars of chocolate, 8 packs of Camel cigarettes, 9 packs of Marlboro cigarettes medical supplies, 1 vehicle first aid kit, 1 medical backpack materials, 1 car engine, 1 spark plug, 1 vehicle air conditioning compressor weapons, 1 machete, 2 Glock 17 handguns, 919mm Luger FMJ, 48 rounds, 1 SW Model 500 revolver tools, 1 multifunctional pliers, 1 multifunctional toolbox containers, 1 60L outdoor Oxford cloth backpack, 1 backpack, 1 canvas crossbody bag, damaged, Chapter 35, the 6th day, crisis and gifts on the 6th day of the Wasteland. The sound of shattering echoed as Yu Yuan broke the quick-drying cement, revealing the drainage outlet. He cast the enormous stone he had been holding onto the ground. It was a miscalculation. He had been so focused on sealing the exit tightly that he had neglected to procure a hammer. This realization struck him only as he prepared to break the seal. His only remaining melee weapon was the machete. All else was either firearms or a folding crossbow or bow and arrow. He lacked any tools capable of breaking the quick-drying cement. though he possessed a wrench and pliers. They were inadequate, and after a few attempts, his hands were left numb, the cement merely grazed. Ultimately, he had no choice but to use 2 large stones to resolve the issue. After clearing the exit, although the typhoon had passed, the drainage still flowed abundantly. However, it seemed that in a few hours, once the water receded, passage would be possible. A smile crept across Yu Yuan's lips as he prepared to return to his hiding place, but suddenly his gaze froze as if he had spotted something. Moments later, a corpse, swollen and pale from the rain, drifted downstream. The body was mutilated, with its head partially bitten off by some unknown force, the brain either missing or consumed, leaving an empty cavity. The neck and scapula were also gnawed at, and the arms and thighs were maimed. Yu Yuan narrowed his eyes as he observed the disappearing corpse, a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind. It was evident that this body had not fallen into the drainage from above, but had likely belonged to a scavenger or survivor hiding within the sewers. Yu Yuan had suspected as much. Judging by the state of decay, the individual had died only 2 or 3 days prior. Yet, what could have gnawed at them in such a manner? The first thing that came to his mind was the investigation report he had seen at the East City Waterworks Center. With this thought, he promptly returned to his hiding place and retrieved the report from the shelf to read it once more. Meme approached Yu Yuan, casting a few glances before settling into the corner he had prepared for her, lined with hay. After several minutes, Yu Yuan exhaled deeply, his gaze flickering restlessly. The direction from which the corpses drifted offered numerous paths, yet all converged near Block 15. Adjacent to Block 15 was Block 10, the very district where the investigation report had identified the presence of a colossal rat. The eastern region of Green Forest City is roughly divided into 15 blocks. Could it be that the rat was indeed still alive, perhaps even having traversed from Block 10 into Block 15, or even Block 13? If that were the case, it would spell trouble. Yu Yuan was loath to entertain such thoughts, yet reality was laid bare before him, and his disposition did not allow for avoidance. Regardless of whether that creature was a giant rat, it posed a significant threat to his safety. The sewers served as the primary passage and battleground for his future endeavors to other blocks, and with such an unstable factor looming, he felt increasingly agitated. A glint of ferocity crossed his eyes. Glancing once more at the still figure of Meme, he rose and approached the door, which opened to reveal a small room of approximately 2 square meters, meticulously arranged with all his supplies. This was the Level 1 warehouse he had constructed during the 2 days he sought refuge from the typhoon. Though the area was modest, it provided a designated space for his resources without encroaching upon his original hideout. He surveyed the row of weapons positioned in the corner, contemplated briefly, and retrieved the FN-FEL assault rifle along with its accompanying magazines and ammunition. The caliber was indeed the truth. This principle guided Yu Yuan's choices and explained why he had opted against the MP5. While the MP5, as a submachine gun, boasted a rapid rate of fire, he remained uncertain whether the 9mm pistol rounds could penetrate the hide of his adversary, especially in this wasteland where biological mutations were not uncommon. Although the exact size of the rat remained uncertain, under the weight of a larger caliber, all creatures are equal. With 7.62 by 51mm ammunition, no carbon-based life form could withstand its might. This rifle, along with all the firearms in the warehouse, had been meticulously cleaned and maintained over the past 2 days, with the cost being merely a bottle of gun oil for 1,000 survival points. Little did he anticipate that the freshly maintained weapon would soon find itself in use. All the bullets were loaded into 3 magazines, each containing 20 rounds, totaling 60 rounds, which he deemed sufficient. If these 60 bullets could not eliminate the rat, Yu Yuan surmised that his fate would be sealed as well. Subsequently, he prepared 3 M64 grenades as a precaution. He also retrieved the M500 revolver with its 500 caliber ammunition, serving as his final line of defense. Once again, half a day has elapsed, and the depths of the sewer finally reveal their bottom, covered by a layer of silt that exudes a foul odor. Although the ground remains quite damp, it does not hinder movement when Yu Yuan ventures down to explore. He also prepares to venture outside to assess the aftermath of the recent typhoon and to search for supplies for his hideout. Due to the typhoon, the construction of his refuge has already been delayed by 2 days, with merely 24 days remaining until the conclusion of the novice protection period. He must compensate for the lost time. Upon returning to the hideout, Yu Yuan activates the virtual panel for the destiny cards. Now that he is free to leave, it is time to select his fateful gift. His gaze, fixated on the destiny cards page, sparkles with anticipation. Over the past 2 days, he has pondered what items might manifest as gifts of fate, and now the enigma can finally be unveiled. As the thought of drawing a destiny card arises, the familiar phrase reappears. Proverb, all gifts of fate have long been marked with a price in the shadows. This line swiftly transforms into 3 options. Choose one from the 3 destiny gift below as a present from fate. Yu Yuan takes a deep breath. Here it comes. 1. A stylish floor-standing clothes rack. Function, randomly provides 1 piece of clothing that fits daily, with a chance of high-quality garments. 2. Resource recycling trash bin. Function, transforms the trash within into random resources daily, with a chance of yielding double or special resources. 3. A cornucopia of fresh produce. Function, randomly provides 1 type of fresh fruit or vegetable daily, with a chance of high-quality food. Yu Yuan stares at the 3 destiny gift options, experiencing his first bout of decision paralysis. The choice is incredibly difficult. He desires them all. The outfit he currently wears is nearly worn out. Although he has collected some clothing, either the size or style is incorrect. He certainly cannot traverse the sewers clad in a fashionable trench coat. Moreover, the season is not suitable. Resources are what he currently lacks the most. He is nearly driven mad by the thought of them. Vegetables are in dire need, having entered this wasteland for 6 days. He has not lacked for food, be it canned beef, military rations, or biscuits, and he even has a cup of high-energy goat milk each day. However, vegetables are sorely missing. He hasn't been able to relieve himself for several days now, and constipation has set in. A mask of agony appears on Yu Yuan's face as he irritably runs his fingers through his hair, wishing he could have it all. Taking a deep breath, Yu Yuan suppresses his anxiety, forcing himself to regain composure. His gaze flits back and forth among the 3 options, dismissing personal preferences and desires, and instead evaluating them solely from the perspective of survival and development. Ultimately, his focus lands on the resource recycling trash bin, although he is reluctant to admit it. This choice is indeed the most optimal solution at present. The clothing may bear the marks of wear, yet it remains suitable for wear. A simple wash suffices. For no one pays heed. In the absence of vegetables, should constipation arise, one might simply increase water intake to soften the stool, or procure wild fruits or vegetables from fellow players via survival points. Even wild grasses can remedy the issue. However, the matter of resources is truly intricate. What weighs most heavily on Yu Yuan's mind is the phrase resource recycling. With a clear objective now in his heart, Yu Yuan hesitates no longer and opts for the resource recycling bin. The resource recycling bin has been placed at your hideout. Please check it yourself. A rather ordinary white bin appears at Yu Yuan's feet, adorned with the emblem of resource recycling on both sides. Upon the completion of this fateful choice, the fate card wooden box begins to shake. 3 seconds later, a long, earthy yellow card with mysterious patterns manifests before him. This is a luxurious fate card. A rock-level luxurious card. Luxurious card, quality rock level. The player must perform 1 act of luxury unrelated to survival within 2 days, consuming 50,000 survival points. Or face death. Luxury. As he gazes at the comforting reminder below, Yu Yuan's heart sinks. Although he is quite eager to expand his hideout, the sum of 150,000 survival points is utterly unattainable. Even if he sold all his possessions, it would not suffice. Thus, he must devise a means to expend those 50,000 survival points on matters unrelated to survival. While 150,000 is excessive, 50,000 is still within the realm of possibility, and he begins to formulate a rough plan. Yet, a twinge of pain grips Yu Yuan's heart. After all, 50,000 survival points. He is uncertain whether his remaining supplies, excluding firearms, even amount to that sum. 2 days' time may well prove perilous. Once more, he approaches the newsstand, perusing the newspapers from the past few days. Over the course of yesterday and today, 4 pieces of rock-level intelligence have emerged. Apart from 1 report concerning the departure of a typhoon and the return of normal weather, the remaining 3 are local news. Local news section. Quality rock. Danger level. Medium. The bandit prison has decided to conduct a resource trade with the burning fortress at 1 p.m. the day after tomorrow in the Black Stone Canyon of the Northern Wasteland. As a response to the retaliation from the Black Shield Police Department, they are dispatching 2 raider squads to transport 20 slaves in exchange for a truckload of fuel, along with some survival supplies and explosives. Local news section. Quality rock. Danger level. Low. Due to the typhoon's torrential rains, Green Forest City has witnessed widespread flooding. particularly in the Eastern District, where numerous subway tunnels have succumbed to the sudden deluge. The refugee organization, Liberators in Block 5, and the refugee gang, Ghosthead Gang, in Block 9, have suffered significant losses as a result of this flooding disaster. Only the Wild Marauders, the Bloodhand Gang, concealed in Block 10, led by their chief, the Mahata brothers, promptly seized the Green Forest Light supermarket. A mere 3 individuals went missing, while 4 sustained injuries. They had no immediate plans to depart until their wounds healed. Block News Section. Quality, rock solid. Danger level, moderate. Commander Old Koo of the Black Shield Police Department has successfully completed an arms suppression mission in the Central District and returned to East City this morning, bearing news of a forthcoming transaction between the riot prison and the burning fortress scheduled for tomorrow at 1 p.m. He has ordered Enforcer Carmen to take charge, with Enforcer Soda assisting to ambush the marauding team returning from the transaction in the underground tunnels of Carlisle in Block 9 tomorrow afternoon and seize all goods involved. However, Enforcer Soda received covert instructions from Commander Rawless to eliminate Carmen. Ian took up pen and paper to begin jotting down notes. The first 2 news items were updated yesterday morning, while the report about the Black Shield Police Department's impending strike on the riot prison emerged this morning. Initially, Yin had no intention of participating, but circumstances left him no choice. To eliminate the luxurious card, a minimum of 50,000 survival points was required, an amount impossible to amass through conventional means within a mere 2 days. Thus, his only hope rested on the goods from the transaction at the riot prison. Opening the virtual map, he checked the location of the Carlisle underground tunnels in Block 9, which lay to the northeast of Block 13, marking the outermost edge of Green Forest City. The fastest route from the eastern suburbs to the northern suburbs traversed Block 9, with the Carlisle underground tunnels being a segment of that path. On the virtual map, he plotted a route from his hideout to Block 9, through the sewers leading to the Carlisle tunnels, frowning slightly at the map. The distance was indeed considerable. If he were to walk there alone, it would take nearly 2 hours one way, requiring him to cross Block 11, and the thought of potentially encountering the mysteriously elusive giant rat filled him with dread. After making specific annotations on the memo regarding the necessary precautions for tomorrow's operation, Yin then turned his attention to the trash bin at his feet. It appeared to be an ordinary 14-liter capacity household trash bin, complete with a flip top. Over the past few days, Yin had accumulated quite a bit of refuse, which he had piled in the passage outside his hideout, initially planning to dispose of it today. Now, it seemed to serve a purpose. The bin was quite full, yet it consumed only half of the accumulated garbage. Yin was already quite satisfied with this, now eagerly anticipating what surprises this trash bin would yield him tomorrow. He then entered the hideout and began donning his Enforcer tactical gear, Enforcer ballistic vest, Enforcer tactical gloves, Enforcer tactical boots, Enforcer goggles, fully equipped. The FN-FEL assault rifle, along with spare magazines and grenades, was meticulously secured in the tactical harness. The dogleg knife, Glock 17, and M500 revolver were all equipped. Yuan distinctly felt the weight of his burdens. He was encumbered. Casting a glance at Mia, he silently invoked the command, equip. In the next instant, the prone figure of Mia vanished, replaced by an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through Yuan's body, transforming what had once felt like a considerable load into a featherlight burden. A glimmer of excitement illuminated his face as he grasped the FN-FAL and stepped out into the open. It was time for him to seek the opportunity to eradicate the lavish card. Chapter 37. The Craftsman Marcel. Entering the sewer, Yuan disengaged from his equipment with Mia and mounted it, sprinting through the damp tunnels. He was pleasantly surprised by the width and stability of Mia's back, which absorbed the bumps with ease. Canchino Street. This was not Yuan's first visit, but this time his destination was number 7 Canchino Street, not the abode of the woman with the tear mole. Due to his tactical harness and gear, he struggled slightly as he emerged from the sewer, but it was a minor inconvenience. Canchino Street had been ravaged by the recent typhoon, leaving a scene of devastation. Twisted trees, demolished houses, and a carpet of leaves and weeds lay strewn about. However, this chaos inadvertently cleared away the lurking threats. Since it was still daytime, Yuan had no intention of lingering in the open. Instead, he swiftly entered an abandoned house nearby and ascended to the second floor. Directly across the way stood No. 7 Canchino Street. Unlike the visibly dilapidated homes surrounding it, this residence appeared unremarkable and somewhat rundown. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that these were mere facades. The core structure of the rooms remained intact. The so-called disrepair was limited to the corners and eaves, which bore no significant impact on the house's integrity, but rather served to enhance its camouflage. As Yu Yuan observed the residence, he recalled the intelligence he had gathered. The newspaper had reported on the third day, indicating that Marcel would leave the house today in search of supplies, with the typhoon having just passed. The optimal time for exploration would likely be in the evening. Having organized his thoughts and mentally rehearsed the potential scenarios that might unfold, Yu Yuan settled into patient anticipation. He would remain motionless until he caught sight of Marcel. The sky, still shrouded in gray after the storm's departure, hinted at the onset of nightfall by 7 o'clock. As he meticulously monitored the opposite house, Yu Yuan suddenly pressed his head against the corner of the window. He witnessed the door of number 7 Canchino Street creak open, revealing a shadowy figure peering outside before stealthily departing into the night. As the figure exited the confines of the house, Yu Yuan too made his move, slipping away from his own abandoned shelter, and just as the individual crossed beyond the residential boundary, he softly called out, "Is that you, Marcel? I'm a friend of Fedmon." At the very moment his voice escaped, that figure rolled aside with remarkable agility, seeking refuge behind a nearby utility pole in the blink of an eye. A dark, menacing muzzle emerged from behind the pole, aimed squarely at Yu Yuan's position. However, Yu Yuan had anticipated this reaction. He had long concealed himself behind the wall, revealing not even a fraction of his form. He called out softly, "Mazel, do not fire. I'm a friend of Fedmon." Yet, before he could finish his plea, a gunshot resounded with a dull thud as a bullet struck the surrounding wall, though the sound was surprisingly muted, indicating the use of a silencer. Then a crisp voice, laced with an icy undertone, pierced the air. "Who exactly are you? Fedmon has no friends. How do you know me and my connection to him?" To Yu Yuan's astonishment, Mazel turned out to be a woman. He recalled the conversation among the trio at the Wudong apartment, where apart from a woman named Mona with a teardrop mark, another woman had indeed been mentioned. Could it be her? Another muffled gunshot interrupted Yu Yuan's reverie, causing him to frown slightly. This woman's temperament was decidedly volatile. Yet, as her life depended on this exchange, he hurried to clarify, "Do not fire. You might attract enemies. Fedmon is dead, as is his child. Only his wife survived, and I rescued her." "What?" Mazel exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency. "Clarify, what is happening?" Yu Yuan promptly detailed the events at residence number 68 Cancino, emphasizing the crucial points. Upon learning that Yu Yuan had slain the marauders to save the woman with the teardrop mark, Mazel's wariness lessened considerably, though it remained. Yu Yuan noticed the virtual interface's combat page, where the persuasion skill was emitting a faint glow. "How do you know of me?" Mazel inquired. "I discovered a notebook in the room that revealed your connection to Fedmon and indicated that you are a craftsman responsible for delivering supplies." At this moment, Yu Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. He had fabricated a lie. Otherwise, explaining how he acquired such information would be quite difficult. He could only hope the persuasion skill would prove effective. Mazel, however, did not question him further. Instead, she posed another query. "What is your purpose in seeking me?" Yu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Did she believe him? There was no time for contemplation as he swiftly replied, "I see great potential in you, and I wish to invest in you." What? Mazel seemed taken aback, as if she had heard something utterly fantastical, her voice rising slightly. But she quickly regained her composure, lowering her tone as she eagerly probed, "What did you just say? Invest in me? Invest in what?" Unbeknownst to her, her weapon had gradually lowered, her initial wariness transforming into a mixture of astonishment, joy, and intrigue. "I find your craftsmanship quite intriguing. I am willing to provide you with a supply of provisions, materials, and essential resources. In return, all I ask is that you share your findings with me once your research is completed. Is that all?" "Yes, it is that simple." Yu Yuan could sense the astonishment and delight in the other party's words. Evidently, his proposal was tailored to Marcial's preferences. Yet, he couldn't shake off an unsettling feeling. What was amiss? Yu Yuan quickly realized it was all too smooth. Marcial's demeanor hardly resembled that of someone living amidst the wasteland. However, he chose to dismiss this thought, for his ultimate aim was not the so-called research, but rather the consumption of resources. As long as the other party accepted his investment and met the conditions for the extravagance card to be dispelled, that sufficed. It appeared that Marcial genuinely accepted Yu Yuan's offer, and after a brief negotiation, they agreed that Yu Yuan would deliver the supplies the following evening. Once everything was settled, Yu Yuan left 3 bags of military rations in the corner by the wall. You may use these 3 bags for now, but do not venture out. There has recently been a skirmish between the Black Shield police and the thugs, and the area is fraught with the risk of widespread conflict. The streets are unsafe. Just wait for my supplies tomorrow night. With that, Yu Yuan cautiously retreated from Marcial. All right, I understand. Marcial watched the shadow of Yu Yuan disappear. Her earlier joy vanishing in an instant, replaced by an unprecedented sense of vigilance and gravity. She retrieved a smartphone and a palm-sized drone from her pocket. Under her control, the drone immediately ascended, flying toward the location where Yu Yuan had been. Chapter 38, Thug Prison, Habel and Baku. On Marcial's smartphone screen, the previously dark street became strikingly clear. The drone, equipped with a night vision camera, meticulously surveyed the surroundings to ensure there were no ambushes, confirming Yu Yuan's retreating figure. Only then did Marcial retract the drone, hastening back to the corner where she collected the 3 bags of military rations before returning to number 7 Canchino. Without any visible effort, the door swung open, and Marcial swiftly entered. Who was that person? A somewhat feeble voice resonated within the room. Marcial quickly approached a screen on the wall of the living room, executing a few simple commands before softly stating, I believe I have encountered the person who will save you. Are you saying that person was him? A wheelchair rolled into view before Marcial, the voice trembling slightly. If Yu Yuan were present, he would recognize that the occupant of the wheelchair was none other than the long-missing woman with the tear mole, Mona. Although her body remained frail, her wounds had evidently been meticulously treated and bandaged. The most notable difference was the hint of madness and coldness reflected in her eyes. Marcial's expression revealed a flicker of concern. Sister Na, he seems to have learned about me from some source, claiming it was from Fedman's notes. I did not expose him. He wishes to invest in my research and will deliver supplies tomorrow. Can he truly be trusted? Mona cast a gentle gaze upon Marcial. Marcial, do not let my circumstances sway your decisions. There is no turning back for me now. Once my wounds have healed somewhat, I shall take my leave from here. At that point, you shall remain you, and I shall remain I. As for whether to trust him, that is a choice you must make for yourself. Nana, are you truly leaving? Marcial exclaimed anxiously. The outside world is perilous at this moment. You have just endured such grave injuries. Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed the sudden chill in Mona's eyes, prompting her to halt her words. That person is correct. Even beasts require someone to send them to hell. With that declaration, the wheelchair retreated into the shadows once more. Soren High Security Prison, situated in the eastern outskirts of Green Forest City, was originally a highly secure facility, equipped with comprehensive functionalities and a robust logistical support system. Surrounding the prison were armed squads tasked with maintaining order through force. Yet now, this prison had transformed into a veritable den of marauders, the outer armed forces and ammunition depots having been overtaken by the rioters, who were thoroughly armed to the teeth. The prison's walls, reinforced with barbed wire and shards of glass, along with the watchtowers manned by snipers and machine gunners, imbued the atmosphere with a sense of foreboding. However, within the public area of the prison, the lights blazed brightly. The raiders had encircled the playground, their voices rising in excited shouts and cheers. This space had been metamorphosed into an arena for gladiatorial combat. In the arena, 5 slaves, weapons in hand, charged fearfully yet frantically towards a robust figure in the center. The imposing figure merely grinned maliciously, effortlessly sidestepping a dagger thrust by one of the slaves. He grasped the unfortunate one by the scalp of the hand, as large as a fan, and effortlessly lifted him aloft, akin to a chick. The slave emitted a cry of anguish, eliciting exhilaration from the surrounding raiders. Some even stood atop an apocalyptic war vehicle, exultantly chanting, Hammer! Hammer Habarl! Invincible! Invincible Hammer Habarl! They roared. In response, Habarl displayed a bloodthirsty grin, seizing the slave's head and flinging it towards the other 4. Thud! 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 All 4 were knocked to the ground in a tumble. Habarl then turned his attention back to the slave in his grip, his right fist raised to deliver a crushing blow to the slave's head. With a resounding crack, amidst the cheers of the crowd, Habarl discarded the lifeless body as if it were refuse. The other 4 slaves had, astonishingly, succumbed to unconsciousness. After accepting a towel from his subordinate and wiping himself down, he tossed the towel to the ground. A well-prepared cigar was then handed to him. Habarl reclined in a grand armchair, declaring, Those 4 will be delivered to Victor tomorrow. Following this pronouncement, he inhaled deeply on the cigar, the intense, piquant sensation rushing to his head as he closed his eyes to savor it. Behind him, A man who had been quietly observing the gladiatorial contest nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Everything has been arranged, Warden. As soon as he uttered these words, the 4 unconscious slaves were dragged away, and the arena was swiftly prepared for the next combatants. Amidst the screams and cheers, a bloody battle ensued. Abel observed for a moment, casting a sidelong glance at the man standing behind him, exhaling a plume of smoke, and spoke in a low voice, "Baku, everything is set for tomorrow, correct?" Upon hearing this, Baku's eyes curved into crescent moons, his right middle finger resting against the frame of his glasses, slightly adjusting them. A smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Rest assured, everything is perfectly arranged. If the Black Shield police dare to show up, we shall certainly surprise them." Abel erupted into hearty laughter, his large palm landing heavily on Baku's shoulder. "I knew I could count on you for these matters." He glanced around before leaning closer to Baku's ear. "Hey, I've always said you should be the warden while I take on a role of enforcer. These cerebral tasks are quite vexing." At that moment, Abel bore no semblance of a leader of a brutal prison. He resembled a hapless soul thrust into an unwanted position. However, Baku shook his head slightly, his expression earnest as he regarded Abel. "No, the warden must be you. To the outside world, you're the only one who can be perceived as the leader of this brutal prison. As for everything else, it shall remain orderly with my presence." All right. I shall go train then." Abel seemed to have anticipated this outcome, dismissively waving his hand as he departed. Once Abel left, the previously raucous arena fell into an abrupt silence. All eyes turned to the tall figure, and unlike the excitement and fervor that had accompanied their gaze towards Abel, they now looked upon Baku with awe, obedience, and madness. At that moment, a person tethered by a dog chain was brought forth. Upon seeing Baku, he scurried on all fours, panting with fervor, and rubbed his face against Baku's polished shoes. Baku gazed with satisfaction at his creation, lifting his foot to rest upon the man's head. "Has the information regarding tomorrow's transaction been leaked?" "Master, it has been disclosed exactly as you instructed, word for word." Baku chuckled lightly, his eyes narrowing, a glint of coldness flickering as he gazed into the void ahead. I can hardly wait. What shall we do?" Chapter 39. The Fear of the Higher UPS in the Ideological Card Game. Upon hearing the buzzing behind him dissolve into silence, Yu Yuan finally halted his frantic pace and turned to look back. The drone, Marcel, was indeed not as simple as it appeared. Although the sound of the drone was faint, perhaps inaudible to the average person, Yu Yuan could hear it clearly, enhanced by the reinforced title of Street Rat. Indeed, those who had survived in the Wasteland until now were not easily deceived fools. However, Yu Yuan felt quite satisfied with this. If there was anything that piqued his interest, it was undoubtedly the rewards he would receive after completing this fateful card task. In comparison to the potential rewards, the expenditure of 50,000 survival points no longer seemed burdensome. Let it be regarded as an exchange. Regaining his composure, Yu Yuan ceased contemplating Marcel and instead turned towards the remarkably well-preserved residence before him. The mission concerning the luxurious card had found resolution, and the construction of his hideout could not be neglected. The progress delayed by the typhoon must be promptly compensated. The following day, Yu Yuan was awakened by the sound of bleeding. He had returned to his hideout at 3 o'clock in the morning after traversing no less than 10 residences. Although many of them had been frequented numerous times, his aim was never the mundane supplies, but rather larger items such as toilets and bathtubs. The previous night, he had successfully gathered the necessary materials to upgrade the rest area, bathroom, and kitchen, completing the upgrades. Rest area level 2 single bed. Function, comfort level 3. Restores an additional 10 stamina per hour. Body function recovery speed 10. Restoration 4 hours. Increases emotional stability. Bathroom level 3 toilet. Function, hygiene level 3, comfort level 3. Reduces the probability of illness by 15. Decreases the risk of wound infection by 10. Lowers the risk of mental breakdown by 15. Constipation probability by 15. And hemorrhoid induction probability by 10. Equipped with moisture prevention, sewage backflow prevention, odor elimination, and pest deterrent effects. Provides 48 liters of daily potable water. Unlocks hygiene products crafting. Kitchen level 2 camping firewood stove. Function, energy level 2, comfort level 2, hygiene level 2. While burning, increases indoor temperature by 5 degrees. Raises temperature within a 2-meter radius by 15 degrees. Fuel duration 40. Burning effect 30, adjustable. Food crafting list has been updated. This was the culmination of Yu Yuan's arduous night. Of course, many materials were procured through trades at Tao Tao Cave. including the barbecue grill and stainless steel required to upgrade the camping firewood stove. Yet these details were of little consequence. He could finally relieve himself within the confines of his hideout, no longer needing to venture outside to bury his waste. Contemplating this, Yu Yuan felt a sudden pressure in his abdomen and hurried to the bathroom to address his personal matters, subsequently experiencing a significant sense of relief. After completing his morning routine, he picked up a blowtorch, ignited a piece of wood, and cast it into the stove to commence the preparation of breakfast. The design of the camping stove was exceptionally ingenious. At its core was a stainless steel body for burning wood, above which water could be boiled or soup prepared. The lower section featured a storage rack for utensils or miscellaneous items, and the ash pan could also cook simple foods. The stove's chimney connected directly to the ventilation duct, completely eliminating the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning. Yu Yuan found himself enamored with this camping stove. After gulping down a cup of high-energy goat milk, he felt sated, and the time had already reached 7 in the morning. Despite having rested for less than 4 hours, Yu Yuan felt remarkably invigorated. The recovery effects of the single bed were indeed commendable. Gathering all household waste together, Yu Yuan approached the recycling bin, lifting the lid with a sparkle in his eyes. He hastily extracted the contents from within. 2 pieces of plastic and a brand new pair of scissors met his gaze. The sight of the plastic sheets and the scissors in his hands reflected an innocent curiosity akin to a child discovering a novel toy. A flicker of contemplation crossed his expression. The newly emerged items seemed to be connected to the refuse he had disposed of yesterday. He had cast away an abundance of various plastic wrappings and tin cans. An idea struck him. He resolved to conduct another experiment. This time, he refrained from depositing his usual household waste into the bin. Instead, he ventured to a corner where sheep dung was accumulated, collecting in a bag before placing it into the recycling bin. After securing the lid, anticipation stirred within him for what the next day might bring. If the materials retrieved from the recycling bin were indeed linked to the refuse, the possibilities would be immense. Everything hinged on tomorrow's revelation. Upon returning to his hideout, he inspected the day's newspaper situation. To his astonishment, alongside the refreshed papers, a soil-colored card had materialized. Could this be another piece of intelligence? Yu Yuan quickly picked it up. Fear card of the ruler. Quality, rock level. Function. When used against a target, this card can awaken their fear of specific individuals, planting the seeds for future liberation from that fear. Yu Yuan furrowed his brow as he contemplated the implications of the card. Awakening fear towards particular individuals and sowing the seeds for its eventual dissolution. He understood the card's meaning. When a person experiences extreme fear, typically 2 scenarios unfold. One is utter collapse, leading to flight. The other is a defiance born from fear, a fierce retaliation that seeks to obliterate the source of their terror. The effect of this card appeared to plant the seeds of rebellion. On the virtual screen, the Book of Fate unfolded as before, and the fear card of the ruler seamlessly entered its designated slot. With the screen closed, he turned his gaze to the day's newspaper, which surprisingly contained only a single piece of news. District News Section. Quality rock. Danger level. Medium. At 4:25 a.m. today, 30 flame knights from the burning fortress quietly entered Sploro Park in the 9th District, carrying a substantial amount of goods from a transaction with the Outlaws' prison. They successfully made contact with representatives from the Outlaws' prison, marking a tentative collaboration between the burning fortress and the Outlaws' prison. What? Yu Yuan stared incredulously at the newspaper. Wasn't the transaction between the Outlaws' prison and the burning fortress scheduled for this afternoon? And wasn't the location supposed to be the Black Market Canyon? How could it possibly be in the 9th District? Moreover, the time had shifted from 1 p.m. to 3 hours earlier. Yu Yuan felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. A grave situation had arisen. If the supplies from the burning fortress had already infiltrated the 9th District, why had they not proceeded directly to the riot prison? Furthermore, what was the nature of the ambush by the Black Shield Police Department on the riot prison? What was the relationship between the riot prison and the burning fortress? Did it pertain to today's operation? A flurry of questions flooded Yu Yuan's mind. He needed to unravel these mysteries. He quickly activated the virtual map and searched for Sploro Park in the 9th District, recalling that he had seen the name before. Soon, he located Sploro Park, and his pupils dilated abruptly. Chapter 40. Shocking Secrets, the Flame Priestess. Yu Yuan zoomed in on the map, and upon recognizing the location of Sploro Park, he seemed to grasp the intentions of the burning fortress and the riot prison. A chill ran down his spine. Without hesitation, Yu Yuan promptly opened the virtual light screen of the Book of Fate and utilized the information card. Inside story. The target was the collaboration between the burning fortress and the riot prison. In the next moment, the information card, Inside Story, vanished from the Book of Fate, and the text surrounding the information about the burning fortress on the newspaper in Yu Yuan's hand began to clarify. 2 seconds later, the newspaper underwent a dramatic transformation, revealing a brand new news article before Yu Yuan. However, upon seeing the sensationalist headline, his eyes twitched involuntarily. Shocking secrets: the burning fortress and the riot prison. In broad daylight, actually quality, rock. Danger level, moderate. According to our undercover reporter's perilous investigation, it has come to light that the burning fortress and the riot prison have reached a clandestine agreement. They plan to execute a frenzied ambush on the Black Shield Police Department this afternoon. Is this a decline of morality or a distortion of humanity? Please refer to our detailed report. Investigations reveal that the burning fortress and the riot prison are set to engage in a material exchange, where the riot prison will trade 20 slaves for supplies provided by the burning fortress, including a truckload of fuel, various survival materials, and explosives. In reality, these 20 slaves are merely a facade. Their true transaction involves a donor suitable for organ transplantation, intended for the leader of the burning fortress, Black Lung Victor, to receive new lung organs. To facilitate this, the burning fortress must deliver the supplies to the forest viewing area of Sploro Park in the 9th District ahead of time, subsequently assisting the riot prison in executing the ambush on the Black Shield Police Department. This transaction also lays the groundwork for future cooperation between the burning fortress and the riot prison. The objectives of this collaboration are twofold. The burning fortress will aid the riot prison in eliminating the Black Shield Police Department's stronghold in the East City, thereby securing control over the Eastern District. In return, the riot prison will assist the burning fortress in seizing the #1 offshore oil field located in the Green Forest Sea. To ensure the smooth execution of this cooperation, the Marauders prison dispatched a solitary guard accompanied by 40 Marauders and 10 suicide bombers from a slave battalion, marking the onset of an assault on the Black Shield Police Station. The burning fortress allocated 30 Flame Knights to orchestrate an ambush against the police station. As per the plan, apart from 5 Flame Knights tasked with guarding the transaction supplies and organ donors, the remaining 25 would directly engage in combat. However, a Flame Priest unexpectedly joined the garrison, seemingly harboring ulterior motives, a matter that our publication is currently investigating. Upon reviewing all the information, Yu Yuan felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. The situation was perilous. If he continued with his previous plan, naively waiting at the Carlisle Tunnel for a chance, he would likely meet an untimely demise without even realizing it. It became evident that this transaction was merely a trap set by the Marauders prison and the burning fortress, aimed at ensnaring the Black Shield Police Station. Despite his trepidation, a more exhilarating expression soon graced his face. With only 5 Flame Knights and a Flame Priest left to guard the supplies, that amounted to merely 6 individuals, Yu Yuan's mind began to race. If there were only 6 adversaries, given his current weaponry, it might not be impossible to overcome them. If he could eliminate all 6, he could abscond with the supplies before the other enemies returned. By 8 in the morning, Yu Yuan could no longer remain idle. He swiftly donned all his gear, paying particular attention to his M64 grenades. The 9th District was not particularly close, and with the sudden turn of events, he needed to scout out Sploro Park to ensure his escape route was well planned. This opportunity was rare and must be seized. He quickly beckoned to Miemia. Miemia, come equip me. At his call, Miemia transformed into a stream of light and surged into Yu Yuan's being. Yu Yuan then vacated his hiding spot, descended through the ladder into the sewer, and dismounted from Miemia to equip himself. He climbed onto Miemia's back, adjusted his direction, and declared, "Let us proceed." Miemia. Miemia promptly set off, effortlessly carrying Yu Yuan forward. In the 9th District, Sploro Park was a dense forest observation area, surrounded by closely packed trees that concealed its interior from casual observation. Surprisingly, the previously deserted forest was bustling today. 30 modified Wasteland motorcycles were neatly arranged on one side, followed by 5 modified Doomsday pickups. However, the vehicles of the burning fortress differed significantly from those of other factions. Whether motorcycles or pickups, their exhaust pipes stood tall like chimneys. At this moment, a man clad in a crimson robe stood before one of the pickups. His bald head was adorned with intricate flame tattoos, and both earlobes bore fiery earrings crafted from red crystal. Hualuo gazed with satisfaction at the man confined within the iron cage atop the pickup, nodding gently. The strength of this donor surpasses our expectations of perfection. Upon hearing this, a figure behind Hualuo chuckled. Our leader places great importance on this collaboration, and this donor was captured just yesterday. After confirming that he meets the requirements set forth by Leader Victor, we proceeded with the exchange without delay. Hualuo nodded in satisfaction. I extend our leader's gratitude to Chief Abarl for his diligence. Rest assured, this ambush will not allow a single individual from the Black Shield Police Department to escape. Thank you, Priest Hualuo. Dispatch the prisoners from the riotous jail, and as the smile faded from Hualuo's face, he turned to a nearby Flame Knight. The knight immediately stepped forward. My lord, rest assured, we have thoroughly searched the entire park, and everything is secure. However, why have you come in person? Were you not attending to that matter? Hualuo inclined his head slightly. Originally, I did not plan to come, but there were some complications in the previous operation. Someone managed to seize the item while we were distracted. I received word from Hans that they traced the tire tracks and found that the target has taken refuge in Green Sun City. My objective this time is them. What? The Flame Knight exclaimed but quickly lowered his voice. My lord, I shall dispatch men to search immediately. Hualuo waved his hand. No. This collaboration with the riotous jail is equally crucial and must not fail. We shall complete the task at hand first. This matter must remain unknown to the individuals from the riotous jail, and they must not perceive any irregularities on our part. Do you understand? Yes, my lord. Hualuo looked at the Flame Knight with a smile and patted him on the shoulder. Gaina, after completing this mission, you should be promoted to Flame Priest. I shall cast my vote for you, so strive to execute this task splendidly. It is all thanks to Lord Hualuo. Had it not been for you, I would have perished in disaster. All right, once you ascend to Flame Priest, you will be entitled to understand many matters, and your perspective on this world will undergo a significant transformation. Chapter 41. Stealing Home, Annihilation, Spoils. With a soft creak, the manhole cover was gently pushed aside by Yu Yuan, who cautiously surveyed the situation outside. Observing the dense forest, he estimated the time in his mind. He was currently positioned near the musical fountain at the center of Sploro Park. The sewer here connects directly to the sewers beneath the Carlisle Tunnel, not far apart. Moreover, from this manhole position, less than 200 meters to the north lies the dense forest, allowing for direct observation of that area. Yu Yuan had arrived in this vicinity around 10 a.m., having thoroughly traversed the underground of Sploro Park and even made a detour to check the conditions around the Carlisle Tunnel. Subsequently, he had meticulously planned the escape route after acquiring the supplies. It was nearing 3 p.m. Even if the riotous jail put on a full show, they should be returning shortly. Yu Yuan estimated in his mind. In reality, it would not be long now. Minutes later, the intense sound of gunfire echoed from beyond the manhole cover, soon followed by the thunderous roar of dozens of motorcycles. Peering cautiously from beneath the edge of the cover, Yu Yuan directed his gaze toward the source of the commotion. Suddenly, over 20 motorcycles, belching flames, surged forth from the dense thicket, charging toward the battlefield with astounding momentum. Yu Yuan questioned his own vision, yet he could not be mistaken. Each motorcycle bore a pipe reminiscent of an exhaust, from which torrents of fiery blaze erupted skyward, accompanied by billowing black smoke. With fervent cheers from the riders, the convoy vanished from sight, leaving only the distant rumble of engines. A classic film sprang to Yu Yuan's mind. So this was the legendary Flame Riders. No wonder they bore such a name, and all were bald. Was it not a perilous choice to ride with such exposed heads? He mused for a moment before realizing he must attend to more pressing matters. Casting one last glance at the direction the Flame Riders had taken, he pushed the manhole cover aside, braced himself, and gracefully descended to the ground, carefully placing the cover back to leave a warning trap. Raising his already loaded FN-FAL assault rifle, he stealthily made his way toward the thicket. Though clad in heavy gear weighing dozens of pounds, Yu Yuan felt as light as a feather, each movement executed with effortless precision. On his back rested a 60L Oxford cloth backpack, devoid of supplies save for an empty bag and a bundle of rope. As he approached the dense foliage, he soon spotted several doomsday pickups stationed in a central clearing. The distance from his position was less than 100 meters, and, utilizing the trees as cover, Yu Yuan advanced cautiously. Before long, he had a clear view of the situation within. 5 bald Flame Riders stood in formation around a middle-aged man clad in a fiery red robe. Strikingly, beside this man stood an individual evidently from another faction, likely the representative sent from the prison of thugs, for he was the only one among them adorned with hair. Despite the addition of a 7th person, it posed no significant hindrance to Yu Yuan. All 7 individuals were fixated on the direction of the battle, while the man presumed to be the flame priest conversed with the representative from the prison. Yu Yuan gently lowered his FNFAL and retrieved an M64 grenade from his pouch, disengaging the safety pin as he crouched low, careful to silence his footsteps. His eyes remained vigilant to the ground beneath him. He had no desire to make the foolish mistake of snapping a twig. In reality, the situation unfolded even more favorably than Yu Yuan anticipated. With the distant sounds of conflict providing ample cover, he stealthily approached within 20 meters of the group. Just shy of the doomsday pickups. This will suffice. No closer. He crouched behind the truck's bed, preparing to launch the grenade. Just as he stood to execute his plan, his gaze locked with another pair of eyes, and both froze in astonishment. Yu Yuan's mind was immediately engulfed in chaos. How could he have forgotten the intelligence report mentioning an organ donor? Yet, there was something disturbingly familiar about this individual's eyes. However, it soon dawned upon him that this person had remained eerily silent, and he recalled who it was, the very same individual who had snatched away his soybean milk powder that day. How had he ended up in the clutches of a gang prison? The man evidently recognized Yu Yuan as well, his initially astonished gaze swiftly transforming into calm determination. Fixating on the grenade in Yu Yuan's hand, he instinctively crouched down, attempting to shield himself within the confines of the pickup truck's bed. Despite his cautious movements, he could not entirely suppress the noise he made. Observing one of the flame knights shifting a shoulder, Yu Yuan realized he could no longer afford to wait. He hurled the grenade towards the center of the group of flame knights and promptly tucked himself behind the pickup truck's wheel, retrieving another grenade from his possession. A startled gasp was followed by the sound of the grenade rolling across the ground. A second later, an explosion erupted. In that very instant, Yu Yuan had already removed the safety pin from the next grenade. Heedless of anything else, and with a calculated toss, he sent it over the pickup truck. 3 seconds later, another explosion resounded. This time, Yu Yuan was fully prepared. As the blast resonated, he rolled out from behind the tire and lay flat on the ground. His FN-FEL assault rifle aimed at the silhouettes sprawled on the ground ahead, uncertain of their fate. He unleashed a volley of shots into the fallen bodies, but soon realized something was amiss. There were only 5 corpses. Instinctively, Yu Yuan rolled his body to evade danger. In that very moment, gunfire erupted, and 2 bullet holes marred the spot where he had just taken cover. Seizing the opportunity, he caught sight of the enemy's location, accompanied by the desperate cries of those who were attempting to endure their injuries. Narrowing his eyes, he quickly deduced that although the 2 grenades had left 2 survivors, they were undoubtedly grievously wounded. With this realization, he thought, seize the moment, take their lives. Had the enemies been unscathed, Yu Yuan might have been cautious, but now, knowing they were injured, he felt no fear. Drawn from his chest, he tossed a grenade towards the source of the agonized sounds. Indeed, the moment the grenade was thrown, the sounds of rolling and wailing erupted anew. Yu Yuan scoffed internally. With another explosion, he refused to grant the adversaries any more chances. He charged forth, his FN-FEL assault rifle directed toward the location of the earlier cries. Bullets pierced the ground, creating a series of impacts as he calculated his ammunition while advancing swiftly. Soon, he spotted 2 figures hiding behind a tree. One appeared to have heard Yu Yuan's approach and raised their AK, aiming it toward him. Bang! Chapter 42. Bountiful Harvest. Retreat. The FN-FEL assault rifle continued its relentless fire until the magazine was depleted, prompting Yu Yuan to finally cease his actions. He replaced the last magazine, observing that both adversaries lay lifeless in a pool of their own blood. He had witnessed clearly that each individual had been struck by bullets more than once. Approaching their bodies, he was unsurprised to identify one as the Flame Priest and the other as the Flame Knight. What astonished him, however, was that the Flame Priest was still alive, his red robe remarkably unscathed by bullets. If not for the grievous wound on his neck that bled profusely, it would have been difficult to ascertain his condition. Yu Yuan's gaze was fixated on the exquisite red robe. It was indeed a valuable possession. You. The Flame Priest looked at Yu Yuan, raising a hand as if to utter something further, but Yu Yuan narrowed his eyes. Bang! The world fell silent. With all enemies eliminated and time pressing, Yu Yuan swiftly unstrapped his backpack, extracting a duffel bag to begin scavenging the supplies from the 7 fallen foes, indiscriminately tossing everything into the bag. The intensity of the battle surely echoed through the Carlisle tunnel, and the Flame Knight could return at any moment. Thus, he had to hasten his efforts. During this frantic search, a system notification chimed, indicating he had discovered something of value, yet he had no time to investigate. After thoroughly pillaging the bodies, he stripped the flame priest of all his gear, merely collecting a few bullets and selecting the finest weapons from the others. He then approached the parked doomsday pickup trucks, which had been specially modified for ample cargo space. Although labeled as pickups, they resembled trucks in appearance. The first vehicle was filled to the brim with fuel, 20 neatly stacked 100L steel barrels. Yu Yuan wasted no time, immediately loading them all into his bag. Next, he turned to the pickup stocked with survival supplies. Unzipping his bag, he examined the contents meticulously, searching for essentials. There were 2 large bags of canned goods, encompassing nearly 100 cans of various types. One bag contained assorted foods like sausages, biscuits, and military rations. Another held dried seafood, including fish and shrimp. Yet another contained jerky made from unknown creatures. Lastly, there was a bag filled with various mechanical parts alongside a box of homemade explosives, about 20 bundles in total. Upon witnessing such an abundance of resources, Yu Yuan sprang into action. He rushed towards the manhole cover, traversing a mere few hundred meters, a trivial distance for him. In just a few minutes, he managed to dispose of all the supplies into the sewer, placing the explosives in the bag, as carrying them was inherently perilous. Subsequently, he emptied the contents of the driver's cabin before preparing to depart. However, just before leaving, Yu Yuan noticed the individual bound in a cage, who met his gaze with calmness. No pleas, no struggles. Even while Yu Yuan had been transporting supplies, the captive had remained utterly silent. Yin furrowed his brow, his finger resting on the trigger, the muzzle already raised. However, as he gazed into the tranquil eyes of his counterpart and stole a glance at the distant flame priest, a new thought crossed his mind. With a resounding crack, the chains of the cage shattered, meeting the astonished gaze of the other. Yin nodded slightly before making a swift exit. He could faintly hear the roar of a motorcycle engine. If he did not flee now, it would truly be too late. The sounds of the fierce battle in the distance had gradually subsided without his noticing. He quickly slipped into the sewer, securing the manhole cover behind him, and removed the equipment status from Mimi. Mimi appeared before Yin, who swiftly gathered 6 backpacks with a rope and patted Mimi's head. Good girl. Lift the items with your horns. Mimi's massive horns hooked onto the rope, as Yin dragged from below, slowly elevating the 6 packages until they settled on Mimi's back. He reinforced the bundles with more rope, finally allowing himself a sigh of relief, as the motorcycle's roar echoed outside. It's time to go. He glanced up at the manhole cover once more, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, and set off with Mimi towards their hiding place in the dense woods of Sploro Park. Kinna knelt on the ground, gently closing the flame priest's eyes, his anger now uncontainable. Haven't we found any traces of the enemy? Boss, it's strange. Logically, our fuel and supplies have completely vanished, and the enemy must have arrived by vehicle with a considerable number. Yet, we have seen no tire tracks or signs of a large presence, which defies all reason. Upon hearing this, Kinna's brow furrowed. No tire tracks or traces. How was that possible? But after surveying the area himself and confirming the absence of any vehicle imprints, he felt utterly bewildered. However, he quickly realized that the loss of the donor was far more troubling than the missing supplies and fuel. The reason the leader had brought such a large amount of fuel and resources was to exchange for this donor. Yet now, all had vanished. Only the thug prison knew of their presence here. Wait, Kinna seemed to grasp something. The arrangement to leave the supplies here was made by the thug prison, and their directive to assist in ambushing the Black Shield police station had led to this vulnerability. Now, with the supplies gone, the donor missing, and the 2 enforcers from the Black Shield police having slipped away right under the thug prison's nose, a fierce glint and murderous intent flashed in Kinna's eyes as he spoke slowly. Good, very good. Thug prison, you have truly outdone yourselves. Casting a disdainful glance at the thug prison representative who lay dead from a grenade, he snatched the AK-74 from a subordinate and unleashed a barrage upon the corpse, reducing it to a pulpy mess. Tossing the weapon back to his subordinate, Kinna approached the flame priest's body, gently lifting it as he made his way to the doomsday pickup truck. Everyone, return to the fortress immediately. The voice resonated with a chilling sense of inevitability and relentless pursuit. In the Carlisle Tunnel, the inmates of the riot prison were meticulously clearing the battlefield, littered with the corpses of the Black Shield police's assailants. A prison guard surveyed the grim scene, his expression grave. What? Have you still not located the 2 enforcers? His voice bore a hint of suppressed fury. The Tusk Warden has yet to find their whereabouts. Before he could finish speaking, He was abruptly sent flying by a kick from Tuss. A bunch of useless fools. Boss Bahabal set this trap specifically for the Black Shield police. And yet the two most crucial targets have escaped. At this point, Tuss seemed to strike upon a thought and immediately turned his gaze toward another individual. What the burning fortress personnel? Why did they suddenly depart? What is the reason? The raider being scrutinized fell silent, trembling. Tuss Warden, the ones sent to investigate, have not yet returned. At the mention, Tuss was about to erupt in anger when a battle vehicle suddenly careened toward them, capturing everyone's attention with its rapid approach. The vehicle screeched to a halt before Tuss, and a raider hastily exited, exclaiming, "This is bad." The burning fortress detachment left in Sploro Park has been slaughtered. All transaction supplies and donors have gone missing, and a flame priest has also perished. It seems the burning fortress suspects us. They killed 5 of our brothers who went to inquire and then departed. What? Tuss was instantly drenched in cold sweat, realizing the magnitude of the trouble they were in. He bellowed, "Everyone, return to the prison at once." Immediately. Chapter 43. Comprehending Tactical Diversion. Excellent. Ding. Congratulations. You have comprehended tactical diversion. Excellent. Reward, 200 survival points. As Yu Yuan traversed the sewers, he momentarily halted, initially taken aback, before a look of understanding and delight graced his features. It seems I have succeeded, but what exactly is a tactic? Is it not a skill? Upon opening the Virtual Interface's Combat page, a Tactics section appeared beneath the Skills tab. In the first slot, a tactic named Tactical Diversion was prominently displayed. Tactical Diversion. Quality, excellent. Function. When conflict arises between oneself and other factions or individuals, and disaster is imminent through deliberate inducement, design, and layout, there is a 60% probability of attributing the ensuing calamity to a third-party faction or individual. As Yu Yuan perused the description of Tactical Diversion, a broad grin spread across his face, prompting him to laugh heartily and slap his thigh. He was immensely proud of his prior decision. Everything transpired just as Yu Yuan was preparing to leave. He had contemplated eliminating the one who had snatched the baby formula, considering him a significant threat. However, he suddenly realized that perhaps sparing him would prove more advantageous than directly killing him, provided he could redirect the animosity of the burning fortress toward another faction. Though it had been a fleeting thought, he had approached it with a sense of experimentation, never expecting it to yield such successful results. Yu Yuan found the situation somewhat unbelievable. He had also unlocked a new feature of combat, and even now, he was unaware of the myriad functions of the virtual interface that remained dormant. It seemed that only upon triggering certain special conditions would corresponding features be revealed. The unlocking of skills had occurred in such a manner, and now the same applied to tactics. The virtual interface resembled an enigma that one could never fully fathom, always poised to bestow unexpected surprises at any moment. Shaking his head lightly, he deactivated the interface, allowing the glimmer of joy in his eyes to fade, replaced by a sense of caution and vigilance. Upon releasing the equipment state, Yu Yuan felt as though he was trudging through molasses. Each step bore an unbearable weight, with his gear totaling a daunting 20 kilograms, compounded by the burden of 2 backpacks filled with supplies. He pondered how long it would take to return to District 13. Of course, his destination was not District 13, but rather Canchino Avenue in District 11, where he needed to complete the task of eliminating the extravagance card before anything else. Mimi, seemingly unfazed by the substantial load on its back, occasionally cast curious glances at Yu Yuan, perhaps perplexed by his sluggish pace. Yu Yuan remained vigilant, ensuring that the supplies on Mimi's back did not tumble to the ground, for that would necessitate a cumbersome retying process, wasting precious time. The duo soon approached the sewage system near the Carlisle Tunnel, an essential route for Yu Yuan as he made his way to District 11. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, sending a shiver down his spine. He promptly extinguished his flashlight and raised his weapon, warily scanning the darkened sewage passage ahead, from which the sound of shouting echoed. The voices were not far off, no more than 100 meters away, likely just around the corner. Without hesitation, Yu Yuan discarded his backpack and turned to Mimi. Equip. Mimi transformed into a stream of light, merging with Yu Yuan. Several heavy packages fell to the ground, the noise drowned out by the cacophony of shouts. With agile steps, Yu Yuan stealthily approached the corner of Carlisle Avenue. "Haha, Carmen, run. Aren't you supposed to be fast?" A boisterous voice emerged from around the corner. "Stoda, you fool. You've killed me. Do you think Commander Old Ko will spare you when we return?" A cold voice replied, accompanied by a cough and heavy gasps for air. "Old Ko? Bah, I'm with Loris now. He will surely protect me. Old Ku. Huh, do you think he would turn his back on you for Loris? Yu Yuan's footsteps grew lighter as he cautiously peered around the corner of the sewage passage. Approximately 30 meters away, a flashlight lay abandoned on the ground, illuminating two figures locked in a standoff, or perhaps a sentencing. One man stood with a gun, towering over the other, who lay on the ground, bleeding profusely. It was them. Yu Yuan recognized the voices and instantly identified the individuals. The enforcers Carmen and Stoda, along with Commander Old Ku and Loris. They were indeed the officers from the Black Shield Police Department mentioned in the newspaper. A flicker of surprise crossed Yu Yuan's eyes. It was indeed unexpected that the two could escape alive from the ambush in the prison of thugs and the burning fortress. Such a feat is remarkable. It appears one must not underestimate these neighborhood ruffians. Yu Yuan self-reflected, acknowledging that if he were to be ensnared by two such factions, his escape would be exceedingly difficult, unless he had foreseen an exit strategy. But is that even plausible? His gaze swept over the two individuals, rapidly recalling the intelligence he possessed about them. Soda had secretly allied himself with Loris. Could that Carmen be one of Old Ku's men? Loris, the brother of the bald-headed man from before, had a motive to eliminate Carmen, yet his primary target remained me. Commander. Yu Yuan's attention ultimately settled on a man named Carmen, sparking new thoughts. It seemed there might be an alternative way to neutralize Loris's threat. The sound of gunfire echoed once more. Ha! Aren't you quite arrogant? Aren't you full of bravado? Go ahead, try to be cocky one more time. Soda's boisterous laughter reverberated through the sewers. Carmen, however, was already nursing a new wound, unable to suppress a cold snore pain. With a foot planted firmly on Carmen's injury, Soda twisted with glee, relishing Carmen's agony. It wasn't until Carmen collapsed onto the ground that Soda's enthusiasm began to wane. Well, don't say I turned you into a vengeful spirit. Remember, it was Loris who ordered me to eliminate you. It can't be helped. After all, you failed to rush to the aid of that fool, Flies, when he was attacked, and instead chose to pursue the thugs in the prison, resulting in Flies being slain by that sewer rat. TSK. To die in the sewers is Flies' fate, and it is equally yours. At this moment, Soda felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Gazing at Carmen, he shook his head slightly. Enough. You know what you need to know. Let me send you on your way. Ha. Soda laughed maniacally, his handgun aimed at Carmen's head. Yet, just as he raised his weapon, still lost in his laughter, Carmen's previously dazed eyes sharpened in an instant, and a claw blade appeared in his right hand unbeknownst to him. In a flash, the blade sliced through Soda's wrist, severing both his artery and tendons, causing the handgun to clatter to the ground. Simultaneously, a gunshot rang out from around the corner of the sewer. Bang! A bullet penetrated Soda's skull, erupting in a spray of blood. It was only upon hearing the gunfire that Carmen realized there was someone lurking nearby, a shock coursing through him, prompting an instinctive attempt to evade. However, his injuries were too severe. The counterattack against Soda had drained his last ounce of strength. He fell heavily to the ground, reaching for the fallen handgun, but just as he was about to grasp it, bang, a bullet struck the ground, a stray shot grazing his scalp as a warning to refrain from moving. Carmen's actions immediately halted, his arms slowly retracting as he revealed a bitter smile. Chapter 44. Activate thought cards. Target Carmen. Carmen lay on the ground, panting heavily, his wounds throbbing with pain. Was it the prison thugs? They were certainly fast on his heels. As he pondered this, his peripheral vision caught sight of a somewhat familiar figure swiftly approaching from around the corner of the sewer. A familiar figure? Carmen hesitated slightly, straining to turn his head. As the figure drew near and kicked the handgun away from him, clarity washed over him. It was not a familiar face, merely the recognition of the gear worn, an enforcer's uniform, identical to his own. Observing the face that flickered between shadows and flashlight beams, Carmen began to grasp the identity of this newcomer. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. So the rat from the sewer is this young. Hey, he is not bad looking. Perhaps dying at his hands wouldn't be so unfortunate after all. Yet his right hand had stealthily moved to conceal itself beneath him. A derisive snicker broke the silence, followed by a voice that was both calm and indifferent. Carmen, the enforcer, if I were you, I wouldn't engage in such perilous and misleading actions. Like your right hand's weapon. Carmen stiffened slightly, forcing a bitter smile before fully relaxing his body. With a soft thud, he discarded his claw blade onto the ground. His hands were now exposed, held within the visible range, signaling to Yu Yuan. He was gravely injured and possessed no strength left to resist. Yu Yuan nodded slightly at the sight, slinging his assault rifle behind him. He drew out a Glock 17, one hand poised for caution while the other swiftly searched Carmen, discarding every weapon he encountered 2 meters away. Only then did he cease his movements and focus on Carmen, who remained bewildered, watching as Yu Yuan inspected him. "You're not going to kill me?" Yu Yuan had already risen, deftly gathering the weapons strewn about the ground. "Kill you? Why would I do that? Do we not share a common enemy? Besides, do we have a grudge between us?" As he spoke, he approached Soda, beginning to strip him of his supplies and gear. Soda's only weapons were the handgun and tactical sword he had previously dropped. His equipment mirrored Yu Yuan's, but the only satisfying find was an enforcer helmet. He had always believed that the enforcer's suit could not be without a helmet. Removing the bloodied helmet from Soda's head, Yu Yuan paid it no mind. However, he glanced at the helmet Carmen had discarded on the ground. With a sense of determination, he placed Soda's helmet on Carmen's head, much to Carmen's astonishment, and then donned Carmen's helmet himself, adjusting it until satisfied. He stacked Soda's enforcer gear to the side before turning his attention back to Carmen. "Laurels has already marked you as a target. Soda's assault is merely the inception of a series of events rather than a conclusion. You ought to contemplate how to confront the menace posed by Laurels." Yu Yuan gently patted Cayman on the shoulder, observing the bewilderment etched on his face. He refrained from providing any explanation, for at that very moment of contact, unbeknownst to anyone, the Book of Fate had already been opened. The card of Thoughts and the Fear of the Sovereign transformed into a spectral light, merging into Cayman's being. The activation of the card was successful, targeting Cayman with the fear directed at Laurels. A mysterious smile graced Yu Yuan's lips as he beheld the text materializing upon the virtual screen. With matters now settled, it was imperative for Yu Yuan to depart swiftly. The remaining occurrences would be entrusted to the passage of time. "If I were in your position, I would ensure that my existence remained concealed. Would you not agree?" Yu Yuan uttered, casting a signal flare he had retrieved from Sorda before Cayman could respond. "Of course. If you believe that revealing my affairs to Laurels will secure your safety, perhaps you might wish to test that theory?" Nonchalantly, Yu Yuan remarked as he hoisted his equipment and turned to leave, pausing momentarily before Cayman once more. He posed an unexpected question that caught Cayman off guard. "By the way, do you happen to know the whereabouts of the bald man? Oh, that is to say, Freeze and his safe house?" "A safe house? Freeze?" Cayman's mind stumbled momentarily, but soon he recollected. "I am unaware of the safe house, yet I know he has an associate in Sector 14, the leader of a homeless organization. Due to Freeze's influence, we have maintained a blind eye towards that organization. She may possess some insights." "A homeless organization? What is its name, and do you know its location?" "The organization is called Nightingale, and it appears to be situated near the Opera House. Beyond that, I cannot ascertain further details. No one is willing to inquire about Freeze." Yu Yuan duly noted this information, yet he needed to verify its authenticity. "And what of Sorda? Does he have any acquaintances or a safe house?" "None." Cayman shook his head. "Sorda's sole passion lies in tormenting prisoners, apart from patrolling. He generally remains at the police station." Having acquired the information he sought, a smile of satisfaction emerged on Yu Yuan's face. He rose once more, gathering his gear. "Well then, to be frank, your ability to escape from the thug prison and the burning fortress traps is indeed impressive. Let me share a piece of news with you. The thug prison's target encompasses the entirety of East City, and the Black Shield police station has evidently become an impediment to their dominion over East City. Thus, prepare to welcome the war that awaits you. Additionally, I have cautioned you against engaging in petty schemes, yet your feet remain restless. This time, I shall overlook it, but I hope you refrain from actions that may lead to misunderstandings in the future. Best of luck, Cayman Enforcer, respect." As he watched Yu Yuan's figure vanish around the corner of the sewer, cold sweat trickled down Cayman's forehead. How could he possibly know everything? He cast a glance at his tactical boots, a pair of specially modified footwear capable of revealing a blade approximately 5 centimeters long. This was his final opportunity for a counterattack, yet his adversary remained excessively cautious, perpetually evading any chance to strike. In that moment, he sensed an oppressive air emanating from the young man before him, akin to facing Laris, yet far more inscrutable. He committed the opponent's words to memory. Regardless of the circumstances, he had managed to survive. Now, he needed to contemplate how to escape the sewers and return to the police station. And there was that message left by the earlier individual. Was the prison of the anarchists preparing for an all-out war? If that were the case, After Carmen painstakingly bandaged his wounds, he bit down on his collar to extract a slender syringe, plunging it into his neck. As the hormones surged through his body, the pain swiftly diminished, and a surge of strength welled within him. Struggling to rise, Carmen staggered toward the nearest sewer grate. Chapter 45. Baku's Speculations and Responses, Marcel's Gift. In the eastern suburbs of Green Forest City, the anarchist prison, Habarl's expression was dark and foreboding. So, you return merely to inform me that not only did 2 enforcers escape right under your noses, but the supplies intended for the burning fortress and a donor were also seized, and 1 flame priest has perished? He approached Tuss, the individual responsible for this operation, and struck him with a forceful slap, sending the man's head crashing into his chest, blood gushing forth. A kick sent the corpse flying several meters away as Habarl turned to Baku, only to find Baku shaking his head slightly, rising to his feet, and adjusting his glasses perched on his nose with his middle finger. While other matters could be discussed, the most troublesome was the donor. This situation required an explanation of Victor. Send someone to bring back that previous donor. Prepare to head to the burning fortress. Habarl furrowed his brow. Baku, you cannot go. Setting aside that the transaction has already been completed, our slaves and donors have been handed over to them, and the guards of the supplies are still with the burning fortress. We are no longer involved. Moreover, not only did we lose slaves and a donor, but our supplies were also stolen. Logically, we should be the ones confronting them. Who knows if the people from the burning fortress are engaging in black market dealings? After signaling his subordinates to follow his orders, Baku spoke in a low voice. We have indeed suffered a significant loss, yet this is not the time for such discussions. The transaction and collaboration have been completed. Victor would not be so short-sighted as to engage in backstabbing, especially since they have also lost a flame priest. This defies reason. The true danger now lies with us. Habarl looked at Baku in disbelief. What do you mean, Baku? Baku's eyes narrowed as he gazed in the direction of the Black Shield police station. Habarl, you must understand that this time it was we who requested the assistance of the burning fortress to ambush the Black Shield police department. It was also our suggestion to change the transaction location to Sploro Park. However, now all supplies and donors at Sploro Park have mysteriously vanished. The flame priest has been slain, and yet the enforcers of the Black Shield police department managed to escape our ambush. Bakur turned to Habarl, his tone heavy with gravity. If you were a member of the burning fortress, what would you think? Habarl's expression shifted dramatically. He was not one to ponder such matters deeply, yet he was not foolish. He immediately grasped Bakur's implication. Are you suggesting that the burning fortress might think we orchestrated this? How could that possibly benefit us? Yet from Victor's perspective, we would indeed be the primary beneficiaries. Therefore, I must personally explain this matter to Victor. Fortunately, we still have a transplant donor that meets Victor's requirements, providing us with a chance to remedy the situation. Otherwise, we may find ourselves besieged by both the Black Shield police and the burning fortress. Habarl was left speechless, his gaze towards Bakur tinged with concern. But who could have made off with our supplies, and how did the enemy know about Sploro Park? Upon hearing this, Bakur scoffed coldly. Isn't it obvious? In such circumstances, who stands to gain the most? Naturally, it is the Black Shield police. His gaze swept over the numerous marauders outside, filled with icy disdain. I simply did not expect that there were still rats at home that I had yet to unearth. Once I have appeased Victor, I shall ensure to properly entertain this commendable Mr. Rat upon my return. Block 11, 7, Canchino Street, 8 p.m., when Marcel heard the invasion alarm and checked the surveillance. She was met with the sight of several large packages of supplies outside the residence. Her eyes nearly fell from their sockets in disbelief. How is this possible? If it were not for the familiar figure behind the wall, she might have thought it a dream. She immediately donned her gear, armed herself, and opened the door to hide behind the surrounding wall. At this moment, the packages were merely 2 meters away from Marcel, within arm's reach. For large packages lay open, allowing her a direct view of the contents: mechanical parts, electronic components, food, dried fish, and canned goods. Marcel's heart trembled slightly. The man's voice resonated from across the way. Marcel, these supplies are my investment in you. Take them. Marcel remained skeptical. After all, they were still strangers. The one capable of producing such a bounty was certainly no ordinary individual. Yet what did he truly seek? Marcel could not fathom that someone would relinquish so much for an unknown research outcome. This was the Wasteland, after all. Yet the evidence lay before her. Are you certain all of this is for me? No, he replied. As I mentioned before, these supplies are my investment in you, not a gift. You may regard me as an angel investor. When you achieve research outcomes, it is also a moment of reward for me. Listening to the other party earnestly and seriously correct her verbal missteps, Marcial felt no distinct difference. It was merely a change of expression. Yet she found immense joy in the acknowledgement of her research. Marcial, do you not accept my investment? Yu Yuan observed her silence, his brow furrowing slightly. Why is it so difficult to give something away? Is this person a fool? Hurry up and accept, he thought, unable to suppress his inner sarcasm. Suddenly, he heard her say, wait a moment, as she unexpectedly dashed back into her room. Yu Yuan exclaimed, what are you doing? Are you coming back? What about the 4 packages of supplies? Are you just leaving them there? He truly began to feel frantic. Surely these supplies cannot go undelivered. With less than 10 hours remaining until the luxurious card mission deadline, he pondered where he might find another opportunity to eliminate the luxurious card, if something went awry on Marcial's end. Was he truly going to have to liquidate all his firearms to gather that 150,000 survival points? Fortunately, Marcial did not keep him waiting too long and soon reappeared. Yu Yuan observed as she carefully placed a long, rectangular object on the ground outside the courtyard. This is a finished product I created earlier. Consider it a gift for our meeting. I will accept your investment, especially since these components and electronic parts are of great assistance to me. Shall I move everything inside? Marcial still harbored some reservations. Yu Yuan's gaze shifted to the elongated item, guessing its nature while responding to her. You may proceed. Once you finish moving, I will come over. By the way, within the package of canned goods, there is a design. Could you help me identify which hotel emblem it is? A hotel? Marcial paused slightly, but then directed her attention to the package. Indeed, she soon spotted a piece of paper adorned with a pattern of a bauhinia flower. After a moment of contemplation, she quickly recognized it and turned to Yu Yuan, saying, this should be the emblem of the Olai's Hotel, which is not far from here. However, I advise against your visit. Chapter 46, A Rare Treasure. The Mirror of the Starry Sky, Ambushed. Yu Yuan was somewhat taken aback. What's wrong? Is there danger? Yes, the area surrounding the Olai's Hotel is dominated by an armed faction. They have seized control of the John K. Animal Park, and the hotel is situated nearby. If you venture there, it would be easy for those armed personnel to spot you. Yu Yuan understood that Marcial was likely referring to the thugs of the Aurora Animal Assistance Association. Nevertheless, having finally learned the location of the hotel associated with Biaogo's room card, he felt compelled to explore it when the opportunity arose. After several minutes, Marcial managed to transport the 4 large packages of supplies back to her room and finally looked towards Yu Yuan. If I make a breakthrough, how shall I contact you? There is no need for you to contact me. I shall periodically come by this place. If you have any research findings, simply draw a circle on the outer wall, and I shall reach out to you upon seeing it. Very well, I understand, Mazir said as he closed the door. It was not until 5 minutes later that Yu Yuan swiftly emerged from his concealed corner, taking quick strides towards the elongated object, seizing it in one swift motion before vanishing into the darkness. The exotic background music and mechanical notifications resonated clearly in Yu Yuan's ears. Destiny card. Luxurious rock level card successfully eliminated. Destiny point. 1. Convertible item detected. Would you like to convert it? This requires 1 destiny point. Naturally, he opted for immediate conversion. Destiny point. 1. Acquired rare treasure. Mirror of the Starry Sky. Yu Yuan could distinctly hear his own deep breaths. Another rare treasure. His heart surged with uncontainable joy. Had the moment not been so precarious, he would have begun to examine it right away. He swiftly returned to the slightly ajar manhole cover, slipped into the sewer, and secured the lock. Only then did he switch on his flashlight and gaze at the elongated object in his hands, which resembled a tripod backpack. Measuring about 1 meter in length, it contained a substantial amount. Upon laying it on the ground and unzipping it, he was astonished to find a wooden astronomical telescope of striking medieval design, accompanied by a dedicated tripod. Mirror of the Starry Sky. Quality, rare. Owner, Yu Yuan. Rare structure, Starry Astronomical Observatory. Gazing at the exceedingly simplistic description, Yu Yuan felt a tinge of disbelief. Though both were rare items, the Mirror of the Starry Sky paled in comparison to the Baba. Suppressing the pang of disappointment, he clicked to view the details of the rare structure, and his bewilderment was swiftly replaced by delight. Rare structure, Starry Astronomical Observatory. Function, every 7 days, one may obtain an exceedingly precious celestial phenomenon. During construction, one may eliminate a card of no higher than bronze quality from the luxurious card category. Construction requirements. 50,000 survival points, 1 vacant room. The ability to eliminate a luxurious card, and it need only be of bronze quality. Yu Yuan was genuinely taken aback. He had expended tremendous effort today to acquire resources valued at 50,000 survival points, only to eliminate a rock-quality, luxurious card. Now, with the same 50,000 survival points, he had the opportunity to eliminate a bronze-quality, luxurious card. How could he possibly contain his happiness? He had long suspected the existence of higher-grade cards within the Destiny card realm, so this revelation did not surprise him. It appeared that the construction of this rare structure hinged not on survival points, but rather on that elusive vacant room. Yu Yuan had grasped the crux of the matter. However, he remained unhurried. Presently, he possessed no luxurious card, and there was ample time to explore the deeper rules behind the Destiny cards, as well as to seek out the so-called vacant room. Regardless of the circumstances, the menace posed by the luxurious card has dissipated, and Yu Yuan's spirits have notably lightened. He removed the gear from Mie, allowing the remaining 2 parcels to rest atop her, before climbing on her back and hastening towards their hideout. Although Mie bore the weight of 2 parcels along with Yu Yuan, her steps remained sprightly. The duo swiftly departed from the sewer passage located beneath Canchino Street, redirecting towards the passage leading to Block 15. Block 15 lies directly south of Block 11 and east of Block 13. To return to Block 13, this route through the sewer is the most expedient. Upon entering Block 15, a mere turn at the next corner towards the western sewer would grant direct access to Block 13. This was a path Yu Yuan had traversed numerous times before. However, as soon as they exited Block 11 and entered Block 15, a frown creased Yu Yuan's brow. What is this odor? Due to the recent typhoon and torrential rains, the sewers have been enveloped in a damp and oppressive scent for the past few days. Yet, as it was merely rainwater, the aroma was not particularly foul. At this moment, however, an insidious, nauseating odor wafted through the air, causing Yu Yuan to feel apprehensive. When he passed this way yesterday, he had not detected this foul stench. Furthermore, since he had not traversed this area on his journey to Block 9 today, this odor must have emerged after his departure the previous night. A weight settled in Yu Yuan's chest as he recognized the foul scent's resemblance to that of decaying flesh. Damn it! Could it be that he has truly encountered that creature? The only thing Yu Yuan could envision was that gigantic rat. He raised his FNFAL assault rifle, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. He pressed his legs against Mie's abdomen, prompting her to quicken her pace. We must leave this place swiftly. I hope this is merely my imagination, he thought grimly. Ahead lay a corner in the sewer. A right turn would soon lead them into Block 13. Mie sensed the tension in the atmosphere and, while quickening her steps, prepared for battle. As they advanced rapidly, the stench of decay intensified, and Yu Yuan's nerves tightened. His title of Block Rat heightened his auditory senses, allowing him to discern even the faintest of unusual sounds. Swallowing hard, Yu Yuan felt beads of sweat forming in his palms, yet his fingers dared not stray from the trigger. Suddenly, a clear squeak resonated from the left ahead. Bang! A bullet was fired towards the source of the sound. However, upon pulling the trigger, Yu Yuan discovered that the source of the noise was merely a fist-sized black rat, which, evidently startled by the gunfire, scurried into the drainage channel, its damp fur matted together, a sight both disheartening and pitiable. It was merely a small rat. Yu Yuan exhaled softly, realizing that he had been overly tense. It is not surprising that he felt anxious. He had an innate aversion to snakes and mice, one that was far from ordinary. He was even reluctant to come into contact with pet rodents like the fancy mouse, which bore a striking resemblance to its wild counterparts. Taking a moment to steady his breathing, Yu Yuan re-entered a state of vigilance. Amidst the tension, Mie had already turned the corner, and the virtual map indicated that the 13th district lay ahead. The foul odor in the air was gradually dissipating, and Yu Yuan's spirits began to ease as the stench weakened. He exhaled a long sigh, pondering the possible source of the animal carcass that had drifted his way. However, at that very moment, a jarring sensation surged from the crown of his head throughout his body, igniting an instinctual fear of being stalked by a predator. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end, sending frantic warnings of impending doom. Danger lurked just above him. Chapter 47. Fierce Battle with the Mutated Rat. Exorcism and Return. Yu Yuan's pupils dilated sharply as he discerned the direction of the attack. In an instant, he had already fallen forward. Simultaneously, he coordinated with Mie beneath him. A fierce gust of wind brushed against the back of his head, accompanied by an overpowering stench. The sound of a sharp object scraping against the enforcer helmet sent chills down his spine, as if something were attempting to cleave his skull. Fortuitously, his response was swift. With Mia vanishing, he executed a forward roll, landing on one knee, gun aimed at the position behind him. The sharp crack of 7.62 by 51 millimeters bullets rained down upon the shadow that had abruptly emerged from the sewer. Yu Yuan finally beheld the assailant's true form, a shiver coursing down his spine. What manner of creature was this? Measuring over 2 meters in length, its damp, sticky fur clung to its body like viscous tar, exuding an odor so foul it was nearly unbearable. Its wedge-shaped, triangular head was adorned with whiskers measuring 50 to 60 centimeters, and its eerie green eyes radiated cunning, bloodlust, and malice. A pair of enormous, chisel-like incisors gleamed with an orange-yellow sheen under the flashlight. Their evident were doing little to diminish their menacing sharpness, inciting a primal fear. Behind it trailed a tail nearly twice the length of its body, a fleshy whip that cracked against the sewer walls, producing a disconcerting sound. Illuminated by the flashlight and gunfire, the tail revealed a layer of rough, hard, flesh-colored ringed scales, an unsettling sight that made one's hair stand on end. Yu Yuan gasped in disbelief. Who could possibly claim this was a mere rat? A colossal black rodent that could crouch to a height of 12 meters? The bullets struck the giant rat's hide, producing a sound akin to leather being whipped, leaving streaks of blood upon its fur. Yet the projectiles failed to penetrate completely, instead embedding themselves as if they were rivets. This scene shattered Yu Yuan's understanding of reality. The 76,251 millimeters bullet. Indeed, the mutated giant rat suffers greatly. Although the bullet cannot completely penetrate its already altered fur, the immense kinetic energy generates a significant shock to its internal organs, eliciting a painful shriek. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In mere seconds, an entire magazine of bullets is swiftly expended. At that very instant, with no opportunity for Yu Yuan to react, the mutated giant rat, evidently enraged, thrusts its powerful hind legs and lunges towards him with its chisel-like incisors bared. Madness flickers in Yu Yuan's eyes as he raises the FNFAL assault rifle above his head, pressing it firmly against the rat's formidable teeth. The lawmaker armor on his chest quickly bears the brunt of the rat's claws, sustaining numerous scratches. Nonetheless, under the force of the giant rat's assault, Yu Yuan inevitably collapses to the ground. The tremendous impact nearly causes him to spit blood. He can only brace his feet against the rat's abdomen, using the assault rifle to counter its biting jaws, desperately holding his ground. Fortunately, in his current equipped state alongside Mia, his physical strength has greatly increased, allowing him to barely withstand the giant rat's onslaught. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A nauseatingly foul slime bursts forth from the rat's mouth, enveloping Yu Yuan and immediately inducing feelings of suffocation and dizziness. Damn, even biochemical attacks. His eyes sting painfully from the acrid fumes, and nausea overwhelms him. Realizing he cannot continue like this, a glimmer of resolve flashes in Yu Yuan's eyes. His eyes bulge as he summons the last of his strength, forcefully kicking the giant rat upward. As the rat slightly lifts off the ground, the pressure on Yu Yuan's hands suddenly lightens. Now is the moment. Mia, having disengaged from the equipped state, appears 3 meters above Yu Yuan. Mia, charge and crush it, Yu Yuan exclaims with all his might. Yet the giant rat once again bears down upon him. Without Mia's equipment attributes, Yu Yuan's strength is insufficient to resist the rat's massive form. As he watches the rat open its gaping maw, its colossal incisors poised to strike, Mia charges forward with an overwhelming force. Thud! The enormous ram's horns collide with the rat's teeth, sending sparks flying. The giant rat, knocked off balance by Mia's impact, tumbles to the ground. In terms of size, Mia is not smaller than the rat. In fact, its stature far exceeds that of the rat, and its strength is vastly superior. Previously, it was the rat's ambush that nearly cost Yu Yuan his life, but now, under Mia's full force charge, the disparity becomes evident. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Yuan rolls to the right, tumbling into a nearby sewage channel, drawing the M500 revolver from his waist. He aims at the giant rat's head, which is struggling to rise. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots ring out. 2 strike the skull, tearing away patches of fur, while the final shot penetrates the rat's right eye, resulting in a spray of foul liquid as the eye is explosively destroyed. Squeak! The colossal rat bared its teeth and let out an excruciating roar that echoed through the sewers. Yu Yuan felt dizzy, disoriented, as if his very senses were unbalanced, and instinctively covered his ears, emitting a pained wail as his consciousness began to blur. When Yu Yuan regained his awareness, it was as though his head had been pounded by a heavy mallet, leaving him in a haze. He collapsed to the ground, the giant rat and the sheep having vanished. Mimi, he softly called, retrieving his Glock 17 with his left hand. Suddenly, Mimi dashed around the corner of the sewer, still smeared with the rat's blood, evidently having chased after it before returning, concerned for Yu Yuan's condition. Mimi approached Yu Yuan, nuzzling his chest with her horns, as if inquiring about his state. Yu Yuan forced a faint smile, reaching out to comfort her, though his right hand throbbed painfully, his wrist and palm feeling as if they were being torn apart. The M500 revolver had fallen to the ground, explaining his earlier hasty 3 shots. Firing 3 times with one hand had nearly rendered his right hand unusable. The recoil from the 500 caliber revolver was simply beyond his capacity to bear. Observing his trembling hand, Yu Yuan gritted his teeth and, with Mimi's assistance, managed to rise. He placed a bag of supplies onto Mimi's back and picked up the FN-FEL assault rifle, which had been deformed by the rat's bite, before climbing onto her. Lying flat against her back, he gently urged, "Quickly, let us return home." Mimi, no longer holding back her speed, raced toward their hiding place. The remainder of the journey was devoid of mishaps. Along the way, Yu Yuan felt as though his body might fall apart, his head heavy, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, sustained only by sheer willpower. Upon reaching the entrance of the air raid shelter, he summoned his last reserves of strength to assist Mimi in unloading their gear, leaving the supplies in the corridor, too exhausted to drag them back to their hiding spot. He barely made it back, stumbling onto the bed in the rest area, and with his final awareness, he and Mimi disengaged from their gear. At that moment, as Mimi appeared, a thought flashed through Yu Yuan's mind before he succumbed to darkness. Damn, I must ensure the gas mask is equipped next time. Chapter 48, Black Shield Police Department, Director Hawk. The incessant ringing jolted Yu Yuan from a deep slumber, his head pounding and his body feeling like a disassembled puzzle, aching all over. Yet, he was gradually roused by the alarm. As he opened his eyes, he beheld the ceiling of the hiding place and the soft glow of energy-efficient lights. His foggy consciousness began to clear. Am I in a hiding place? Memories of his earlier experiences flooded back, giant mutated rats, battles, and narrow escapes replaying vividly in his mind. He glanced at the locator watch on his wrist, which continued to vibrate and ring persistently. This is the alarm I set, intended to awaken my weary eyes in an instant, compelling me to glance at the current time, 3:18 a.m. Alas, I have but 5 minutes to list supplies in the Taotao cave, exceeding 12 hours. Yu Yuan, in a rush, struggles to rise. The supplies he listed in the Taotao cave are each priced at 1,000,000 survival points to deter others from trading them away. If the time limit is surpassed, the storage fee of 5 points becomes exorbitant. Fortunately, he had set the alarm in advance. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. As he attempts to prop himself up with his right hand, a sharp pain pierces through his wrist. Frowning, he glances down at his wrist, only to discover it has begun to swell slightly. The injury to his wrist is more severe than he had anticipated. Yet, he lacks the time to contemplate his condition. Mai Mai has already come to his side while he awakens. Grasping Mai Mai's horn with his left hand, he finally manages to stand. Enduring the ache throughout his body, he makes his way to the air raid shelter outside his hiding place and quickly removes all the supplies listed in the Taotao cave. With mere 30 seconds to spare, he successfully retrieves the last barrel of fuel. Yu Yuan gazes at the 20 barrels of fuel, weapons, equipment, and explosives, exhaling a long sigh of relief. He then drags the supplies previously placed near the ladder exit back to his hiding place with Mai Mai's assistance, shedding his gear and retrieving a vehicle first aid kit and a medical backpack. After tending to his wrist injury and applying some ointment for bruising, he prepares to rest once more. However, upon seeing Mai Mai, he suddenly remembers that Mai Mai's nutrient-rich goat milk may also aid in healing injuries, particularly fractures. Though his wrist is not broken, it likely suffers from minor cracks and contusions. He promptly extracts today's portion of nutrient-rich goat milk to drink, then surrenders to his body's protests and falls into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, at the Black Shield Police Department, Carmen finds himself confined in a solitary room, awaiting the final outcome. He silently estimates the passage of time. It has been nearly 10 hours since he was brought in. The investigators should have returned by now. Gazing at the light overhead, a figure repeatedly flashes through Carmen's mind. Creak. The door swings open, revealing a remarkably robust figure entering the room, settling into a chair that appears somewhat small for him. This is a dark-skinned, sharp-eyed, bald man, clad in a commander's suit that weighs dozens of pounds. Yet he carries it with ease. He looks directly at Carmen and gets straight to the point. Carmen, the investigators you mentioned have returned. They indeed discovered traces of the burning bastion, and our personnel observed inmates from the riot prison heading towards the burning bastion just hours ago. You're free to go. Carmen is not surprised by this revelation. He gazes intently at the imposing figure before him. Commander Lao Ku. The coordinated attack by the burning fortress and the thug prison is undeniably formidable. I suspect this is merely the beginning. I fear that the ambush we faced at the Land Hotel was merely a ruse to lure us into assaulting their convoy. The informant who disclosed that information may have already been compromised by the thug prison. I am acutely aware of this. Now, let us set this aside for the moment. The director wishes to see you, so please follow me. Carmen's face finally expressed a hint of surprise. You mean Director Hogg? Quickly, we mustn't keep the director waiting. Lauco urged. Understood. The two ascended to the 5th floor of the police station and entered an exceedingly opulent room. Inside, a figure awaited them. Turned away from the door, gazing out at the night sky through the window, the ember of a cigar glowing at his fingertips. Lauco led Carmen into the room and, facing that silhouette, stood at attention and saluted. Director, Carmen has arrived. After a brief pause, the figure slowly turned, casting a cool glance at Carmen, appraising him before turning away once more. Leave, came the voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, echoing within the room. Yes. Lauco promptly ushered Carmen out. It was then that Carmen noticed the beads of sweat pooling at the tip of Lauco's nose, a realization that struck him with alarm. As the foremost commander of the Black Shield police station, Lauco was, one could argue, the second most powerful figure after the director, yet he appeared to harbor such fear towards the director. Enough, you may return, Lauco stated. The impending war with the thug prison and burning fortress is likely to erupt soon, he remarked, regarding Carmen with the gaze of a predator eyeing its prey. This matter must remain confidential. Do you understand? Carmen grasped the implication. I understand, Commander Lauco. Go. Carmen made his way toward the exit. But just as he was about to descend the stairs, he encountered a figure approaching him. He halted, his heart racing, a sudden wave of chilling fear washing over him. He composed himself and saluted. Commander Loris. Loris, clearly surprised to see Carmen in this location, paused briefly. After scrutinizing Carmen with a penetrating gaze, a barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he brushed past Carmen. As he watched Loris's figure fade into the distance, Carmen's inexplicable fear gradually dissipated. Reflecting on the shift in his emotions and recalling what Soda had said in the sewers, he regarded Loris with a subtly altered perspective. With a slight tightening of his lips, he turned and descended the stairs. When Yu Yuan awoke again, it was already 4 p.m. He had slept for a full 12 hours, yet his condition had been restored. The 12 hours of rest, coupled with the benefits of a single bed for physical recovery and the healing properties of high-energy goat's milk, had rejuvenated him. Aside from a slight ache in his right wrist, the rest of his body was no longer sore, and the foggy haze that clouded his mind had cleared once more. Lighting a cigarette to invigorate himself, Yu Yuan settled on the bed, leaning against the wall, and began to examine the virtual panel. To his astonishment, numerous players were fervently engaged in discussions within the chat channel. The messages were refreshing rapidly, and Yu Yuan, curious, glanced at the screen, only to discover that during his slumber, a momentous event had transpired. Chapter 49. Elimination information of the Wind God-S Hideout, Wasteland Battle Royale. Elimination information, Wind God-S Hideout, rank 243, was eliminated in the Wasteland Battle Royale by the Desolation Dragon Train. Time, 1549, 12 hours later, new players will enter. As Yu Yuan gazed at this pinned message that had appeared only a short while ago, he felt a jolt of shock. A player ranked within the top 300 had been eliminated. This was undeniably the highest-ranked player to be eliminated since Yu Yuan had entered the game. Furthermore, Yu Yuan looked at the elimination information with confusion. What was this Wasteland Battle Royale, and what was the situation with the Desolation Dragon Train? Having previously purchased intelligence, Yu Yuan decided to directly search for the keywords Wasteland Battle Royale and Desolation Dragon Train in the Tao Tao Cave. However, he found no trace of information whatsoever. Furrowing his brow, he turned his attention back to the chat channel, hoping to uncover some answers. Hideout. I never expected even the wind god would be eliminated. It seems my decision not to participate was wise. It's terrifying. Stag Hideout. That shouldn't be the case. For the top 1,000 players, survival should be relatively simple. Could that Desolation Dragon train be a regional overlord? Babel Tower Hideout, what are you thinking? It's not that simple. Not just us. Even many of the top 100 players are reluctant to partake. Their hideouts have long been fortified to rival small fortresses. How could they possibly engage in life-and-death battles with others? Pagoda Hideout. Exactly. There are overlords here. If they ascend, they become the lowest tier. Mere prey in the eyes of others. Give me that opportunity, and I wouldn't ascend either. Wouldn't it be better to comfortably reign as a local emperor in my own world? Dragon King Hideout. What are you all talking about? Why is there a mosaic blocking some information on the screen? Hive Hideout. A newcomer. Some content ISNT public information. So the system automatically filters certain keywords. Once you've surpassed the novice protection period, it'll be fine. Pagoda Hideout. Enough about that. Let us change the topic. The brother who previously listed fuel should come forward. I'm in urgent need of fuel. I'm flexible on price. Private chat is fine. Observing the chat channel as the topic shifted, Yuan meticulously reviewed the messages, summarizing the information and forming hypotheses. The Wasteland Battle Royale was likely the information that had been obscured, and it indeed appeared to be fraught with danger. As even many high-ranking players were opting out of participation, these matters are currently classified information, accessible only under certain conditions, which may explain the absence of relevant intelligence trading in the Tao Tao Cave. It is only after the demise of high-ranking players that the system issues notifications. The chat channel he currently occupies appears to be a specific group designated for a certain tier, such as a novice group, a whiteboard group, or a low-tier group, above which exist even higher echelons. Consequently, many top-ranking players choose to remain at their current tier, preferring to be a leader of a small faction rather than a subordinate in a larger one. However, numerous questions remain unanswered, such as the nature of the Destruction Dragon train. Its name and the manner of its concealment bear striking resemblance to those of players. Furthermore, why does the Hive's hideout suggest that this information will be revealed once they surpass the novice protection period? How do they know this, and through what means? These questions are currently beyond resolution. Yuan meticulously recorded these inquiries in his hideout's memorandum for future reference. Additionally, there is a private messaging function implied by the social aspect of the floating pagoda hideout. However, he does not possess this feature. Must one await specific permissions to unlock it? He attempted to search for private messaging keywords in the Tao Tao Cave, and this time, an answer emerged, per the usual protocol. It cost 50 survival points for a piece of information. It was yet another piece of aged paper, which, after examination, confirmed his suspicions. During the novice protection period, the private messaging function is indeed unavailable. Only upon its conclusion and the successful completion of a task dubbed the Wasteland Trial will features such as adding friends, private messaging, and group chatting be unlocked. Yuan continued his search for information regarding the Wasteland Trial in the Tao Tao Cave, yet no trading options were available. As this too fell under the category of control content, he casually listed the newly acquired note for 50 survival points in the Tao Tao Cave, awaiting the next fortunate soul. Yuan exhaled, unveiling another layer of the Wasteland world's mysteries, with the pivotal moment still resting upon the conclusion of the novice protection period. This protection period is the true safeguard. Once it concludes, crises from all directions will inevitably assail him, some from players, others from world mechanisms. Setting aside these thoughts for the time being, he resolved to focus on the tasks at hand. He consumed a modest meal and prepared some fresh grass for Mia. Observing Mia devour the food heartily, a faint smile graced Yuan's lips. He was truly indebted to Mia yesterday. Had it not been for its timely charge, his survival against the mutated giant rat would have been uncertain, let alone Mia's subsequent guidance back to safety. Even the swift recovery from his injuries was thanks to the high-energy goat milk. It was no exaggeration to call Mia his savior. Gently patting Mia, Yuan commenced his duties. First and foremost, an assessment of yesterday's losses is in order. Glancing at the FNFAL assault rifle, grotesquely deformed by the claws of a giant rat, Yuan felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. How utterly absurd. This is a firearm, after all. The tactical vest he wore yesterday, known as the Lawkeeper, was also declared irreparable, torn to shreds by the beast's formidable claws, exposing the ballistic plates within. The plates themselves were marred with numerous scratches, nearly punctured, sending a shiver down Yuan's spine. Had he not donned this armor yesterday, His abdomen would likely have been eviscerated. Equally unfortunate was the Lawkeeper helmet he had just acquired the day before. Yu Yuan gazed sorrowfully at the prominent scratch on the back, tears welling up in his eyes. It had barely been a day since he received the helmet, and now it was rendered useless. Nevertheless, although the equipment was beyond repair, it had fulfilled its purpose. He temporarily stacked the 3 pieces of gear in a corner of his hideout. Fortunately, Yu Yuan had received another set of Lawkeeper armor from Soda yesterday, sparing him the embarrassment of facing danger unprotected, as he had done previously. While the past was one thing, after experiencing the assault of the mutated giant rat, Yu Yuan was adamant about not confronting it bare-skinned again. He needed to devise a plan to reclaim a helmet. Otherwise, he would be plagued by insecurity. Yu Yuan was uncertain about the mutated giant rat's vengeful tendencies, but judging from its previous ambush, its intelligence appeared to be significant. Although he had shot out one of its eyes, considering its ability to evade the pursuit of the bleeding sheep, it was likely gravely injured, but not mortally so. Yu Yuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. This was undoubtedly the most vulnerable moment for the mutated giant rat, presenting an optimal opportunity to eliminate it. He resolved to find a way to eradicate the threat entirely. It would remain a liability otherwise. The direction in which the mutated giant rat had fled was towards Block 15, and Yu Yuan planned to investigate that area in the next couple of days. Chapter 50, Escape Route, Defensive System, Flamethrower. Yesterday's haul was considerable. The 20 barrels of 100 liters of fuel alone were worth a fortune. A resource far more scarce than cigarettes, rivaling firearms and ammunition in value, with no stable means of acquisition available. Of course, he did not dismiss the possibility that other players had access to such resources but chose to hoard them for personal use without offering them for trade. Much like himself with these 20 barrels of fuel, which he would not part with lightly. 2,000 liters of fuel is a significant amount, yet it can also seem insufficient. The hideout would inevitably require substantial electricity, and even more so if he were to acquire a vehicle. The consumption of fuel would be no trivial figure. Selling it now may be easy, but obtaining more later would be akin to climbing a mountain. In addition to the fuel, the greatest gain was 25 bundles of homemade explosives, each equipped with a mechanical timer. Homemade timed explosives. Quality, ordinary. Weight, 2 kilograms. Condition, extremely stable. Timer duration, 130 minutes. Destruction radius, 3 meters. Severe injury radius, 310 meters. Lethal radius, 1,030 meters. Yu Yuan meticulously packed the 25 bundles of timed explosives into a storage box, sealing it before placing it in a corner of the corridor, far from the fuel barrels. While the items were undoubtedly valuable, their danger escalated exponentially, and unsettling thoughts frequently crossed Yu Yuan's mind. Fortunately, the stability of the explosives allowed him to breathe a little easier. After managing the 2 most valuable and perilous categories of supplies, he turned his attention to the firearms and ammunition acquired from the burning fortress, which were also his most pressing needs. Unlike the equipment from the Black Shield Police Department, the gear from the burning fortress primarily consisted of AK series weapons, 2 AK-74 rifles, 1 AK-74U, 1 AKM, and finally, an AK-12. He also had a substantial supply of ammunition, with hundreds of rounds of both 7.62 by 39 millimeters and 5.45 by 39 millimeters cartridges, sufficient for his use for a considerable time. What remained were the projectile weapons that Yu Yuan had specifically set aside: 8 F1 grenades, 5 stun grenades, and 3 sticks of explosives fitted with detonating fuses, which temporarily mitigated his lack of throwing weapons. From the gear worn by the Flame Knights of the Burning Fortress, Yu Yuan only managed to bring back a military-grade binocular. As he could scarcely carry more, his backpack was already crammed to capacity, and retrieving these items had required immense effort. However, the most precious spoils he secured were the complete set of equipment and items from the Flame Priest. Yu Yuan would not forget the mechanical prompts he had heard when defeating the Flame Priest. Items that triggered such notifications were undoubtedly of high value. With a heart full of excitement, Yu Yuan emptied the contents of his Oxford backpack onto the ground, and at that very moment, a series of notifications echoed in his ears, akin to the most enchanting sounds in the world. Ding! High-value materials detected. Special construction path for hideout facilities discovered. Would you like to add this path to the hideout facility management log? Ding! High-value materials detected. Special construction path for hideout facilities discovered. Would you like to add this path to the hideout facility management log? Ding! High-value materials detected. Optimization path for hideout facilities discovered. Would you like to add this optimization path to the security and wall construction list? Ding. High-value materials detected. Rare-grade equipment. Flame Priest's robe. Damage. A smile spread across Yu Yuan's face, nearly reaching his eyes, for he had unexpectedly found 3 construction blueprints for the hideout, including 2 special construction paths that the hideout did not possess. He promptly added them all to the hideout facility management log. With the disappearance of the blueprints, 2 new construction path lists and 2 optimization paths appeared in the hideout facility management log. Ding. Defense facility construction path detected. Unlocking hideout defense system management log. Within the confines of survival, a new page titled Shelter Defense System Management Log has emerged alongside the existing Shelter Facility Management Log and Shelter Resource Management Log. Yu Yuan, brimming with anticipation, eagerly examined the newly unveiled facilities. The escape passage, special, is shrouded in mystery. Description. This extraordinary blueprint allows for the construction of a unique escape route, linking the shelter to safe houses for swift evacuation or secure relocation in times of peril, with the capacity to connect up to 3 safe houses. However, it appears that certain essential requirements remain unmet for its construction. Building requirements: 1 escape key, 13 safe houses, and 1 locked door. The defense flamethrower possesses a rare quality. Description. Within a radius of 100 meters from the shelter, a maximum of 20 flamethrower units can be constructed to safeguard the shelter's security. Caution is advised, as the deployment of this facility will incinerate the surrounding area. Thus, it is crucial to maintain a safe distance and prepare for protection during construction. Building requirements: per unit essential materials: 10 L of fuel, 1 high-pressure tank, 1 pressure relief valve, 1 steel piece, 1 spring, 2 9V batteries, 1 resistance wire, 1 metal water pipe, 1 metal nozzle. Auxiliary materials: 2 rubber washers, 1 metal pin. Yu Yuan found himself at a loss for words. Incredible. Truly remarkable. The escape passage offered him an unparalleled sense of security. In the event that this facility is ever needed, it would likely mean the shelter is in a dire situation, and having a chance to flee is undeniably invaluable. As for the construction requirements, aside from the locked door, he had no leads on the other 2 items. Nevertheless, the construction path had been added, providing at least a direction and objective to pursue. The defense flamethrower confirmed Yu Yuan's previous conjecture regarding the shelter's defense level. He had constructed several facilities, enhancing the safety, comfort, hygiene, and energy levels, yet the defense level remained at 0. He had previously speculated whether upgrading the wall level was necessary, and now he had an answer. Furthermore, the fact that defensive facilities could be built around the shelter filled Yu Yuan with uncontainable joy. His greatest concern had been what would happen if other players invaded after the novice protection period ended, discovering and directly destroying the shelter. Now, this concern had been decisively addressed. This was a flamethrower. With a construction range extending 100 meters around the shelter, Yu Yuan found himself with ample operational latitude. Let us not forget that Yu Yuan's shelter was constructed within a civil defense shelter corridor. By strategically positioning the flamethrowers, these corridors could transform into a fiery trap for which intruders could neither escape nor evade. Instantly, Yu Yuan envisioned no fewer than 5 ideal locations for the construction of flamethrowers. This blueprint is quite fortuitous, with more than 20 days remaining before the player's invasion. I have ample time to transform the air defense shelter into a veritable inferno. A flicker of ruthlessness and coldness gleamed in his eyes. Chapter 51. The Robe of the Flame Priest, Crafting Table, Notes. The security and wall facilities have also been enhanced with an optimized pathway. Level 3 Fireproof Security Door, excellent. Level 2 Heat-Resistant Firewall, excellent. Yu Yuan was not surprised by this. The burning fortress could muster such a significant amount of fuel, and intelligence had indicated their interest in the offshore oil fields of Green Forest City. The resources controlled by the burning fortress, as expected, were either oil refineries or oil field mines. Only by mastering these 2 sites could one possess a wealth of fuel resources. Moreover, the Flame Knights had all retrofitted their motorcycles with flamethrowers. Even their individual vehicles were adorned with flames, and their faction's name was entirely fire-related. It seemed quite reasonable to obtain the flame defense schematics and the blueprints for fireproof facilities from that evidently high-ranking flame priest. Upgrading these 2 facilities was not particularly challenging, as many of the required materials were commonplace items. However, gathering them all would require some effort. Fortunately, the construction priority was not high. allowing for a gradual accumulation. Lastly, there was the Flame Priest's striking red robe. This was the first time Yu Yuan had encountered equipment that was flagged as high value, and indeed, it was of rare quality, suggesting its scarcity. Flame Priest robe, damage. Description: a rare piece of equipment meticulously crafted from the hide of a mutated creature known as the Flame Wolf, though regrettably, it is already damaged. Quality: rare. Weight: 18 kilograms. Function: can withstand 800 degrees of flame for 3 seconds, resist 4,000 joules of kinetic piercing, but cannot prevent the impact damage caused by bullet kinetic energy. It can endure a temperature differential of 6,550, maintaining the wearer's thermal equilibrium. The Flame Wolf hide? Yu Yuan pondered, realizing that it might be similar to the mutated giant rat. Even now, the scene of the mutated giant rat withstanding the FN-FEL assault rifle's full magazine without sustaining damage was still vivid in his mind. It appeared that mutated creatures were not uncommon. It was merely that he had yet to encounter them. The danger level of this world needed to be elevated. His gaze fell upon the red robe, deep in thought. Was this equipment powerful? Indeed. Yet, it was not suitable for him. The style of the robe, and its exaggerated, vibrant color did not align with his needs. As Yu Yuan examined the robe, searching for the damaged areas, he indeed found them. The thread at the seam of the hide had frayed, resulting in a nearly 20-centimeter tear. Upon seeing this, Yu Yuan's mind began to race. The high quality of this equipment was fundamentally due to the Flame Wolf hide. Why not modify this robe? The robe is remarkably spacious, with proper tailoring. It could be fashioned into 1 or even 2 pieces of leather armor. Not only does it provide insulation against extreme temperatures, maintaining the body in a state of absolute thermal equilibrium, but it also boasts exceptional ballistic resistance, rendering it an ideal material for crafting inner armor. Should there be any surplus fabric, it could be utilized to create tactical gloves, boots, and hats. In the event of encountering frigid weather in the future, this ensemble would serve as a lifeline. In an instant, myriad ideas for modifying the robe flashed through Yu Yuan's mind. However, to realize these aspirations, he would need a tailor, as Yu Yuan lacked any sewing skills. Alternatively, his gaze fell upon the facility's management log at the crafting station. Crafting station level 1, dilapidated workbench, construction materials, 1 screwdriver, 1 multifunctional tool pliers, 20 units of wood, 5 screws, 5 nuts. Construction time, 1 minute. This might serve as a viable solution. In the Wasteland, finding a reliable tailor is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The daily newspapers that refresh might occasionally contain information about tailors, yet such intelligence is random, making the probability of encountering a tailor nearly negligible. Upgrading the crafting station would also prove beneficial in the future. As for the tailor, he could inquire with Marcel next time, as she is a craftsman and, though she may not possess sewing skills, she might know someone who does. Once Yu Yuan resolved on a course of action, he proved to be anything but indecisive. Aside from the wood, he had already gathered the necessary materials for construction. Thus, he promptly expended 100 survival points at the Tao Tao Cave to procure 20 units of wood and began constructing the level 1 crafting station. A minute swiftly elapsed, and a square table measuring 600 by 400 millimeters materialized before him, complete with a small drawer beneath, reminiscent of the wooden desk from his school days, accompanied by a tiny stool placed underneath. Yu Yuan couldn't help but smile at the sight. Indeed, it bore an uncanny resemblance to those desks. Upon opening the drawer, he found a screwdriver, tool pliers, screws, and nuts inside. However, they could no longer be retrieved, rendering any possibility of reuse moot. Yu Yuan had not held high expectations for this. The virtual interface of the facility's management log at the crafting station revealed a synthesis list of items that could be created: 8 wires for power cables, 1 flathead screwdriver, 1 DVD, and a coupler among a dozen other projects. Yet, none of these addressed Yu Yuan's immediate needs, let alone any recipes for crafting clothing. Clearly, modifying the red robe at the crafting station was no longer a feasible endeavor, and he would have to consult Marcel later. However, upon noticing that the requirements for upgrading to level 2 crafting station had been met, he promptly opted to initiate the upgrade. The multifunctional toolbox, measuring tape, nail gun, adhesive, long nails, jack, and small electronic scale all vanished, and the crafting station displayed a countdown timer for the upgrade, set for 30 minutes. Hoping that the level 2 workbench will bestow upon me some delightful surprises, Yu Yuan subsequently turned his gaze toward the remnants scattered on the ground. All mere trinkets scavenged from the Flame Priest. Among them was a delicately crafted dagger adorned with crimson patterns. Yet Yu Yuan found it unremarkable. A Zippo lighter caught his eye, revealing the flame priest's evident affection for it. Its vintage charm was undeniable, as was its pristine condition. There was also a pure titanium outdoor survival whistle. Following these, he discovered a folded note, prompting a soft exclamation from him. He picked up the note and began to read it intently. Dear priest, we traced the tire tracks from the broken bridge outside the motel, navigating through the unloading area and warehouses, ultimately leading us to the eastern district of Green Forest City. However, due to the typhoon's arrival, all traces of vehicles have vanished. Today, we located the vehicles swept away by the flood. It is speculated that the group who infiltrated the main guest rooms and absconded with our spoils is hiding within the 8th, 9th, 10th, and 15th blocks of the Eastern District. I will continue the search. Yu Yuan's gaze flickered as he absorbed the information contained within the note. Chapter 52. The 8th Day of the Wasteland, 2 Gruesome News Reports. Yu Yuan was taken aback. Who would dare to pilfer from the burning fortress? Not only had they succeeded, but they had also escaped to Green Forest City. It was no wonder that previous intelligence had failed to mention the involvement of the Flame Priest in the transaction with the Thug prison. The Flame Priest must have been pursuing those marauders and fortuitously stumbled upon the transaction, thus lending his presence to the proceedings. Yu Yuan contemplated the sequence of events in his mind. While he was indeed curious about what had been seized from the burning fortress, he was not so reckless as to seek out a handful of individuals hiding within the vast expanse of city blocks. He meticulously organized his firearms and equipment in the warehouse, particularly wrapping the Flame Priestess robe in a piece of cloth he had found. His gaze fell upon the neatly arranged firearms. The FN-FEL assault rifle was damaged. Although he possessed another, he had exhausted the 7.62 by 51 mm ammunition during his battle with a mutated giant rat, necessitating a search for a new weapon. His eyes scanned the MP5 submachine gun and the Remington 870 shotgun, finally resting upon the AK-12. His most formidable adversary at present was that mutated giant rat, unlike the frail flesh of humans. To confront the threat posed by the mutated giant rat, the caliber and penetrating power of the bullets were of utmost importance to Yu Yuan. While the MP5 fired 9 by 19 mm rounds, which exceeded the AK-12's 45 by 39 mm in caliber, the difference in the amount of propellant was staggering. The penetrating power unleashed upon firing was vastly inferior. Of course, the most pivotal aspect remained. Yu Yuan picked up a 5.45 by 39 mm bullet. Scrutinizing the dual hues of purple and green at its tip, his eyes narrowing. 5.45 by 39 mm 7-in-10 PP round. Introduction. Although this is a repurposed bullet, one should not underestimate its potential. Type, bullet. Ricochet rate, 38. Penetration power, moderate. Probability of jamming, low. Probability of misfire, low. Is it merely a 7-in-10? It is astonishing that it is not even a 7-in-10M, Yu Yuan murmured to himself. While the 7-in-10 is an enhanced penetrating rifle round, its performance pales in comparison to the subsequent development of a second-generation bullet, the 7-in-10M, not to mention the later versions that followed. Nonetheless, as an upgraded variant of the standard steel core round, the 7-in-10 boasts the most formidable penetrating power among all the ammunition he currently possesses. Even the penetration capability of the FN-FEL assault rifle's ammunition cannot hold a candle to the PP round. After all, comparing FMJ bullets to PP rounds is rather unfair. The FMJ bullets are incapable of piercing through the fur of the mutated giant rat, leaving Yu Yuan with no choice but to attempt the 7-in-10 round. Yet, he harbored concerns. While the 7-in-10 demonstrates strong penetration against high-hardness armor, such as ballistic plates, its efficacy against the soft fur of the mutated giant rat remains uncertain. However, there were no alternatives at hand. Loading the 5.45 by 39 mm 7-in-10 round into the magazine, Yu Yuan grasped his AK-12 and proceeded to the air defense shelter, stepping into a corridor that culminated in a steel plate. This was the shooting range where he had practiced with his weapons earlier. Raising his rifle and taking a brief breath, he aimed. Bang, 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 clang, clang, clang. The sound of gunfire reverberated through the corridor, accompanied by the noise of the steel plate being struck. But the cacophony ceased abruptly, and Yu Yuan grimaced, shaking his head. No, he must find a way to acquire noise-canceling headphones. He had noticed this issue previously while shooting in the sewer. In the corridor's acoustics, the gunfire was amplified to an unbearable level, causing his eardrums to throb painfully. Approaching the steel plate, he observed several bullet dents visibly indented into its surface, prompting a smile from Yu Yuan. Not bad. Returning to his hideout, he prepared the AK-12, spare magazines, and additional ammunition. The level 2 crafting table had also completed its upgrade. On the now doubled surface area, a reloading press appeared, alongside an electronic scale. Yu Yuan's eyes lit up as he gazed at the reloading press, manipulating the lever with palpable excitement. Is this for reloading bullets? Indeed, the crafting list of the crafting table now featured a directory for bullet production. As long as he possessed gunpowder, cartridge cases, brass, steel, and other materials, he could fabricate the corresponding ammunition. However, the production speed of 1 bullet per minute was rather slow. Perhaps the upgrade of the crafting table would enhance this speed. Nevertheless, with a substantial stockpile of ammunition still available, there was no rush to produce more. Additionally, the emergence of the leather tanning option in the list brought Yu Yuan a measure of joy. Thus, he had completed the organization of all the spoils from yesterday's expedition. To be candid, I find myself utterly exhausted. Organizing the spoils is indeed gratifying, yet the fatigue is undeniably overwhelming. However, he too finds solace in the weariness. Glancing at the time, it is nearly 5 in the afternoon, and in just a couple of hours, the night will descend. Yu Yuan approached the dilapidated newsstand, perusing the freshly printed newspapers of the day, only to feel a twinge of disappointment upon discovering no additional items of interest. Yet, the news printed on the pages captured his attention. District News Section. Quality, rock solid. Danger level, moderate. This morning, the Aurora Animal Assistance Society in Block 11 received reports of a sighting near Newsom Avenue in Block 12, where a band of vagrants had captured and subsequently slaughtered 2 wolves. As per the President's directive, this evening, a team comprising 1 beast tamer, 1 veterinarian, and 30 armed caretakers will conduct a sweep of all vagrants and scavengers in the vicinity of Newsom Avenue in Block 12. This serves as a death notice from the Aurora Animal Assistance Society to all vagrants and survivors in East District. Every creature within the district is their private property, and any act of harm, capture, confinement, or breeding of these animals will be met with absolute retribution from the society. District Life News. Quality, rock solid. Danger level, low. At 2:13 a.m. today, within a residence at 78 Spurlow Street in Block 11, a vagrant was brutally murdered. According to our investigative reporter, this individual had previously killed 7 survivors, assaulted 8 others, 3 women and 5 men, and tortured 3 more, amassing a litany of heinous crimes. When the vagrant was found, his tendons in both hands and feet, as well as a 5th limb, had been severed, with his hands bound behind him, kneeling in a posture of contrition. The assailant had cut the vagrant's carotid artery and plunged the weapon into his heart, evoking a strong sense of ritualistic ceremony. Additionally, an arrow drawn in blood adorned the floor before the vagrant, concluding with the inscription, "Sinner, repent in hell." Goodness, both articles reek of bloodshed. Opening the virtual map, Yu Yuan swiftly located the address of 78 Spurlow Street in Block 11. It was an exceedingly secluded street, yet not far from Cancino Avenue. Truly, Block 11 is fraught with unrest. Chapter 53. Exploring the Lies Hotel, encountering the safe again. Regardless of the circumstances, the individual responsible for the vagrant's death poses a significant safety threat. Fortunately, from the assailant's final message, it appears their target was indeed the vagrant. Nonetheless, one must tread carefully when venturing into Block 11 in the future. He rubbed his temples in frustration, understanding why other players spoke of the urban areas with trepidation. This place is undeniably fraught with trouble. Various factions of thugs are deeply entrenched, dividing the city's streets, while numerous vagrant organizations band together, plundering and perpetrating malevolence. At the very bottom are the scavengers and survivors, the fortunate few. Yet, they are merely reserved members of the vagrants, or even thugs, liable to turn malevolent at any moment. In this wasteland, it seems there are no good souls to be found. A purely good person is unlikely to survive to this day. Retracting his thoughts, Yu Yuan gazed at the first piece of information. Unconsciously, he had already drawn a cigarette and placed it between his lips, organizing his thoughts. As the smoke spiraled upward, his gaze sharpened, fixated on the passage of time. It was now 5:13 p.m. The Aurora Animal Assistance Society would be clearing the 12th block tonight, apprehending over 30 rioters. This meant that tonight would undoubtedly witness the fewest number of rioters at the John Keats Zoo, making it the perfect opportunity to explore the Lies Hotel. The only caution was to ensure that Mimi's presence remained concealed, avoiding detection by others. Fortunately, Mimi had not revealed herself before Carmen yesterday, which eased Yu Yuan's mind. The Black Shield Police Department controlled the entire Eastern District. Yet the Aurora Animal Assistance Society managed to securely occupy the John Keats Zoo in the 11th block. Yu Yuan could not believe there was no connection between the two. In any case, tonight's exploration of the Olais Hotel required him to be prepared for battle. As for the fate cards, Yu Yuan decided to draw them tomorrow. His right wrist needed further recovery. By 7:30 p.m., Yu Yuan had arrived on the streets near the John Keats Zoo in the 11th block, consciously avoiding the 15th block and entering the 11th block via the 12th. The importance of tonight's exploration task, combined with the need for his wrist to heal, prompted him to refrain from entangling with the mutated rats. In the pitch-black sewer, the virtual map expanded and contracted under Yu Yuan's adjustments. He had previously unlocked 3 manhole covers closest to the Olais Hotel, which corresponded to the eastern, northern, and western streets of the hotel, while the southern side was occupied by a cluster of buildings. He meticulously confirmed his escape routes in the event of unforeseen circumstances. Through the manhole's opening, he observed the sun sinking in the west, the sky gradually turning a dusky hue. His current position was a crucial thoroughfare from the zoo to the 12th block. He would be the first to know if the Aurora Animal Assistance Society personnel vacated the zoo. Yu Yuan understood why Martial had previously advised against exploring this area. It was indeed perilous. The Olais Hotel was situated to the west of the John Keats Zoo, separated by merely a street, with a straight-line distance of no more than 300 meters. Any commotion at the Olais Hotel would undoubtedly be detected by the zoo. Conversely, those inside the Olais Hotel could easily observe the zoo's activities. As the clock struck 7:45 p.m., Yu Yuan heard the roar of car engines emanating from the zoo through the manhole. Soon after, he heard the sound of vehicles speeding overhead, departing rapidly towards the 12th block. After waiting for an additional 2 minutes to ascertain that no other developments occurred, Yu Yuan then sprinted towards the Olais Hotel. By the time he entered the Olais Hotel, the sky had completely darkened. After locating the stairway, he ascended towards the 8th floor. As he passed the front desk, he noticed the hotel's emblem on the backdrop, identical to the one on the card held by Biao Ge. With the location confirmed, Yu Yuan began to anticipate room 0813, hoping his journey would not be in vain. Soon, he arrived on the 8th floor, confronted by overturned furniture, shattered doors, scattered belongings, and the remnants of several corpses. Accompanied by a faint, unpleasant odor, he swiftly disregarded these sights, retreating into a corner upon entering the floor, curling his body into the shadows. With keen observation, he scrutinized the concealed corners, his ears attuned to the slightest sound. After a minute, he cautiously advanced deeper into the corridor. 08370839. I must have taken a wrong turn. It should be this way. Following the room numbers, he located room 0813, only to find its door violently smashed. Although he had anticipated such a scenario and felt little disappointment, a twinge of dissatisfaction lingered. Resolved to make the most of his visit, Yu Yuan reluctantly stepped into the room, cautiously exploring. As customary, he drew the curtains closed, then retrieved his flashlight, adjusting it to a low light setting to inspect the entire space. However, upon seeing the empty wardrobe, the open suitcase, and the littered floor strewn with garbage and black footprints, he felt a sudden realization that further searching might be unnecessary. What is that? Suddenly, something behind the nightstand caught his attention. Shining the flashlight in that direction, Yu Yuan's eyes widened. How could there be a safe here? A black safe, embedded in the wall, stood before him. Observing the weathered scratches and pockmarked surface of the safe, it was evident that others had discovered its presence but were unable to open it or even take it away, leaving it in this state of neglect. Yu Yuan recalled the key that accompanied Biao Gu's card. Carefully retrieving it from his backpack, he inserted the key into the safe. As the key gradually fit into the lock, a smile crept across his lips. What treasures might this safe conceal? With the key in hand, unlocking it proved remarkably simple. The door swung open, revealing its contents, prompting a slight furrow in Yu Yuan's brow. Inside lay a laptop, a USB drive, a mobile phone, and a file folder. Is that all? While the laptop could be considered valuable, none of these items triggered any notifications, leaving Yu Yuan somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, anything stored within a safe should possess some worth. He set the laptop aside, aware that after such a lengthy time, the battery would likely be depleted, requiring a charge before he could access its contents. He placed a mobile phone and USB drive into his backpack, turning his gaze toward the file folder. Yu Yuan gazed intently at the ceiling strip on the back of the file folder, his eyes narrowing instantly. Without further hesitation, he tore open the seal and extracted its contents. The moment he laid eyes on the item within, his pupils constricted, and his heartbeat seemed to momentarily halt. Goodness. Chapter 54, Evaluation Report, Rank 9349. Goodness. Yu Yuan nearly exclaimed aloud. Upon seeing the ferocious, black-furred rodent in the photograph, he almost dropped what he held. Indeed, it was a bit overwhelming. When he finally regained his composure, he realized his back was drenched in cold sweat, and his heart raced. This simply could not continue. He must eliminate that creature swiftly, otherwise his peace of mind would be shattered, and it was utterly disturbing. As he calmed his emotions, his gaze toward the file folder became sharp and discerning. The collection contained a total of 17 photographs, all depicting the same menacing black rodent. The images were mostly captured from covert angles, with many appearing somewhat blurred, yet 7 were relatively clear. The backdrop was a section of a sewer, where the large rodent appeared smaller than its current size, roughly over a meter long. A dozen officers in police uniforms encircled the creature, poised for action. Each held a handgun, and the ground was littered with spent shell casings. The fur of the rodent bore specks of blood. Yet it was evident that this formidable creature had already developed remarkable ballistic resistance. The final photograph depicted the mutated giant rat as it squeezed through a narrow sewer entrance, escaping. The expressions of the officers watching its retreat were vividly diverse. Fear, trepidation, pallor, and relief. Among them, Yu Yuan recognized a familiar figure, the bald-headed Friss. To his surprise, Friss had already been a police officer before the Wasteland era. The certainty of the photo's temporal context as pre-Wasteland stemmed from Friss's demeanor and appearance, which lacked the characteristic caution, coldness, and vigilance of survivors from the Wasteland. Not only Friss, but the other officers also appeared the same. Their uniforms were remarkably clean. Despite the muddy environment of the sewer where they pursued the mutated giant rat, the fabric quality was unmistakable. Lastly, their skin was youthful and fair, with some appearing to be in their early 20s, likely freshly minted officers, even exhibiting a hint of shyness. All these details affirmed that the photograph was indeed taken before the Wasteland era. Below the images lay an investigative report, which perhaps due to the mutated giant rat, piqued Yu Yuan's interest profoundly. Preliminary Evaluation Report on Anomalous Phenomena at John K. Zoo. Evaluation Unit. Zoo Qualification Review Committee Safety Observation Group. Evaluator. Ninja. Evaluation Target. John K. Zoo. Evaluation Reason. Continuous reports from local residents regarding abnormal animal whales and ground tremors. After 92 days of covert observation and infiltration investigation, we have confirmed that the Zhang Zoo appears to be operating normally on the surface, while in reality, it conducts animal transformation experiments within its underground facilities and enclosed exhibits. The core objective of these experiments is to induce gigantism, provoke mutations, and establish controllable behaviors in animals. Currently, the experiments have achieved preliminary results, posing significant biological safety risks. Moreover, behind these animal experiments, we have uncovered the existence of a mysterious organization known as the Aurora Animal Assistance Society, which possesses substantial financial resources and operates discreetly. It is suspected that the Zhang Zoo has been infiltrated and manipulated by this organization. Our findings indicate that the animal experiments are primarily divided into 3 directions. 1. Gigantism. Animals suspected to be injected with a certain hormonal catalyst continuously secrete growth factors, resulting in uncontrollable massive growth. 2. Induction of mutations. Investigations reveal that the injection of this hormonal catalyst may lead to mutations in the animal's bodily organs. 3. Controllability. The Zhang Zoo attempts to manipulate the behavior of mutated animals by implanting chips into their brains. Additionally, we have clarified the layout of the zoo's facilities, where the surface camouflage area operates under the guise of a regular zoo. The underground experimental zone, B1-B3, serves as the area for live animal experiments, under the control of the Aurora Animal Assistance Society. This experimental zone carries an extremely high risk factor, including the potential for test subjects to escape ecological contamination and the militarization of biological weapons. We recommend that the Safety Committee isolate and dismantle both the Zhang Zoo and the Aurora Animal Assistance Society. Detailed investigation data and backups have been stored on a USB drive, which can only be accessed through an observer's computer. We also extend our gratitude to Mr. Lawless, the senior inspector of the East City Police Department, for providing crucial evidence. Upon completing the evaluation report, a notification sounded. Ding. Triggered keynote. The secrets hidden behind Green Forest City. Achievement unlocked. Echoes of history. Achievement points awarded, 200 points. Hideout ranking updated. Current rank, 9349, up 150 positions. As he observed the ranking leap by another 150 places, Yuan felt no excitement or exhilaration this time. The sudden rise in rank seemed inexplicable, and he could not discern the value of this investigation report. Additionally, the achievement Echoes of History was equally perplexing, yet it awarded 200 achievement points. With narrowed eyes, Yuan scrutinized the report and photographs in his hand. One thing was certain. An achievement that triggered such a ranking surge was undoubtedly significant. The last time he obtained the entire sewer network blueprint of E-City, he received only 200 achievement points. The fact that this achievement, Echoes of History, also conferred 200 points spoke volumes. He could not grasp the reasons behind this. The only possibility was that he had yet to reach the stage where he could engage with such matters. In other words, this investigation report was too advanced for him at this moment. Furthermore, was it not previously stated in the Water Authority's investigative report that the emergence of mutated giant rats was linked to a religious ritual conducted within a room in Block 9? How, then, did this become entangled with the zoo? The clandestine animal experimentation and ritualistic hormonal catalysts hidden behind Green Forest City facilitate the mutation of the giant rat. Known as Loris, memories of all the intelligence gathered since entering the Wasteland flooded his mind, and a vague thread began to take shape within Yuan's consciousness. Yet, no matter how he tried to grasp it, he could not seize this elusive line. However, Yuan had a premonition that this thread might bear an inexplicable connection to the transformation of Green Forest City into its current state. If that were the case, the acquisition of 200 achievement points would make sense. What he needed now was to search for information that could piece together all the clues. The appearance of that mutated black rat was likely not as straightforward as it seemed. Even the fact that the Black Shield Police Department could coexist peacefully with the Aurora Animal Assistance Society in the East District might harbor undisclosed secrets. He returned the report and photographs to the file and then tucked it into his backpack. Regardless, this exploration of the Olai's Hotel had not been in vain. Yuan's regard for the Aurora Animal Assistance Society had risen to the same level as that of the Black Shield Police Department. He had always perceived this organization as posing little threat, believing they would remain near the zoo. However, it now appeared that what they were engaging in was far more perilous. The mere thought of potentially dozens of mutated rats scurrying through the sewers sent a chill down his spine. Temporarily casting aside these chaotic thoughts, Yuan began to search other rooms. If room 0813 had a safe, what are the other rooms? He couldn't help but lick his lips in anticipation. Chapter 55, The Sacrificial Ritual, The Raven's Night Raid, The Retreat. After thoroughly investigating the 8th floor, Yuan had to admit that safes were not a standard feature in every room. There were only 5 in total on the entire 8th floor. 3 were in an open state, and aside from room 0813, the last safe, when unlocked with his exceptional lock-picking skills, revealed only emptiness. Yuan's spirits plummeted. Fortunately, it was not entirely fruitless. Although the hotel's supplies had been completely scavenged, its facilities remained intact. Among these were the materials Yuan urgently required. For instance, the 20th fire extinguisher was finally sufficient. Yuan exhaled deeply, counting the neatly arranged 20 fire extinguishers within the derelict tunnel, a smile creeping upon his lips. It was only when he inadvertently spotted the fire extinguishers in the corridor that he suddenly realized fire extinguishers are high-pressure canisters. They could serve as building materials for the defensive equipment of his hideout, the flamethrower. He immediately set about gathering them within the hotel. Clearly, no one had a need for the fire extinguishers, which conveniently benefited Yuan. With his experience from the fire extinguishers, Yuan's thoughts were completely liberated. The Olai's Hotel is vast and luxurious, equipped with comprehensive facilities. Perhaps one can discover many elusive construction materials here. Upon activating the virtual screen, Yuan began to inspect the construction materials concealed within the premises. Suddenly, a series of synchronized gunshots echoed from outside the hotel. Yuan promptly closed the virtual screen and approached the window to gaze outside, only to notice a bonfire that had mysteriously ignited in the zoo. A group of individuals encircled the fire, engaged in some unknown activities. recalling an assessment report he had previously seen regarding the zoo. Yu Yuan contemplated for a moment before retrieving his binoculars from his backpack. He pressed himself against the corner and focused on the direction of the bonfire. In an instant, a slight smirk appeared at the corner of Yu Yuan's mouth. A man was bound to a wooden stake in front of the bonfire, resembling the classic image of Hong Xiaochuan's brother. He was surrounded by a ring of candles, and on the ground amid the candles, an unidentifiable liquid, either red or black, had been poured, forming peculiar symbols that were bizarre and unsettling. The man's naked body bore similar patterns resembling a black sun. From the crowd emerged an individual clad in a black hooded robe. Yu Yuan observed that the robe was adorned with the same black sun motif. This figure, clutching an oddly shaped dagger, approached the bound man with deliberate steps. Yu Yuan quickly adjusted the magnification of his binoculars, and, as the distance closed, he discerned the man's expression of terror, helplessness, and pleading. Yet all was in vain. As the figure in black slowly plunged the dagger into the man's chest, his body convulsed violently. Concurrently, another figure in black handed over a syringe to the dagger-wielding individual. Taking the syringe, the hooded figure approached the man's temple and thrust it indecisively. At that moment, as the man continued to convulse, his head suddenly jerked upward, staring at the sky, his mouth agape as if letting out a wail. From the syringe, a faintly glowing liquid was extracted from the man's brain. As this luminescent substance was drawn out, the man fell utterly silent, his complexion rapidly darkening. The figure in black, however, placed the syringe into a pre-prepared thermos, from which a chilling vapor emanated. Witnessing the scene unfold within the zoo, Yu Yuan exhaled a breath of frustration, murmuring softly, "A religious ritual, so it is." The previously vague clues in his mind began to crystallize. It appeared that the Aurora Animal Assistance Society was indeed conducting religious ceremonies in the 9th District. Everything now made sense. Yet, just as he intended to continue observing, the hooded figure suddenly lifted his gaze in Yu Yuan's direction. Through the binoculars, although he could not discern the individual's face, Yu Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of being seen, causing his scalp to tingle with apprehension. This was a harrowing sensation. Damn it! With no time to ponder further, Yu Yuan swiftly stowed away the binoculars and turned to flee. Meanwhile, a coarse, unmelodious, deep, and hoarse voice emanated from the darkness outside the hotel window. With a sudden rush, a massive shadow lunged towards the window of Yu Yuan's room. The tempered glass shattered into countless fragments upon impact, hurtling into the room. Yu Yuan had already leapt forward the moment the sound erupted, executing a forward roll that propelled him out of the room, swiftly transitioning into a slide into the corridor. As he turned, he caught a glimpse of the shadow's true form, an enormous blackbird with a wingspan of 35 meters. Realizing that he had been exposed, Yu Yuan hastened to the staircase, leaping downwards. In less than 30 seconds, he had descended to the first floor by bounding 3 steps at a time. However, just as he was about to exit the hotel, he was startled by that same low, hoarse call from outside the door. The immense shadow swept past the hotel entrance, and Yu Yuan's gaze sharpened. The creature intended to delay him. It was unwise to linger here. Escape was imperative. The zoo was in close proximity, and it was likely that the enemy would soon encircle this area. He needed to flee swiftly. With this thought, he retrieved a stun grenade from his tactical vest, removed the safety pin, and dashed towards the exit. Indeed, the moment he burst out of the hotel, the colossal bird swooped down once more. This time, aided by the moonlight, Yu Yuan discerned its form, a gigantic raven. In that instant, as he spotted the raven, he hurled the stun grenade in its direction, immediately turning away, closing his eyes, bowing his head, and covering his ears in one fluid motion. The explosion was deafening. The grenade detonated with a blinding flash of white light, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daylight. Though Yu Yuan had prepared himself, the brilliance momentarily blinded him. Just as he blinked his eyes open, he heard a heavy thud behind him. The enormous raven, incapacitated by the grenade's detonation, fell to the ground, flapping its wings in a futile struggle. Yu Yuan glanced back at the raven, a flicker of fierce determination flashing in his eyes. "Curse you!" He threw 2 F1 grenades directly at the raven, and then turned, sprinting toward the nearest manhole cover. With 2 resounding explosions and the cacophony of shrapnel and debris, Yu Yuan slipped into the sewer, securing the lock. The roar of engines echoed above as he descended the ladder, exhaling a sigh of relief. He ran without looking back, heading towards the direction of the 12th district. Chapter 56. Architectural Blueprints of the Green Forest Financial Center Tower. Drawing Fate Cards. Wasteland, Day 9, 7 a.m. As the alarm clock buzzed to awaken him, Yu Yuan made his way to the bathroom and picked up the mirror. The wound on his face, inflicted by glass the previous night, had begun to scab over. He couldn't help but wonder if that bird had been killed in the explosion last night. This thought flashed through his mind, and Yu Yuan surmised that the likelihood of its demise was quite high. He had left 2 F1 grenades beneath the Raven, with an error margin of no more than 2 or 3 meters. At such close proximity, it was undoubtedly within the lethal range of the explosion. Even if its feathers could shield it from shrapnel, could they withstand the force of the blast? Nevertheless, this concern was fleeting in his mind. Following the battle from the previous night, he had elevated the threat level of the Aurora Animal Assistance Association to its highest tier. After hastily washing up, eating, and feeding the sheep, he emerged from his hideout, glancing towards the resource recycling bin. His face illuminated with a smile upon noticing a bag of light blue liquid and a small packet of white granules inside. Ah, indeed. The materials emerging from resource recovery were related to the collected waste. He retrieved the plant nutrient solution and compound fertilizer from the recycling bin and returned to his hideout storage room, where he already had a bag of nutrient solution and fertilizer from yesterday's exchange. With the addition of today's 2 bags, Yu Yuan now possessed 2 bags of plant nutrient solution and 2 packets of compound fertilizer. Although he had no immediate use for them, as a descendant of Huaxia, the gardening genes within him were stirring with anticipation. However, for now, this notion remained just that, a notion primarily because he lacked the necessary skills. He scratched his head awkwardly, realizing he would need to seek out books on cultivation. Last night, he had scanned the virtual map and found that Dongsheng District had no agricultural schools, horticultural institutions, or research facilities, though there were plenty of bookstores. He resolved to visit a bookstore when he had time or passed by. As for seeds, he could only think of procuring them from other players for the time being. Nonetheless, he still had time to search for these items. After discarding today's waste into the recycling bin, Yu Yuan approached the dilapidated newsstand to check the day's newspaper, only to be pleasantly surprised. A neatly stacked pile of blueprints lay beside the newspapers. Would you like to expend 250 survival points to purchase this informational item? Yes. As his survival points were deducted, the blueprint in his hand became clearer, revealing familiar patterns that caught him off guard. Was this an architectural design blueprint? Architectural blueprints of the Green Forest Financial Center Tower. Quality rock. Description. This blueprint records the detailed architectural structure of the Green Forest Financial Center Tower located on Philin Avenue in District 6 of Green Forest City. The Green Forest Financial Center Tower? And in District 6. Upon acquiring the blueprints, they were promptly scanned into the positioning watch, and the pertinent information materialized before Yu Yuan. The height of the Financial Center Tower astonishingly reached 530 meters, a stature that could rival the iconic slender waist of the city. Gazing at the towering 3D architectural renderings on the virtual schematic, Yu Yuan's mind began to whirl with possibilities. Could one directly observe the precinct of Block 1 from here? He temporarily set this thought aside and turned his attention to today's newspaper, which featured 2 intriguing news items. Neighborhood Life News. Quality rock solid. Danger level low. Nick, a member of the Bloodhand Gang located at the Green Forest Lights supermarket on 10th Street, found himself in a state of distress. Since a few days prior, they had opportunistically pilfered all possessions from the motel rooms during a skirmish led by the 2 chiefs of Mahata amidst the chaos of rival gangs. Their misfortunes began thereafter. First, a typhoon swept through, washing away a vehicle with 3 individuals inside, leaving them missing. Then, while seeking refuge from the storm, 4 more were injured. Now, they had been hiding there for 3 days, but the leader seemed to be evading something, resolutely forbidding them from stepping outside the supermarket's confines. He was on the verge of madness. Woman, I want a woman. Ching Ching, await me at the Nightingale, Nick thought, glancing at the celestial tattoo on his forearm. Silently resolving to find a way to reach the Nightingale tonight to reunite with his Ching Ching. Neighborhood Life News. Quality rock solid. Danger level moderate. According to public reports, the wild dog community on 15th Street has witnessed a disturbing trend of disappearances for 2 consecutive days, with a total of 7 individuals unaccounted for thus far. A recent survey by our reporter revealed that not only the wild dog community, but also the neighboring 2 communities have experienced similar disappearances. The situation escalated dramatically yesterday, with the total number of missing persons reaching an alarming 17. The sudden surge in disappearances has instilled profound fear and anxiety among the surviving residents. prompting many to flee the vicinity of the wild dog community since dawn. A concerned citizen claimed to have heard demonic howls emanating from the underground last night, deeming it a curse from the devil. Citizens of the surrounding neighborhoods are advised against venturing into Block 15 in the near future. As Yu Yuan scrutinized the two news articles, the richness of the content and the complexity of the information proved to be quite mentally taxing. He retrieved a note detailing information from the spoils of the Flame Priest, and a realization dawned upon him. The items stolen from the burning fortress were indeed taken by members of the Blood Hand Gang. What they sought so relentlessly must surely be of great significance. Furthermore, he was taken aback to discover that the Blood Hand Gang was acquainted with the Nightingale, and likely well familiar with it. Yu Yuan speculated that the Nightingale might serve as a place of revelry established amidst the wasteland of Green Forest City. With the protection of the Black Shield police station as Freeze, it certainly possessed the credentials and justification to endure. Even Freeze, or perhaps the elusive Loris behind him, who is rumored to be the mastermind of the Nightingale, may very well be involved. After all, it has been 4 or 5 days since Freeze met his demise. Yet there have been no reports regarding the Nightingale's circumstances, which is rather unusual in this wasteland. Of course, one cannot dismiss the possibility that the Nightingale has already fallen victim to other powers. Everything remains to be investigated. As for the second piece of news, Yu Yuan immediately discerned that it was undoubtedly the work of the mutated giant rat. To restore its physique, it would require a substantial amount of energy and sustenance, thus leading to its relentless assaults on the vagrants and survivors. However, from the information gleaned from the newspaper, it appeared that the injuries of the mutated giant rat were not as grave as one might have imagined. The wild dog community, he silently noted. After perusing the news, Yu Yuan activated the virtual holographic fate cards. Following a day and night of rest, bolstered by high-energy goat milk and the comforts of the resting area, the wound on his right wrist had nearly healed. It was now time to choose a new gift of fate and select a fate card. Proverb: all gifts of fate have long been marked with their prices in the shadows. 3 seconds later, 3 gifts of fate materialized before Yu Yuan. Chapter 57. The Magician's Top Hat. To battle the mutated giant rat once more. Choose one of the following 3 gifts as a present from fate. 1. The Magician's Top Hat. Function: the hat possesses 1 cubic meter of space, allowing for the free retrieval of items, and can transform its shape. 2. The Arms Dealer's Weapon Rack. Function: each day, a weapon, firearm, bow, cold weapon, will randomly refresh on the rack, with a probability of yielding high-quality weapons. 3. The Steam Pot of the 3-Star Connoisseur. Function: after 10 minutes of continuous heating, the steam pot will randomly produce a dish of steamed food, with a chance of generating high-quality sustenance. After perusing all 3 options, Yu Yuan hesitated, as each one held its own allure. The first option was self-evident for the second. Although he was not in need of weapons, he lacked high-quality ones, especially after experiencing the battle with the mutated giant rat, as the current firearms had proven insufficient against the looming threat. The third option for food was also appealing, offering unlimited uses as long as it was heated. However, considering the current circumstances, Yu Yuan ultimately opted for the first choice. The Magician's Top Hat has been placed in your hideout. Please check for yourself. Immediately following was a long, narrow wooden box that swayed again. This time, the Fate card of Conquest. Conquest card, quality, rock grade. The player must conquer a powerful creature or an organization of more than 10 individuals within 2 days, or face death. If one cannot submit mentally, must they perish physically? Yu Yuan murmured to himself. The first thought that crossed his mind was the mutated giant rat. From any perspective, it undoubtedly fit the definition of a formidable creature. If the mutated giant rat was not considered powerful, he could scarcely fathom which beings would qualify as such. Even a tiger or a grizzly bear cannot disregard firearms. Yet that mutated giant rat navigates with unparalleled ease. A glimmer of determination flashed in Yu Yuan's eyes. It was fortuitous, as he had intended to seek it out in the 15th district today. This conquest card arrived just in time. The threat posed by the mutated giant rat haunted Yu Yuan, depriving him of peace and rest. He could not maintain peak condition at all times. Should he sustain an injury and encounter this creature in a surprise attack, it could spell his doom. Now that the mutated giant rat was gravely wounded, it was the optimal moment to eliminate it. The principle of striking while the iron is hot has always been Yu Yuan's creed. Checking the time, it was nearly 8 o'clock. He promptly donned his gear: the Enforcer's armor, tactical gloves, tactical boots, AK-12 combat knife, F1 grenade, and flashbangs were all meticulously equipped. Lastly, he transformed the magician's hat into a ring, adorning his right middle finger, now renamed the magician's ring. With a positioning watch on his left wrist and the magician's ring on his right, he was fully prepared. He filled several spare magazines with 5.45, 3.9 mm, 7 and 10 ammunition, stashing them within the ring, and even included an AK-74 as a backup for good measure. He was armed to the teeth. However, before departing, Yu Yuan rummaged through the discarded equipment and unearthed the enforcer's helmet, which bore a gash from the mutated beast. Without a helmet, he felt a sense of insecurity. Fully prepared, he exited his hideout and mounted his steed, charging toward the 15th district at full speed. Upon returning to the site of his previous battle with the mutated beast, remnants of that fierce confrontation lingered. The walls and ground were riddled with bullet holes and deep gashes inflicted by the mutated giant rat strikes. Gazing at the gruesome walls and the desiccated blood stains on the ground, one could envision the ferocity of the battle. As a key participant in the fight, Yu Yuan felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow, running his fingers along a gash that extended an inch deep into the wall. Yu Yuan took a deep breath. This time, the giant rat must perish. He also recalled the location of the rat's ambush. It was situated above the sewer, where a layer of air defense shelter existed. The place of the ambush was not a legitimate exit, but rather a breach that had formed unbeknownst to him, obscured by the blind spot in his vision, which is why he had remained oblivious to it. Following the guidance of his virtual map, as he approached the 15th district, still some distance from the wild dog community, he could already detect a distinct stench of decay. Yu Yuan knew he was on the right track. He swiftly completed his equipment check with his steed, and, bolstered by his enhanced physical capabilities, he advanced cautiously towards the sewers leading to the wild dog community. AK-12 at the ready. Having learned from his previous encounter, Yu Yuan now keenly focused on the overhead space and every potential hiding spot in the shadows. With each careful step closer to the wild dog community, the foul odor in the air intensified. Yu Yuan furrowed his brow, but fortunately, he had prepared beforehand by donning a disposable mask that he had earlier placed in his medical backpack. He never anticipated it would come in handy this time. Prior to setting out, he had secured a flashlight with tape to the handguard of his AK-12, creating a makeshift tactical light. Thus, the illumination moved synchronously with his line of sight, set to a low-light mode. His enhanced hearing was acutely attuned to the surrounding sounds, and just as he was about to enter the wild dog community, his movements abruptly halted. Tilting his head slightly, he directed his ear towards the front right. It seemed he had heard something, a faint gnawing sound. Yu Yan's eyes glimmered with realization. Indeed, it was the sound of something being chewed. His breathing slowed as he became more mindful of his footsteps, advancing cautiously. As he drew closer, the sound became even clearer, amplified by the nauseating stench in the air that seemed to hang heavily. Yu Yan deduced that the mutated giant rat was just ahead, precisely where the sound originated. The creature was remarkably wary, pausing its gnawing every few minutes to survey its surroundings. At such moments, Yu Yan would come to a standstill, waiting in silence. Only when he heard the gnawing resume would he inch closer. It appeared that the previous injury he inflicted on the mutated giant rat had considerably diminished its sensory perception. Yu Yan mused. Under normal circumstances, the rat's sensory capabilities would far surpass his own, yet it had not yet detected him despite their proximity, which spoke volumes. When he had shattered one of its eyeballs, it was likely that he had also affected its auditory nerves. It had yet to recover, presenting Yu Yan with an opportunity. With its visual and auditory impairments combined, Yu Yan felt confident in his ability to eliminate it. He chose not to extinguish the flashlight, but instead lowered the weapon's muzzle. Turning off the flashlight would produce a faint click, and, at this close range, even the slightest noise could provoke suspicion. He could see the creature's position now. Approximately 20 meters away, within a sewer pipe no more than 1 meter in diameter. He could make out the half-body of the mutated giant rat and its exceedingly grotesque tail. At the junction of the sewer pipe and drainage channel lay several corpses that had been thoroughly gnawed upon. The giant rat seemed to be indulging in its feast, occasionally flicking its tail. From Yu Yan's vantage point, he was on the same side as the sewer pipe, and the mutated giant rat, now entrenched within, was entirely oblivious to his presence. Yu Yan ceased his advance. The AK-12 vanished from his hands, replaced by an F1 grenade. He cast a final glance towards the direction of the mutated rat. A glimmer of determination flaw. Yu Yuan moved swiftly, having just thrown one grenade when another appeared in his hand, ready to toss it towards the location of the mutated giant rat. Simultaneously, as he launched the second grenade, he executed a backward dive, though the rat's sensory perception was significantly impaired. The sound of the pin being pulled and the grenade's spring mechanism was crystal clear in the stillness of the sewer. Consequently, upon the grenade being thrown, the mutated giant rat abruptly halted its gnawing and perked its ears, listening intently. Then, the noise of the grenade hitting the ground and Yu Yuan's fall echoed through the tunnel. It immediately sought to exit the sewer to assess the situation. Just as the grenade detonated, boom, boom, the successive explosions were followed by the sound of debris and shrapnel scattering, interspersed with the rat's anguished shrieks. Enduring the impact of two grenades at close range was no trivial matter for the mutated giant rat. The sewer was instantly engulfed in smoke and dust from the explosions. Yet Yu Yuan sprang to his feet without hesitation, disengaged his gear with Mie, and readied his AK-12, turning the flashlight strapped to the foregrip to its maximum brightness. Unleashing a barrage into the depths of the sewer, he emptied an entire magazine, but there was still no sign of movement. Swiftly replacing the magazine, he remained on high alert. The cold beam of the flashlight illuminated the smoke and dust, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Mie stood prepared for immediate support, a directive Yu Yuan had specifically imparted as they made their way to Block 15. Cleverly, Mie maintained a stance ready for a charge, always facing the direction of the smoke, positioned slightly behind Yu Yuan. Indeed, just as Yu Yuan pondered whether to toss another grenade inside, a shadow flickered through the haze, and he soon beheld the wedge-shaped head of the mutated giant rat illuminated by the flashlight, revealing its right eye reduced to a dark abyss, its ear marred and deformed. Its fur had become mottled, with flames licking at its hide, rendering it increasingly grotesque. At that moment, it opened its gaping maw, its large incisors covered in an orange-yellow glaze, lunging towards Yu Yuan. Upon recognizing him as its foe from days prior, the rat's remaining left eye blazed crimson with rage. Squeak! Rat-a-tat-tat! However, Yu Yuan, well prepared, had already squeezed the trigger at the sight of the rat, or rather the shadow, flitting through the smoke. Bullets rained down upon the mutated giant rat with relentless fury, producing a series of muffled thuds as they struck. The rat responded with its own shrill cries. Yu Yuan's eyes sparkled. The 7 in 10 bullets were effective. Yet, the rat's fur boasted an astonishing resilience. By the time the entire magazine of 7 in 10 ammunition had been expended, while the attack had indeed proven effective, the mutated giant rat still charged forth towards Yu Yuan. Yet Yu Yuan seemed oblivious to the enormous rat that had lunged at him. Instead, he retreated a couple of steps. A figure charged forward with a fierce momentum, colliding directly with the mutated giant rat. In that instant, time appeared to rewind, transporting him back to that fateful night 2 days prior, when the mutated giant rat was once again sent reeling by Mie's charge. Meanwhile, Yu Yuan had swiftly replaced his magazine, and the AK-12 belched forth flames once more. However, the mutated giant rat had evidently grown wiser. The moment it was struck by Mie, it deftly twisted in midair, landing and darting towards the drainage pipe. The entire skirmish lasted less than 5 seconds, yet it was fraught with tension and exhilaration. Bullets pursued the mutated giant rat, yet they failed to inflict even the slightest injury. Realizing the rat was making its escape, Yu Yuan reacted instantly. Mie, let us pursue. It seeks to flee. As he uttered these words, Mie had already surged ahead, with Yu Yuan close on her heels. Yet it was too late. When Yu Yuan reached the drainage pipe, all he glimpsed was a thick, long tail vanishing at the pipe's end. Gazing at the pipe, which was only about 1 meter in diameter, Yu Yuan's expression darkened ominously. Such a splendid opportunity had slipped through his fingers. However, he could not possibly squeeze into such a conduit to chase after the mutated giant rat. In the open arena, he could still maneuver with Mie against the rat. Yet within the confines of that narrow pipe, should the mutated giant rat counterattack, he would have no chance to retaliate. This predicament was troublesome. After this ambush, that creature would undoubtedly be even more elusive. Nevertheless, there was little to be done. The advantages of the mutated giant rat within the drainage pipe were beyond Yu Yuan's reach. Lost in thought about how to locate the mutated giant rat next, Yu Yuan's gaze suddenly fell upon a spot on the ground. He crouched down, observing a fresh pool of blood on the ground, and a realization struck him. He promptly arose and returned to the location where he had battled the mutated giant rat. Indeed, there was another pool of blood here. Yet, The penetrating effect of the 7 in 10 rounds had not seemed sufficient to inflict a fatal injury on the mutated giant rat. Recalling fragments of the previous confrontation, his gaze ultimately settled on 2 scorch marks near the drainage pipe. These were remnants from the earlier explosions of 2 F1 grenades, also reminding him of the flames that had engulfed the mutated giant rat upon its emergence. Yu Yuan's eyes brightened momentarily, only to be followed by a look of regret. How could I have overlooked this? I fell into a cognitive trap, fixating solely on using firearms to confront a creature of such fur. What attack could rival the might of flames? The bloodstains evidently resulted from the mutated giant rat enduring the explosive force of the grenades, with the flames scorching its fur. This unexpected revelation of the mutated giant rat's weakness alleviated the frustration of its earlier escape. As the mutated giant rat had escaped, Yu Yuan decided not to linger any longer in the vicinity, feeling as though the stench had begun to permeate his very being. He mounted his steed and swiftly returned to his hideout. Within the confines of his sanctuary, Yu Yuan perused the newspaper in his possession, seeking opportunities to eliminate the Conquest card. Initially, he had intended to slay the mutated giant rat to fulfill the Conquest card task, but the creature's extraordinary caution thwarted his hunting ambitions. Now he was compelled to discover alternative methods to accomplish his objective. His gaze ultimately settled on 2 articles concerning the Bloodhand Gang. There were 2 means to complete the Conquest card mission: either eradicate a formidable creature or dismantle an organization with 10 or more members. After careful contemplation, it became evident that the Bloodhand Gang represented his most suitable target at this juncture. However, Yu Yuan needed to ascertain whether the gang indeed comprised more than 10 members, a detail unaddressed in the articles. Thus, he resolved to conduct a personal investigation. Chapter 59. Capture Bloodhand Gang's Nick. In the dead of night, on Watergate Street in the 14th District, Nick stealthily traversed the street, tightening his grip on the handgun in his possession. His mind wandered to the anticipated moment of reunion with Ching Ching, a flicker of urgency igniting within him. Having been away for over half a month, he pondered whether she had missed him. He touched the solid object nestled in his pocket, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. This was a gift he had prepared for Ching Ching. Yet, a fleeting expression of confusion and disdain crossed his face. Their leader was truly vexing. After securing a substantial haul, they remained holed up in the supermarket. Unable to venture outside or handle the spoils freely, he could not fathom their fears. Shaking his head in silent disbelief, he dismissed the thought. Regardless, tonight he was determined to find his Ching Ching, and no one could obstruct him. She would surely adore the silver bracelet he had brought for her. Unbeknownst to him, a shadow had already taken note of his presence. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt struck Nick's right arm, piercing through with a sickening thud. Ah! His cry had barely escaped his lips when a hand clamped over his mouth. A sharp blade pressed against his throat, and a clear, icy voice resonated from behind him. "Don't move, or you shall die." Nick, feeling the cold sting of the blade against his neck, stifled his cries and ceased his struggles. In the depths of the sewer, a flashlight illuminated Nick's face as Yu Yuan scrutinized the tattoo of a celestial eye on his arm, narrowing his gaze. "Nick? No, I'm not Nick. You must have mistaken me for someone else." Yu Yuan furrowed his brother. "What is it that you want from me?" Nick implored, his gaze fixed anxiously on Yu Yuan. With a disdainful sneer, Yu Yuan retorted, "What is it I want? You pilfered our belongings and fled. What more is there to discuss?" The moment those words left his lips, Nick's complexion drained of color, only to flush crimson moments later as he fervently pleaded, "Brother, brother. We merely took some supplies from the unloading area. It wasn't meant to escalate to this." Before he could finish, an arrow from Yu Yuan's crossbow struck him. "Ah!" Nick gasped, staring at the bolt embedded in his thigh, the pain causing his entire body to tremble. Yu Yuan kicked him squarely in the face, instantly causing his features to swell and blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. "Even now you dare to feign ignorance, making me chase you all the way from the motel." The mention of the motel shattered any remaining hope Nick held, and he urgently turned to Yu Yuan. "Brother, I swear the motel affair was not my doing. It was our leader, Brother Mahada, who insisted on the theft. I was merely the driver waiting outside. I truly knew nothing else. Please spare me. I will divulge everything you wish to know. Just let me go. It was all Mahada's idea. I advised them against it, but they refused to listen. Brother, they are currently at Sophie Cathedral. All of your belongings are there. I'm not deceiving you." As Yu Yuan prepared to fire another bolt, hearing Nick's desperate plea, he shot without hesitation, this time aiming for Nick's other leg. Ah! Nick stared in disbelief at Yu Yuan, veins bulging on his forehead. A devil. This man is a devil. Yu Yuan bent down, gripping the arrow, twisting it with force while Nick's cries filled the air. After several agonizing moments, he released it, a smirk curling at his lips. Now, tell me again, where are they hiding? Are you certain it's the Sophie Cathedral? Nick crumpled to the ground, his eyes reflecting sheer terror. How could he know? How could he know everything? Watching as Yu Yuan readied his crossbow once more, this time aiming at his groin, Nick's pupils dilated in fear. By the way, if I were to strike you there, would your beloved Ching Ching still look at you? The smile on Yu Yuan's lips morphed in Nick's eyes into the most sinister of grins. His seemingly casual words transformed into the whispers of a demon. Nick's resolve shattered completely. They're at the green forest light. I swear. I will tell you whatever you want to know. Just stop tormenting me. Nick cried out, instinctively covering his groin with his left hand. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Yu Yuan ceased his provocations, his expression turning icy. Tell me, how many of you are there? What are your routines? How are the sentries distributed? What weapons do you possess? What distinguishing features do the Mahata brothers have? This is your final chance. Make one more mistake, and you can bid farewell to your Ching Ching. There are 16 individuals in total, yet 3 went missing during the recent typhoon. Among the remaining, for sustained injuries. Our daily routine has been normal, which allows me to be out now while the others are asleep. Nick is panting heavily, but quickly resumes speaking. Typically, only 3 individuals are on guard at night. 1 on the first floor and 2 on the fourth, armed with merely 4 AK-74s and 3 handguns, with the remainder consisting of bows, arrows, and makeshift short knives. Our leaders are a stout man and a slender one. The latter is the chief, while the former is the second in command. Both bear a crimson palm tattoo on their forearms, which is the origin of our name. The Blood Hand Gang. I see. By the way, could you repeat how many of you there are? Yu Yuan suddenly inquired. 16 in total. What weapons do you possess? 4 in total. The stout one is the chief, and the slender one is the second in command, correct? No. Ah, I've forgotten again. How many were there? For missing, 3 injured? Brother. A few minutes later, Yu Yuan withdrew the dogleg knife from Nick, having gleaned a comprehensive understanding of the Blood Hand Gang situation. Through persistent inquiries and cross-examinations, he confirmed the reliability of these answers, especially as Nick, losing blood significantly, began to lose consciousness, making the possibility of deceit minimal. Moreover, the memo detailing their hideout was replete with information. Blood Hand Gang, number, 16 individuals, currently 3 missing for injured. Arms, for AK-74s, 3 handguns, and a makeshift shotgun. 3 bows, and over 10 cold weapons. Routine, typically resting begins at 11 p.m. Watch, 6 individuals during the day, 3 at night. Daytime watch positions are on the 3rd floor, 4th floor, and rooftop, while nighttime positions are at the 1st floor entrance and 4th floor. Mahata brothers, 1 stout, 1 slender, both with crimson palm tattoos on their arms. Yu Yuan glanced at the time. It was already 1 a.m. There should still be time. Chapter 60, Green Forest Light Supermarket. Infiltration, elimination. As Mehmet carried Yu Yuan through the sewers, they effortlessly leaped over the sewage channels when necessary, swiftly traversing 15 blocks before entering the 10th block. Yu Yuan studied the virtual map, furrowing his brow at the surrounding streets of the Green Forest Light Supermarket. The good news was that 2 main avenues flanked the supermarket, allowing him to access it directly via the sewers, and a number of Blood Hand Gang members aligned with the requirements of the Conquest car mission. However, the bad news was equally apparent. The supermarket was vast, and should even one individual escape, his Conquest mission would remain incomplete. This was precisely why Yu Yuan decided to eliminate Nick, as the Conquest car demanded the total subjugation of an organization without any omissions. It was with this consideration in mind that he prioritized the mutated giant rat as his primary target during the day. Troublesome indeed. The Green Forest Light Supermarket spans 4 levels, serving as a comprehensive lifestyle marketplace. The 13th floor is designated for the supermarket, while the 4th floor houses high-end electronics and office spaces. According to Nick's intelligence, members of the Blood Hand Gang primarily congregate in the office area on the 4th floor, with the Mahata brothers situated in the general manager's office, while others occupy the finance room and the procurement office. However, Yu Yuan currently possesses only a street map of the area surrounding the supermarket, lacking an internal layout, which complicates matters significantly. Moreover, he has but this one opportunity to act tonight, needing to resolve the situation before dawn. Should the Blood Hand Gang become aware of Nick's absence overnight, they would likely relocate immediately, leaving Yu Yuan in a dire predicament. He glanced at the magician's ring, a flicker of relief washing over him. Fortunately, he had been prudent before departing, ensuring he had brought the right equipment. Shortly thereafter, Yu Yuan arrived at the vicinity of the Green Forest Light supermarket. The front faces Qing Shui Avenue, serving as a parking area with the main entrance located here. One of the two guards on the fourth floor is tasked with monitoring this area, while the other observes the escalator passage leading to the fourth floor, from which the first floor entrance is also visible. To the west of the supermarket lies Fengwu Street, the very street where Yu Yuan currently stands, which serves as the side entrance of the supermarket, accommodating delivery and employee access. A third night watchman is stationed here, armed with his crossbow. Yu Yuan stealthily approached the employee passage, keeping close to the supermarket wall. It was through this very route that Nick had exited. Tonight's guard at the first floor post was a childhood friend, which facilitated Nick's successful departure. As Yu Yuan cautiously drew nearer, a faint snoring sound reached his ears, causing him to pause momentarily. Checking the time, he realized it was 3 a.m., clarity washing over him. Following the sound, he approached the guard's position. Indeed, a figure was huddled in the corner of the employee passage, the noise emanating from there. The entrance to the employee passage had long been compromised, with several supermarket carts stacked as obstacles, leaving only a narrow gap for entry. Yu Yuan positioned himself at the gap, holding his breath as he stealthily maneuvered past it and swiftly dispatched the guard without a whisper. Once the guard lay silent, he gently lowered the body to the ground and continued deeper into the passage. Time was of the essence. With the clock now ticking at 3 a.m., dawn would break around 5 or 6, leaving him with less than 3 hours. A left turn after entering the employee passage would lead him approximately 20 meters to the stairway, allowing him to ascend directly to the fourth floor without being detected by the guard stationed at the escalator. Recalling Nick's description of the supermarket's layout, Yu Yuan made his way leftward. Soon, he beheld the stairway described, ascending steadily until he reached the fourth floor. Traversing the corridor, he encountered two forks. To the right lay the escalator, guarded by a sentry, while the left led to the office area, where the remaining marauders were resting, including the guard who kept watch over the parking lot. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Yuan decided it prudent to first neutralize the sentry at the escalator. He promptly turned down the right corridor and soon glimpsed the location of the escalator. However, the description did not specify the exact position of this guard, merely indicating that he was somewhere along the corridor near the escalator, which caused Yu Yuan to furrow his brow. Hiding in the shadows of the corner, he peered in the direction of the escalator, but regardless of how intently he scrutinized, he could discern no suspicious figures. Just as he began to contemplate alternative approaches, a fleeting red dot in the distance captured his attention. With alacrity, he turned to that direction and, as expected, the red dot reappeared after a few moments. He also heard a long exhalation. The source was concealed behind a pillar situated between the escalator and the corridor, and Yu Yuan quickly deduced that the guard was indeed hiding behind the pillar. No wonder. He now understood the nature of the red dot. It was the glowing end of a cigarette. The sentry was evidently using this means to combat the drowsiness and fatigue that came with his watch. Yu Yuan exhaled in relief. Knowing the guard's position made everything more manageable. Gripping the folded crossbow, he crouched low and stealthily approached the pillar. Damn, guarding this wretched place every day. One would never know when it would end. The cigarette, but was flicked away, followed closely by a muted voice of complaint. Yu Yuan slowed his movements. The crossbow, now aimed at the pillar, a mere 5 or 6 meters away. He cautiously shifted his weight to the left, ensuring his body remained shielded by the pillar. As he moved, a figure stepped away from the cover of the pillar, entering Yu Yuan's line of sight. However, the guard's attention was entirely focused on the escalator and the main entrance on the first floor, leaving the direction of the office area completely unguarded. Thus, Yu Yuan smoothly crept along the pillar, positioning himself behind the guard. With a deft flick of his wrist, the crossbow vanished, replaced by a curved knife that gleamed ominously in his hand. Taking a step forward, he wedged his left foot between the guard's legs, covered the guard's mouth and nose with his left hand, while his right hand swiftly brought the knife down towards the throat. A low, muffled groan escaped the guard as blood trickled from his mouth and nose, his body writhing in a futile struggle. Yu Yuan gritted his teeth, the muscles in his left arm bulging. His physical strength far exceeded that of the marauder. Within moments, all was still, the guard no longer moving. After a few more seconds, Yu Yuan cautiously laid the corpse flat on the ground. his left hand brushing against the marauder's body as he wiped the blood from his gloves. He then retrieved the guard's weapon, along with the gear on his person, and stowed them into the magician's ring. Yu Yuan moved the body behind the pillar and immediately headed towards the office area. Only the last sentry remained. Chapter 61. The Bloodhand Gang must die tonight. At around 3 or 4 in the morning, when a human body is enveloped in profound slumber. It is also the time when the will of the guarding personnel is at its weakest and their fatigue most pronounced. As Yu Yuan traversed the corridor of the office area, he confirmed his location through the door signs. This was the Human Resources Operations Department, right? The Purchasing Department found it. He peered through the crack of the door marked with the Purchasing Department's name, and, indeed, faint snoring could be heard from within. After confirming the location of the Purchasing Department, the Finance Department was quickly located, followed by the General Manager's office. These 3 rooms housed all the members of the Bloodhand Gang. However, to err on the side of caution, Yu Yuan thoroughly checked the other departmental rooms as well. Most of the department doors were ajar, and he basically confirmed that no one was present, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. With the rooms now identified, he could proceed. He arrived at the innermost room of the corridor, which housed the supermarket conference room. According to Nick, the last sentry would typically be inside. Yet, the conference room door was tightly shut. Yu Yuan crouched by the door crack, but heard no sound. After a moment of contemplation, he decided that since this sentry was unreachable and the door would likely shield him from detection, there was no need to alarm the opponent just yet. 2 bundles of custom-timed explosives appeared in Yu Yuan's hands, which he placed against the wall in the corridor adjacent to the conference room. After glancing at the time, he activated the timer, setting a countdown of 5 minutes. Next, he proceeded to the General Manager's office, the finance room, and the purchasing room, placing timed explosives in each corner of the corridors, with 2 bundles per room, each countdown decrementing in succession to ensure synchronized explosions. Upon setting the last bomb in the purchasing room, only 1 minute and 11 seconds remained on the timer. Just as he was about to leave, the finance room door suddenly creaked open, prompting Yu Yuan to look up. What met his gaze was a similarly astonished figure, holding a flashlight, who also spotted Yu Yuan crouched in the corner of the purchasing room. In the instant their eyes locked, a hand crossbow appeared in Yu Yuan's grasp, and he pulled the trigger. However, the other person, realizing the imminent danger, swiftly retreated behind the door, and the bolt embedded itself into his cheek, pinning him against the door frame. Immediately, a heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the entire floor. Enemies! Damn it! Yu Yuan cursed under his breath, realizing that someone had emerged at this critical moment. Yet, he had no choice, with only a minute remaining until the bombs detonated. It was imperative to delay the Bloodhand Gang members. He hurled a flashbang towards the finance room door and seized the opportunity to dash towards the rear passage. This was the only escape route in the office area. If he could hold this position for the final minute, it would count as a victory. With that piercing roar, the members of the Bloodhand Gang, who had been in slumber, were abruptly awakened, seizing their weapons in preparation for battle. However, in the next moment, a stun grenade erupted before the finance room. A resounding boom accompanied a blinding flash of light, which was followed by a deafening cacophony. The raider discovered in the depths of the abyss was the first to be struck, clutching his eyes and collapsing to the ground in anguished cries. Following closely were the raiders in the finance room, their attention drawn to the corridor by the screams of their companion. The sudden illumination in the darkness caused everyone to fall to the ground, writhing and twisting in agony. The air was filled with a chorus of screams. Simultaneously, the doors to the general manager's office and the conference room swung open. The procurement department was even more direct. Without opening the door, bullets had already penetrated through, leaving numerous bullet holes in the corridor walls. What the hell? Where's the enemy? Roared the general manager's office. A stout man clad in a bulletproof vest, adorned with a chain of bullets across his chest, burst forth wielding a machine gun, only to spot Yu Yuan just as he reached the corner of the corridor. There! He shouted. The machine gun unleashed a torrent of flames, enveloping Yu Yuan's recent position in a storm of bullets, creating deep pockmarks in the walls at the corridor's bend, where the edges were smoothed by the relentless gunfire. In that critical moment, Yu Yuan, having swiftly dodged behind the corner wall, watched in trepidation as the bullet storm raged just a step away from him, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Damn it, he thought, filled with dread. Checking the time, he noted there were still 53 seconds left on the countdown. A stun grenade had reappeared in his hand. With the machine gun providing cover, there was no way he could exit. Thus, he resolved to use his throwing weapon to buy himself some time. Removing the safety pin, He hurled the stun grenade towards the corridor wall, where it ricocheted off the surface and rolled towards the office area, finally coming to rest before the shattered door of the procurement department. The stout man immediately noticed the grenade, his eyes widening as he dashed towards the adjacent office. "A grenade!" he exclaimed. In fact, due to the machine gun's barrage, the raiders in the procurement room had been too fearful to show themselves. Upon hearing the warning of a grenade, they wasted no time dropping to the floor. Consequently, when the thunderous roar and blinding flash of the stun grenade erupted in the corridor once more, everyone was caught off guard. In the confined, indoor environment, the impact of the stun grenade amplified geometrically, striking the raiders in the procurement department first. Previously, the stun grenade had at least been somewhat mitigated by the door, but now they were fully exposed. Clutching their heads, they collapsed to the ground, their fighting spirit utterly extinguished. Meanwhile, the night watchman in the conference room was undoubtedly the least affected. Thus, after the explosion of the stun grenade, he promptly leaned out, aiming his AK-74U towards the corridor and commencing fire. But how could he possibly be faster than Yu Yan? The moment he leaned out, Yu Yan detected his movement, and the gun's muzzle instantly locked on. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots rang out, striking the night watcher's thigh and arm, causing him to collapse to the ground. Yet Yu Yan's gaze remained fixed on the virtual screen, observing the countdown. 5 seconds left. It was time to retreat, without a moment's hesitation. As the timer ticked down to 5 seconds before the bomb's detonation, Yu Yan swiftly stowed his weapon and sprinted towards the staircase. Just as he reached the stairwell, a series of explosions erupted behind him, followed by a tremor that shook the entire building. He then felt a searing wave of heat rush against his back. Wow! He was propelled forward. The man found himself enveloped in thick smoke and dust, as if the entire corridor was shrouded in a haze. Coughing, Yu Yan fought to disperse the smoke before activating the virtual screen to check the status of his Conquest car mission. He was met with disappointment, as there was no indication of task completion. With a silent sigh, he grasped his AK-12 firmly and resolutely charged towards the office area, his gaze steely. The Bloodhand Gang must perish tonight. Chapter 62. Eliminate Mahada and evacuate. Smoke and flames filled the office area. In his determination to eradicate the Bloodhand Gang, Yu Yan had deployed 7 bundles of custom-timed explosives, resulting in unparalleled devastation. Debris scattered across the floor, and he scanned the area for survivors with piercing intensity. Tom was not on his side. The magnitude of the explosion would undoubtedly attract attention from the 10th District and potentially beyond. Dawn was approaching, and the 10th District, situated on the outskirts of the eastern city, would likely draw the attention of the Marauders' prison in the eastern suburbs. What troubled Yu Yan most, however, were the occupants of the burning fortress. They had been tracking the Bloodhand Gang for several days, and if they had traced them to this vicinity, they would soon be en route. With little time remaining, Yu Yan knew he had to act swiftly. He could not afford the risks of failure or delay. With swift steps upon the gravel, he soon arrived at the procurement room, where the original walls had vanished, revealing several bodies obscured by rubble. Bang! Bang! He had no time to ascertain their fates, firing a shot into each head while counting the casualties. There were 3 corpses in the procurement department. He then moved to the finance department, where he found 3 more bodies. Just as he was about to leave, after ensuring they were dead, he heard a faint groan emanating from beneath a pile of bricks. Yu Yan swiftly cleared the debris, revealing a bloodied figure, though grievously injured, still showing signs of life. The other party also caught sight of Yu Yuan, and under the beam of the flashlight, he gazed at Yu Yuan with his remaining left eye, his throat emitting a faint plea for help. Save me. What awaited him, however, was the ominous muzzle of a gun. Bang! The 7th Yu Yuan's gaze shifted towards the direction of the general manager's office in the conference room. The Bloodhand Gang consisted of 16 members. Excluding the 3 who had gone missing or perished, and the slain Nick, only 12 remained in the building. After accounting for the 2 sentinels he had eliminated, merely 10 individuals were left. Yet, as of now, the notification for the completion of the Fate Card task had still not appeared. It seemed that the variable lay among the remaining 3. Upon entering the general manager's office, the first sight to greet him was the body of a corpulent man, still clutching a submachine gun in his hand. After dispatching the final shot, Yu Yuan collected the submachine gun, the ammunition belt, and all belongings into his magician's ring. However, he did not find any trace of the slender man. His gaze swept across the entire room, revealing no signs of anyone apart from the shattered debris. Yu Yuan furrowed his brow and turned to the conference room. After delivering the final shot to the last night watchman, he had confirmed his worst fears. the leader of the Mahata brothers, the Slender Man, was conspicuously absent, returning to the general manager's office for another search. He still failed to locate any sign of the Slender Man, but in the corner, he noticed a package partially buried in concrete. This package, as Nick had mentioned, belonged to the Mahata brothers. All the items they had seized from the motel were contained within this bag. After storing the package in his magician's ring, Yu Yuan, in a fit of frustration, fired several shots at the ground and muttered a curse. "Damn it. You managed to escape. I'll give you that." With a final reluctant glance at the smoke and flames engulfing the office area, he hastily made his way towards the stairwell. Meanwhile, the explosion and gunfire at the Green Forest Light supermarket indeed drew the attention of all nearby thugs, drifters, scavengers, and survivors, captivated by the commotion and the ever-burning flames. Among them was Hans, who had been searching for the Bloodhand gang and stood atop a high building, gazing at the distant flames. "Boss Hans, that S in the direction of 10th Street. We came from there yesterday," one of his companions explained from behind. "Did we enter that building?" "No. We passed by on a side street." Hans withdrew his gaze and produced a map, detailing the route he had been tracing in pursuit of the marauders. After glancing at the direction of the rising flames and cross-referencing it with the route, he arrived at a decision. Folding the map, he turned to the others and spoke in a low voice. "Let's go check it out." Yes, this was the Green Forest Light supermarket. Just 3 minutes after Yu Yuan's departure, a gaunt figure crept through the window of the general manager's office, his body and face marred by wounds and blood. Yet he appeared indifferent to his injuries. He swiftly approached the corpulent corpse, gazing at the bullet hole in the skull, his eyes betraying a tumult of emotions: hatred, fury, resentment, and sorrow. The sight of his missing backpack intensified the coldness in his gaze. However, these sentiments flickered and were replaced by caution and shrewdness. Mahata understood he must depart this place swiftly. The supermarket was a beacon in the night, soon to be surrounded by swarms of moths and mosquitoes. He needed to escape the encirclement before that happened, especially from the relentless pursuers who had hounded them like rabid dogs for days. Surely intent on seizing this opportunity to investigate. Drawing his pistol from his waist, he dashed towards the stairwell. Upon reaching the corridor, he cautiously peered around the corner. And after confirming the absence of anyone, a flicker of smugness crossed his features. This outcome was anticipated. The commotion he had caused would compel that individual to flee, especially with the nearby riotous prison. Clearly, his adversary had vacated the premises. This was precisely why Mahata had chosen to hide in the 10th district. Lost in thought, Mahata's attention was suddenly drawn by the sound of an engine. Danger! Someone was approaching. Without a moment's hesitation, he raced down the stairwell. However, as he rounded the corner, he felt a sudden tripping sensation beneath his feet, followed by a sharp, resonant sound. What? How could this be? Mahata stared in disbelief toward the source of the noise. His expression one of horror. Without a second thought, he leaped forward, propelling himself down the stairs. Just as he rolled onto the third-floor corridor, a violent explosion erupted at the stairwell's corner. The deafening roar and shrapnel filled the air, and Mahata curled into a protective ball, clutching his head. As the chaos subsided, Mahata sprang to his feet, only to be met by the ominous black muzzle of a gun and a pair of chillingly cold eyes. There was no time for reaction. The gun fired. Blood mingled with the flames and darkness, creating a vivid tapestry of crimson. Mahata's body crumpled heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, a long-awaited mechanical notification echoed in Yu Yuan's ears. Fate card. Yu Yuan disregarded this, swiftly collecting all of Mahata's belongings into the magician's ring, not even sparing his clothing. After meticulously checking every inch, hair, armpits, groin, and calves, he turned and bolted downwards. There was no time to waste. Enemies were approaching. During his hasty retreat, a black armband snagged on a wire, marking the chapter of the Black Shield, where dark currents surged. As the flame motorcycle came to a gradual halt in front of the Green Forest Light supermarket, the air was thick with tension. Hans gazed at the shards of glass scattered beneath his feet and the billowing smoke emanating from the 4th floor, his eyes flickering with a mix of concern and resolve. Other knights soon gathered beside him. 2 stayed behind to guard, while the others hurried inside to assess the situation, aiming to leave before the marauders from the prison and the Black Shield precinct arrived. At Hans's command, the Flame Knights sprang into action. They dispersed, some taking the escalator directly to the 4th floor, while others opted for the stairwell, each fully armed. However, as the marauders reached the 4th floor via the escalator, a sudden explosion caused them to plummet to the ground, lifeless. "Be careful, it's a tripwire," someone cautioned. Hans's gaze hardened, disregarding his subordinates' warnings, and ascended the escalator. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he encountered a throat-slit corpse. Entering the office area, he surveyed the devastation of the explosion and detected a familiar scent that made his brow furrow slightly. "Boss, this is our time bomb. Did other brothers come here?" A flame knight approached Hans, holding a piece of explosive debris. Taking it from him, Hans immediately recognized it as the timing mechanism from the burning fortress bomb, compounded by the distinctive odor in the air. He recalled a previous incident in the 9th District, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Everyone searched thoroughly. This was the work of the same group that attacked Priest Hualuo. Leave no trace unchecked. The Flame Knights, upon hearing this, were visibly taken aback. Then their expressions hardened with murderous intent. "Understood, boss." The search proceeded swiftly, and soon they discovered the body of the corpulent Mahata. Hans hurried over to inspect, noting the bullet hole in his head and the evident signs of ransacking, sensing that their adversary was particularly formidable this time. Cautious, vigilant, and decisive. He paced to the window, the glass shattered by the explosion, affording a clear view of the parking lot of the Green Forest Light supermarket. His attention was drawn to a half-formed bloody handprint at the window's edge. He touched it gently, then suddenly lifted his head. This was just left. A vivid image flashed in his mind of a figure clinging to the window's edge, suspended outside the building, evading enemy searches. "Clever maneuver," Hans murmured. Just then, a report came in about a body found in the stairwell. Upon comparison of characteristics, it was confirmed to be the leader of the Bloodhand gang they had been tracking. Hans made his way to the stairwell, where the acrid scent of recently detonated grenades lingered, and Mahata's blood still flowed, having died just moments before their arrival. "Boss, we have checked the surrounding exits. A body was found at the staff passage exit, but it has been cold for some time. No signs of the enemy have been detected." As one Flame Knight concluded his report, another approached Hans holding an item. "Boss, a discovery," Hans exclaimed, his brow slightly raised. It was astonishingly a badge, still bearing remnants of torn fabric and blood. Recognizing the black shield emblem upon it, Hans immediately identified it as the insignia of the Black Shield Police Department. The blood on the fabric was fresh, staining his fingers a vivid crimson. "Where was it found?" he inquired. "In the corner of the staff passage. Likely snagged on a protruding wire in haste," came the reply. Contemplating the badge, Hans made his way to the parking lot. He produced a whistle from his chest pocket and blew into the air. As the sound echoed, an eagle swiftly descended from the sky, landing on Hans's outstretched arm. He secured a note and the badge to the eagle's leg, then retrieved a piece of jerky from his waist pouch, offering it to the bird with a gentle pat on its head. "Go on, my dear," he urged. With a sharp cry, the eagle took flight, vanishing into the now slightly cool sky. As it disappeared, a manhole cover 100 meters away from the parking lot slowly closed. Yu Yuan, having stowed his binoculars, reflected on the astonishing sight he had just witnessed. He had not anticipated that the whistle could summon such a majestic creature. His thoughts drifted to the pure titanium outdoor whistle he had discovered on the Fire Priest, and enlightenment dawned upon him. Yu Yuan glanced at the tactical panel. Where the term diverting disaster glimmered subtly, a smirk curling his lips. He wondered if they had discovered anything yet, but decided it was best to leave the area. Returning to the sewer, he summoned Mai Mai, and together they dashed towards their hiding place. After Yu Yuan's departure, the individuals in the burning fortress quickly vacated the premises. Yet the atmosphere in the Eastern District grew increasingly tense and tumultuous. In the eastern outskirts, the riot prison, Baku was reporting to Haber about the recent encounter with the notorious Black Lung Victor when a prison guard entered. "Warden, Deputy Warden, a violent explosion occurred an hour ago in Sector 10. Our team has confirmed 12 fatalities, suspected to be members of the marauding organization known as the Blood Hand, led by the Mahata brothers, all of whom have been slain." Haber glanced over, his patience waning. "And what else?" Additionally, there appear to be signs of the Flame Knight's presence at the scene. At this revelation, both Haber and Baku momentarily froze, exchanging a glance before Baku turned to the guard. "Are you certain it was the Flame Knights? What are the details?" The guard promptly replied, "We found numerous traces of motorcycles at the scene. The tire marks indicate a total of approximately 15 to 20 vehicles. Furthermore, there were signs of rummaging and searching at the explosion site. Lastly, we have this." The guard produced a bag from behind him, containing several charred objects. These are remnants of explosives discovered at the scene, consistent with the materials previously provided regarding the burning fortress. Therefore, this explosion, coupled with their presence, may be significantly related to the Burning Fortress. Baku narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing this. The Burning Fortress? Among the supplies that were stolen from us a couple of days ago, there was indeed a batch of explosives. The prison guard paused for a moment, then quickly replied, "Yes, our supplies included 25 bundles of timed explosives." He hesitated for a moment before looking at Baku. "Deputy Warden, do you mean that this explosion was once again orchestrated by that group?" Baku lightly adjusted his glasses, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. "Let us discuss that later. The current priority is to locate those flame knights. I need to ascertain their purpose for being here." "Understood." As the prison guard departed, Haber turned to Baku. "What is going on?" Baku gestured for Haber to remain silent. Recognizing the sign, Haber promptly fell quiet, aware that Baku was deep in thought. Minutes later, Baku's eyes brightened, and he suddenly looked up at Haber. "I comprehend now. No wonder a flame priest appeared unexpectedly during our transaction with the Burning Fortress. It seems that the Flame Knight's presence today is the true objective of the Flame Priest's arrival here." Chapter 64. Conquest of Ka eliminated, Freedom Mode activated. In the hideout of Yu Yuan. After confirming that the security traps set at the sewer ladder exit were safe, Yu Yuan finally returned to his hideout. He immediately removed the gear from Yemye and fed it some fresh grass, which it devoured eagerly, clearly quite hungry. After shedding his armor, he lit some firewood in the fireplace and boiled a pot of water. The time had reached 6:10 a.m. on the 10th day in the Wasteland. He first retrieved resources from the recycling bin, today yielding a bundle of wires and tape, before placing new refuse into the bin and securing the lid. After laying out the spoils from the night's endeavors on the floor, he then stepped into the bathroom for a quick wash. After a night of combat, he was covered in smoke and dust, which turned into black water as he rinsed with shampoo and body wash, flowing down the drain. Upon exiting the bathroom, he felt a significant alleviation of his fatigue, the only downside being the absence of hot water. Nevertheless, Yu Yuan was quite content, and at that moment, the water in the fireplace had boiled. After preparing a packet of soy milk powder and pairing it with biscuits for breakfast, Yu Yuan commenced his serious work. He opened the virtual panel of destiny cards, prompting a notification to appear. Destiny card, rock level conquest card removal successful, destiny points, 1. Detected valuable options for conquest target. Would you like to plunder? Cost, 1 destiny point. 3 blood red options also emerged. Another valuable option. Yu Yuan gazed in astonishment at the luminous screen. The last time he encountered a valuable option was during the elimination of the slaughter card, and the unlocking skill had subsequently proven immensely beneficial. He pondered what choices awaited him this time. 1. An empty room, excellent. 2. Follower token, excellent. 3. Black market entry permit, excellent. As the 3 options materialized, Yu Yuan's gaze fixated on the first choice, causing him to sit up slightly in surprise. An empty room. He felt a surge of delight, quickly dismissing the latter 2 options with a mere glance before decisively selecting the first. Destiny point 1 acquired. Empty room, excellent, with the deduction of his destiny points. A deed materialized in Yu Yuan's hand. Empty room. Quality rock. Description: a safe house can be constructed in locations outside of the hideout. A safe house. At this moment, Yu Yuan could hardly contain his excitement. He immediately entered the warehouse and retrieved the rare item, Stargazing Mirror. The Stargazing Mirror could facilitate the construction of a rare building, provided one had 50,000 survival points in an empty room. Since the empty room enables the creation of a safe house, it meant that the rare building constructed with the Stargazing Mirror could indeed serve as a safe haven. On his virtual screen, he summoned the building requirements for the escape passage of the hideout. Escape key 1, safe house 13, locked door 1. With the safe house secured and the locked door easily obtainable, he merely needed to locate the final item, escape key. Yu Yuan's attention shifted to the pile of resources collected from the Bloodhand Gang. However, just as he was about to inspect the supplies, the Destiny card interface unexpectedly shifted, leaving him slightly bewildered. What was happening? Hadn't he already concluded? He selected a new Destiny gift. Under Yu Yuan's watchful gaze, the wooden box containing the Destiny cards began to tremble, its lid slightly ajar as streams of luminous energy emerged from the void. Flowing into the box, these streams shimmered in 4 colors: gold, silver, bronze, and earth yellow. Once the luminescence faded, the box closed once more. A line of text subsequently appeared on the screen. Slaughter, Lust, Extravagance, and Conquest each lose a card once. The novice tutorial concludes, and free mode commences. Yu Yuan swallowed hard as he read the subtitles on the screen. This meant that the Destiny card tasks he had previously endured were merely in novice tutorial mode? Surely not. The tasks to eliminate the 4 Destiny cards, while relatively straightforward for slaughter, had been harrowing for the others, each one fraught with anxiety and trepidation. To fulfill the tasks, he had navigated between the Black Shield police station, Storm Prison, and the Burning Fortress, employing every conceivable strategy to acquire resources and weaponry. He had either faced off against mutated giant rats or forcefully dismantled the Bloodhand Gang. The outcome now reveals to him that everything prior was merely a novice tutorial task, causing Yu Yuan's heart to flutter with unease. If the novice tutorial is this absurd, what on earth could the so-called free mode entail? Overthinking is futile. Yu Yuan quickly analyzes the potential impacts of the fate cards upon him. Moments ago, 4 colors of radiant light entered the wooden box, indicating that the levels of the fate cards are likely confined to these 4, the lowest being rock, followed by bronze, silver, and gold. Yu Yuan strives to recall the fleeting images of the radiant light that just passed. Fortunately, the gold and silver hues were not predominant. The most prevalent was the earthy yellow, representing the rock card. This realization somewhat alleviated Yu Yuan's anxiety. Now, only 20 days remain before the novice protection period elapses. After this period, he will face an invasion from seasoned players, marking his most significant crisis. Additionally, there looms the perilous Wasteland Battle Royale, a threat that even the top 100 players dread. Although Yu Yuan cannot ascertain the full details of this event, snippets from experienced players reveal its inherent danger, suggesting that once the novice protection period concludes, he will inevitably encounter the Wasteland Battle Royale. These threats compel Yu Yuan to seize every opportunity to enhance his strength. And the aid bestowed by fate is an opportunity he must not overlook, including the rewards for completing the fate cards. With a long exhale, Yu Yuan endeavors to dispel the unease and agitation swirling in his mind. Ultimately, he lights a Marlboro, and under the calming influence of nicotine, his mood begins to stabilize. Mei Mei curiously glances at Yu Yuan, puzzled by his sudden grave demeanor. Yet, Yu Yuan's thoughts return to clarity and composure. He comprehends that the enhancement of the fate cards is indeed a boon for him. The fate gifts he previously acquired and the rewards for completing the fate cards were of rock-level quality. Now, with the elevation of difficulty, he has the potential to receive rewards of a higher caliber. The mere thought of possibly obtaining bronze, silver, or even gold-quality rewards ignites a flicker of anticipation within Yu Yuan. All gifts of fate have already been discreetly tagged with their respective prices. The aphorism of fate cards flashes through his mind. Having chosen to accept fate's offerings, Yu Yuan fully understands the principle of you get what you pay for. With no turning back once the bow is drawn, he resolves to press onward. Contemplating this, Yu Yuan's gaze transforms into one of unwavering sharpness and determination. He now simply hopes for a stroke of good fortune, wishing for a lower-tier fate card to afford him some time to develop. Everything hinges upon the next draw of the fate card. Chapter 65, The Path to Unveiling the Title of Extraordinary Objects and Achievement Rewards. Yu Yuan closes the virtual screen, directing his gaze toward the pile of spoils on the ground, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Due to the pressing nature of time, Yu Yuan was unable to gather a significant amount of supplies. He possessed merely 2 AK-74U rifles, along with several dozen rounds of ammunition, and a Pecan machine gun with over 300 rounds of 7.62x50 4 MMR ammunition. Yet, the mere presence of his machine gun brought Yu Yuan immense joy. He harbored a certain penchant for firearms, perhaps a trait inherent to men. After admiring and fondling it with delight, he meticulously arranged the weapons and ammunition within the warehouse. The warehouse certainly required an upgrade. Gazing at the nearly filled space, brimming with arms and ammunition, Yu Yuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of pride. These were indeed his spoils of war. His gaze then shifted to the backpack he had discovered in the general manager's office, along with the items he had retrieved from the emaciated Mahada. Among them, a small wooden box caught Yu Yuan's attention, measuring approximately 8 centimeters in length, 3 centimeters in width, and less than 2 centimeters in thickness. This box had been found tucked within the pocket of Mahada's undergarments, nestled closest to his chest. The significance of such a treasured item, hidden away by Mahada, could only be speculated upon, perhaps related to the elusive artifacts that the Burning Fortress had long pursued. With a mixture of anticipation and trepidation, Yu Yuan slowly opened the wooden box. Inside lay an unremarkable brass key, accompanied by a room key tag from motel. A key? A cipher? Instantly, Yu Yuan recalled the mention of an escape key within the construction requirements for the escape passage. At the moment he touched the key, an exquisitely melodious yet chilling notification resonated in his ears, sending a shiver through his very soul. Ding! Detected player Yu Yuan, Hideout ID, Fish Abyss. Acquire the artifact escape key, ranking 4968. Hidden conditions triggered. Obtained an artifact ranked 5000. Possess management rights to the hideout. Title Pathfinder activated. Player has not exited the novice protection period. Conditions met. Unlocking artifact long tier title route. Reward 5000 survival points. Congratulations, Yu Yuan. Your hideout has unlocked artifact leaderboard privileges. Acquired title Eye of Insight, rare. Achievement unlocked. Artifact collector, rare. Gained achievement points 500. Information of Yu Yuan's hideout ranking has changed. Unlocking ranking evaluation. Development potential. Risk resistance coefficient. Achievement bonuses. Title scarcity. Current hideout ranking. 8599, up 750 places. Yu Yuan stared at the lines of notifications appearing on the virtual display, his heart racing. His ranking had astonishingly surged by 750 places. He gazed at the seemingly ordinary key in his hand, utterly astonished by its immense power. It was worth noting that since entering the Wasteland, his total ranking increase had been merely 751 places. To think that this singular key had propelled him upward by 750 ranks, it was no longer merely a surprise, but a veritable shock. This is no longer the initial ranking of 10,000. The higher one ascends, the more arduous the journey becomes. With each upward movement in rank, the resources and achievement points required increase exponentially. Taking a series of deep breaths to calm his excited heart, Yu Yuan once again gazed at the luminous screen. He understood that his remarkable advancement was not primarily due to achievement points, as 500 points were hardly sufficient to elevate him by such a significant margin. The crux of the matter lay in the newly unlocked title path of the Oddity Long stage, along with the title of Eye of Insight. The rarity of this title path and its potential enhancement to his hiding place's development surpassed even that of the City Shadow title path. Eagerly, he focused on the newly acquired title, Eye of Insight. Title, Eye of Insight. Quality, rare. Path affiliation, Oddity Long stage. Effect, unlocks spiritual vision, grants mental resistance of 15, and a mental trauma recovery speed of 20. While observing a target creature, there's a probability of discerning its weaknesses. Adds an optimization path for the hiding place facility, crafting table for the Oddity Workshop. Spiritual vision? What is this Oddity Workshop? Yu Yuan contemplated the information displayed on the screen, his gaze profound. Once again, there was an oddity and insight, and now the emergence of spiritual vision and the Oddity Workshop. Instantly, a scene from the Olai's Hotel flickered through his mind. The sacrificial ceremony held by the Aurora Animal Assistance Society at the John K. Zoo. The threat posed by the Aurora Animal Assistance Society had indeed been underestimated. The only silver lining was that the effects of the Eye of Insight title were remarkably potent, providing both mental resistance and recovery speed enhancements. Subsequently, Yu Yuan turned his attention to the recently acquired achievement, Oddity Collector, which also yielded unexpected rewards. A blueprint for crafting a spiritual collector? The achievement, Oddity Collector, not only granted him 500 achievement points, but also rewarded him with an item crafting blueprint. Yu Yuan opened the facility management log of his hiding place. Indeed, a new optimization path for the crafting table facility had appeared, requiring the construction of a level 3 crafting table for optimization. Additionally, the item crafting list featured a glowing red page for the spiritual collector. The red glow indicated that the crafting conditions had not yet been met. Yu Yuan examined the crafting requirements. A level 3 crafting table. 100 milliliters of fresh spiritual creature blood, 100 grams of spiritual creature drops, 2 CPUs, 1 portable electronic device, and 3 white crystals. Purity above 995. Good heavens! Yu Yuan rubbed his forehead. He'd yet to sort out the previous matters. Now, another spiritual creature had emerged. And where was he to find such a creature? After all, he was in Wasteland. However, he soon realized something was amiss, as there were 2 items in the spiritual collector crafting list that were displayed in white. The white status indicated that he already possessed these items, which were 100 grams of spiritual creature drops and a portable electronic device. Upon clicking for further details, Yu Yuan discovered that there were 3 portable electronic devices meeting the criteria: a laptop, a mobile phone, and a positioning watch. The laptop was the one found at the Ol's Hotel. However, there were several mobile phones, all of which satisfied the requirements. The positioning watch surprised Yu Yuan. He had not anticipated that the items bestowed by fate would qualify as crafting materials. Upon seeing the items dropped by the spiritual creatures, a thought emerged in his mind. Indeed, the robe of the flame priest was among the so-called drops from spiritual creatures. Yet, Yu Yuan understood that the key element was the pelt of the flame wolf used to craft the robe. Since the pelt of the flame wolf was a drop from a spiritual creature, it followed that the flame wolf itself was a spiritual being. This realization instantly reminded Yu Yuan of the commotion caused by the mutated giant rat, ranked 8599, in Chapter 66. In the underground mine area, within the mossy hideout, a distortion of space occurred, and Xiao Wu appeared inside. Congratulations, you have successfully invaded the Blood Wolf's hideout. The system announced. Evaluating battle performance. Resources consumed by both sides. Amount of loot obtained, casualty assessment. Invasion results, bronze. Congratulations, the mossy hideout has received a bronze chest. Disregarding the bronze-colored chest before him, Xiao Wu glanced at his injured calf and smirked slightly. He had not anticipated that the Blood Wolf would set jungle traps. Had he not been cautious, he might have fallen victim to it, allowing the creature to escape. However, a smile soon spread across his face, as expected from a player ranked 8478. The resources in this area were indeed bountiful. With this supply of resources, he should be able to elevate his ranking further. Opening the bronze chest revealed a bow. 30 arrows, 5 apples, 3 cans, 5 bottles of water, and a blueprint for a rocket stove. Xiao Wu casually glanced at the rocket stove blueprint before discarding it. It was merely an ordinary kitchen facility, a level 2 apparatus, which had long since become outdated for him. Grabbing an apple, he took a bite and reclined on a sofa upholstered with bear fur, opening the virtual interface to search for his next target. However, in the next moment, as he lay down, his body shot upright, the apple falling to the ground. The virtual interface rapidly transformed, quickly arriving at the hideout rankings page. When he saw the name ranked 8599, an unprecedented light flickered in his eyes. Yu Yuan's hideout. Impossible. To leap over 750 ranks, how could this be? What on earth had transpired for him to ascend so many positions in one fell swoop? Xiao Wu seemed entranced, murmuring softly to himself. His gaze darted back to Yu Yuan's hideout, myriad thoughts racing through his mind, seeking the most fitting explanation. Yet Xiao Wu failed. He could hardly fathom what could propel a novice, merely 10 days into the Wasteland, to an astonishing rank of 8,599. Could be a title path? Yet, the titles accessible to newcomers could not possibly confer such formidable achievements in the Wasteland's brutal survival arena. No, that couldn't be it. He had not yet surpassed the beginner's protection period and thus did not qualify for the golden treasure chests. But then again, that raised the same question. He was still under the novice protection, devoid of any invasion permissions. What on earth could it be? At that moment, Xiao Wu's emotions resembled a swarm of ants incessantly gnawing at him, leaving him restless with anticipation. The fish abyss had long been marked as his quarry, and the unusual series of actions from the other player upon entering the game ignited within Xiao Wu an insatiable desire for exploration and obliteration. His demeanor grew increasingly frenzied and unhinged as he pondered the mystery. What could possibly cause such a dramatic rise in rank for a newcomer? It was maddening. He yearned to uncover the truth. Xiao Wu's eyes were bloodshot, veins protruding from his forehead. Could it be a rare artifact? His gaze involuntarily shifted to the blood-colored pendant resting on his chest, only to be met with a swift shake of his head and a self-deprecating smile. What a joke. The emergence of any artifact would incite a frenzy of violence among marauding forces. Not even players ranked within the top 5,000 would dare to engage, let alone a novice like him. But what could it be? Unable to restrain himself any longer, he opened the chat channel, a wide grin stretching across his face as he hastily typed. Moss Hideout. Fish Abyss, esteemed player, have you perhaps discovered a new title path or acquired rare resources? I would be willing to offer 1,000 survival points for this information. Moss Hideout. Fish Abyss, esteemed player, do you have any inquiries for me? We could share information. Moreover, once your novice protection period ends, others will undoubtedly invade your area. I can offer protection. Moss Hideout. Fish Abyss. Several messages were sent. Yet Xiao Wu received no response. Initially, his expression soured considerably, but he quickly regained his composure, albeit with a darker glint in his eyes. Damn it. This fellow is exceptionally cautious. Since entering the game, he had scarcely spoken. His gaze flickered as he opened his friend list and sent messages to a few individuals. soon receiving their replies. "Yes, master." Seeing their responses, Xiao Wu's laughter resonated within the hideout. What to do? He found himself growing increasingly impatient. Just a little longer. He chuckled to himself, a cacophony of laughter escaping his lips. Inside the fish abyss, it seemed he needed to seek out the mutated giant rat for verification, to ascertain whether it was indeed a sentient being. Yu Yuan shut down the hideout's facility management log and opened the chat channel, eager to gauge the reactions of other players to his remarkable rise in rank. As he anticipated, the significant leap in his ranking ignited a fervor throughout the entire chat channel. Amidst expressions of astonishment, envy, congratulations, jealousy, malicious speculation, and the yearning to become a mere trinket, two female players posed flirtatiously. Yu Yuan merely smiled at these remarks, dismissing the opinions of those who harbored jealousy, malicious intent, or sought to impose moral constraint upon him. Silently, he took note of the player IDs that exhibited such sentiments. However, when he encountered a few particular comments, he paused momentarily, his expression subtly shifting. Moss Cottage, as he observed the suggestion to assist him in countering the player invasion. A smirk of derision crept upon Yu Yuan's lips. Was he genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance? Regarding Moss Cottage, Yu Yuan chose to remain indifferent, as he always did. Yet, he soon noticed several others echoing the sentiments of Moss Cottage, some of whom bore familiar IDs, individuals he had already documented. Just as Yu Yuan was about to close the virtual interface, a new ID caused him to furrow his brow slightly. Bloodwolf S Hideout, Fish Abyss Hideout, indeed. Esteemed one, shall we engage in a resource information exchange? I possess a plethora of tropical fruits. What do you think? Following the message from Bloodwolf S Hideout, the players who had previously supported Moss Cottage began to rally around Bloodwolf as well. This scene appeared entirely ordinary, and Bloodwolf S words were not inherently problematic. However, Yu Yuan was not naive enough to overlook the underlying implications. After a moment of contemplation, he recorded the name of Bloodwolf S Hideout. After observing for a while longer, Yu Yuan closed the chat channel. He recognized that he might be overly cautious and perhaps even paranoid. Yet, he had no other choice. He firmly believed that high-ranking players posed a greater threat than street thugs. If one could not extinguish a threat in its infancy, it was imperative to discern from which direction it originated. Chapter 67, Extraordinary Item Ranking, 4968th Escape Key. Escape Key. Quality, Extraordinary. Ranking, 4968. Description. The creation of this item was serendipitous, yet does not detract from its formidable power. Function. Any door opened with this key will lead to the main guest room of the Northern Wilderness Motel, with a cumulative stay limit of 3 hours per day. Upon exiting the room, one will return to their original position before entering. After constructing an escape passage, the escape key allows for unrestricted travel between safe houses and hideouts. Taboo. Please be mindful of the duration spent in the motel's main guest room. If the allotted time is exceeded without leaving, one will be permanently trapped within the room. Yu Yuan gazed at the unremarkable brass key in his hand, surprise flickering in his eyes. Is this truly an extraordinary item? Before him, the virtual interface displayed an alternative ranking, the extraordinary item ranking. This marked the emergence of a second list, akin to the hideout ranking, with each line presenting the name of an extraordinary item alongside its rank. These extraordinary items encompass a diverse array of categories, leaving Yu Yuan somewhat dazzled. Medicine tools, construction materials, household goods, furniture, weapons, vehicles, and precious items. There's nothing that cannot be found. Any object has the potential to become extraordinary, and once it does, it possesses remarkable abilities. The escape key in Yu Yuan's possession ranks at 4968, placing it among the least esteemed in the hierarchy. The total number of extraordinary items is capped at 5,000, a distinction that sets it apart from the rankings of hiding places. The leaderboard solely displays the names of these extraordinary items, omitting the names of their owners and their specific functions, thus leaving conjecture to the imagination. For instance, a plant named Breathing Green Philodendron leads Yu Yuan to surmise that it likely possesses air-related abilities, such as air purification. As he pondered this, Yu Yuan arrived at the entrance to his hiding place. With the closing of the stainless steel waterproof door, he retrieved the escape key and inserted it into the lock. With a click, the security door swung open, revealing not his hiding place, but a spacious and tidy room, measuring approximately 20 to 30 square meters. The room featured a double bed with 2 nightstands, a double sofa, and a coffee table. A 27-inch LCD television and a wall clock adorned the walls, the clock indicating the time as precisely 9 o'clock. Stepping into the room, the warm-toned lighting cast a cozy ambience. The windows were obscured by white sheer curtains, preventing any view of the outside world, and they could not be drawn aside. The room boasted a private bathroom, complete with a toilet, shower, and sink, along with toiletries such as towels, soap, and shampoo. In this moment, Yu Yuan felt a surreal disconnection, as if the desolate wasteland were merely a fleeting dream. He was still residing in a civilized world. In disbelief, he reached out to touch the duvet of the double bed. It was soft and inviting. Cautiously, he sat on the bed and gradually lay down, enveloped by the thick, white bedding. The scent of freshly laundered and dried linens wafted to his nose, evoking a nostalgic longing. Yu Yuan gazed at the slightly yellowing ceiling, lost in thought. Unbeknownst to him, he had been in the wasteland for 10 days. It felt as if he had been away from civilization for an eternity. Lifting his left hand, he set a 5-minute alarm before closing his eyes. He resolved to think of nothing and do nothing, simply lying there in silence. His mind was a blank slate devoid of thought. Let this be my brief respite, was his final thought. As the alarm rang, Yu Yuan's eyes flew open, and he inhaled deeply, sitting up and tossing the bedding into disarray. Upon entering the restroom, he picked up his toiletries and tossed them into the magician's ring before departing the room. As the door closed behind him, he found himself once again standing before the security door of his hiding place. However, all the toiletries that had been stored within the ring had vanished without a trace. Yu Yuan raised an eyebrow, pondering whether items could indeed be taken away. With a thoughtful demeanor, he inserted the escape key into the security door once more. As the door swung open, he re-entered the main guest room of the motel, only to find that the disheveled bedding had returned to its original state. The entire room appeared as pristine and orderly as it had been upon his initial entry. It seemed that upon leaving the room, everything returned to its previous arrangement. His gaze shifted towards the restroom. What would happen if he were to wash up here? Although he had just bathed, Yu Yuan was unfazed by the prospect of doing so again. He promptly stepped into the restroom. Thus, after a series of tests, he stood once more before the security door of his hiding place, a smile gracing his lips. He had deduced the hidden rules of the room. Aside from that particular taboo, 1. To enter the main guest room of the motel, one must unlock the door with the escape key for the effect to take place. 2. The door serves as a stable two-way passage. Therefore, if someone enters the room before the door closes, they will also enter the main guest room. Furthermore, even if one enters the room early and closes the door, as long as there is someone guarding outside, reopening the main guest room door from within will reveal it to those outside. 3. Once a person leaves the room and shuts the door, all items belonging to the room will revert to their original positions, and any consumed items will be replenished. Conversely, items that do not belong to the room will vanish entirely. 4. The size of the door limits the dimensions of objects that can pass through. Only items small enough to fit through the door may enter the room. With the escape key secured and an unoccupied room at his disposal, plans for constructing a safe house could commence. Once the safe house was built, the creation of an escape route would follow. Yu Yuan swiftly devised a plan in his mind. The first step in constructing the safe house was to build a rare structure known as the Astronomical Observatory of the Celestial Mirror. However, constructing the observatory required 50,000 survival points and an empty room, along with the ability to eliminate a luxury card of no greater quality than bronze. This opportunity was not one Yu Yuan intended to let slip away. He also needed to devise a means to acquire the required survival points. But he still had ample time. Yu Yuan had a target in mind for resources. The 3 keys he had discovered from the enforcer, Freeze, also known as the Bald One. It seemed the moment had come to venture to Block 14 and investigate the situation with Nightingale. His gaze fell upon the Mahata backpack at his feet, filled with anticipation. There lay another loot. He hoped it contained valuable treasures. Chapter 68, Rare Level Optimization Path, Running Generator Room. Generator Level 2 Running Generator Room. Quality, Rare. Belongs to Path, Generator Level 2. Function, Energy 8. Maximum power generation of 6 kilowatt-hours per hour. Maximum energy stored capacity of 100 kilowatt-hours. Room area, 8 square meters. Number of treadmills, 3. Construction requirements, Generator Level 2. Automotive Energy Battery Pack 1. Onboard Charger 3. Motor Controller 3. Motor 3. Roller 3. Running Belt 3. Control Motherboard 3. Control Console 3. Hydraulic Rod 6. Fuse 6. Wire 20, steel 30, insulating tape 5. Construction time, 3 hours. Yu Yuan gazed at the newly added optimization path for the generator. To his surprise, he found such a rare quality optimization path nestled within his backpack. This marked the second time he had encountered a rare level optimization path for a facility. The previous one was the ventilation level 3 optimization path, which made him acutely aware of the value of rare level paths. Elevating the generator's facility level had already been part of Yu Yuan's subsequent plans, as a majority of the facilities he intended to construct in the hideout would rely heavily on electricity for operation, including the level 3 kitchen, level 2 water collector, and level 4 restroom, all of which necessitated power. The level 2 treadmill generator room arrived at a most opportune moment, with the most significant aspect being the storage capacity, which stood at an impressive 100 kilowatt hours. This level of energy storage would enable him to undertake numerous tasks, especially considering that a standard level 2 generator only offers a mere 10 kilowatt hours of storage. This was an irresistible temptation for him. Currently, the level 1 generator had a storage capacity of only 108 kilowatt hours, barely sufficient to satisfy the demands of lighting facilities. However, before proceeding, he needed to upgrade the generator to level 2. Automotive energy battery packs could be sourced from any electric vehicle, and, at that time, the onboard charger and motor controllers could be procured as well. Motors and running belts were also easily attainable, as they were essentially components of treadmills, commonly found in gyms and luxury hotels. Yu Yuan furrowed his brows in contemplation, opening the virtual map in search of resources. After scanning a building in Block 14, he paused momentarily, his eyes lighting up as a spark of inspiration struck him. Having selected the next location for resource gathering, his gaze fell upon a small cylindrical container. This container was discovered within Mahada's backpack, and it was the only item of value among the otherwise trivial assortment of jewelry and precious items. Yu Yuan speculated that the cylindrical container might have been sourced from a motel, though this remained merely conjecture. After all, the rare generator room had been unearthed from this very container, which also held a partial blueprint. He scrutinized the blueprint before him, noting the obscure symbols and lines, his brow furrowing slightly. Despite examining it several times, he gleaned no information, although he instinctively sensed that this blueprint was of significant importance. After fruitless contemplation, he carefully returned the partial blueprint to the cylindrical container, securing it with due diligence. What to be placed alongside rare blueprints is certainly not ordinary. Currently, there is no information available, and perhaps the blueprints are only partially related. Should an opportunity arise in the future to locate the other half of the blueprints, it may lead to some discoveries, albeit this remains merely a fleeting thought for Yu Yuan. Better than nothing, perhaps. After thoroughly digesting all the spoils, Yu Yuan felt a slight wave of fatigue. The testing of the escape key had consumed considerable time, and now it was already 9 a.m. On the 10th day of the Wasteland, gathering his spirits, he approached the dilapidated newsstand, intending to discern any noteworthy events before taking a rest. As expected, today there were only 2 pieces of rock-grade news, yet the content elicited a subtle smile from the corners of Yu Yuan's mouth. District News Section, Quality, Rock Danger Level, Medium. In an exclusive report, the Deputy Warden of the Thug Prison, Baku, returned from a northern wilderness to the Thug Prison at 1:12 a.m. today. He expressed dissatisfaction with the results of the negotiations with the Burning Fortress, although he promptly handed over a backup donor to Black Lung Victor, demonstrating the sincerity of the Thug Prison's collaboration with the Burning Fortress and mourning the demise of the Flame Priest Waluo. He also expressed suspicions regarding the Black Shield Police Department. However, it was evident that Victor did not fully accept his explanation. The murder of Priest Waluo had incited resentment from the Flame Knights towards the Thug Prison, and no traces of the Black Shield Police Department were found at the scene, rendering Baku's assertions unverifiable. Thus, he must devise a means to prove that the Black Shield Police Department was the mastermind behind the attack on Priest Waluo. Unbeknownst to him, Victor had, after his departure, informed the Flame Knights hidden within Green Forest City to investigate the situation of the Black Shield Police Department while pursuing the rat. District News Section, Quality, Rock Danger Level. Low in the early hours of last night, a shocking extermination event occurred at the Green Forest Light Supermarket in Block 10. The Wasteland Marauder Group, the Blood Hand Gang, was attacked, resulting in a fierce exchange of gunfire lasting a full minute. With tremendous firepower and even the deployment of several high-explosive devices for targeted demolition. Ultimately, all members of the Blood Hand Gang were annihilated. The assailants employed exceedingly brutal methods, displaying a ruthless and decisive demeanor. Yet most importantly, they exhibited a level of caution that far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The battle attracted the attention of various factions, including the Burning Fortress, Thug Prison, and the Black Shield Pole in conclusion, due to the swift and resolute response of the Riot Prison. Coupled with the discovery of the armband, it is highly probable that both factions will direct all their animosity towards the Black Shield Police Department. Although this deviates from his earlier speculation of a tripartite conflict marked by a mutual suspicion and chaos, it is not entirely in vain. However, Yu Yuan still harbored concerns. Following the assassination of the Flame Priest, a rift had undeniably formed between the Riot Prison and the Burning Fortress, particularly among the lower-tier rioters. And this divide would not be easily mended. This was evident from the attitudes of the Flame Knights in the Burning Fortress towards the Riot Prison, as reported in the news. Even if the leader of the Burning Fortress were to collaborate with the Riot Prison once more, the execution would ultimately rest in the hands of the Flame Knights. And as long as there exists a rift and suspicion between them, the outcome remains uncertain. Yu Yuan meticulously documented all his thoughts, then closed the virtual screen and reclined on his single bed. Stretching wearily, he felt a pang of regret that the newsstand had not refreshed with any additional intelligence items that day, resolving to check again later. He hoped for a chance to draw a bronze-quality, luxury card next time, which would enable him to construct the starry observatory, along with a generator, a nightingale, and mutated giant rats. With visions of his future hideout lingering in his mind, Yu Yuan finally succumbed to a deep slumber after a night of toil. Chapter 69. The Frenzied Planning Slot, The Collapse of Yu Yuan. When Yu Yuan awoke once more, he felt an unparalleled sense of ease and vitality coursing through him. After stretching comfortably, he glanced at the clock, only to realize it was already 4 p.m. He quickly rose to freshen up, heating a can of sardines and some high-energy goat milk, all the while checking the virtual screen. During his brief respite, another player had fallen victim to an invasion and was slain by others, a routine occurrence he had grown accustomed to. After a cursory browse of the Tao Tao cave, yielding no worthwhile purchases, he navigated to the Fate card page. It was time to discern any changes in the Fate cards under free mode. However, the page appeared unchanged, still presenting the familiar selection of proverbs and the three-choice Fate bestowal segment. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Yuan dismissed any further speculation. Understanding that what was meant to come would eventually arrive, he would focus on this round's Fate bestowals instead. This time, the 3 Fate gifts were rather intriguing. 1. Frenzied Planting Slot. Function significantly accelerates the growth rate of plants in the planting slot, with a chance to yield optimized varieties, provided that adequate moisture and nutrients are supplied. 2. Occasionally interfering headphones. Function continuously plays soothing music for the mind but may occasionally pick up stray conversations, possibly revealing other secrets. 3. Fashionable Shoe Cabinet. Function produces a pair of shoes that fit daily, with a chance of high-quality footwear. Honesty compelled Yu Yuan to admit that he was particularly drawn to the second option. He sensed that the stray conversations he might overhear could unveil hidden secrets, a hunch that resonated deeply within him. However, the enticing prospect of the eccentric planting trough stirred something within him. He was currently in dire need of dietary fiber and a variety of vitamins, though he had recently procured some fruits listed by other players through the trading platform. As a seasoned survival enthusiast with a severe penchant for collecting and hoarding, this unpredictable and precarious mode of existence left him feeling utterly insecure. He had long contemplated the idea of cultivating his own produce, a notion that had delighted him immensely when he discovered that the resource recycling bins could be transformed into fertilizers and nutrient solutions. Now, this wild planting trough seemed like a serendipitous solution to his dilemma. After a brief moment of contemplation, and considering that he already possessed a dilapidated newspaper rack, which diminished his urgent need for intelligence, Yu Yuan decisively opted for the eccentric planting trough. Instantly, a rectangular carbonized solid wood planting trough measuring 120 by 50 by 50 centimeters materialized in the corner. Simultaneously, the Fate card wooden box completed its rattle. But when Yu Yuan discerned the name of the Fate card he had drawn, his lips involuntarily twitched. Silently, he cried out in despair. What a calamity! Why is it this one again? Why not the opulent bronze card instead? This time, the Fate card is Indulgence. Indulgence card, rock grade quality. The player must indulge in primal desires at least once within 2 days, or face death. Slapping his forehead with a resounding thud, Yu Yuan sighed heavily. He glanced at the sheepishly observing Mia, quickly averting his gaze. Damn it, are they intent on my demise? Yu Yuan swore he would have preferred to draw a Conquest card or an Opulence card. After all, those two cards either consumed resources or involved combat, which he did not mind. But the Indulgence card was an entirely different matter. It was pure torment. Rubbing his slightly throbbing temples, he realized that dwelling on it was futile. He needed to strategize on how to complete the task instead. The same objective could not be indulged in twice. Although he had no intention of doing anything with Mia, this reminder served to alert Yu Yuan. Fortunately, he was no longer the naive newcomer who had first entered the Wasteland, completely oblivious to the perils of Green Forest City. He took his last bite of sardines and downed the high-energy goat milk in one gulp. He was set to venture into Block 14 tonight. It seemed imperative to investigate that nightingale, as the task for the Indulgence card hinged upon it. Just as he made this decision, a mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Congratulations, after 7 consecutive days of consuming high-energy goat milk, you have acquired the abundant kidney chi buff, stamina 15, and gained a slight resistance to cold. While this was initially a cause for celebration, Yu Yuan nearly choked on his own blood. Of all times to announce this, at 8:11 p.m., at the intersection of Golden Fragrance Orchid Avenue and Waterside Street in Block 14, outside the Land Hotel, Yu Yuan cautiously lifted the manhole cover and peered outside. The night was dark and the wind howled, casting a shadowy veil over the street. The remnants of the Wasteland war vehicles, destroyed by the prison riots just days prior, were still visible, along with the scars of battle. It appears that all is secure. At this very sewer entrance, where Yu Yuan once pilfered a corpse, the lifeless bodies of the thugs have vanished without a trace. It remains uncertain whether the Black Shield Police Department removed them, or if they were swept away by the torrential rain during the typhoon's landfall. Yu Yuan is indifferent to these matters. After confirming that the coast is clear, he swiftly ascends to the street, stealthily making his way towards the Land Hotel under the cover of darkness. 6 or 7 days have elapsed since the last confrontation, and following the extensive search conducted by the Black Shield Police and the subsequent cleansing brought by the typhoon, this place is remarkably safe. No one would venture here in search of supplies. Additionally, it is plausible that the Land Hotel has already been ransacked by countless vagrants, scavengers, and survivors. Yu Yuan had anticipated this, yet his purpose for coming here extends beyond mere ordinary supplies. He seeks a vehicle and a treadmill. Upon entering the hotel, Yu Yuan quickly locates the stairwell and proceeds down to the underground parking garage. A glass wall separates the stairwell from the parking area, though it has long been shattered. Cautiously, he navigates the scattered shards of glass and enters the parking lot. While he does not suspect any imminent danger, he crouches in a corner, listening intently until he confirms after 2 minutes that all is well. Only then does he feel a slight sense of relief. He switches on his flashlight, revealing an exceedingly chaotic scene. Cars lie overturned, others are crumpled in collisions, and some have crashed directly into the support pillars of the parking structure. Human remains are also present, yet devoid of flesh and blood. The air is thick with a stench of decay, faint yet unmistakable, all of which attest to the tragedies that transpired when the Wasteland descended. Yu Yuan first establishes a makeshift barrier at the stairwell entrance using the broken glass. He then strides purposefully through the wreckage of vehicles, his flashlight sweeping between them as he searches for his objective. Soon, he arrives at a cluster of cars that have sustained minor scrapes. Their windows are shattered, and the interiors have been completely looted. After surveying these vehicles, a look of delight crosses Yu Yuan's face. These are precisely what he needs. Without hesitation, he retrieves the dismantling tools he had meticulously prepared from the magician's ring and commences the task of disassembling the cars. Chapter 70, Dismantling Automobile Components, A Joyous Requiem. Yu Yuan is not particularly skilled in automobile disassembly, yet he enjoys watching second-hand car inspection and acquisition videos, thus possessing some fundamental understanding of their structure. Consequently, after some trial and error, he manages to disassemble one vehicle, successfully acquiring a complete energy battery pack after 5 arduous hours. This is largely thanks to the Tao Hole's upload feature, which allows him to avoid the cumbersome task of transporting heavy or bulky components. He merely needs to disconnect them from their structures to upload them directly to the Tao Hole. This expedites the process significantly, conserving both Yu Yuan's time and energy. With the hard-earned automobile energy battery pack successfully uploaded to the Tao Hole, Yu Yuan exhales a long sigh of relief. Tonight, he dedicated himself to this singular task, which was undoubtedly worthwhile. The automotive energy battery pack represented the essential material for constructing the rare facility known as the treadmill generator room. Furthermore, it was the crucial factor enabling the generator room to store 100 kilowatt-hours of electricity. Thus, spending several hours on this endeavor was far from a loss. Subsequently, he disassembled additional onboard chargers and motor controllers from other vehicles. By the time he completed all these tasks, it was nearly 4 in the morning, and dawn was not far off. After tidying up his tools, he departed from the land hotel and re-entered the sewer, making his way towards the opera house where the vagrant organization, the Nightingales, resided. The opera house and the land hotel were in close proximity, both situated on Golden Orchid Avenue. He speculated that Baldy Fries at that moment likely walked from Riverside Street towards Golden Orchid Avenue with the intention of heading to the opera house. Before long, he arrived near the opera house and lifted the manhole cover to gaze upon it. Indeed, he discerned that this place was unlike any other. While darkness shrouded other areas of the night, fearful of revealing even the slightest light, the building here emanated a faint glow. Goodness, something is amiss, he mused. Who could claim that this was unrelated to the forces of thuggery? He would never believe such a thing. He retrieved his binoculars to observe the situation around the building. And suddenly his gaze sharpened as he spotted a figure emerging from the opera house. The individual furtively glanced around before swiftly slipping into the shadows, heading toward the side street. Was this a vagrant? A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. He promptly shut the manhole cover, descended the ladder with agility, summoned his companion, Mai, and leaped on her back. Quickly, Mai, let us go forward. With Mai setting off, he summoned the virtual map, swiftly bringing up the street layout in the direction the vagrant had departed and the location of the manhole cover. Calculating the route, as he gently squeezed Mai's abdomen with his right leg. Mai, turn right. Mai immediately complied, veering at the next corner. A minute later, he arrived at a manhole cover, swiftly equipping himself and Mai. After climbing the ladder, he twisted the inner rotation bolt to unlock the cover. As he slowly lifted the manhole cover, he spotted the figure, now only a few meters away, stealthily moving along the edge of the road towards an adjacent street. Exercising great caution, observing this, he jumped down the ladder once more, called for Mai, and continued in the direction the vagrant was heading. Finally, when he opened the manhole cover again, he saw the vagrant approaching within a mere 10 meters, moving with utmost care. He held his breath, remaining still in anticipation. As the vagrant drew within 2 meters of the manhole, he abruptly flung the cover aside, propelled himself upward with powerful legs, and emerged from the sewer. In the face of the vagrant's astonishment and bewilderment, he seized the collar of his garment and, with a gentle tug, dragged him toward the entrance of the sewer. Subsequently, with great force, he lifted the vagrant, and under the influence of the enchanting aura, the vagrant felt no different from a mere chick in his grasp. As he descended, the lower half of the vagrant was already wedged into the well's mouth. At that moment, the vagrant finally reacted, one hand clinging to the well cover while the other produced a dagger from an unknown source, shouting angrily as he lunged towards Yuan. However, before the dagger could find its mark, a massive hand struck forth. With a resounding slap, the vagrant felt a numbing sensation engulf half of his face before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Seeing the vagrant rendered senseless, Yuan unceremoniously tossed him into the sewer, swiftly seized the dagger, and deftly slipped inside, subsequently sealing the well cover. The entire sequence transpired in mere seconds, executed with precision and decisiveness. The street fell into a profound silence once more. Summoning the enchanting aura, Yuan tossed the man onto its back and set off in the direction of Jinxie Anglin Avenue. With 3 sharp slaps, the vagrant slowly regained consciousness. Observing the lingering confusion in his eyes, Yuan picked up the dagger and plunged it into his thigh. A piercing scream echoed through the sewer. Awake now? Yuan's indifferent voice broke the silence as he slowly twisted the dagger in his grip, causing the vagrant's face to drain of color. Spare me, brother, the vagrant pleaded, his speech somewhat muffled by the swelling on his face. Yet his gaze towards Yuan was filled with terror. Yuan released his grip and regarded him. You answer my questions clearly. Understood? Crystal clear. Where did you just come from? From Nightingale. I just came from Nightingale. Oh, the opera house. Good. I appreciate those who cooperate. Now, tell me, what does Nightingale do? Upon hearing this, the man instantly comprehended Yuan's intentions and felt a wave of despair wash over him. He lamented his misfortune, realizing that being targeted by Nightingale meant he would suffer for it. What a cruel twist of fate. There would be no hesitation. Yuan demanded answers, and the vagrant complied. even offering information Yu Yuan had not anticipated. Yet, the man had only visited Nightingale a handful of times, so his knowledge was limited. After extracting the necessary information, Yu Yuan did not linger and swiftly granted the vagrant a merciful end. Yu Yuan also gleaned a general understanding of Nightingale's operations. As Carmen had indicated, Nightingale was indeed a vagrant organization tacitly condoned by the Black Shield Police Department, a fact known to all vagrant organizations. Consequently, no one dared to disturb Nightingale, fully aware that powerful figures from the Black Shield Police stood behind it. This very reason rendered Nightingale a unique entity. During the day, the 14th District belonged to the Black Shield Police, while at night, it was under the dominion of Nightingale. Nightingale opened its doors only from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m., transforming into a sanctuary of joy for the entire East City, a haven for vagrants, scavengers, and marauders, providing safe passage for all. Once inside Nightingale, safety was assured, with the organization taking full responsibility. Any troublemakers faced immediate execution. Within this establishment, an extensive array of goods awaits, catering to individuals of all ages and genders, each possessing distinct temperaments and styles, freely available for selection. One can revel in the pleasures offered here. However, it is imperative to possess ample resources to indulge in these services. The various levels of gratification, be it violence, release, or punishment, naturally correspond to differing prices. The Nightingale is quite intriguing indeed. Yu Yuan has developed an interest in the Nightingale. This opportunity to eliminate the Indulgence card now seems promising. However, the Nightingale closes its doors promptly at 5 a.m. each day, necessitating that all patrons vacate before this hour, which explains the urgency displayed by previous patrons to depart. While the establishment ensures safety within its confines, once patrons leave, their fates become inconsequential to anyone. Nonetheless, no one dares to harm those exiting the Nightingale. It is well understood that individuals departing from such a place carry no resources with them. Time is insufficient today, but tomorrow night offers a chance to explore the situation, potentially eliminating the Indulgence card while also seeking intelligence regarding Free's safe house. Yu Yuan remains fixated on the 3 keys left by the bald Freeze. The connection between the Nightingale and Freeze intrigues him, and he feels compelled to investigate. Most crucially, he suspects that the individual lurking behind the Nightingale may not be Freeze, but rather his brother, Loris. Just as Loris seeks revenge for his brother's death, should an opportunity arise, Yu Yuan would gladly facilitate their reunion. After all, a family should ideally be together. Chapter 71. Insight into Intelligence Cards. On the 11th day in the Wasteland, Yu Yuan finds refuge. He meticulously stores away resources such as automotive energy batteries, in-car chargers, and motor controllers gathered from the scavenging site. Although he has only acquired these items after a night of labor, he feels quite satisfied. He has successfully procured the most challenging materials necessary to construct the rare-level treadmill generator room. Now, he merely needs to gather the treadmill components and wiring to optimize and upgrade it. However, before proceeding, he must elevate the generator from level 1 to level 2, a prerequisite for optimization. The upgrade materials have long been collected, and without hesitation, Yu Yuan initiates the upgrade process, which will take 30 minutes. Casting a glance at the generator enveloped in a green luminescence, Yu Yuan approaches the old newspaper stand. The new day's newspapers have arrived, revealing yet another piece of additional intelligence. Insight into Intelligence Cards. Quality Rock. Function, upon use, grants insight perception for 30 minutes, allowing one to observe subtle traces and increasing the probability of discovering traps, mechanisms, and secret facilities. Survival points cost 500. Having previously experienced the effects of Intelligence Cards, Yu Yuan promptly purchases it, and the Insight card is subsequently placed into the slot of the Book of Fate. The Insight card should be particularly suited for exploration in specific scenarios. Yu Yuan muses as he contemplates its potential applications. Though both are Intelligence cards, to Yu Yen, the Insight card resembles a skill more closely. Picking up today's newspaper, he was momentarily taken aback by the presence of 3 clearly printed headlines. It was indeed a rarity for him. He had previously encountered only 1 or 2 news items. Could this be a change in the free mode? His gaze shifted to the content of the news, and the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by contemplation. Neighborhood Life News. Quality Rock. Danger level low. Following the recent assault by Sorda, Officer Carmen of the Black Shield Police Department began discreetly monitoring Commander Loris's movements. After several days of surveillance, He confirmed that Loris would visit Philin Avenue in Block 6 every night before 2 a.m. This discovery thrilled Carmen, as he recalled having seen Freeze in that area previously. Could it be that Freeze's safe house was located in Block 6? After Freeze's death, Loris had been frequenting Block 6 daily. Damn it. Why do I grow increasingly fearful of him? Perhaps it is time to seek out the hyena. Neighborhood Life News. Quality Rock. Danger level low. Ching Ching from Block 14 was engulfed in fear, having been dominated by terror for several days. This was not only due to her accidental glimpse of something she should not have seen, but more critically, one of her important clients had not visited her for more than half a month. If this continued, she would face elimination. Nick, where have you gone? If you do not return soon, I shall perish. What to do? Damn Nina, leveraging her assets to lure away several of my clients. Neighborhood News Section. The Aurora Animal Assistance Association in Block 11 was spied upon by an unknown individual 3 days ago, prompting a thorough search in Block 11. As a result, a body of a slain vagrant, arranged in a heavily ceremonial manner, was discovered at 78 Sproul Street. Missionary Miller was greatly impressed by the ritualistic and solemn nature of the body. He regarded it as an extraordinary work of art. The creator of this piece is truly a genius. I see an intense spiritual brilliance in him. He is a natural saint, and I must find him. He shall surely become my pupil. As Yu Yin perused the 3 news reports, his emotions varied. Naturally, his primary concern was the matter of Freeze's safe house, which he had initially believed to be located with Nightingale. However, Carmen speculated it to be in Block 6. Yet, Block 6 indeed held significant potential. It bordered Block 1, and vagrants and scavengers dared not approach that area, making it suitable for a safe house. The specific location, however, remained unknown, and this was merely Carmen's conjecture. This posed a troublesome dilemma, and Yu Yin resolved to await further intelligence. He located the position of Feline Avenue on the virtual map and marked it deliberately. It turned out to be the very thoroughfare where the Green Forest Financial Center Tower stood. Furthermore, he could not overlook the clues pertaining to Nightingale. Since Nightingale continued to operate after Freeze's demise, Yu Yuan firmly believed that the situation surrounding Nightingale was far from simple. The likelihood of Freeze having a safe house for Nightingale remained high, especially considering he frequently stayed there overnight. His gaze drifted to the newspaper, where he noticed a headline about Ching Ching, his eyes narrowing slightly. He had stumbled upon something he ought not to have seen. Perhaps Ching Ching could serve as an excellent breakthrough. As for the final piece of news, he tapped on the newspaper, his lips pursed. The Aurora Animal Assistance sweep in Block 11 would undoubtedly pose a threat to Marcel, and Yu Yuan's claim of not being concerned was a mere facade. It was not that he held a profound interest in Marcel, but rather he had invested a considerable amount of resources into it, albeit reluctantly, to fulfill the task of the luxurious card. Nevertheless, he harbored a flicker of hope for Marcel. If they were to develop some special tools, it would yield tremendous profit. Yet, worrying about the situation now seemed somewhat superfluous. The Aurora Animal Assistance would have already conducted their sweep, and he could not risk venturing out to investigate. The last encounter with the massive raven and the priest conducting the sacrificial ceremony had left Yu Yuan under considerable pressure, until he felt confident. He had no intention of provoking the Aurora Animal Assistance again. Moreover, Marcel's survival in Block 11 for such an extended period suggested that she must possess some means of coping. For now, he could only place his trust in her. He hoped she would take care of herself. After organizing today's newspaper along with previous editions, he approached the fireplace, enjoying the reheated meal while opening the Tao Dao cave to scout for deals. To his surprise, an item on the trading homepage caught his attention, a mobile phone charger, priced at 500 survival points. Yu Yuan frowned slightly. He had previously searched for a mobile phone charger, filled with curiosity about the contents of the phone he had found in the safe. However, every charger he encountered was either severed or had a bent plug. None were intact, which was quite frustrating. Despite having found several phones, he had yet to come across a single usable charger. Just as he was about to purchase it, he suddenly recalled that the crafting station might allow him to create wires, circuit boards, and sockets. He had not checked recently, and there might just be a charger available. He promptly approached the crafting station to examine the crafting list, and soon his eyes lit up. Indeed, there it was. Chapter 72. The Secret Intelligence of the Aurora Animal Assistance. Mobile phone charger. Crafting requirements: 1 damaged charger head, 2 power cables, 2 fuses, 1 primary filter capacitor. Crafting time: 5 minutes. He had all these materials. Yu Yuan immediately opted to craft, watching as the crafting list displayed the words, "In progress." He could not help but chuckle. As the old saying goes, saving is akin to earning. In the days leading up to his entry into the Wasteland, he diligently amassed a considerable collection of electronic refuse, particularly during his time at the Waterworks Center, where he predominantly gathered such materials. With the acquisition of the Magician's Ring, his once essential backpack for combat readiness was relegated to a mere vessel for storing these assorted trinkets. The bag brimmed with miscellaneous items, an eclectic assortment, truly. Even Yu Yuan had only a vague awareness of what he possessed. To his astonishment, this collection unexpectedly saved him 500 survival points. He felt an overwhelming sense of clarity, an invigoration coursing through him. The joy he experienced was unlike the exhilaration derived from combat spoils. It was akin to the delight of a collector, gathering odds and ends solely for the sake of preparation. These discarded materials, which he had begun to forget, resurfaced at a pivotal moment, offering him unexpected solutions and a profound sense of accomplishment. This sensation was utterly enchanting, as the phone charger was completed and manifested on the crafting table. The Level 2 generator also underwent an upgrade, enhancing both its power output and storage capacity. Several outlets appeared on the walls of his hideout. Yu Yuan retrieved the phone he had discovered in the safe at the Olai's Hotel and plugged it into the charger, initiating the charging process. Watching the charging icon illuminate the screen, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Soon, he would uncover the contents of the phone. Yu Yuan awoke at 4 p.m. After a quick wash, he found the phone fully charged. Having purchased some grass from Taodao Cave to feed Mia, he settled into the boss's chair with a packet of biscuits. The phone had powered on without a lock screen, and with a simple swipe, he accessed it effortlessly. The home screen displayed only one application. Upon opening it, he discovered 3 segments of video content that had been automatically downloaded. Clearly, this phone had been intentionally left behind by its owner to retain pertinent information. Yu Yuan clicked on the first video. The sounds of hurried breathing, running footsteps, and distant alarms emanated from the device. As he paused to eat a biscuit, Mia also ceased her munching, gazing curiously in his direction. The video continued, and with the sound of a door slamming shut, a middle-aged man, drenched in sweat, appeared on the screen. He appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, with a somewhat gaunt face that exuded a sense of capability. The man struggled to catch his breath, occasionally succumbing to a fit of coughing, his eyes betraying a hint of panic while he maintained composure. "I am Ninja. Listen closely. It has become evident that we were all mistaken. The situation at the John-Kazoo is far more dire than we had anticipated." The urgent voice reverberated within the hideout, prompting Yu Yuan to sit up straighter, his eyes narrowing. What is being conducted at John-Ku is not merely animal experimentation. It can be said that animal experimentation serves merely as a preliminary endeavor. Their true project is a spiritual plan with the objective of targeting humanity. They're utilizing the homeless and destitute from the streets, even enticing volunteers with monetary incentives for these living experiments. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire interrupted Ning's discourse, causing a brief pause in his words. "I just witnessed the subject being injected with some serum. After the injection, his physique grotesquely expanded, transforming into a creature that was neither human nor beast, with deformed bones and cracked skin, truly terrifying. In the end, that individual went mad and, unable to be controlled, was physically eliminated by the security forces using heavy firepower. They have discovered my whereabouts. The fact that you're viewing this video indicates that you have found the key I concealed, though I'm unaware of your identity. Upon viewing this footage, please immediately contact the Animal Qualification Review Committee to report this matter. Furthermore, do not reach out to the Green Forest Police Department. I suspect that individuals from the Aurora Animal Assistance Society are infiltrating the department. The entire Green Forest city is perilous. Exercise utmost caution regarding the Black Sun." With a sharp explosion, the screen went dark. 2 seconds later, the video automatically transitioned to the next sequence, which was precisely the human experimentation footage Ning had mentioned. It appeared that he had secretly filmed this from a hidden location, the angle quite narrow and slightly shaky. Yet, the process of the experiment was captured with remarkable clarity. A homeless man, clad in a white laboratory suit, lay upon the bed of an experimental chamber, a syringe inserted into his carotid artery, with a pale blue liquid slowly being administered into his body. After a minute, the previously comatose man began to convulse violently. With each tremor, the stainless steel bed, firmly anchored to the ground, yielded to the pressure, forming numerous indentations. Outside the experimental chamber, A dozen personnel dressed in white lab coats operated various instruments with haste, while 3 individuals in black robes, adorned with the emblem of the black sun on their chests and backs, quietly observed the changes occurring within the chamber. Surrounding them were scores of heavily armed security forces, their equipment so advanced that it left Yuan in awe, surpassing even that of the Black Shield Police Department. Within the experimental chamber, as the homeless man's body convulsed violently, it seemed as though a monster sought to burst forth from within him. Bulges appeared on his body, moving rapidly across his form, until cracks began to form in his skin, threatening to rupture. At last, before the eyes of all present, the man's body began to swell rapidly, transforming from a frail figure into one grotesquely inflated, with white bone spurs protruding from his elbows and knees, remarkably horrific. With a sudden crash, the now monstrous homeless man slammed against the glass of the experimental chamber, creating a massive, spiderweb-like crack that astonished the onlookers. The 3 figures in black robes stepped back cautiously, one gesturing backward. The security forces immediately advanced, shielding the robed figures behind them. Experiment No. 17 has gone out of control. The experiment has failed and is irreversible. Execute the elimination plan with the announcement of a laboratory technician. The glass of the experimental chamber shattered in an instant. Simultaneously, dozens of security personnel opened fire. When the gunfire ceased, the monstrous figure lay prostrate on the ground, subsequently reverting to its previous form as a homeless man, though his body had already been reduced to a viscous pulp. The second video concluded, and 2 seconds later, the third video commenced. This scene appeared to unfold within a containment area, where numerous alloy and electric grid enclosures housed a variety of creatures: crows, brown bears, king cobras, and chimpanzees, all of which were conspicuously larger than their normal counterparts and exhibited various degrees of mutation. For instance, the brown bear's fur had hardened, resembling a suit of armor, exuding an air of formidable resilience. The eyes of one crow were strikingly bright, and Yu Yuan instantly recognized it as the very crow that had attacked him 2 nights prior at the Olai's hotel. Although in the video, the creature's size was not as colossal as it had been that night. As the 3 videos concluded, Yu Yuan's gaze grew somber. The spiritual project involving human experimentation and mutated beings revealed the true strength of the Aurora Animal Assistance Society. Chapter 73. Collecting Rare Resources, Premium Wool. Yu Yuan had not anticipated encountering references to spiritual matters again so soon. Nor could he have foreseen the extent to which the Aurora Animal Assistance Society had advanced their experiments with mutated organisms. The diversity of these mutated beings was astounding, and the mutated giant rat from the sewer could not even be classified as one of their creations. It was merely a byproduct of an accident. The troubling reality was that he was currently incapable of dispatching even the mutated rat. This left him feeling somewhat despondent. He now understood why he had suddenly achieved the echoes of history accomplishment after viewing that assessment report. The Aurora Animal Assistance Society was likely the most deeply concealed boss in the eastern district of Lucian City. As for Ning's situation, that was beyond Yu Yuan's concern. Another matter that intrigued Yu Yuan was Ning's final statement in the video. If the Aurora Animal Assistance Society had indeed infiltrated the police department prior to the arrival of the Wasteland, the current coexistence of the 2 entities signified a relationship that transcended mere collaboration between factions. It was highly probable that the Black Shield Police Department was merely a facade for the Aurora Animal Assistance Society. If that were the case, the Thug Prison would become all the more intriguing. Their eagerness to dominate the eastern district of Lucian City raised the question of whether they were aware of who the true overlord of the East really was. Furthermore, the recent battles between the Black Shield Police Department and the Thug Prison had resulted in significant losses for the former. Would the Aurora Animal Assistance Society intervene directly? These scenarios were fraught with uncertainty. Oh, and regarding the burning fortress, their relentless pursuit of the Bloodhand Gang indicated their awareness of the escape key's value. Additionally, the escape route blueprints dropped by the Flame Priest were intrinsically linked to the escape key. With both of these critical items now lost, all suspicion pointed towards the Black Shield Police Department. Yet among the Flame Knights, there were evidently individuals who harbored an even greater animosity towards the Thug Prison. What choices will they make? Each possibility flashed through Yu Yuan's mind as he pondered the potential for his own growth amidst the conflict among the factions. After a long while, he let out a deep sigh and leaned back in his chair. The information available was still too scant. Much of it consisted of ambiguous conjectures that could not be relied upon. In light of this, it would be prudent to observe the situation as it unfolds. Ultimately, what matters most is strength and intelligence. Fortunately, from the current circumstances, Carmen has not disclosed my existence, and the three major factions remain unaware of my presence. This is my greatest asset. Yu Yuan's mind was remarkably clear. One must be strong to forge iron. Regardless of his schemes, if he lacks strength, he cannot seize opportunities that lie before him. After charging a laptop belonging to Ninja, Yu Yuan prepared to set off. Tonight, he had to visit the Nightingale, as it marked the last evening to eliminate the Indulgence card. However, before that, he needed to gather all the materials required to construct the running generator room. Presently, insufficient power reserves had become the primary constraint on upgrading his hideout. The previous lack of choice could be overlooked. But now that the optimized blueprints were laid out before him, he must collect all the necessary materials today to finalize the generator's optimization by tomorrow. Entering the warehouse, he packed the funds needed for the evening into the magician's ring. This time, he chose not to don the enforcer's attire, opting instead for a simple outfit befitting a commoner. Just as he prepared to leave the hideout with Mia, he noticed the thick wool covering Mia's body and paused momentarily. A sudden realization struck him, and he smacked his forehead in frustration. How could he have forgotten that Mia produces high-quality wool every 7 days? Today marked the 11th day since entering the Wasteland, and he could have harvested the wool yesterday, yet he had completely overlooked it. However, now he faced a dilemma. He had not sheared the sheep at all. How was he supposed to manage this? Yu Yuan retrieved a pair of scissors, glancing at Mia's tilted head with a furrowed brow. He vaguely recalled having seen a video in which a sheep was laid down, and with a swift motion of clippers, the wool fell away in a single piece. Perhaps scissors would work as well. As he reminisced, he gestured with the scissors near Mia. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth, tossed Mia a bundle of grass, and began shearing from the tail. Whether it would succeed or not, he decided to try first. Mia showed no particular reaction to Yu Yuan's actions, merely casting a curious glance before continuing to munch on the grass. Meanwhile, Yu Yuan was already sweating profusely. It must be said, Mia, as a rare creature, possessed exquisite wool. Even unkempt and having carried Yu Yuan around during this time, it remained clean and silky, with a hint of golden sheen under close inspection. The fibers were delicate and soft, approximately 15 centimeters in length, naturally wavy and curly, and when grasped, one could feel its fluffiness, warmth, and resilient elasticity. As Yu Yuan commenced his task, his movements were rather clumsy. However, with each snip of the scissors, he gradually grasped the technique, his speed increasing. The wool, resembling a grand coat, slowly peeled away from the bleeding sheep. An hour later, after the final cut, Yu Yuan let out a long sigh of relief as he gazed at the hefty bundle of wool in his hands. He had finally completed the task. The sheep, now devoid of its fleece, appeared significantly slimmer, its body stripped bare, and with some patches unevenly shorn, it had transformed from a beautiful creature into an unsightly sight. The sheep, evidently aware of the change, first lowered its head to inspect its front hooves, then turned to examine its body. Subsequently, it ceased grazing and simply stared at Yu Yuan in a daze. Bah! Yu Yuan's lips twitched, and his expression became somewhat awkward. He pointed at the wool strewn across the ground and the scissors in his hand, managing a sheepish smile. Well, the scissors were a bit unwieldy this time. Next time, I'll find an electric clipper. Don't worry. I'll be fine. 2 seconds later, the sheep finally returned to nibbling on the grass, albeit turning its rear towards him, clearly not wishing to face Yu Yuan for the time being. He chuckled awkwardly to himself. Indeed, he needed to procure a clipper next time, as the scissors were indeed cumbersome. This particular sheep could yield an impressive 20 kilograms of high-quality wool every 7 days, a substantial quantity, indeed. Furthermore, given the excellent quality of the wool, Yu Yuan meticulously gathered the scattered fibers from the ground and, along with a massive wool blanket, placed them into a bag. Thus, he finally accomplished this task. The attributes of the sheep's wool were astonishing, causing Yu Yuan's lips to curl upwards in delight. Premium wool, quality, exceptional, fiber fineness, exquisite, less than 155 microns. Fiber length, 1,416 centimeters. Elasticity, excellent. Loftiness, excellent. Insulation, excellent. Durability, excellent. Collection quality, extremely poor. Remark, are the collector's hands engaged in a duel with themselves? Chapter 74. Unexpected Circumstances, Entering the Nightingale. Tap, tap, tap. The sheep galloped through the sewers with Yu Yuan aboard. perhaps due to the absence of wool cushioning. Yu Yuan felt that the journey today was particularly jarring. By the time he arrived back at the terrestrial hotel, his rear felt somewhat numb. The time was 7:35 p.m., and there was still a while before the Nightingale opened its doors. Thus, he planned to first gather supplies at the terrestrial hotel. His objective was clear: the 19th floor, home to the hotel's fitness and entertainment center. Yu Yuan had intended to visit yesterday, but dismantling the car had consumed far too much time. As he lifted the manhole cover, darkness had already enveloped the sky. Yu Yuan sensed that the nights were falling earlier, and the air seemed to grow colder. Following the path from yesterday, he swiftly entered the terrestrial hotel, making his way up the stairwell to the 19th floor fitness and entertainment center. The fitness and entertainment center had evidently been ransacked, with flower pots, chairs, dumbbells, and barbells strewn haphazardly across the floor, alongside shredded clothing and dried blood, evoking a vivid imagination of the chaos that had transpired. Yu Yuan first conducted a general inspection of the fitness center, comprising the gym, entertainment area, esports room, and gambling zone, confirming the absence of any threats. He then approached the floor-to-ceiling windows of the gym, where more than 20 treadmills were neatly arranged. It was then that he realized the expansive view from the Land Hotel was indeed remarkable. The large windows offered a panoramic view of the entire night scene of Jinxianglan Avenue, although the outside was enveloped in darkness. The moonlight illuminated the remnants of the once bustling avenue. Some treadmills had already suffered damage, and due to their proximity to the windows, Yu Yuan refrained from using his flashlight. Instead, he relied on his dim vision, akin to that of street rat, enhanced by the scant moonlight, to swiftly select the treadmills in good condition. He quickly identified 3 and attempted to lift one directly into the Tao hole. But as anticipated, it was utterly impossible. Reluctantly, he realized he would need to disassemble the treadmill to proceed. Drawing from his experience of dismantling a car the previous day, Yu Yuan found the task of taking apart the treadmill to be much more seamless today. He began by unscrewing the bolts on the frame, removing the running board and belt, and then proceeded to the motor, drive screw, control panel, electronic controller, and display screen. With each component he disassembled, he placed it into the Tao hole. The disassembly of the first treadmill was slow and laborious, taking over an hour due to the absence of light. However, the second treadmill was dismantled at a much quicker pace, completing in just over 40 minutes. As he prepared to energetically tackle the third treadmill, a flicker of movement caught his peripheral vision below on the street. What was that? Yu Yuan turned his head to see 3 vehicles approaching from a distance along Jinxianglan Avenue, making their way from the 4th District. He quickly retrieved his binoculars, and as he focused, he observed the 3 cars take a turn into the Opera House, disappearing behind its facade. A sudden jolt of apprehension gripped his heart. He opened the virtual map, swiftly tracing the path of the vehicles from the 14th District into the 4th District, then to the 5th District, and finally to the 1st District. The identity of the visitors became abundantly clear: the Black Shield Police Department. Only they would dare to traverse the night with such audacity, especially given the short distance between the 4th and 1st Districts. Yet who could they be? The first name that crossed Yu Yuan's mind was Lori's. Noticing the time was 10:05 p.m., he silently hoped they would depart swiftly. He did not wish for any unforeseen circumstances to disrupt his meticulously crafted plans. With this thought in mind, he hastened his movements, occasionally glancing towards the direction of Nightingale. As the third treadmill was disassembled and placed on the shelf by Yu Yuan, the clock struck 10:30. He took out his binoculars to gaze in the direction of the Nightingale, yet still saw no sign of the 3 cars departing. A sense of hesitation washed over him. According to his plan, he should now be preparing to head to the Nightingale, but with the presence of the Black Shield Police, he was reluctant to take any risks. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Yuan made a decision. He would wait for 1 more hour. If those individuals had not left by then, he would have to proceed to the Nightingale to ascertain the situation. With this resolution in mind, Yu Yuan no longer lingered and departed the gym, making his way to the adjacent entertainment center. His objective was the esports gaming room, where he needed to gather some wires for generator optimization, and other electronic components would also prove invaluable, such as CPU chips, which would serve as materials for crafting the spiritual collector later on. The collection of these resources was quite straightforward. He stripped the entire esports area of its power cables and dismantled all the computer towers, placing the electronic components into the magician's ring. In less than an hour, Yu Yuan exited the Land Hotel. However, this time he did not enter the sewers, but instead pretended to be an ordinary drifter. carrying a crossbody bag as he made his way to the Nightingale. Upon nearing the opera house, he did not enter directly, but instead concealed himself in a corner. Yu Yuan took out his binoculars to survey the situation at the opera house, his brow furrowing. Where did they go? Had they entered the underground parking lot? From the outside, the Nightingale appeared unchanged from the previous night. Just as Yu Yuan was about to steel himself to enter, a bright light suddenly flickered at the corner of the opera house. He quickly pressed his body against the wall and witnessed 3 heavily armed Wasteland vehicles slowly emerging from the underground parking lot, swiftly departing down Golden Orchid Avenue toward the direction of the 4th District. Indeed, they had gone to the underground parking lot. Regardless, the departure of the Black Shield police relieved Yu Yuan. Without further delay, as the clock approached midnight, he knew he must hasten to attend to his urgent matters. Glancing around, he crouched low and swiftly made his way toward the opera house. As he drew near, light spilled through the crack of the door, illuminating him, causing his body to tense slightly. He sensed a subtle threat and continued forward nonchalantly, while his peripheral vision scanned the shadowy corners nearby and the few windows on the 2nd floor, likely belonging to the Nightingale security personnel. Yu Yuan feigned ignorance and walked straight toward the entrance. Having gleaned the details of entering the Nightingale from a drifter the previous day, he pushed open the ajar door and, upon seeing 2 women dressed in maid outfits, deliberately displayed a semblance of awkwardness and caution. Though his gaze toward the maids betrayed an unmistakable desire, the maids, clearly accustomed to such attention, remained unfazed. 2 burly men appeared behind Yu Yuan, and after sizing him up, one of them raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Hey, I haven't seen you around before. Who sent you here?" Chapter 75, The Golden Cave of East City? A unique scenery, Qing at 10 o'clock. "Hello, I haven't seen you before. Who introduced you?" Yu Yuan glanced at the weapon in the other person's hand, clutching his crossbody bag, and offered a sheepish smile. "It was Nick who brought me here." Upon hearing this, the burly man displayed a knowing expression, nodding slightly as he regarded the bag Yu Yuan held. "Then you understand the rules, correct?" "I know a little. 1 unit of food serves as the entrance fee." Yu Yuan chuckled awkwardly, retrieving a packet of instant noodles from his bag and handing it to the burly man. With a slight nod, the burly man stepped aside, directing his gaze towards one of the maids. "Take him inside and properly introduce him to our offerings." He then turned to Yu Yuan, his eyes flashing a warning. "Since you were introduced by Nick, you should be aware of our customs. Do not cause any trouble, understood?" "Understood. Absolutely. Good, proceed." Yu Yuan promptly followed the maid, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on her alluring figure, occasionally adjusting his pants in a show of impatience. Watching Yu Yuan's departing figure, the burly man displayed a look of disdain and chose to ignore him. Yu Yuan, however, couldn't help but smirk slightly at the situation. Yet, he soon resumed his greedy admiration of the maid before him. The Nightingale organization was indeed formidable. The maid's physique alone was exceptional, explaining why this place had become a haven of pleasure in the 14th District and the entire East City. "Would you prefer the hall or a private room? Perhaps I could accompany you?" The maid suddenly turned to Yu Yuan, a hint of flirtation in her gaze. Yu Yuan, already possessing a commendable appearance and a decent height, certainly stood apart from the Wasteland scavengers. Despite his efforts to enhance his looks, he could not mask his distinctiveness, and the maid, experienced in her dealings, immediately recognized Yu Yuan's difference. Hall or private room? Yu Yuan was well aware of the distinction between the two, yet he feigned ignorance. "Could you enlighten me on the differences and their respective prices? Is Qing available? I wish to see her." The maid pursed her lips, seemingly unperturbed by Yu Yuan's desire to find Qing. "All right, if you wish to see Qing, you will need to go to a private room. You will pass through the hall on your way, so you can take a look for yourself." With that, she cast a glance at the crossbody bag in front of Yu Yuan, fell silent, and continued leading the way. Before long, they arrived at a redemption counter. The maid gestured towards Yu Yuan, stating, "Looking for Qing, introduced by Nick." Qing, a man with a scruffy beard, looked up. "Do you have any supplies?" 3 pieces of gold jewelry or 10 portions of food or equivalent other supplies. Yu Yuan retrieved several mobile phones from his bag, all items he had previously collected. "Are these phones sufficient?" The man accepted the phones, handing them to someone behind him. It was then that Yu Yuan noticed a workbench behind the man, where a young individual began to disassemble the devices methodically. Before long, several mobile phones had been dismantled, revealing their internal motherboard structures. The young man examined them meticulously and nodded slightly at the man. The value was equivalent to 7 portions of food. The bearded man turned to Yu Yuan and said, We still require 3 more portions of food or equivalent resources. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Yuan reached into his satchel and retrieved 2 memory sticks. Is this sufficient? The young man inspected them and, confirming their intact condition, shook his head. Not enough. We still need 1 more. Yu Yuan then offered a hard drive. Is this adequate? Yes, it suffices. The bearded man nodded and handed Yu Yuan a red token. You must relinquish all your weapons. They're not allowed inside. Upon your departure, present the token to me to reclaim them. Yu Yuan displayed a moment of hesitation. The man, growing impatient, urged, hurry up. No one cares for your worthless trinkets. If you refuse to surrender your weapons, you cannot enter, and the prior resources will not be returned. I will comply. Yu Yuan withdrew a dagger from his waist and handed it over. After the man accepted the dagger and conducted another inspection on Yu Yuan, he nodded at the maid. Take her inside. I will inform Qingqing. With that, the maid led Yu Yuan through the hall, and despite Yu Yuan's extensive experience, he found himself captivated by the scene that unfolded before him. The grandeur of the hall was astonishing. It was partitioned into several areas, each with its own unique activities. Some were operating trains, others were opening blind boxes, some were digging through walls, while others sat in square meters, awaiting patrons. Not only women, but men participated as well. The variety of styles was exhilarating. As they entered, the patrons cast eager glances towards the maid and Yu Yuan, their eyes frequently darting towards the satchel slung across Yu Yuan's shoulder. The maid swiftly guided Yu Yuan through the hall to the booth area. These booths were merely small rooms, each about 3 to 4 square meters in size, containing only a single bed. In some rooms, the sounds of fierce combat echoed, creating an intense atmosphere. Finally, the maid pointed to one of the rooms and said, "Go in. Qingqing will arrive shortly. She is yours for the evening." With that, she turned and left. As the maid departed, Yu Yuan's gaze lingered greedily on her alluring figure until she vanished from sight. He then closed the door, his expression returning to clarity as he listened to the fierce gunfire outside, deep in thought. During their walk, he had observed at least 20 armed personnel ensuring the security of this establishment, and the number of vagrants entering for entertainment far exceeded his expectations. It appeared that the number of vagrants in the Eastern District was much greater than he had previously surmised. It was likely a deliberate outcome orchestrated by the Black Shield Police Department. Only in this manner could enough individuals enter the Nightingale, exchanging resources obtained at great personal risk for a moment of pleasure. In other words, under the deliberate construction of the Black Shield Police Department, the Nightingale has transformed into a den of iniquity in the Eastern District. With the intimidation exerted by the Black Shield Police Department and the ample protection of internal forces, the apprehensions of the majority are swiftly alleviated. Furthermore, with an abundance of men and women offering sensual services, the scattered resources from the Eastern District and even other neighborhoods converge into the hands of the Nightingale in this manner. What a clever scheme! Yu Yuan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Outside the partition, a crisp sound of footsteps emerged. Creak! The door swung open, revealing a woman of modest beauty, enveloped in the heavy scent of cheap perfume, who entered the room and closed the door behind her. She wore a somewhat tattered short skirt, the color faded yet undeniably alluring. Appearing to be around 25 or 26, her expression bore a hint of urgency and stealth, but upon seeing Yu Yuan, her eyes brightened momentarily, quickly replaced by a professional smile. "Big brother," she cooed in a voice that sent shivers down Yu Yuan's spine. "Is this your first time here? How would you like to play? I'll keep you company tonight." Yu Yuan regarded the woman before him, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. "Are you Qingqing?" The woman's expression faltered for a moment, but soon returned to her practiced smile as she leaned against Yu Yuan like a soft serpent. "Big brother, who is to say who keeps you company?" "Right." Tonight, however, before she could finish her sentence, hurried footsteps approached, and the door was abruptly flung open. A petite woman entered, her expression dark upon seeing the woman next to Yu Yuan. Pointing a finger, she erupted in anger. "You filthy whore." Chapter 76. The elimination of Indulgence cards, passion, and Qingqing's secrets. "Nina, you foul harlot. Here you are again, stealing my clients. Get lost." Upon hearing this, the first woman's visage stiffened, quickly replaced by a mocking and indifferent demeanor as she thrust out her ample bosom and gazed back. Qingqing. Here it's the client's choice who they prefer. Shall we ask for the client's opinion?" With that, she cast a flirtatious glance at Yu Yuan. Qingqing turned her gaze toward Yu Yuan as well, her previously furious expression now tinged with uncertainty. Yu Yuan, observing the looks directed at him, smiled. "You are Qingqing?" He confirmed, looking at her. Yes, I am. Do you remember when Nick last came? Yu Yuan's inquiry evidently took Qingqing by surprise, momentarily leaving her speechless. But she quickly regained her composure, responding eagerly. I forgot the specifics, but it was about half a month ago. Having obtained the information he sought, Yu Yuan pointed at Qingqing and declared, You stay. Oomph. The sultry woman scoffed, turning to leave, but after taking only 2 steps, Yu Yuan seized her arm. What do you want? A glint of coldness flashed in Yu Yuan's eyes as he gestured toward the woman's waist. You can leave, but leave my belongings behind. At these words, the woman's expression changed dramatically as she violently shook off Yu Yuan's grasp, attempting to make her escape. Unexpectedly, as she turned her head, a resounding slap echoed through the room. The sharp sound of the slap resonated as Qingqing struck the woman across the face. Grasping her hair with one hand, she pulled upward while her other hand began to explore the woman's waist. A memory stick soon appeared in her grasp. You vile thief. How dare you steal from a guest? You're finished. Qingqing's tone was laced with exhilaration. I didn't do it, Qingqing. You're in big trouble for hitting me. The woman, Nina, screamed in a hysterical tone. Suddenly, the door was forcefully pushed open, revealing 2 stern-faced men who glanced inside. What's going on? Is there trouble? One of them raised a weapon, aiming it at Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan, witnessing this, nearly believed he had stumbled into a Wasteland-style ambush, as they entered without inquiry and directly aimed at him. Fortunately, at that moment, Qingqing waved the memory stick in her hand and addressed the newcomers. Fifth brother. Nina not only insulted my guest, but also stole from him, and she was caught red-handed. Upon hearing this, the man referred to as fifth brother took the memory stick from Qingqing, glanced at it, and tossed it back to Yu Yuan. He then shot a cold look at Nina. Anyone who breaks the rules will be taken away. Immediately, his companions seized Nina and turned to leave, while she pleaded for mercy. Once their voices faded, Qingqing exhaled a breath of relief and turned to Yu Yuan. Her face clearly displayed anxiety and fear. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved half a cigarette from her undergarment. Lighting it, she took a drag before reluctantly offering it to Yu Yuan. Here, consider this a thank you for choosing me. If I don't get any more guests, I could be in trouble. Yu Yuan glanced at the half-cigarette and shook his head slightly. I don't smoke. Then tonight, you are mine, she responded. Somewhat surprised that Yu Yuan did not indulge in smoking, which was a rare treat. Nevertheless, she nodded gently. Yes, before closing, I am yours. After a brief pause, she continued, I can engage in some thrilling activities with you, but it must not be excessive, as those are additional services that must remain discreet. Yu Yuan checked the time. There were only 4 hours left until closing at 5. It seemed prudent to complete the Indulgence card task first. He looked at Qingqing, extending his right hand. If that's the case, let us begin. Show me your level of service. I assure you, you will not be disappointed. Qingqing stated as she began to get into character. However, as she lifted Yu Yuan's shirt, she instinctively stepped back, pointing at the vivid goat head tattoo on his chest. Her eyes wide with shock. At that moment, she felt the weight of his gaze, especially when she looked into the 2 crimson eyes on his chest, stirring an inexplicable sense of panic within her. What is this? Yu Yuan's lips twitched, his expression stiffening. Damn, I completely forgot about that. He immediately lowered his shirt. No worries, let us not remove it. Continue. Huh? Oh, all right. Upon hearing his words, Qingqing immediately adopted a professional demeanor and resumed her flirtatious antics. It must be noted that her proficiency in the craft was commendable. Yu Yuan experienced a thrill unlike any he had encountered before. Once again, he was enveloped by the exotic strains of background music and the sharp crack of a fate card snapping. The cold, mechanical prompt echoed in his ears. Fate card. Rock level indulgence card successfully removed. Fate points. 1. Indulgence target passion. No valuable options detected for the indulgence target. Passion? What passion? Upon opening his eyes, Yu Yuan swiftly activated the virtual interface to scrutinize the information. Passion. Description. The indulgence target is exceedingly pleased with your performance and is keen to engage in prolonged interaction. This is her invitation. Function. Increases the indulgence target's favorability, trust, and desire for communication. This. Yu Yuan gazed at the information on the screen, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. The text on the display was captivating. The indulgence target is exceedingly pleased with your performance and is eager to engage in prolonged interaction. This is her invitation. Could it truly be this way? His emotions were somewhat tumultuous. Could this be played differently? Yet, Qing's consecutive perfect scores were sufficient to indicate the situation's clarity. He was also astonished by his performance this evening, noting that it was already 2:30 in the morning. How had so much time passed unnoticed? A phrase flashed through his mind: abundant kidney qi. So that was the reason. How terrifying. Yu Yuan could distinctly perceive that Qing's gaze had shifted considerably when she looked at him, imbued with newfound intimacy. His excitement began to subside, and rationality regained control over his thoughts. He understood that Qing's transformation was influenced by passion. It was merely a transaction. Glancing at Qing, he narrowed his eyes, his thoughts swirling. Now that the Indulgence card had been successfully removed, he ought to seize the remaining time to fulfill the second objective of his visit. Soon, an idea took shape in his mind. Rising from his seat, he approached his satchel, his right hand slipping inside to conceal a silver bracelet that he had retrieved from the magician's ring. To Qing's astonishment, the bracelet was soon clasped around her wrist. "What is this?" she inquired, her brow slightly furrowed as she regarded Yu Yuan with an assessing look. He chuckled softly and replied, "Why not share with me what troubles you? What brings you anxiety and fear? It may alleviate your distress, perhaps." The room fell silent. He ceased to press her and refrained from further speech. They simply locked eyes in mutual contemplation. Suddenly, Qing let out a derisive laugh. "Forget it. I know you're not as simple as you seem. Your intentions or plans are of no concern to me, considering that you have helped me today." A hint of hesitation flickered across Qing's face. However, with a sigh, she turned to Yu Yuan. "Hold me." Yu Yuan, perplexed yet intrigued, stepped forward. Qing leaned her head against the nape of Yu Yuan's neck and whispered in a tone only they could hear, "Have you ever seen a snake over 20 or 30 meters long?" Yu Yuan was taken aback by her words, his heart racing. Just before this moment, he would have felt indifferent to such a statement. Yet, having just witnessed a video of a 10-meter-long king cobra on Ning's phone, her words struck him with a profound impact. He tightened his grip around Qing, lowering his head. "Where did you see it?" His voice remained steady and authoritative. Qing was surprised that this man before her did not dismiss her as fanciful. This unexpected reaction left her momentarily stunned. When she gazed into Yu Yuan's serious, yet slightly solemn eyes, she felt a sense of comfort wash over her. For reasons unknown, she began to trust him. After a brief hesitation, she decided to reveal the secret she had kept hidden for days. It was right here in this building. That day, while I was in the restroom, I inadvertently heard something slithering in the corridor. I peeked through the crack of the door and her voice began to tremble. I saw a massive snake crawl past the corridor. It was extraordinarily long. I cannot say precisely how long, but it was definitely over 20 or 30 meters. At this point, Qing looked up at Yu Yuan, gently caressing his cheek. "I swear it's true. I was terrified and couldn't even make a sound. I stayed in the restroom for what felt like an eternity before I dared to step out, yet the corridor was empty. I initially thought it was merely a hallucination, but there was a peculiar, foul odor lingering in the air. Furthermore, when I was about to return, I noticed a distinct scratch on the wall. I am certain I did not misjudge it, for there were no scratches before I entered the restroom." Yu Yuan raised his eyebrows. "How can you be so certain that the scratch on the wall was made after you entered the restroom?" "Because I have a habit of feeling the wall as I walk, observing its extension to reassure myself that I am still alive." Qing's tone suddenly grew grave. "Thus, I am convinced that the scratch was definitely not there before I went into the restroom." Upon hearing this, Yu Yuan fell silent, and the two embraced each other for a considerable time. Eventually, Yu Yuan gently broke the silence. "Have you ever seen a pattern of a black sun?" "A black sun? What is that?" Qing inquired, perplexed. "It resembles a black circle, but the initial impression it imparts is that of a black sun, much like a total solar eclipse." "Have you ever seen this pattern on anyone else?" Qing pondered for a while before softly shaking her head. "No, I haven't really noticed such a pattern. I usually confine myself to the dormitory and the designated areas. I cannot venture elsewhere, as each section is guarded." Yu Yuan felt no significant disappointment. The unexpected discovery of a clue regarding the mutated creatures was already a pleasant surprise. "You might want to keep an eye out for that pattern. It could be related to the snake you mentioned." Qing slightly nodded in response to Yu Yuan's words. Having understood her fears, Yu Yuan began to inquire about matters of utmost concern to him. "Are you referring to the Friss enforcers?" Qing cast a puzzled glance at Yu Yuan, seemingly unsure of why he was inquiring about her affairs. "Yes, and before I came here today, I noticed some individuals from the Black Shield Police Department approaching. Do you know who they are?" Qing released her grip on Yu Yuan, her brow furrowed. "What exactly are you trying to accomplish? Aren't you a refugee? Why are you prying into these matters? Yu Yuan shook his head slightly. Some knowledge can be quite perilous. As he spoke, he retrieved a golden ring from his satchel, a trophy he had found in the backpack of the notorious Mahata. He had not anticipated using it in this manner. He handed the ring to Qingqing. Consider this a transaction. You can utilize this resource to alleviate your current predicament, and I shall receive information in return. Afterward, you may act as if you are unaware of anything. Gazing at the golden ring in her hand, Qingqing contemplated for a few seconds before biting her lip. She swiftly snatched the ring and tucked it into her undergarment. With a glance of exasperation directed at Yu Yuan, she leaned closer and gave him a firm squeeze. All right, what do you wish to know? Ask quickly. Yu Yuan winced at the grip, but thought to himself, such a fierce woman. However, recognizing the urgency of time, he promptly inquired, I have heard that Friss and your leader are involved with each other. Where do they usually frequent? Also, who were the individuals from the Black Shield Police Department that came tonight? Do you have any information? That's nonsense. Who said Friss is involved with Lilith's mother? That is utterly ridiculous. Qingqing scoffed. That bald man doesn't deserve it. He is merely responsible for security here. However, Mei Jie indeed has a connection with him. The people who came tonight seem to be significant figures from the Black Shield Police Department, though I'm not entirely sure. Mei, who is she? And who is Lilith? Yu Yuan pressed on, sensing a considerable misunderstanding within the conversation. Lilith's mother is the leader of our Nightingales. Though we call her mother, she is barely in her 30s. It is often difficult for us to encounter her. Sister Mei is one of the individuals who assists Lilith's mother in managing us. I have witnessed her in close proximity with that bald man on several occasions. That fellow tends to get overly familiar with us each time we cross paths. Were it not for Lilith's mother keeping him in check, who knows what might happen? Yin suddenly realized something, but immediately posed the next question. What did you mean when you said Friss is responsible for security here? He is an enforcer from the Black Shield Police Department. This place merely constitutes a refugee organization. How could he possibly oversee your safety? Furthermore, isn't Nightingale covertly supported by the Black Shield Police? Why does Lilith's mother, whom you mentioned, instill such fear in Friss? Qingqing regarded Yu Yin with astonishment upon hearing his words. I am increasingly intrigued by your identity. Yet, you are correct. Knowing too much can be detrimental. Very well, this shall be the final question. Once I finish, you must depart, treating these inquiries as though they were never posed. Yu Yin nodded in agreement. Certainly, what you mentioned earlier comprises information we deliberately disseminated. This is not merely a refugee organization. The Black Shield Police are tasked with ensuring our safety, while we are under the jurisdiction of Lilith's mother. As for the rest, I am unaware. Enough. I have divulged sufficient information for today. Do not attribute it to me. Hurry and leave. I too wish to return and rest. You pesky fellow. Upon hearing her words, Yu Yin recognized that it was indeed time for him to depart. All right. Please keep an eye out tonight for the identity of the individuals from the Black Shield Police, as well as whether Friss has any nearby residents. I shall trade supplies with you again next time, ensuring your satisfaction. Upon hearing Yin's request, Qingqing shot him a glance, but after some contemplation, she slightly nodded. I can only do my best. No guarantees. Understood. You shall act according to the circumstances. As Yin collected his weapon from the exchange point and returned to the entrance of the opera house, it was nearly 4 o'clock. To his surprise, someone else was preparing to leave with him. Upon seeing Yu Yin, the individual immediately adopted a defensive stance and halted, clearly unwilling to depart alongside him. In response, Yu Yin merely cast a casual glance in the other's direction and, under the watchful gaze of the burly man, exited the opera house. After briefly determining his direction, he vanished into the shadows. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes had fixated on him the moment he appeared, remaining transfixed until he completely disappeared from view. The gaze deep and contemplative. It was only when a new figure emerged from the opera house that the eyes finally averted. Chapter 78. Organizing Plans. Upgrading the rotted newsstand to a magazine display rack. Within Yu Yuan's hideout, the construction of the Level 2 treadmill generator room was underway. With an optimization time of 3 hours, Yu Yin gazed at the rare generator, which had finally begun its optimization, a faint smile gracing his lips. What a journey! After 2 arduous nights, I have finally gathered everything. Thanks to his positioning watch and virtual map, he could pinpoint any necessary supplies directly on the map and had previously ventured out to collect them with ease. Otherwise, to find the necessary materials for construction in this vast urban expanse, one could only venture into the streets and rely on chance, which would exponentially increase the risk involved. After opening the tantalizing cave and spending 10 survival points to procure 6 kilograms of grass for the sheep, Yuan settled by the hearth to prepare his breakfast. After a few days of tumultuous events for the players, the price of grass in the tantalizing cave had stabilized at 5 survival points for 3 kilograms. A price seemingly accepted by all. Despite a night of exertion, his mental and physical state remained relatively well, not particularly fatigued. As he warmed his food by the fire, he also activated the virtual screen to plan his next steps. First, he accessed the facility management log of his hideout. With the optimization upgrade of the level 2 generator running power generator room underway, other facilities in the hideout could now also be upgraded to electrical systems. Yuan meticulously reviewed the construction material status of the kitchen, water collection, lighting, and restroom, only to realize that he had unknowingly amassed a considerable amount of resources, with nearly half of the required materials for upgrades already in his possession. This was undoubtedly good news. Estimating the time required, he calculated that with a focused effort to gather materials, he could complete all upgrades within 23 days. Additionally, the construction of the defensive flamethrowers was on his agenda. The high-pressure gas cylinders and metal nozzles needed for this defensive facility had already been collected during his exploration of the Olais Hotel. Now, he merely needed to gather 20 sets of pressure relief valves, springs, metal pipes, 9V batteries, and resistance wires to proceed with the construction. However, he planned to initially construct only 10 flamethrowers to set up the defensive traps in the air raid shelter, as this quantity would be sufficient to transform the shelter into a deadly inferno, reserving the remaining 10 for future use. He also needed to select locking doors for the escape passage in advance. Once the Astronomical Observatory was completed, construction could commence immediately. Regarding fire doors and fire-resistant walls, Yuan glanced at the construction list. Materials such as perlite boards, galvanized steel sheets, fireproof seals, closers, and rebar could be gradually collected. He meticulously listed all the materials required for upgrading the facilities, as this would be his primary task moving forward. His gaze swept over the frenzied planting troughs in the corner, and his eyes brightened. Yes, vegetable cultivation could also commence. Although the quantity planted in the troughs was limited, if they grew rapidly, they could ensure a fresh vegetable supply every few days. Currently, he had the planting troughs and fertilizers. All that remained was to find suitable soil and vegetable seeds. Upon considering vegetable seeds, Yuan searched for them in the tantalizing cave. However, he found that none of the seeds were inexpensive. While the prices were not entirely prohibitive, he decided it prudent to search the city first. Yuan continually organized his plans in the hideout's memo, documenting information regarding the nightingale as well. The enormous serpent, measuring 20 to 30 meters in length, that Qingqing spoke of, could only remind Yuan of the one housed in the underground experimental facility of the John K. Zoo. However, that creature was a mutated being under the control of the Aurora Animal Assistance Society. Its sudden appearance in Nightingale raised doubts. While Yuan could not definitively ascertain whether it was indeed the same serpent, the likelihood of 2 such colossal serpents coexisting in a single city seemed exceedingly slim. Furthermore, the intricate relationship between Nightingale's leader, Lilith, and the Black Shield Police Department made it difficult for Yuan to dissociate Lilith from the Aurora Animal Assistance Society. A thought flickered through his mind. Could it be that Nightingale is, in fact, an organization established in collaboration with the Aurora Animal Assistance Society and the Black Shield Police Department? The more he pondered, the more plausible it appeared. Everything hinged on the information that Qingqing would provide. Speaking of Qingqing, Yuan had contemplated the possibility of her betraying him, especially given her apparent ulterior motives regarding the inquiries he had made previously. He acknowledged that this was somewhat perilous. Yet Qingqing was the most suitable candidate to uncover the internal dynamics of Nightingale. Coupled with the influence of passion, the risk remained within manageable limits. Moreover, the most crucial factor he relied upon was mutual benefit. Qingqing was not faring well within Nightingale, and he could offer her resources and enhance her value. Any woman with even a modicum of intelligence would refrain from betraying him. Nonetheless, life is fraught with uncertainties. Thus, he resolved not to venture into that territory for the next few days. After a meal, the clock struck 5:45 a.m., and Yuan felt reasonably energized. He opened his fortune card, preparing to explore the new gifts of fate. As the strength of the Aurora Animal Assistance Society surfaced, he became increasingly aware of the profound depths within E-City. A few criminal factions were already a source of concern, and now the emergence of Nightingale, linked to both the Aurora Animal Assistance Society and the Black Shield Police Department, intensified his apprehensions. He increasingly perceived East District as a den of peril. The more he understood, the more terrifying it became, elucidating why seasoned players often wore expressions of distress when discussing the urban territories. Were it not for his fortune card, he might have met an untimely demise. The gifts of fate undoubtedly represented the swiftest avenue for enhancing his strength. As the fortune maxim materialized and then dissipated, 3 options illuminated the screen before him. Choose one of the following 3 gifts of fate as a present from destiny. 1. Upgrade. Dilapidated magazine display rack. Function. Receive 13 free newspapers daily, which may contain valuable intelligence, and have a chance to unveil additional items available for purchase with survival points. 2. Chalice homemade dirt spray. Function. Automatically loads 2 rounds of ammunition daily. When attacking from behind, the first bullet immobilizes the enemy and triggers a turnaround effect, while the second bullet activates a lethal attack effect. 3. Protagonist S sound system. Function. Daily, a unique background music track will play just for you. When the music resonates, you will receive a special status boost, lasting for 3 minutes and 24 seconds. To Yu Yuan's astonishment, the dilapidated magazine rack could even be upgraded. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. There is no need for hesitation. Options 2 and 3 were promptly disregarded as he chose the first option without a second thought. The dilapidated newsstand has been upgraded to a magazine display rack, now housing a hidden treasure. Please feel free to inspect it. As the prompt concluded, Yu Yuan was so eager that he neglected to check the fate card he had drawn, instead directing his gaze toward the worn newsstand. A 5-tiered wooden display rack stood before him. Chapter 79, the Bronze Extravagance Card, Sniper Training Manual. This is the magazine display rack. Yu Yuan beheld the walnut-colored magazine holder, unable to suppress the smile creeping upon his lips. Intelligence, yes, intelligence. He immediately glanced at the time. Only 10 minutes remained until 6 o'clock, yet his anticipation was already palpable. I wonder what intelligence today will bestow upon me. Suppressing the excitement bubbling within, he turned his attention to the virtual screen, having previously overlooked the fate card drawn this time. Upon reopening the fate card page, a flash of green caught his eye. This fate card is Extravagance. Extravagance card, quality bronze level. The player must perform 1 act of extravagance unrelated to survival within 7 days, consuming 150,000 resources, or face death. The Bronze Extravagance card has arrived. Yu Yuan marveled at the description of the fate card, feeling immensely fortunate to possess a third method to eliminate the Extravagance card. Is this truly the challenge of a bronze-level fate card? The difficulty is indeed designed to be lethal. If the tasks for the Bronze Extravagance card are this formidable, what must the challenges of other cards entail? He grumbled internally. Fortunately, he had previously acquired the rare item, the Starry Mirror, which only required the collection of 50,000 survival points to construct the Starry Observatory, perfectly countering the Extravagance card. With a week's time allotted for this mission, he could still seek out Frieza's safe house. But he could also adopt a dual approach. With such an extended period, even scavenging would suffice to amass 50,000 survival points. However, he must carefully deliberate the selection of resources. Lost in thought, the clock struck 6 in the morning. When Yu Yuan regained his focus, 2 newspapers and a notebook had appeared on the magazine display rack. New items have emerged. Rising from his seat, he approached the magazine display rack and first picked up the notebook, prompting a virtual message to appear. Would you like to expend 1,000 survival points to purchase this intelligence item? Gasp. Even though Yu Yuan had prepared for this, he couldn't help but inhale sharply. How exorbitant! Yet, he quickly revealed a smile. The higher the price, the better. The steep cost signifies its quality. After previous purchases, Yu Yuan had developed a profound trust in the offerings provided by fate. Whether it was the initial map of the East City District of Green Forest City, or the subsequent Insider card and Thought card, all had bestowed immense benefits upon him, with the value gained far surpassing the expenditure by several fold, even tens of times. This notebook is a no-brainer purchase. He promptly chose to proceed with the transaction. As the 1,000 survival points were deducted, a line of text appeared in the notebook in hand. Sniper Training Manual. Quality, bronze. Author, Mori. Introduction. This is a compilation of the training notes of the legendary sniper Mori, published as a textbook on sniping techniques. Those who read this book may acquire knowledge of sniper shooting, with a slight chance of comprehending the skill, precise shot, common, and a minuscule chance of grasping the skill, deadly sniping. Excellent. Goodness. A skill book? Is it truly possible? Yu Yuan quickly flipped through the notes, eager to see if he might be the fabled protagonist, instantly grasping an exceptional skill. Unfortunately, after 2 thorough readings of the book, he experienced no reaction, clearly a victim of wishful thinking. Nevertheless, Yu Yuan remained exceedingly satisfied. With 1,000 survival points, even merely acquiring some sniping techniques through the reading of this manual would make it worth the investment. I always knew that fate bestows gifts of substantial value. Closing the notebook, his gaze shifted to the 2 newspapers. One was still the Green Forest City Daily, while the other was titled Agricultural Knowledge Report. Yu Yuan picked up the Agricultural Knowledge Report. It contained but one piece of news titled, "The New Star of Protein Farms. Mealworm farming is quietly igniting an agricultural green revolution." Quality rock. In the traditional perception of farming, pigs, cows, and chickens are the usual inhabitants. However, in many modern agricultural bases today, rows of orderly plastic trays host thousands of golden larvae wriggling in wheat bran. These are mealworms. As a highly promising source of sustainable protein, their nutritional value exceeds all expectations. Little worms, great nutrition. Mealworms, scientifically known as Tenebrio molitor, have been tested to show a dry matter protein content exceeding 50, rich in healthy fats, primarily unsaturated fatty acids. With dry matter fat content ranging from 25 to 35, alongside various vitamins, such as B vitamins, and minerals like iron and zinc, presenting a nutrition profile as comprehensive and balanced as a concentrated nutritional package. The low-carbon model of the farming industry. Mealworms produce almost no methane or other greenhouse gases during their cultivation. They thrive on agricultural waste, such as wheat bran, vegetable peels, and dried leaves, yielding a substantial amount of high-quality protein. The space required for their farming is minimal, allowing for vertical, tiered cultivation, which consumes almost no drinking water and offers exceptional cost-effectiveness. The growth cycle of mealworms is relatively swift, generally reaching the larval stage suitable for consumption in just 14 weeks, promising significant economic benefits. A new food for humanity. Roasted or fried mealworms provide a crunchy texture. Alternatively, they can be ground into powder, worm powder, and added to various food products, greatly enhancing their nutritional value. The renowned agricultural scholar Professor Dai Lu asserts that the mealworm revolution has painted a vision of a greener, more efficient, and nutritious future for us. Mealworms? Yu Yuan gazed thoughtfully at the newspaper. The desire for development, cultivation, and breeding is an essential phase to traverse, much like his current predicament. Although he temporarily enjoys a life free from want by relying on the resources of marauders and refugees, an inherent sense of crisis lingers within him. He can sustain this for a month or two, but what about a year or two? Resources will inevitably deplete. True self-sufficiency is the only viable solution for survival. He had previously contemplated growing vegetables, precisely for this reason. As for livestock, he originally intended to find a moment to retrieve that flock of Krishan sheep. As long as he could carve out a space in the air raid shelter, raising them should pose no issue. However, the recent emergence of the mealworm news has sparked a novel idea within him. Undoubtedly, compared to sheep, mealworms are far easier to rear. They consume less, grow rapidly, require minimal space, and are virtually silent. Moreover, their nutritional value far surpasses that of mutton. They are indeed the epitome of an ideal livestock species. Yet, the drawbacks are apparent. In terms of taste and psychological barriers, mealworms are leagues apart from sheep meat. After some contemplation, Yu Yuan folded the newspaper. This is intriguing. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to experiment with it, or even to pursue both avenues simultaneously.